In the realm of Dragon Ball, beneath a resplendent starry sky, waves of shock reverberated, shattering the celestial body surrounding it and giving rise to splendid bursts of fireworks. With a resounding boom, two silhouettes descended simultaneously onto a floating platform amidst the cosmos. This platform was remarkably expansive, seemingly endowed with mysterious powers. Showing no signs of damage from the recent upheaval, at the far end of the platform stood a grand and opulent palace, a testament to architectural magnificence. The two figures, now face to face, included one who was none other than the supreme god of the divine realm, the grand priest. He approached a young man across from him with measured steps, a smile gracing his features as he remarked, "Your prowess as the enforcer has indeed seen considerable advancement." Ha. The young man chuckled lightly before responding, "Your compliments are unwarranted. Grand Priest, your strength remains unfathomable." This young man, known as Jiang Fei, was not originally from this world, but rather a traveler from another realm. Approximately 20 years prior, he had been asleep at home, only to awaken in this extraordinary universe, fortuitously finding himself within the palace of the Omni King. His sudden appearance bewildered not only himself, but also the deities residing in the divine realm, for who would not be astonished at a stranger materializing in the Omni King's sanctuary? Fortunately, Jiang Fei quickly grasped the nature of the Omni King and managed not only to preserve his life, but also to forge a friendship with him. Consequently, the circumstances surrounding his arrival in the palace were soon forgotten, as his origins were beyond scrutiny by even the most powerful of gods. Moreover, Jiang Fei discovered with astonishment that his previously ordinary physique in his former life possessed an extraordinary aptitude for cultivation in this world. Merely by engaging in playful activities with the Omni King, his internal energy surged continuously. After 2 decades, he had attained the level of an angel. While in the divine realm, not only did he accumulate energy, but he also acquired a significant amount of divine power, enabling him to maintain a youthful appearance reminiscent of his arrival. Upon realizing this, the Omni King, with a wave of his hand, bestowed upon Jiang Fei the position of enforcer, elevating him to a status equal to that of the Grand Priest. Jiang Fei found this elevation to be somewhat surreal and even amusing, as it echoed the adage that excelling in one's duties pales in comparison to fostering a good rapport with one's superiors. As the two continued their exchange of pleasantries, Jiang Fei and the Grand Priest enjoyed a cordial relationship, with one being the foremost deity and the other a favored figure. Before the Omni King, their mutual camaraderie proved beneficial for both. In his leisure time, Jiang Fei would occasionally engage in sparring with the Grand Priest, who did not mind at all. However, each encounter left the Grand Priest in awe, for Jiang Fei's talent was astonishingly prodigious, a rarity even for someone of his stature. While they conversed, a guard suddenly emerged from below, standing between them. "Honored ones, the Omni King requests your presence," he stated succinctly before vanishing back beneath the surface. The Grand Priest, observing the guard's departure, gestured invitingly with a hand behind his back. "Let us proceed, enforcer." "Indeed." Jiang Fei nodded slightly. In an instant, the two figures vanished from their location, reappearing in the corridor of the palace. On the polished floor, their reflections danced as their footsteps echoed rhythmically. As they approached the main hall, Jiang Fei's mind was awash with myriad thoughts. Despite his rapid ascension in power, he found himself still engaged in trivial games with the Omni King. While tolerable in the short term, the prolonged experience began to wear on him, inducing a sense of dread and even frustration. "It seems I must find an opportunity to depart from here," Jiang Fei mused inwardly. The two swiftly reached the end of the corridor, arriving at the Grand Hall. At the forefront, the Omni King sat upon an elevated throne, flanked by 2 tall, slender guards. "Greetings, Omni King," they both intoned in unison, bowing slightly in respect. The Omni King responded, his voice a high-pitched lilt. Fixing his gaze upon Jiang Fei, an exaggerated smile spread across his face. "Little Fei, you have finally returned," the Omni King exclaimed joyfully, floating down from his seat to hover before Jiang Fei. "Omni King." Jiang Fei nodded again, a faint smile gracing his lips as he regarded the whimsical figure before him, feeling a profound sense of exasperation. If it were possible, he would wish to leave this place immediately. Although the Omni King treated him well, he was an adult, not a child in preschool. Prolonged exposure to such childish antics might even affect his mental state. The Grand Priest, observing Jiang Fei's demeanor, found it somewhat amusing and directly inquired, "Omni King, what is it that you require of us?" The Omni King replied earnestly, then turned his gaze back to Jiang Fei, his floating form steady in the air. Upon meeting the Omni King's gaze, Jiang Fei felt a slight jolt of apprehension, wondering if this whimsical sovereign intended to impose yet another frivolous task upon him. The Omni King regarded Jiang Fei with a serious expression, slowly articulating, "This time, I wish to assign the enforcer a task." Jiang Fei was momentarily taken aback. During his lengthy tenure, despite his esteemed position, he had yet to receive any significant assignments. His daily routine revolved around entertaining the Omni King, and afterward, he would engage in sparring with the Grand Priest. Furthermore, the Omni King had always referred to him as Little Fei, but this time he addressed him as Enforcer, indicating that a genuine task awaited him. Realizing this, Jiang Fei couldn't suppress his excitement. Just moments ago, he had contemplated leaving, and now an opportunity presented itself. It seemed fate had aligned with his desires, swiftly orchestrating a chance for him. Jiang Fei pressed his lips together and earnestly asked, "What is the task, if I may inquire, Omni King?" Given his strength, he felt confident that no task would pose a challenge unless he encountered someone of the Grand Priest caliber. Even against the angels of various universes, he believed he could prevail. Chapter 2. The seventh universe. The Omni King turned his little head and spoke slowly, expressing a desire for you to fulfill your fundamental duties. Fundamental duties? Jiang Fei touched the back of his head, somewhat perplexed. He had been here for 20 years, yet there seemed to be no such thing as fundamental duties. The only task he was aware of was entertaining the Omni King, ensuring that this little sovereign remained pleased. Before Jiang Fei could pose a question, the Grand Priest turned to him with a smile, explaining, "What the Omni King refers to is the essential work of the law enforcement officer." "Ah, indeed." The Omni King confirmed with a slight smile. The essential work of the law enforcement officer? Jiang Fei still found himself bewildered. Although he indeed held the title of law enforcement officer, he viewed it merely as a prestigious label devoid of real authority. Now, the concept of fundamental duties arose, leaving him at a loss as to its meaning. Seeing Jiang Fei's confused expression, the Grand Priest smiled gently, indicating his understanding. After all, this was a matter that had never been discussed with him before. Suddenly bringing it up, it was only natural for him to feel befuddled. The fundamental duty of the law enforcement officer is to oversee the deities, primarily to monitor the work of the God of Destruction and the angels across the various universes. The Grand Priest succinctly explained, pausing briefly before adding, "Of course, this does not include myself and the Omni King." "Yes, precisely," the Omni King replied, his little eyes blinking in understanding at the Grand Priest's explanation. The Grand Priest smiled politely, nodding at the Omni King, and then turned his gaze back to Jiang Fei. Upon hearing this clarification, Jiang Fei immediately understood. In essence, the Omni King wished for him to travel to the various universes and inspect the performance of the deities, correct? He looked at the Omni King and inquired softly. Upon reflection, it made sense. The Omni King spent most of his time in the temple and rarely ventured outside, while the Grand Priest remained by his side and could not be away for long. The development of strength across the 12 universes relied entirely on the self-discipline of the gods of destruction and the oversight of the angels. This disparity in strength among the universes ultimately led the Omni King to plan a tournament of power to eliminate the weaker ones. Now, with the addition of a law enforcement officer to supervise the deities within these universes, it could not be more fortuitous. Upon realizing that Jiang Fei comprehended the situation, the Omni King smiled and nodded, then shook his head, saying, "Yes, but not entirely. It is only partially correct." Upon hearing this, Jiang Fei felt somewhat speechless, unsure of how to respond. However, before he could organize his thoughts to ask again, the Omni King cheerfully said, "You should first try one universe. I need to assess your capabilities." "Oh, I see," Jiang Fei replied, his expression quite nonchalant. According to his understanding, such a task hardly required any specific capability. Wasn't it merely a matter of supervising the gods of destruction and angels? If anyone performed poorly, a good thrashing would suffice. He understood the principle behind this. Moreover, his strength had already reached the level of an angel, rendering the gods of destruction no match for him. Even if he were to engage in a conflict with an angel, he felt no trepidation. With this thought, confidence ignited in Jiang Fei's eyes. The Omni King, pleased with his self-assured demeanor, continued, "Then, law enforcement officer, which universe do you wish to visit?" "Oh?" Jiang Fei came to his senses, raising an eyebrow. "Am I allowed to choose?" "Indeed." The Omni King nodded eagerly. "Then I shall go to the 7th universe." Without any hesitation, Jiang Fei declared. He had watched the anime Dragon Ball, and the main characters resided in the 7th universe, making it the one he was most familiar with. Additionally, the 7th universe ranked second to last among the 12, and the Omni King likely preferred him to oversee these lower-ranked universes. Most importantly, Jiang Fei was eager to see the protagonist he remembered. Upon hearing this answer, the Omni King's expression radiated satisfaction. The Grand Priest took the opportunity to interject with praise, saying, "It seems the law enforcement officer possesses quite a high level of awareness." "Very well. The 7th universe shall be entrusted to you. When you feel the time is right, return and inform me. I will arrange a competition in the 7th universe to evaluate the results of your work." The Omni King proclaimed with a beaming smile. "Excellent." Jiang Fei readily agreed. However, it remained unclear whether the competition mentioned by the Omni King referred to the upcoming Tournament of Power or another event. Regardless, Jiang Fei felt immensely confident. Although the 7th universe appeared low in rank, it still held substantial potential. Even without his presence, victories could still be achieved in inter-universal competitions. Moreover, the Omni King had stated that he should return when he felt the time was right, meaning that he had complete control over the timing. Thus, this task became even simpler, allowing him to take his time and enjoy himself before proceeding. In the boundless darkness of space, planets sparkled like fireflies, emitting a faint glow against the backdrop of the universe. Suddenly, a brilliant meteor streaked across the sky, illuminating the darkness as if it were daylight. Simultaneously, a violent storm erupted in its wake, displacing the celestial bodies from their original orbits. This meteor was none other than Jiang Fei, who was now swiftly flying towards the 7th universe. Having previously departed, he had already acquired knowledge of the locations of the various universes through the Grand Priest. Given his strength, it would take him approximately 15 minutes to reach the 7th universe. 7th universe, Earth, here I come, Jiang Fei exclaimed with excitement. With that, the radiance surrounding him intensified, and his speed surged to new heights. He was in no rush to confront Beerus, for time was ample. He preferred to visit Earth first. Although this Earth was not the one he called home, it housed beings akin to himself. In the 7th universe, the realm of the gods of destruction. Huff. Whis exhaled slowly, concluding the vision within the crystal ball and gently lowering the staff in his hand. He had just spoken with the Grand Priest and learned of law enforcement officer Jiang Fei's impending arrival in the 7th universe. Turning to glance at the castle not far away, Whis murmured to himself, "My dear Lord Beerus, your days of tranquility are about to come to an end." With this thought, a hint of malicious glee emerged on his otherwise amiable face. He then began to levitate, a mischievous smile dancing upon his lips as he floated towards the castle. He needed to inform the slumbering god of destruction, Beerus, about the arrival of the law enforcement officer. Chapter 3. Lord Beerus, I have something to tell you. With a deep sigh, Beerus lay in his bedroom, snoring loudly. The drool at the corner of his mouth had stretched a considerable distance, showing no sign of awakening. Whis, observing the scene before him, felt a sense of exasperation, pondering how he ended up with such a slothful god of destruction. Thud, thud. He tapped his staff against the smooth floor twice. In the next moment, the entire castle began to tremble violently. Beerus, sprawled on his bed, swayed like a wave, tossed about by the intense shaking. Before long, he opened his bleary eyes, muttering, "Wah, what is happening?" Clearly, he was still in a daze. The ground continued to shake, growing ever more intense. Only then did Beerus gradually regain his senses and suddenly open his eyes wide. Upon seeing Whis standing at the foot of his bed, his expression transformed into one of furious disbelief. It was evident that the disturbances stemmed from the person before him. Whis. Beerus spat the name between clenched teeth. With a swift motion, he rolled over and stood on the floor, his fists tightly clenched, ready to confront. Whis, however, maintained a calm and composed demeanor, smiling as he said, "Lord Beerus, you've finally awakened." As his words fell, the tremor subsided, and in less than a second, the castle returned to its usual tranquility. "You'd better give me an explanation, Whis," Beerus demanded in a low, tense voice, his eyes bloodshot. This was Whis, after all. Had it been anyone else, they would have been swiftly dealt with. Nonetheless, even Whis needed to provide a reasonable explanation for waking him unceremoniously. Otherwise, well, that could lead to complications. After all, the disparity in their strengths was considerable. Engaging in a fight would yield more losses than gains. He certainly did not wish to awaken only to suffer a beating afterward. Ah, Lord Beerus, please calm down. Waking you is necessary due to an urgent matter. Whis responded cheerfully. Humph. Beerus scoffed haughtily. He found it hard to believe that anything could be more important than his slumber, exuding an air of indifference. He crossed his arms, wearing a dismissive expression. Whis chuckled with resignation and leaned closer to Beerus, sharing the news he had recently acquired. About a minute later, the disdainful expression that had initially adorned Beerus' face began to fade, replaced by wide-eyed astonishment. After Whis concluded his account, he returned to his original position, his eyes gleaming with a hint of schadenfreude. Gulp. Beerus swallowed hard, unable to fathom. Why on earth would that kid come to the 7th universe? How would I know? Whis shrugged. He then continued, furthermore, Lord Beerus, remember that he is now an enforcer. So choose your words wisely, though Whis and Beerus had long resided in the realm of the god of destruction in the 7th universe. They would casually visit the Grand Priestess Palace without cause. However, they had heard rumors about Jiang Fei. After all, his sudden appearance at the Grand Priestess Palace 20 years ago had become a well-known tale in the divine realm. Moreover, Jiang Fei's displayed cultivation talent had astonished the various universes. Within a mere 20 years, he had reached the level of an angel, a feat not easily accomplished. Now, he had attained the esteemed position of an enforcer, with both his power and status rising dramatically. Even the Grand Minister treated him with utmost respect. For a god of destruction like Beerus, the best course was to avoid provoking such an entity. Yet, who could have anticipated that while he sought to avoid trouble, it would come knocking on his door? With sleep entirely vanished, Beerus paced irritably around the bedroom. Observing his restless movements, Whis could not help but inquire, Lord Beerus, what shall we do? The enforcer may have already arrived in the 7th universe. Upon hearing this, Beerus abruptly halted. He looked up at Whis' half-smiling face, feeling even more irked. Why do you seem so pleased? Oh, do I? Whis smiled innocently, even touching his cheek. Lord Beerus, you must be mistaken. This is just my usual demeanor. Though he said this outwardly, inwardly, Whis felt quite pleased. Each angel in the universe held multiple roles, not only as a mentor to the god of destruction, but also as their servant and, most importantly, as a supervisor. Whis, as the guardian angel of the 7th universe, had diligently trained Beerus, fulfilling his duties as a servant. However, when it came to supervision, he found himself overwhelmed. Beerus simply disregarded him. While physical confrontation could resolve issues, the god of destruction held a higher status than an angel. Thus, unless in exceptional circumstances, angels were not permitted to act against gods of destruction. In contrast, the enforcer held a different status, possessing greater power and prestige than a god of destruction, along with the authority to enforce rules. Finally, someone capable of keeping Beerus in check had arrived, and Whis could not help but feel a sense of joy. Beerus, upon hearing Whis' explanation, merely scoffed. It was evident he remained skeptical of Whis' words. Nevertheless, this was not the time to dwell on such matters. Whis, find out where that kid is. We must go see him in person, Beerus commanded in a solemn tone. It was clear he regarded Jiang Fei's visit with great seriousness. Although this enforcer was relatively young and inexperienced, he could not afford to be careless. After all, they had no prior acquaintance, and the other party was immensely powerful, with the authority to oversee them. If they failed to extend a proper welcome, the consequences could be dire. Upon hearing Beerus' words, Whis first smiled calmly, then shook his head with feigned regret. What's wrong? Beerus raised an eyebrow. Is my authority ineffective now that the enforcer has arrived? Whis waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he replied, You misunderstand. Lord Beerus. He extended his staff, and the crystal orb atop it flickered, projecting an image. However, the display revealed nothing but a blank expanse. Well, what does this mean? Beerus inquired, perplexed. Whis retracted his staff, expressing regret once more. I apologize, Lord Beerus. For some reason, I am unable to locate any information regarding the Enforcer Chapter 4. Cooler, how can this be? Beerus exclaimed, his mouth agape, displaying an expression of disbelief. Logically speaking, Jiang Fei's strength should be comparable to Whis, and even if he were strong, it wouldn't be by much. Moreover, given Whis' extensive lifespan, the divine power within him is profoundly deep. Aside from the Grand Minister and the Omni King, how could anyone possibly remain untraceable? Perhaps the Enforcer possesses unique attributes. After all, When he suddenly appeared in the Omni King's palace, even the Grand Minister could find no information about him. Whis explained helplessly. In this scenario, he was at a loss for words, attributing it solely to Jiang Fei himself. During his search, he was utterly unable to locate any information regarding Jiang Fei. It was as if this individual simply did not exist in this world. Although Beerus was dissatisfied with this answer, he had no other choice but to accept it. What shall we do now? Wait for that kid to come to us? Beerus frowned. It is noteworthy that Jiang Fei was sent to oversee his work. If he could meet him beforehand, perhaps they could foster a better relationship, making future dealings more manageable. Whis pondered for a moment before suggesting, I recommend you attend to your duties first. The enforcer should have arrived in the 7th universe long ago. If he wished to come here, he would have done so by now. Upon hearing this, Beerus's heart trembled. Then, why hasn't he come yet? A sudden realization struck him, igniting a sense of panic. As the enforcer, Jiang Fei held the authority to deal with the gods. Despite his casual reference to him as kid, Beerus knew he had to be respectful when meeting him. Furthermore, given Jiang Fei's extraordinary connection with the Omni King, should any incriminating evidence come to light, it could spell trouble for him. Lord Beerus should be aware of this, Whis chuckled, observing Beerus's anxious demeanor. He is likely examining your work in the cosmos. Hearing Whis's words only heightened Beerus's anxiety. Whis, give me a moment. I must prepare to leave at once. With that, Beerus swiftly discarded his sleepwear and donned his attire from the wardrobe, all the while inwardly grumbling about the Omni King. Why impose the role of enforcer upon him when he had finally found a peaceful life? Now all of that was gone. Yet, such thoughts he dared not voice aloud. Deep within the 7th universe, where's the location of Earth? Jiang Fei floated in space, scratching his head in frustration. He had been drifting through the cosmos for 2 days without locating the planet. Several times, he passed by planets that resembled Earth, only to discover they were not. Although his speed was remarkable, allowing him to traverse the universe in mere minutes. The sheer number of galaxies and planets made locating Earth akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. If only I had requested detailed coordinates from the Grand Minister. Jiang Fei lamented. The crux of the issue was not merely finding Earth, even if he aimed to reach the God of Destruction's realm in the 7th universe. He lacked the route. He had a vague idea of the direction, but this was his first long journey, much like his search for Earth. He spent hours trying to locate the God of Destruction's domain without success. If he could find the God of Destruction's realm, locating Earth would be a breeze. Sighing deeply, Jiang Fei muttered to himself, Whis and Beerus are incredibly inconsiderate. I've been here for several days, yet they haven't even come to greet me. He resolved that upon finding them, he would impart lessons on etiquette. As he continued to daydream about how he would reprimand Whis and Beerus upon their meeting, a fleet of massive warships appeared in a distant galaxy, slowly advancing toward him. The sight of these iron behemoths instantly captured Jiang Fei's attention. Could this be Frieza's army? In his memory, there were numerous civilizations within the 7th universe capable of interstellar travel. However, only Frieza's forces could muster such a colossal fleet. With this thought in mind, he vanished from his position in an instant. In the next moment, Jiang Fei found himself hovering above the largest ship at the center of the fleet. Through his perception, he detected over 300 individuals aboard this vessel. Though their auras were significantly weak, the only one with a slightly stronger presence was a figure residing in the uppermost chamber. This individual must be Frieza, Jiang Fei mused. Sensing the unmistakably heightened energy, with a wave of his hand, he released his divine power, illuminating his form before disappearing from the ship's top. In the blink of an eye, he materialized within the upper chamber. There, he observed a peculiar, diminutive figure gazing out at the cosmos through the chamber window. Is that not Frieza? Jiang Fei noted, raising an eyebrow. He recalled Frieza's appearance, and the figure before him did not match any of Frieza's forms. The individual by the window, hearing the soft murmurs, abruptly turned around. Upon doing so, Jiang Fei realized with clarity that this was not Frieza but rather his brother, Cooler. Although their appearances differed, a closer inspection revealed certain similarities. Cooler stared at Jiang Fei, his pupils narrowing in shock. He had initially thought it to be a figment of his imagination, only to discover that a person genuinely stood behind him. Who are you? Cooler managed to compose himself. His voice low but steady. Despite regaining his composure, he remained profoundly astonished by the sudden appearance of another being. Jiang Fei smiled faintly, responding nonchalantly. My identity is of little consequence. I have but one question for you. Do you know the way to Earth? Cooler, observing Jiang Fei's calm demeanor, felt an increasing sense of unease. He did not answer Jiang Fei's question. Instead, he activated his power level scanner at his ear. Beep, beep, beep. The device instantly displayed a reading of 0. Is this true? Cooler regarded the number with disbelief. After scrutinizing Jiang Fei once more, he pressed the button again. Beep, beep. The result remained unchanged, still reading 0. Seeing the consistent outcome, Cooler finally relaxed. I was curious who you might be. But it turns out you were merely trash. Cooler scoffed. While he was uncertain how Jiang Fei had entered his ship, he was willing to trust the scanner's results. Having never encountered a malfunction before, a being with a power level of 0, attempting to act formidable before him, would soon face consequences. Chapter 5 First Strike. Jiang Fei was momentarily taken aback by his words, but soon chuckled and shook his head. Perhaps it was due to the divine power within him. Even without any deliberate concealment of his aura, his true combat prowess would remain undetectable. It was akin to the situation with Beerus and Whis when they first arrived on Earth. Despite utilizing some of their internal energy, the warriors on Earth were oblivious to their presence. Utterly foolish, Gula coldly scoffed, observing the calm demeanor of his opponent. With a sudden motion, he conjured a violet energy sphere in his hand, declaring menacingly, "Die." The next moment, the energy sphere hurtled directly towards Jiang Fei. Although Gula was puzzled as to how the man had appeared behind him, he deemed it a provocation for a weakling to appear so audaciously before him. Jiang Fei, however, showed no intent to evade the incoming energy sphere. Boom! The energy sphere detonated right in front of him, causing a minor explosion that sent plumes of smoke billowing into the air. Yet, the chamber they occupied remained unscathed, merely shrouded in a thick darkness. Gula, in his arrogance, assumed that such a diminutive energy sphere would obliterate someone as feeble as Jiang Fei. This is the fate of those who dare to act pretentiously before me. Gula sneered. However, before he could revel in his triumph, an astonishing scene unfolded. The smoke dissipated rapidly, revealing Jiang Fei standing unharmed, not a shred of his clothing marred. How is this possible? Gula's eyes widened in disbelief. In his estimation, a mere mortal with 0 combat power could never withstand his assault. Jiang Fei regarded him with a serene expression and remarked, "I merely asked you a question, yet you resort to violence. Such a lack of courtesy." Before either could continue their exchange, a creaking sound echoed as the door to the chamber swung open, admitting a group of peculiar-looking aliens clad in uniform battle attire. Clearly, these individuals were Gula's subordinates, drawn by the commotion. "Gula, what has happened?" the lead alien anxiously inquired upon entering. However, his expression shifted to one of alarm upon seeing Jiang Fei standing opposite Gula. He immediately demanded, "Who are you, and how did you get in here?" They were well aware that their spaceship was heavily guarded, and no ordinary individual could breach its defenses, let alone enter their leader's chamber. Before the leader could give further orders, the other subordinates swiftly encircled Jiang Fei. The sudden intrusion of a stranger aboard their vessel was no trivial matter, and fear of Gula loomed large in their minds, prompting them to take immediate action. Jiang Fei, however, regarded them with indifference, continuing to address Gula. "Can you now inform me where Earth is located?" By this point, Gula's astonishment had transitioned into a deep-seated wariness. The notion that an ordinary person could withstand his attack was profoundly unsettling. Nevertheless, he still dismissed Jiang Fei's presence, regarding the inquiry with scorn. "It seems you are not as easy to dismiss as I initially thought, but this ends now," Gula said with narrowed eyes, slowly raising a hand and gesturing downward. His subordinates, upon witnessing their leader's signal, advanced towards Jiang Fei like a pack of ravenous wolves, taunting him as they approached. "You dare speak to Gula like that? Prepare to die. Regardless of who you are, you shall not leave here alive." "Ugh, why waste words on trash? Let us all attack together." They surged forward, ready to overwhelm him. Their years of combat experience had instilled in them the habit of using scanners to gauge their opponent's power levels. As they entered, many had already scanned Jiang Fei, and the readings mirrored Gula's earlier assessment, a solid 0. They were astonished by this figure, as no ordinary individual with such a reading could possibly board their spaceship, let alone enter their leader's chamber so brazenly. Yet, their dismissive attitude persisted to them. Jiang Fei was nothing more than refuse. Even a single one of them could easily dispatch such a weakling. Jiang Fei observed the incoming assailants, slightly shaking his head before declaring with a piercing gaze, "It appears that words alone will not suffice." The group, hearing this, intensified their disdainful expressions. "Relying on fists? You think you are worthy?" The closest subordinate lunged at Jiang Fei, delivering a powerful punch aimed at him. However, before contact was made, a brilliant white light suddenly enveloped Jiang Fei. With a swift motion, the assailant's body began to warp, and before the eyes of his comrades, he transformed into a flurry of luminous particles, vanishing into thin air. "What? Gula, who had just regained his composure, was once again struck by shock. His eyes widened to an extraordinary degree, akin to saucers. The surrounding attackers were equally taken aback, utterly bewildered by the sudden disappearance of their comrade. How could a person simply cease to exist? Before they could process this bewildering event, the same phenomenon occurred again. Jiang Fei showed no intention of sparing them. With a mere flick of his fingers through the air, the surrounding aliens, just like the first, were enveloped in white light and began to distort. In mere seconds, they too disappeared from the chamber, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 6. Do you know the way to the God of Destruction's realm? Golra swallowed hard, a wave of anxiety washing over him. It was not the demise of his subordinates at the hands of Jiang Fei that unsettled him. He could have dispatched them effortlessly himself, even more swiftly than Jiang Fei had. Yet, the methods employed by his adversary left him utterly astounded. With just the slightest movement of a finger, a multitude had perished. And to think, this was merely an ordinary individual devoid of combat prowess. Had he not witnessed it himself, he would have deemed it a figment of his imagination. Jiang Fei exhaled softly, this being his inaugural engagement with someone outside of the high priest, and against a considerable throng at that. Although the techniques he had utilized were rather unorthodox, they had nonetheless imposed a psychological burden upon him. However, with a deep breath, that pressure dissipated. The powers he wielded were not particularly arcane. They were simply the divine energy coursing through his being. As he surveyed the now desolate chamber, his gaze returned to Golra, and he inquired with an air of indifference, "Shall we converse now?" Gradually emerging from his stupor, Golra hesitated, his mouth moving slightly as he momentarily fell silent. As a proud member of the Frozen Demon clan, he was reluctant to bow before anyone. However, after witnessing the capabilities of Jiang Fei, a flicker of uncertainty crept into his heart. He had no knowledge of the potential repercussions that might arise from the earlier demonstration. Despite his formidable strength, he was hesitant to test the waters. Life was singular, and once lost, it was irretrievable. It seems I must extend my apologies. Jiang Fei's eyes darkened with a palpable intensity as he observed Golra's indecision. Wait, Golra interjected, hastily gesturing in protest. He dared not allow Jiang Fei to extend his hand again, uncertain of what calamity might ensue. To sacrifice his life for the sake of pride would be an egregious error. Where is it that you wish to go? Noticing the swift change in Golra's demeanor, Jiang Fei's menacing glare softened slightly. Had Golra been cooperative from the outset, perhaps the lives of his subordinates would not have been forfeited in vain. While Golra may have been indifferent, Jiang Fei was no bloodthirsty fiend. Once more, do you know the way to Earth? Jiang Fei's expression remained stoic. Earth. Golra furrowed his brow at the mention of the name before shaking his head in response. I do not know. With a resigned sigh, Jiang Fei felt a wave of frustration wash over him. After all his efforts, to arrive at such a trifling conclusion was disheartening. Yet, he recognized that he could not fault Golra. According to the narrative, Earth was classified as a primitive planet. Before the arrival of the Saiyans, tranquility reigned supreme. Even if it were to exist in plain sight, it would elicit little interest. However, from this exchange, Jiang Fei gleaned a crucial insight. Frieza had apparently not met his demise. Fragments of memory surfaced in his mind specifically. The recollections of Golra journeying to Earth to exact vengeance for Frieza. If Golra was unfamiliar with the name Earth, it signified that the timeline was still in its nascent stages. Upon witnessing Jiang Fei's disheartened expression, Golra's own countenance shifted to one of trepidation. He discerned that Jiang Fei was profoundly disappointed by the response. Yet, he was left with no alternatives. After all, this was the first time he had heard the name Earth. Moreover, given its arbitrary nomenclature, one could easily designate any rocky planet as Earth. Who could ascertain which Earth this individual referred to? Undeterred, Jiang Fei pondered briefly before pressing on with his inquiry. Do you know the way to the God of Destruction's realm? Huh? Golra blinked in confusion, softly querying. Which place do you mean? The realm of the God of Destruction. Where Beerus resides, Jiang Fei reiterated, his patience wearing thin. Beerus. Golra's expression morphed into one of utter astonishment at the mere mention of the name. He had never anticipated hearing such words from Jiang Fei. While he may have been unaware of the location of the God of Destruction's realm, the name Beerus resonated profoundly. Beerus was a sovereign of the cosmos, capable of obliterating planets with the mere flick of a finger. To him, the universe might as well be a collection of ants. With this realization, Golra scrutinized Jiang Fei, pondering the nature of his connection to Beerus. Why was he inquiring about the God of Destruction's realm? Simultaneously, he silently congratulated himself for his earlier wisdom in avoiding direct confrontation. Had Jiang Fei any ties to Beerus, his life would have been hanging by a thread. Setting aside Jiang Fei's own strength, merely being in Beerus' presence would have been sufficient to spell his doom. As he contemplated, his expression shifted to one of reverence. Sir. May I inquire as to your relationship with Lord Beerus? Golra asked cautiously. Observing the change in Golra's demeanor, Jiang Fei raised a brow. It appeared that the name Beerus held considerable weight. Moments ago, Golra had addressed him with mere civility. Now, he was elevated to Sir. I will ask you once more, how does one reach the god of destruction's realm? Spare me the superfluous chatter, Jiang Fei admonished, his brow furrowing. Golra, taken aback by the reprimand, quickly acquiesced, shaking his head. Sir, I truly do not know the way to the god of destruction's realm. Jiang Fei's expression darkened further at this revelation. While he had anticipated this outcome, disappointment still etched itself across his features. Noticing Jiang Fei's furrowed brow, Golra felt his heart leap to his throat, fearing a violent outburst. Before he could take a breath, he hastened to add, although I am unaware of the location of the god of destruction's realm, my foolish brother may possess some knowledge. Excuse me? Jiang Fei's interest piqued. Are you referring to Frieza? Indeed, my foolish brother has performed tasks for Lord Beerus and should know a bit about the place you seek, Golra confirmed with a nod. It came as no surprise to Golra that Jiang Fei recognized Frieza's name. After all, his brother bore the title of the Emperor of the Universe, a name known far and wide. Each time he thought of this, a sense of bitterness welled within him. In terms of strength, he surpassed Frieza. In leadership, he was equally adept. Yet, it was this foolish brother who had consistently served Beerus, leaving Golra overshadowed. Now, Frieza controlled 70% of the universe. Were it not for his father's influence, how could Golra have allowed Frieza to thrive unchallenged in the cosmos? Very well, Jiang Fei conceded, nodding in satisfaction. He did not expect Frieza to know the way to the god of destruction's realm, but he held hope that he might be able to provide directions to Earth. After all, this individual would soon find himself intricately linked with the warriors of Earth. Chapter 7. The Frieza Army. I shall now command the fleet to turn around and head towards Frieza, Goldo spoke cautiously. He was eager to serve this individual who had knowledge of Beerus, hoping that perhaps he might carve out a niche for himself in this vast universe. Jiang Fei waved his hand slightly, dismissing the need for such formality. With a gentle lift of his toes, he lightly touched the ground twice. In an instant, the two were enveloped by beams of white light. With a swish, Jiang Fei and Goldo vanished from the colossal ship. The blinding radiance forced Goldo to squint. As the brightness dimmed, he found himself in a peculiar spatial corridor. Everything around him was retreating at an astonishing speed, leaving him utterly astonished. He had never witnessed such velocity. In the blink of an eye, one could traverse an entire galaxy. Where is Frieza? As Goldo continued to marvel at his surroundings, a voice called out from directly ahead. He looked up to see Jiang Fei standing before him, hands clasped behind his back. Goldo swallowed hard, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed fortune favored him, and he felt pleased with his wise decision. Please wait a moment, sir. I believe this direction is correct. I wish to observe. Goldo's tone grew increasingly respectful. Without hesitation, he widened his eyes, focusing intently ahead. He was not gazing at the fleeting nebulae, but rather studying the detector before him, which indicated Frieza's location. The surrounding scenery was moving far too swiftly for him to spot Frieza with the naked eye. Understood, Jiang Fei replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing Goldo mention turning to seek Frieza, he realized that Frieza's position must be in the opposite direction. Even if they were to veer off course, it was inconsequential. Their speed would easily compensate for any delays. After all, someone of his caliber could traverse the cosmos in no time at all. As Goldo observed the approaching pinpoint of light, he called out, "Sir, we have arrived." I see, Jiang Fei nodded, simultaneously extending his perception. Indeed, numerous energy signatures congregated nearby. However, these energies were feeble, comparable to Goldo's subordinates, devoid of any particularly formidable presence. Let us proceed and take a closer look. Jiang Fei promptly adjusted their course. In merely 2 or 3 seconds, they hovered above the central platform of the fleet. Goldo was astonished by how swiftly they had reached Frieza's territory. It had taken less than 10 seconds. If they had traveled at the fleet's sailing speed, it would have required at least a year and a half. He silently calculated the importance of aligning himself closely with this powerful ally. As Goldo gazed down at the main ship, he addressed Jiang Fei respectfully. "Shall we enter, sir?" Jiang Fei furrowed his brow, slowly nodding. He meticulously sensed the surroundings, concluding that Frieza was likely not present. Although he perceived Frieza's strength to be relatively weak, he should at least stand out among this group. Yet, he found no trace of a more potent energy. The two descended gently onto the platform of the massive vessel. The patrolling guards, noticing their arrival, approached promptly. However, upon recognizing Guldo, their expressions shifted to one of deference. "Lord Guldo, what brings you here?" One of the leading guards inquired with a smile. Though Guldo lacked Frieza's renown, he was nonetheless acknowledged as Frieza's brother. The Ice Demon race was scarce, and thus, the members of Frieza's army were well acquainted with Guldo. Others followed suit, bowing respectfully, their faces reflecting utmost reverence. "Humph," Guldo scoffed, regaining his former aloof demeanor as he responded coldly. "What? Am I not allowed to come?" No, of course not." The leader hastily waved his hands, his expression growing tense. The individual before him was none other than Frieza's brother, Guldo, known for his ruthlessness. A careless remark could lead to dire consequences, and no one would come to his aid. The guards behind him dared not breathe, their sweat trickling down their faces. They were all too aware of the tension between their lord and this formidable figure. Guldo chuckled darkly but chose not to press them further. He had no time for trifles and got straight to the point. "Is Frieza here?" The leader shook his head vigorously at the inquiry. "Frieza has been away for several days and has yet to return." As they spoke, more teams passed by, each stopping to pay their respects upon recognizing Guldo. A few began to curiously scrutinize Jiang Fei beside him, but none lingered too long, presuming him to be one of Guldo's subordinates. Upon hearing that Frieza was absent, Guldo's expression darkened. "Damn it, what is he doing wandering about?" Many nearby heard his exclamation but dared not retort. They buried their heads lower, pretending not to hear. After all, only Guldo would have the audacity to speak so about Frieza. As the crowd thickened, heads bowed in respect upon seeing Guldo. He was about to inquire further when Jiang Fei interjected, "Where has Frieza gone?" He could no longer tolerate Guldo's approach. This line of questioning was a futile waste of time, merely allowing Guldo to flaunt his authority. Guldo, understanding the cue, promptly sealed his lips, swallowing the rest of his words. The leader, initially taken aback by Jiang Fei's voice, soon realized he was the one posing the question. He hesitated, unsure whether to respond. The surrounding guards, who had been bowing their heads, lifted them in unison, all eyes now fixated on Jiang Fei. Chapter 8, Planet Namek. Gula, observing the leader's prolonged silence, felt a flicker of embarrassment cross his face. He forced a smile towards Jiang Fei before fixing a piercing glare on the individual before him, growling. "This gentleman is addressing you. Have you lost your hearing?" With a sharp crack, his tail struck the ship's hatch, splintering it with cracks resembling a spider's web. Witnessing Gula's demeanor towards the young man left the onlookers utterly astonished. Just moments before, all eyes had been on Jiang Fei, and they had clearly seen the formidable Gula, king of the frozen demon race, offer him a smile. It was well known that he was Frieza's brother, rumored to be an even more potent warrior than Frieza himself. Why then were such courtesies being extended to a mere youth, as if Gula feared incurring his wrath? Meanwhile, some of the observers at a distance activated their scouters, eager to gauge Jiang Fei's battle power. Many attempted this, but when the readings appeared, they were utterly dumbfounded. 0. How could this be? Surely, the scouter was malfunctioning. It was inconceivable for someone to possess a battle power of 0. Confusion and disbelief surged within them. Initially, they had assumed Jiang Fei was merely a subordinate of Gula. But witnessing Gula's attitude, they realized their misjudgment. This individual was far from ordinary. Yet, as they scrutinized his strength, they were left in a haze of perplexity. Why did the scouter indicate a battle power of 0? How could someone with such a reading stand beside Gula? Why was Gula treating a person with 0 battle power with such deference, even seeming to flatter him? Clearly, no one could provide answers to these queries. Nor did they dare voice their doubts. The leader, however, was preoccupied with his own fears, having been startled by Gula's earlier display. Terrified that Gula's tail might have struck him instead, he stammered, "Lord Frieza has gone to Planet Namek. He has been there for a week." "Planet Namek?" Jiang Fei murmured to himself. It appeared they were currently in the midst of the saga where Frieza sought the Dragon Balls on Namek. With a week's journey accounted for, it was likely he was already engaged in a confrontation with Sun Wukong. "Whereabouts?" Gula demanded, gripping the man's neck and pulling him closer. My scouter has the coordinates marked," the man stuttered. "Humph." Gula scoffed, unceremoniously removing the scouter from the man's face. After replacing it with his own, he spoke coldly. "Then you may vanish." With that, he effortlessly tossed the man into the air, sending him soaring hundreds of meters away. With a flash of crimson in his eyes, Gula unleashed a devastating blast, reducing the figure in the sky to ashes that slowly drifted downwards. The onlookers trembled at the sight, astonished that Gula could be even more ruthless than their king. A life snuffed out without hesitation, yet no one dared voice dissent. Once the deed was done, Gula turned, donning a smile and adopting a humble tone. Sir, shall we proceed directly? Yes, let us go, Jiang Fei replied with a nod. With a mere touch of his foot to the ground, the two transformed into streaks of white light, vanishing before the astonished crowd. Approximately a minute later, those aboard the spaceship began to breathe heavily, gasping in relief. Phew, that was terrifying. Some collapsed, pounding their chests in disbelief. The pressure Gula had exerted was overwhelming, particularly when the leader had been dispatched. Some were so frightened they wet themselves. Though these individuals had traversed through bloodshed, they were still human and instinctively feared for their lives. Another minute passed before they regained their composure and erupted into animated discussion. Did you see the person beside King Gula? Of course. I've never seen Gula treat anyone with such courtesy. Not just courtesy. It was akin to how he behaves around Lord Frieza. Who was that individual? He seemed formidable. I don't know his background, but his battle power reads 0. What? 0? That can't be. Indeed, 0. So why was Gula so courteous to him? I checked too. Mine also indicated 0. I thought my equipment was malfunctioning. Never mind that. Did you all see? That man merely tapped his foot, and they both vanished. He must be someone extraordinary. Absolutely, I saw that too. At this moment, Jiang Fei and Gula had arrived at planet Namek. However, the state of the planet was dire, appearing fractured and ablaze with flames erupting from the fissures. Looks like the battle has commenced, Jiang Fei mused, a smile playing on his lips, for he sensed two powerful auras nearby, accompanied by the distant sounds of explosions. Gula, activating his scouter, was immediately alerted to two formidable battle powers. However, the readings shocked him profoundly. The digits skyrocketed, beeping incessantly until the scouter exploded upon reaching 300,000. What in the world? Who is Frieza battling? Gula exclaimed, unable to suppress his astonishment. Although 300,000 was not exceptional for their kind, such power was unprecedented elsewhere in the universe. The revelation that Frieza was up against someone with even greater strength left him astounded. Observing Gula's astonished expression, Jiang Fei smiled slightly. Let us go? We might witness an extraordinary spectacle. Chapter 9. Super Saiyan, Son Goku. The entire Namek planet was engulfed in a tempest of thunder and lightning. The sky painted a ghastly crimson. The earth lay cracked and desolate, casting a pall of despair over the surroundings. With a resplendent golden aura enveloping him, Son Goku delivered a powerful punch to the face of his adversary, Frieza. Frieza let out a pained scream, hurtling backward, only managing to halt his descent after flying 50 to 60 meters. Blood streamed from the corner of his mouth, his body marred by countless wounds. Not a single spot unscathed. Damn it. Prepare for your doom once this planet meets its end. Frieza seethed, his desire for the Dragon Balls and a simple wish now overshadowed by a growing fury. Despite his waning strength, he charged at Goku, driven by an overwhelming rage. Goku regarded him with a cold, detached gaze, his power now greatly surpassing that of Frieza. The latter's attacks posed no threat whatsoever. The two engaged in a flurry of punches, their energy resonating throughout the atmosphere. After a few exchanges, Frieza was visibly faltering, struggling to maintain his stance. Having transformed into a Super Saiyan, Goku had become an insurmountable opponent for Frieza. Defeat was now inevitable for the tyrant. Cursed be this fate. Come again, Frieza roared, consumed by rage. Even as the planet teetered on the brink of destruction, he, a cosmic emperor, could not accept such humiliation. He refused to believe that he would fall to a mere wild monkey. Come at me, Goku replied, his voice deep and resolute. With another surge of energy, his golden flames blazed even brighter. The sounds of their clash echoed like thunder, reverberating across Namek. Goku, disregarding his own safety, was driven by an insatiable desire to vanquish Frieza once and for all. Amidst their fierce battle, Jiang Fei and Gula had arrived directly above them. Gula's mouth hung agape, his eyes wide with disbelief. What is happening? He stammered, unable to fathom the ferocity of the combatant facing Frieza. Not only was this individual brave, but he was also overpowering Frieza, rendering him defenseless. Sir, do you know who this is? Gula implored, struggling to comprehend how anyone could bring their frozen race to such a state, aside from the god of destruction. Just a Super Saiyan. Jiang Fei replied with a calm smile, his heart racing not from the excitement of the battle below, but from the memory of a protagonist from a past life resurfacing within him. What? Gula, astonished, could hardly speak. His gaze remained fixed on the golden-haired warrior below, breathless as he murmured, This person is the legendary Super Saiyan? How is this possible? He had always believed that Super Saiyans were mere myths, a long-held legend among their frozen demonic race. Yet today, he was witnessing it firsthand, and it was beyond his comprehension. Jiang Fei took a moment to steady his emotions before responding to Gula's astonishment with a shake of his head. There is no need for such alarm. He is merely an ordinary Super Saiyan. As a time traveler, Jiang Fei understood that while Super Saiyans were rare at present and the future, nearly every Saiyan would attain this transformation. One would be remiss to venture out without a few golden locks atop their head. Despite Jiang Fei's dismissive tone, Gula remained deeply shaken. He swallowed hard, casting a wary glance at the unfolding battle. Do you think my foolish brother stands a chance of victory? Jiang Fei shot him a sidelong glance, his tone indifferent. Do you truly believe that is possible? Even without foreknowledge of the plot, it was evident that Frieza could not prevail. Goku's relentless barrage of punches landed with precision, while Frieza's attempts were either effortlessly blocked or evaded. When he did manage to land a blow, it was Goku who remained unscathed, while Frieza suffered grievous injuries, retreating further. It was clear to all that victory was not in Frieza's future. Gula, observing the unfolding events, shook his head in resignation. Frieza was evidently expending his last reserves of strength. Should this continue, his demise was imminent. Yet your brother seems quite resilient, Jiang Fei remarked with a raised eyebrow, teasingly. After observing for so long, he noted that Goku was unleashing his full power, yet Frieza was managing to withstand such brutal assaults. An ordinary individual would have perished long ago under such relentless onslaught. Gula's mouth twitched involuntarily at Jiang Fei's words. The situation indeed mirrored Jiang Fei's assessment. Though Frieza was being thoroughly defeated, he remained alive. However, the notion of aiding Frieza had dissipated. Initially, the idea of teaming up against the legendary Super Saiyan had caused Gula considerable anxiety. After all, such a figure posed a significant threat to their frozen race. If they could eliminate this menace, future troubles would be averted. Yet, gazing upon the planet's imminent destruction, he dismissed the thought entirely. He and Frieza had never seen eye to eye. If the Super Saiyan were to vanquish Frieza, it would be a welcome outcome. Moreover, with Namek on the verge of obliteration, it was unlikely that the Super Saiyan would survive either. With this in mind, Gula could not help but smile with pride, thinking, let them clash fiercely, dog eat dog. One day, I shall emerge and unify the universe. Jiang Fei observed Gula's sinister grin, a frown creasing his brow. Though he could not discern the thoughts swirling in Gula's mind, his understanding of the frozen demon race suggested that the individual was up to no good. Chapter 10. How is this possible? The battle rages on, yet planet Namek is on the verge of collapse. Molten magma erupts from fissures deep within the earth, seemingly ready to explode at any moment. Jiang Fei, too, has noticed this dire predicament. He extends 2 fingers before him, a divine radiance enveloping them. In an instant, white orbs of light begin to ascend from the ground, extinguishing the raging fury of the earth. The ominous clouds in the sky slowly dissipate. The entire planet Namek appears to be revitalized, undergoing a profound transformation. Gula, hovering high above, observes Jiang Fei's actions and the miraculous scene unfolding below. With a resigned sigh, he realizes that his dreams of victory are slipping away. After completing his task, Jiang Fei retracts his fingers and stands with his arms crossed behind him, continuing to watch the battle unfold beneath. Bang! Following a clash of fists with Goku, Frieza is sent reeling backwards, his body adorned with new wounds. In stark contrast, Goku remains steadfast, unyielding, his aura intensifying further. Frieza gasps for breath, the prolonged conflict having drained him of energy, rendering him utterly fatigued. At this moment, he lacks the strength to mount a second assault, left vulnerable to his opponent. Nevertheless, a sinister smile curls at the corners of his mouth. Heh, Super Saiyan. You are indeed formidable. However, victory will still belong to me, Frieza. Haraha. His laughter echoes throughout the barren landscape. According to his calculations, this planet was destined to explode imminently. When that time comes, the Saiyans, unable to survive in the vacuum of space, will perish. Thus, no matter how strong this warrior may be, ultimately, it is Frieza who shall endure. TCH. Goku, overhearing Frieza's taunts, dismisses them with disdain. He has yet to avenge Krillin, and he refuses to succumb so easily. Drawing upon the energy within him, Goku prepares to unleash his final strike, determined to send Frieza to his end, even in death. However, as he channels his energy, he unexpectedly detects another presence nearby. Is there someone else? Goku quickly glances upward, following the source of the unfamiliar energy. Earlier, he had instructed Gohan and the others to use the Dragon Balls on planet Namek to transport everyone to Earth. Thus, the sudden emergence of this unfamiliar aura perplexes him. These two individuals are. Goku quickly identifies Jiang Fei and Gula, suspended high above. Yet before he can ponder their identities, he becomes aware of a more alarming realization. Wait, why does that person lack any energy? Goku's eyes widen in disbelief as he fixates on Jiang Fei. In his intense focus on the battle with Frieza, he had completely overlooked the peculiar presence nearby. Only when he takes a moment to breathe does he realize there has been a distinct energy in the vicinity. But when he looks up, he is astonished to see two figures, which raises questions. It is known that flight requires energy, and concealing one's energy should prevent them from soaring into the sky. However, before Goku can be astonished for too long, the cacophony of laughter around him begins to fade, replaced by piercing screams. What is happening? What in the world is going on? Frieza curses as he surveys the surroundings. According to his calculations, the planet should have exploded by now. Yet, contrary to his expectations, planet Namek not only remains intact but appears to be rejuvenating. The fissures in the ground are visibly closing. Goku, too, struggles to comprehend this miraculous turn of events. The hellish environment is, astonishingly, recovering. The ominous clouds in the sky are gradually dispersing, revealing the sunlight. Could it be him? Goku raises his gaze once more to the young man devoid of energy. Jiang Fei notices Goku's attention and offers a reassuring nod. Although his divine power pales in comparison to that of the Omni King or the Grand Priest, mending a planet on the brink of destruction is well within his capabilities. Meanwhile, Frieza is spiraling into madness. This is impossible. It cannot be happening. It was on the verge of exploding. How can it suddenly be restored? Frieza bellows in rage, gathering two purple energy blasts in his hands. If that is the case, then I shall strike once more. With that, he hurls the two purple spheres down towards the earth. Goku, intending to intervene, finds himself unable to react quickly enough, as Frieza's movements are alarmingly swift. In an instant, the two purple blasts collide with the ground. Boom, boom. The explosions resonate, flames erupting skyward and enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. No way? Frieza's eyes nearly bulge out of his head in disbelief. The blasts he unleashed were potent enough to obliterate this planet. Yet now, aside from the sounds of the explosions, planet Namek remains unscathed. Of course, the planet is not entirely unscathed. The dust settles slowly, revealing that Frieza's attack has indeed created two massive craters in the ground, the debris scattered around. This is. Goku finds himself at a loss for words. He had believed that planet Namek was doomed, considering it was Frieza's attack. Even if he was at the end of his strength. As the saying goes, a dying horse is still larger than a dead camel. Even a casual strike from Frieza could easily destroy a planet. However, the current situation far exceeds his comprehension. Gasping, Goku takes a deep breath, his gaze returning to Jiang Fei. Could he be the one behind all of this? From the moment he laid eyes on Jiang Fei, he sensed an air of mystery about him. Now, after witnessing these extraordinary occurrences, he can find no other explanation. Damn it, this wretched planet dares to defy me? Frieza, consumed by fury, his eyes bloodshot and wild, lets out a primal scream. Frieza bellows to the heavens, once again coalescing energy blasts in his hands. His movements a blur. Countless energy blasts rain down from the sky like a torrential storm. Boom, boom, boom. An unrelenting symphony of explosions fills the air as Frieza unleashes a barrage of attacks upon the surface of planet Namek. Chapter 11, Brother. Save Me. The land below was instantaneously engulfed in flames, with rising dust obscuring the sky. The once bright heavens were once again shrouded in darkness. Oh, my foolish brother. Gula lamented from above, clutching his head. How could he not realize that this was the result of the abilities wielded by the individual beside him? Gula's conjecture was indeed correct. The Mexing planet had been tampered with by Jiang Fei. Just as he had restored the planet, he had also reinforced it. Given Frieza's current prowess, it was unlikely he could destroy it. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions continued to echo. After approximately 30 seconds, Frieza, breathless, ceased his assault. Gazing at the smoke-filled earth, he could not help but clench his fists. Why did my attacks prove ineffective? Frieza ground his teeth in frustration. Each of his energy waves could obliterate an entire planet, yet now, his efforts had merely created a few craters in the ground without yielding any further results. In the midst of his anger, a sudden thought struck him. Why had that Super Saiyan not attacked him? Realizing something was amiss, Frieza quickly turned to search for Son Goku. So you are here. It appears I have no choice but to fight to the death today. Frieza mused as he soon spotted Son Goku and prepared to strike him unexpectedly. However, before he could act, he noticed that Goku was gazing intently at something above. What is he doing? What's going on? Frieza wondered, momentarily halting his attack as he followed Goku's line of sight. Upon looking up, his eyes widened in delight. It was Gula. Fantastic, he exclaimed, completely disregarding Jiang Fei beside him. He had prepared himself for certain death, but unexpectedly, hope had emerged. Ha! Frieza could no longer contain his laughter, waving energetically towards the sky. Brother? Brother, how wonderful to see you. The way he called out brother rang with an unusual warmth. For the first time, he felt that Gula's face was remarkably endearing. Gula, upon hearing Frieza's call, nearly lost his balance in midair. It was the first time in his life he had heard Frieza refer to him as brother with such genuine sentiment. Below, Son Goku's expression darkened upon hearing Frieza's words. He glanced at Gula, who bore a striking resemblance to Frieza, and felt a sense of dread wash over him. Damn it, that person is Frieza's brother. I should have realized it sooner, he thought, regretting not having resolved the situation with Frieza more swiftly. Now, with his brother's arrival, it was certain that Gula would not be any weaker than Frieza. If it were merely Frieza's brother, it would be one thing. But what truly unsettled Son Goku was the presence of the individual beside Gula. A nagging feeling in his heart warned him that this figure was even more formidable than the brothers themselves. Frieza, noticing the grim expression on Son Goku's face, felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Ha ha ha, Super Saiyan, you shall await your demise. My brother's strength exceeds my own, Frieza proclaimed with arrogant delight. Today had brought an avalanche of misfortunes for him, yet the arrival of Gula was a source of solace. It seemed he would not only escape death, but might also eliminate this Super Saiyan. With that thought, he looked up again. Brother, come down. Together we shall vanquish the Super Saiyan. This way, our race will be invincible in this universe. Gula, hovering high above, regarded Frieza's words with disdain. Frieza was not thinking of their race. He was merely desperate and seeking assistance. Once the Super Saiyan was eliminated, Frieza would still be the Cosmic Emperor, commanding respect wherever he went. Nevertheless, the Super Saiyan was a concern that warranted attention. After all, it was a legendary threat within the Frost Demon lineage. And if not dealt with promptly, it could become a significant menace in the future. Despite their usual discord, Gula acknowledged that facing a common enemy was prudent. However, he did not act immediately. Instead, he turned to the side. Sir, what do you think? Gula asked cautiously. Jiang Fei, already privy to Gula's intentions, replied nonchalantly. Feel free to act as you wish. Frankly, I have not yet tired of the battle between Son Goku and Frieza. The only significant commotion had stemmed from Frieza's assault on the ground. Moreover, he was eager to discern the limits of Son Goku's current strength. Gula felt a surge of excitement as radiant light began to emanate from him, initiating his ultimate transformation. He understood clearly that although Frieza was insufferable, the Super Saiyan posed a far greater threat, and he must eradicate this menace once and for all. Frieza, witnessing Gula's transformation, erupted into another fit of laughter. Ha! Do you see? This is my brother. He cast a fleeting glance at Son Goku, his expression betraying a sense of schadenfreude. Damn it, how can he be this powerful? Son Goku gritted his teeth, the weight of despair settling heavily upon him. The escalating energy around him served as a reminder that the being above was far more challenging than Frieza, even if he were at full strength. He could not claim with certainty that he could defeat this adversary. Once Gula completed his transformation, he looked down at Son Goku and coldly declared, Humph, Super Saiyan, prepare to meet your end. With that, he dove toward the earth. Son Goku assumed an offensive stance. Retreat was no longer an option, and he had no choice but to face the impending confrontation head-on. The only regret that gnawed at him was that he could not avenge Krillin. Heh, Frieza sneered coldly, as if envisioning the gruesome fate awaiting the Super Saiyan. Yet, when he noticed Jiang Fei still hovering in the air, his expression soured. Frieza pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Fei, exclaiming, Hey, are you just here to spectate? My brother is about to attack. Why aren't you moving? Huh? Jiang Fei, taken aback, instinctively pointed at himself. Are you speaking to me? Chapter 12. Brothers at odds. Humph. Frieza crossed his arms and scoffed. Who else could it be but me? Jiang Fei found this amusing. To Frieza, this individual was merely a minor character. Although he had never encountered him before, he surmised he was just a slightly formidable subordinate. Otherwise, how could he linger by Gula's side? However, it was undeniable that this newly recruited lackey lacked perceptiveness. With his master engaged, he stood idly by as if watching a show. Gula, who had been charging forward, suddenly froze mid-air upon hearing Frieza's words. He swallowed nervously and glanced back. Relieved to see that Jiang Fei was not angry, he exhaled. Yet, upon turning back, his expression darkened. His gaze bore into Frieza as he silently cursed. Damn it, Frieza. You fool. After venting his frustration inwardly, Gula disregarded the Super Saiyan and redirected his focus towards Frieza. The latter, still wearing an arrogant expression, was looking at Jiang Fei. However, as he noticed Jiang Fei's lack of reaction, a spark of anger ignited within him. As the Emperor of the Universe, he had never been so blatantly ignored. Even his brother Gula and his father, King Cold, would show him some respect. How dare this mere subordinate dismiss his words? It was truly intolerable. Just as Frieza was about to reprimand Jiang Fei again, Gula swiftly positioned himself in front of him. Brother? Frieza was taken aback by Gula's sudden appearance, then pointed towards Goku in the distance. Brother, where's the Super Saiyan? Go eliminate him now. Gula's face darkened ominously, as if a storm were brewing. Frieza's words only fueled his rage further. Damn you. With a sharp slap, he struck Frieza across the face. Frieza was sent spinning midair, completing 3 or 4 rotations before regaining himself. You, brother, what are you doing? You've hit the wrong person. Frieza exclaimed, dazed, covering his face in disbelief. How did a command to deal with the Super Saiyan turn into this? Damn it, I'm hitting you. Gula struck him again, this time on the opposite side of his face. Frieza spun a good 7 or 8 times, the sheer force of the blows evident. Gula no longer cared about the Super Saiyan. The audacity of Frieza to insult that individual was simply unacceptable. Despite their rivalry, they were brothers, and if this escalated, it could have dire consequences for him. Frieza, feeling dazed yet enraged, shouted, Gula, you bastard, I will kill you. Blood trickled from his lips, and 2 bright red handprints adorned his cheeks. His current appearance was a stark contrast to his previous arrogance. As Gula and Frieza exchanged blows, the outcome was inevitable. Frieza in his prime was no match for Gula, let alone in his current weakened state. With a resounding thud, Gula's fist connected with Frieza's abdomen, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Following this, Gula executed a powerful side kick, striking Frieza squarely on the forehead. Frieza's body plummeted like a projectile, the sound of sonic booms echoing as he descended rapidly. With a thunderous crash, Frieza's body slammed into the ground, creating a deep pit, so profound that one might mistake it for a meteor impact. However, Gula was not about to let him off so easily. He swiftly descended to the ground, targeting the depth of the pit. Aya! Aya! Frieza's anguished cries resonated, amplified by the natural acoustics of the crater. The area reverberated with his wails, the echoes lingering in the air. Goku, witnessing this unexpected turn of events, was momentarily stunned. He ran his fingers through his golden hair, feeling utterly bewildered. His own feelings of confusion rivaled Frieza's. He had prepared himself for a deadly battle, only for this spectacle to unfold. As he pondered, a magnetic voice suddenly interrupted. Hello, Son Goku. Startled, Goku snapped to attention, turning to behold a strikingly handsome figure, shrouded in an air of mystery. Jiang Fei, who had been soaring in the sky. It's you. Goku's pupils dilated, his heart skipping a beat. Although Jiang Fei emitted no discernible energy, the palpable pressure in such proximity was undeniable. With a swift motion, Goku leapt backward, creating space between himself and Jiang Fei. Observing Goku's tense demeanor, Jiang Fei shook his head with a wry smile. He had intended to enjoy the unfolding drama from above but had not anticipated the shift in dynamics. In truth, Frieza's earlier remarks had not angered him. He was well aware of Frieza's arrogant disposition. However, he hadn't expected Gula to intervene so swiftly, leading to Frieza's current lamentations echoing through the atmosphere. While Jiang Fei remained relaxed, Goku was on high alert, sweat forming in his palms. He regarded Jiang Fei warily, asking in a low voice, Who are you? Me? Jiang Fei chuckled lightly, spreading his hands. In this form, I am, of course, a human from Earth. Earth? Upon hearing this, Goku's vigilance lessened significantly, though a hint of skepticism lingered in his eyes. Are you truly from Earth? Indeed, Jiang Fei responded with a smile, though internally he mused. Though not from this world's Earth. Chapter 13. Frieza's Unforeseen Calamity. Is that so? Sun Wukong scratched his head, and upon confirming, he immediately set aside his guard. Instead, he generously and amicably relinquished his Super Saiyan form, extending his right hand with a broad smile, saying, Hello. My name is Sun Wukong, a fellow Earthling. Jiang Fei, taken aback by the sudden transformation of Sun Wukong, quickly regained his composure and shook his hand with a smile. Replying, Jiang Fei, a pleasure to meet you. Although he verbally expressed his delight, internally he began to critique the situation. Just a moment of confirming his identity as an Earthling led to such a relaxation of vigilance. even to the point of shedding his Super Saiyan state. Yet, this behavior was quite characteristic of Sun Wukong. Perhaps it was for the best, as it spared him the need for lengthy explanations. After they released their handshake, Sun Wukong, with a hint of confusion, inquired, "But why are you with Frieza's brother? Are you friends?" Frieza was notoriously malevolent, and his brother didn't appear to be any better. Given this, Jiang Fei's association with him raised questions. Could it be that Frieza's brother and Jiang Fei were allies? Friends? Not quite, Jiang Fei chuckled, shaking his head. I merely lost my way and happened upon Cooler, Frieza's brother. Since he too was at a loss, we decided to seek out Frieza together, and I happened to witness your battle with him. Jiang Fei's explanation was straightforward and casual, yet truthful. He had simply asked for directions, and when Cooler didn't know, they sought out Frieza instead, inadvertently ending up on Namek. Oh, I see, Sun Wukong mused, glancing down at the deep pit below, clearly convinced by Jiang Fei's words. At that moment, Frieza's anguished cries continued, though they had diminished in volume. His energy was waning, giving the impression of a flickering flame nearing extinguishment. Perhaps Frieza's brother is not as wicked as I thought? Sun Wukong mused aloud, pondering the nature of Cooler. Although he didn't seem like a good person, he had refrained from attacking and was now delivering retribution to Frieza. Given the circumstances, it appeared he would not relent until Frieza was utterly defeated. Suddenly, Sun Wukong had a thought and turned to Jiang Fei. You have control over this planet, don't you? Indeed, Jiang Fei responded nonchalantly. Upon hearing Jiang Fei's affirmation, Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Eagerly, he posed his next question. Then why is there no energy emanating from you? It might be due to my unique constitution, Jiang Fei said slowly, examining his own hands. This was clearly a feigned explanation. It wasn't that he lacked energy, but rather that his divine power concealed it. Unless one possessed strength surpassing his own, it was unlikely anyone would detect it. Upon hearing Jiang Fei's response, Sun Wukong's expression grew even more animated. He licked his dry lips, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Could you engage in battle with me? Jiang Fei was momentarily stunned by this request. After all, Sun Wukong was indeed a battle enthusiast. Having just elaborated on his circumstances, it seemed to have ignited Wukong's combat fervor. However, just as Jiang Fei contemplated whether to acquiesce, Frieza's screams abruptly ceased. Then, in a swift motion, Cooler appeared before Jiang Fei, holding the battered and barely conscious Frieza. Sir, I have brought my foolish brother for your judgment, Cooler said, bowing his head respectfully. He had initially intended to execute Frieza on the spot. After all, a Super Saiyan was beyond his capabilities, but eliminating Frieza would certainly be a boon. However, he feared Jiang Fei's displeasure, which is why he had refrained from acting rashly. Ultimately, he decided it was best to bring Frieza before Jiang Fei first. Upon witnessing Frieza's pitiful state, Sun Wukong's animosity diminished significantly, replaced by a flicker of sympathy. He was inherently kind-hearted, although Krillin had been slain. The existence of the Dragon Balls offered hope for resurrection. Let us descend, Jiang Fei gestured. He had spent days floating in the sky and yearned for the ground. Neither Sun Wukong nor Cooler objected. Whether they remained airborne or returned to the earth was of little consequence. The three gradually descended to the ravaged landscape below. Cooler casually tossed Frieza to the ground, causing him to cough up several mouthfuls of blood. Damn it, Frieza spat through gritted teeth. He still couldn't comprehend why Cooler, who had initially targeted Sun Wukong, ended up delivering such a brutal beating to him. It was infuriating. Upon hearing Frieza's curses, Cooler's gaze turned icy as he delivered a swift kick. You insolent wretch, facing your demise, and yet you dare to speak thus. With that, he gathered energy in his hand, prepared to end Frieza's life. Among those present, Cooler harbored the deepest desire for Frieza's death. After all, once his brother was gone, he would hold dominion over the universe. Wait. Jiang Fei's voice resonated, low and commanding. Upon hearing this, Cooler immediately halted, the energy dissipating instantaneously. His demeanor shifted to one of deference as he slightly bowed, his gaze obediently fixed upon Jiang Fei. Frieza, sensing a shift, raised his head from the ground. Witnessing Cooler's submissive posture, he was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this person was not merely Cooler's subordinate? He knew Cooler well enough to recognize his proud and haughty nature, which rivaled his own. Cooler had always been more cunning and treacherous than him. Yet, the current demeanor Cooler displayed was unprecedented in Frieza's experience. Who on earth is this person? Frieza pondered in bewilderment. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be that my disrespect towards this individual provoked this brutal beating? If so, this would indeed be an unforeseen calamity. A beating brought on by my own reckless words, moreover, His curiosity regarding this person deepened. What manner of individual could command such respect and submission from Cooler? Not only Frieza, but even Sun Wukong now regarded Jiang Fei with profound interest. After all, a mere earthling capable of eliciting such reverence from someone more ruthless than Frieza was truly astonishing. Chapter 14. The backbone. As the two individuals were still speculating about Jiang Fei's identity, he had already made his way to Frieza's presence, moving with deliberate calm. Gula followed closely behind, resembling more of a lackey as Frieza had described. Upon witnessing this scene, Frieza confirmed that this person's identity was undoubtedly extraordinary. Gula's brutal assault on him was undoubtedly provoked by his own insolence. Sun Wukong, seeing the two approach, felt somewhat at a loss and decided to follow suit. Being a fellow Earthling, he sensed that Jiang Fei harbored no overt malice, an impression that seemed to extend to everyone on the battlefield. Frieza. Jiang Fei addressed him coolly as he approached. Humph. Frieza let out a disdainful huff, recognizing that this was the very individual responsible for his current plight. Therefore, his resentment was directed not only at Gula but also at Jiang Fei, his expression darkening considerably. Oh dear. Before Jiang Fei could utter another word, Gula sprang forward again, his countenance darkening. Having already insulted this individual, he now faced the consequences of his reckless actions. Bang! Without a moment's hesitation, Gula delivered a kick that sent Frieza tumbling over. Once lying face down, Frieza now found himself sprawled on his back, blood gushing from his mouth. His expression one of extreme agony. You vile creature, even on the brink of death, you dare to be arrogant. Gula feigned a look of deep sorrow. Bang! 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 He continued to unleash several kicks, relishing in the moment, oblivious to Frieza's thoughts. What nonsense was Frieza? He was being beaten like a dog. Frieza had no means of resistance, enduring Gula's onslaught with silent curses directed at the bastard that had dealt him such a severe blow. If he survived this encounter, he vowed to eliminate Gula first. Enough. Jiang Fei spoke with a calm demeanor. At the sound of his voice, Gula immediately withdrew, stepping aside. Observing Frieza in such a pitiful state, Jiang Fei deemed it sufficient. Further violence could very well result in Frieza's demise. This was not out of sympathy, but rather a remembrance of his duties as a law enforcer. Enhancing the combat power of Universe 7 was his primary responsibility. Frieza would one day become a formidable asset to Universe 7, and it would be a grave loss if he were to perish needlessly. Of course, if Frieza were to engage in any treacherous actions, Jiang Fei would not hesitate to send him on his way. However, to kill him merely for a huff would be excessively cruel. After all, he was a law enforcer, not a harbinger of death. Frieza, I have but one question for you, Jiang Fei stated mildly. Frieza turned his head defiantly, feigning an air of stubbornness. In his heart, he had already marked Jiang Fei as an enemy. How could one expect an honest answer from a foe? Unless it came down to a matter of life and death, he would remain resolute. He intended to demonstrate to Gula the unyielding spirit of the Frost Demon Clan. Jiang Fei disregarded his attitude and continued. Do you know the way to Beerus realm? Frieza's heart jolted as he turned his head sharply, his swollen eyes widening in disbelief. Who could have anticipated that such a seemingly inconspicuous individual would pose such a bombshell of a question? The mention of Beerus rendered Frieza momentarily dumbfounded. His gaze scrutinized Jiang Fei, pondering the origins of this person who dared to inquire about the path to the god of destruction. May I ask who you are? Frieza cautiously inquired, disregarding any sense of ethnic pride. Instantly, a significant portion of his resentment dissipated, and his previously rigid demeanor softened. Beerus was not someone to be trifled with. He was a cosmic sovereign. To someone like Frieza, a cosmic emperor, he was likely of little consequence in Beerus' eyes. Though he was reluctant to admit it, the reality was undeniable. The dominion over 70% of the universe was granted through Beerus' implicit consent. Otherwise, would Gula and King Cold have been content to remain in their secluded territories? Oh, it's nothing. Just a friend of his, Jiang Fei replied with a tranquil smile. I haven't visited in quite some time and lost my way. I heard from your brother that you once had dealings with him. So I thought I'd inquire if you knew the way to the god of destruction's realm. Upon hearing this, Frieza was initially taken aback, then closed his eyes. Inhaling sharply, he had never expected this unassuming young man to be a friend of the god of destruction, Beerus. He had previously wondered why the proud Gula would treat someone with such respect. Now the answer was clear. Simultaneously, he understood why Gula was present. Frieza turned his head, gritting his teeth as he addressed Gula. So it was you who led this gentleman here? Yes. What of it? You don't seem particularly pleased. Gula remarked nonchalantly, picking his nose. Pleased? To meet a friend of Lord Beerus is a stroke of fortune beyond compare. Frieza glared at Gula with malice. TCH, Gula scoffed, dismissing Frieza with a glance. Frieza's remark about his ancestors' graves was a direct jab at Gula, a classic case of self-inflicted harm. Frieza then shifted his attention back to Jiang Fei, contemplating how fortunate this young man was to befriend Beerus. If he could forge such a connection, it would be more than mere luck. He might as well obliterate his ancestors' graves without a second thought. Yet, what Frieza and Gula failed to realize was that Jiang Fei's claim of friendship with Beerus was, in fact, a means of elevating Beerus' stature. After all, aside from the gods, few would recognize the identity of a law enforcer. You still haven't answered my question. Jiang Fei interrupted Frieza's daydreaming. Oh, my apologies, sir. Frieza quickly regained his composure, a look of regret crossing his face. I regret to inform you that I do not know the location of Lord Beerus' residence. Very well, I understand. Jiang Fei nodded, his expression devoid of disappointment. It was entirely reasonable for a mere Frieza not to know the whereabouts of the god of destruction's realm. Sun Wukong, listening from the sidelines, was utterly bewildered by the discussion of gods and the unfamiliar name of Beerus. Since that is the case, I shall not intrude upon your brotherly reminiscence, Jiang Fei stated, placing a hand on Sun Wukong's shoulder. With a flash of white light, the two vanished from the surface of Namek. Chapter 15. My strength is mediocre. Gula gazed at the departing figures, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. He had not yet fully embraced this opportunity, and yet it had suddenly slipped away. Moreover, he had received no clear guidance on how to deal with the battered Frieza lying on the ground. Staring at the bloodied Frieza, Gula sank into deep contemplation. What are you staring at, you bastard? Frieza, despite his injuries, regained his former bravado upon seeing Jiang Fei leave. Gula, however, paid no heed to Frieza's insults. Instead, he silently pondered how to handle his brother. After a moment's reflection, he coldly declared, Very well, I shall spare your miserable life. Gula remained cautious. After all, Jiang Fei had not specified a directive to eliminate Frieza, and he was wary of acting impulsively. Furthermore, Frieza was a servant of Beerus, and any rash action could provoke the wrath of the god of destruction, a consequence Gula could not afford. Nevertheless, he was not inclined to let Frieza off so easily. A more sinister thought had begun to take root in his mind. What the hell do you want? Frieza, sensing the murderous intent in Gula's gaze, felt a twinge of fear. This so-called older brother showed no mercy when it came to violence. After years of oppression, who could predict the depths of madness he might sink to? Ah, my foolish brother, I shall not kill you. However, I will assume command of the Frieza force, Gula said with a chilling smirk. With that, he dragged Frieza away as one would a lifeless dog, soaring into the sky towards the base from which he had come. Frieza, pale and despondent, was not primarily worried about losing his army. An army could be rebuilt. What truly unnerved him was Gula's icy grin, which hinted at something dreadful awaiting him. In the depths of the universe, Jiang Fei and Sun Wukong embarked on their journey back to Earth. Sun Wukong, being propelled at astonishing speed by Jiang Fei, was filled with amazement. Not only was Jiang Fei carrying him through the dark void of space, but the sheer velocity was nothing short of breathtaking. They traversed an entire star system in mere moments. Are we headed in the right direction towards Earth? Jiang Fei turned and smiled. Sun Wukong snapped back to reality, scratching his head. I came from this direction, so it must be right. But I'm not sure how far away it is. That's all that matters, Jiang Fei nodded. With his speed, a precise bearing was all he needed. Distance was trivial. They could simply fly back and forth along the route until they sensed Earth's position. By the way, Jiang Fei, Sun Wukong inquired, what do you mean by Beerus, the god of destruction? He had encountered deities before, such as the King Kai and the King of Hell, not to mention Earth's guardian deity. Yet, the concept of a god of destruction was entirely new to him. Ah, it's nothing significant, just a nameless minor deity. You will understand in due time, Jiang Fei replied nonchalantly, not bothering to look back. He was intent on reaching Earth. Any encounter with Beerus could wait for another day. Rather than squander time, he preferred to savor the warmth of humanity after spending so long in the divine realm. If Beerus is wise, he will diligently fulfill his duties and seek me out when he has the opportunity. If not, he shall learn a lesson from me in the future. Oh, I see. Is he powerful? Sun Wukong asked, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Not particularly, Jiang Fei replied, a wry smile gracing his lips. It was typical of Wukong, the legendary martial artist, to first inquire about someone's strength regardless of who they were. Oh, Sun Wukong's expression fell, disappointment etched on his face. Of course, Jiang Fei's assessment of Beerus was based on his own perspective. From Sun Wukong's standpoint, He had no way of gauging such power. Comparing an ordinary person to a mere ant was futile. At this moment, Sun Wukong was still relatively weak, if he were an ant. Then Beerus would be a super Saiyan. Then you must be quite formidable, Jiang Fei? Sun Wukong continued, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Me? I'm just average. Jiang Fei responded casually. Sun Wukong seemed incredulous. You're far too modest. Jiang Fei merely smiled, maintaining a clear understanding of his own abilities. He was slightly above the level of angels, but still far from being a match for true powerhouses like the Grand Minister. Claiming to be average felt like an exaggeration to him. However, among ordinary beings like Sun Wukong, he would undoubtedly be considered a top-tier warrior. Yet, Jiang Fei would never compare himself to mere mortals. His benchmarks were always the likes of the Omni King and the Grand Minister. Let us have a sparring match when we have the time, Sun Wukong suggested, finally voicing his eager desire. His face radiated excitement, his eyes filled with longing. All right. Jiang Fei nodded in agreement. He understood Sun Wukong's nature. If he did not indulge this wish, Wukong would likely pester him endlessly once they reached Earth. Moreover, mentoring Sun Wukong would contribute to enhancing the strength of Universe 7, part of his own duties. Fantastic. This is amazing, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his fist clenched tightly. Nearly trembling with joy, Jiang Fei, glancing back at Wukong's fervent expression, shook his head in resignation. He was convinced that if they were not currently in space, Wukong would leap at him without hesitation. Chapter 16. Rising earlier than the rooster and retiring later than the rooster in the profound depths of the seventh universe. A colossal galaxy began to collapse and disintegrate as its central star was annihilated. Countless celestial bodies erupted like resplendent fireworks against the backdrop of darkness. Beerus and Whis observed this spectacle with stoic expressions. Over the past few days, an innumerable amount of planets had been obliterated, and countless lives had perished without a trace. For these two seasoned beings, such occurrences had long since dulled their sensitivity. They felt no remorse for the demise of any single life. Whis. It is about time to conclude this, isn't it? Beerus remarked, admiring the dazzling display below. A week had elapsed since they departed from the realm of destruction. And Beerus felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment during this time. He even began to perceive that the workload of this week equated to a lifetime's worth of labor. Not quite yet, Lord Beerus, Whis replied with a smile, perusing the crystal orb atop his staff. Although they had been incessantly occupied, Whis relished this experience. To him, this was the essence of the roles of a god of destruction and an angel. The former annihilates the universe's existence while the latter supervises and assists. How can it still be too early? Beerus said, furrowing his brow as he clasped his hands behind his back. He believed he had already destroyed a sufficient number of galaxies. Whis shook his head with a smile. Do not be anxious, Lord Beerus. Our progress has been remarkably swift. If we maintain this pace for another year, we should be nearing completion. The backlog of work they had accumulated over the years was staggering. Beerus could sleep for centuries, even millennia at a time. On shorter occasions, he would still slumber for 30 to 40 years, and each time he awakened, it would be merely for 2 or 3 days. Within those fleeting days, he would traverse various planets in search of delicacies, treating work as a mere afterthought. As the years accumulated, the volume of unaddressed duties was bound to be considerable. Are you jesting with me? Beerus exclaimed incredulously. Today, he began to realize that being a god of destruction was not as comfortable as he had once believed. His mind felt clouded, and he worried that if this continued, he might succumb to exhaustion. Whis, hearing this, shrugged helplessly. Indeed, it is as such, Lord Beerus. Beerus yawned and stretched, but then his expression shifted, darkening suddenly as a thought struck him. What troubles you, Lord Beerus? Whis inquired, noticing the change in Beerus's demeanor. Damn it, that scoundrel Frieza. I entrusted him with the management of so many realms in the seventh universe, yet here we are with so many planets still needing destruction. What has he been doing? Beerus gritted his teeth, clearly intending to shift the blame onto another. Whis felt exasperated upon hearing this. While Frieza was indeed ambitious and not a virtuous individual, he had been diligent in carrying out the tasks assigned to him by Beerus. Otherwise, given Beerus's propensity for laziness, even 10 years would not suffice to eradicate the lesser planets. Lord Beerus, are you implying? Whis began to inquire. Let us go and have a word with that rascal Frieza. Beerus sneered. If he dares to be lazy with the tasks I've assigned, he must be taught a lesson. Whis rolled his eyes and then tapped his staff against the void, summoning 2 beams of white light, and the 2 departed from the scene. On the way, Beerus, glancing at Whis who was leading the way, curiously asked, have you received any news about Jiang Fei? Whis slowly shook his head. I see, Beerus replied indifferently. his mind beginning to churn with thoughts. Whis also felt perplexed. Logically, the enforcers should have arrived by now. Yet, why had they not made contact? If only the absence of contact were the issue, it would not be so troubling. The real concern was that they could not even trace his whereabouts. Whis speculated that perhaps the enforcer was unfamiliar with the route to the realm of destruction, which could explain the delay. However, if that were the case, the enforcer could easily consult the Grand Priest at the Xeno's palace for directions. With an angel's flight speed, it should take no longer than 20 minutes. Yet, a week had passed, and Jiang Fei still had not reached out to them. If he had indeed entered the realm of destruction, Beerus, as the master, would have sensed it immediately. Oh, never mind. I shall inquire with Frieza later, Whis sighed inwardly. Although the enforcer's strength was not vastly superior to his own, the enforcer held a high position, and angels fell within his jurisdiction. This alone created a certain psychological pressure. Had the Grand Priest or Xeno himself arrived, Whis would not feel the same trepidation. Yet, the enforcer was an unknown entity, and such unfamiliarity inevitably invoked a sense of reverence. In the former Frieza force, massive spaceships traversed the boundless void of space. Nearby civilizations, upon witnessing such a formidable fleet, hastily retreated. At this moment, Cooler occupied the seat that once belonged to Frieza. Holding a glass of red wine, he gazed at the twinkling stars, his demeanor exuding a sense of triumph. After returning from planet Namek, he had employed an iron-fisted approach to command this vast army. Henceforth, the name of the Frieza force was transformed. Now known as the Cooler Force, the title of Cosmic Emperor was naturally assumed by him. Those who opposed his rule had long since been reduced to cosmic debris, drifting aimlessly in space. Humph, humph, humph. Cooler chuckled to himself, surveying the universe under his dominion, even humming a cheerful tune. However, just as he reveled in the pinnacle of his power, two uninvited guests suddenly appeared within his chamber, Whis and Beerus. Upon their arrival, they heard the cheerful melody echoing through the room. Frieza, what a refined taste you have. Beerus's icy voice resonated. Here he was, a god of destruction, rising earlier than the rooster and retiring later than the rooster, toiling endlessly, while this fellow lounged comfortably, sipping wine and humming a tune, living in utter ease. Startled by the voice, Cooler jolted upright, abruptly halting his melody. The wine in his glass trembled, spilling onto him. However, he could not concern himself with that. He swiftly turned to face the source of the voice. He recognized it from somewhere. Indeed, upon seeing Beerus, Cooler fumbled and nearly dropped his glass, which shattered upon hitting the floor. Beerus raised an eyebrow, momentarily taken aback, before stroking his chin and slowly inquiring, Frieza, have you undergone some cosmetic enhancements? What happened to your color? Chapter 17, The King's Lament to Him. Whis cleared his throat lightly, drawing attention to the matter at hand. Lord Beerus, this is not Frieza. Beerus furrowed his brow, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon Cooler. See, Commander Beerus, what brings you here? Cooler, suddenly uneasy, rose from his seat, bowing deeply, his hands fidgeting awkwardly. Beads of sweat trickled down his face, akin to yellow peas falling one by one. Beerus regarded the obsequious figure before him, nodding ever so slightly. Though this individual bore a resemblance to Frieza, upon closer inspection, he was evidently not the same being. Who are you? Are you his father? Beerus inquired with an indifferent tone, recalling that Frieza had a father still living. This person's striking similarity to Frieza led him to believe that he might indeed be Frieza's progenitor. Cooler stammered, forcing a smile onto his face. I am his brother, Cooler, Lord Beerus. Cooler, I do not recall. Beerus replied nonchalantly. Yes, I am but a minor character. How could you possibly remember me, Lord Beerus? Cooler chuckled nervously, recalling a distant encounter with Beerus, later learning of his status as the ruler of the universe, the legendary god of destruction. That fleeting glimpse had left a lasting impression on him, hence he recognized Beerus at first sight. Where is Frieza? Beerus asked, his expression unchanged. As he made his way to the spot where Cooler had just been seated, Whis followed closely behind, standing beside him. Cooler slowly turned to face Beerus, feeling a pang of anxiety upon hearing the query about Frieza. However, he gradually relaxed, relieved that he had not dealt a fatal blow to Frieza. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for an explanation. Please wait a moment, Lord Beerus. Cooler respectfully stated, then exited the chamber. He instructed the two guards at the door, before re-entering shortly thereafter. After approximately a minute, two individuals entered, carrying a stretcher. One of them, head bowed, announced, King Cooler. Frieza has been brought in. Very well, you may leave. Cooler waved his hand dismissively. The two subordinates promptly exited, stealing a glance at Beerus seated in the chair. They wondered silently who he was and why Cooler stood while Beerus remained seated. However, they dared not inquire further and left, closing the chamber door behind them. Ah, this is... Beerus's eyes widened as he gazed at the stretcher being brought in, his eyelids slightly twitching. Upon it lay none other than Frieza, the very being he sought. Yet, it was perplexing to see Frieza in such a state. Lord Beerus, Frieza has been brought to you. Please give your orders. Cooler turned back, bowing and smiling. Upon hearing Beerus's name, Frieza's tightly shut eyes sprang open. Struggling to turn over, he beheld Beerus's sharp features, and tears of excitement welled up in his eyes. In the past, encountering this face had always filled him with dread and caution. Yet today, for reasons unknown, it seemed so familiar and comforting. Beerus approached with a teasing tone. Frieza, what is this appearance? How have you come to look this way after just a few days? Frieza's visage was battered and bruised, his body stained with purple blood, and his energy was exceedingly feeble. He appeared utterly wretched. In his current state, he would be hard-pressed to defeat even an ordinary person. Oh, Lord Beerus, you have finally arrived. I am in such dire straits. Frieza expended the last of his strength to collapse at Beerus's feet, lamenting the injustices inflicted upon him by Cooler. It turned out that after returning from planet Namek, Cooler had set his sights on seizing Frieza's territory and resources. However, out of respect for Frieza being under Beerus's command, he refrained from killing him. Yet, releasing him would only invite future trouble. Thus, Cooler devised a cruel and convoluted plan, which entailed repeatedly beating Frieza until he was left barely clinging to life. Whenever Frieza showed signs of self-healing, he would be beaten anew, kept in a state of near-death indefinitely. Hiss. Upon hearing Frieza's grievances, Beerus couldn't help but suck in a breath. Even he, well-versed in the ways of the universe, marveled at Cooler's cruelty and malice. He typically favored a swift resolution, and such drawn-out torment was beyond his imagination. Initially, he thought Frieza to be the epitome of wickedness, but now he discovered that his brother surpassed him in malevolence, truly an eye-opener. It appeared that the talents of the seventh universe were indeed plentiful. Whis maintained his composed demeanor, as if the events he had just overheard were of little consequence. Are you two brothers? Beerus asked, raising an eyebrow at the still sniveling Frieza. Lord Beerus. That is not the main point, Frieza replied, his face contorted in sorrow. Given how badly your loyal servant has been treated, is it truly necessary to question our familial ties? Shouldn't your first response be to express outrage, followed by a swift retribution against Cooler? Oh, it's nothing. Just a curious inquiry, Beerus remarked casually. He too had his own sibling rivalries, though they usually resulted in mere bickering or scuffles. Yet these two seemed to harbor a grudge akin to a vendetta, treating each other with such ferocity. He then turned to Cooler, his expression becoming serious as he narrowed his eyes. You ought to provide an explanation. Beerus was not particularly concerned for Frieza. Even in such a pitiful state, he would not feel remorse. He was no benevolent soul. The number of lives taken by his hand far exceeded that of these two brothers. Nevertheless, Frieza had served as his underling, performing numerous unsavory tasks, and during moments of frustration, he could at least vent his ire upon him. This visit was prompted by the overwhelming workload he faced, seeking to take out his frustrations on Frieza. Yet with this new development, it was imperative to address the matter thoroughly. In the seventh universe, as in any other, who would dare bully the subordinate of a god of destruction? As the saying goes, to strike a dog is to challenge its master, and this incident was nothing short of an affront to the dignity of the destroyer. Chapter 18. Are you referring to him? Gula gazed upon the indifferent expression of Beerus, his heart racing to his throat. He had envisioned such a scenario before, yet he never anticipated that Beerus would arrive so swiftly. Frieza observed Gula's anxious demeanor and felt an unprecedented sense of relief. The torment he had endured on planet Namek, the grievances he had suffered, would finally be avenged. Lord Beerus, please allow me to explain. Gula wiped the sweat from his brow. Beerus, expressionless, regarded him, awaiting his explanation. Gula took a moment to calm himself and then slowly articulated, Frieza's predicament is of his own making. You insolent fool, Frieza exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury. He was utterly taken aback by Gula's shamelessness. To have been beaten down to this extent and still claim it was self-inflicted, was he truly attempting to cast blame? The previous misunderstanding with Jiang Fei had been just that. A misunderstanding, and yet the latter had said nothing. However, Frieza, upon reflection, felt a twinge of uncertainty. He was unaware of the nature of Beerus's relationship with his friend. If they were particularly close, the outcome could indeed be dire. Beerus waved a hand, signaling Frieza to silence. Frieza disrespected your friend, and therefore, I acted justly. Gula proclaimed with feigned sorrow, his face marred by a deep sense of guilt. He presented himself as the elder brother, lamenting his failure to properly guide his younger sibling. My friend? Beerus furrowed his brow. He could not recall having any friends throughout the 7th universe who could possibly be deemed a friend of Beerus. While he had the qualifications of a god of destruction among the 12 universes, his relationships were fraught with tension, even hostile. The angels serving these gods, though courteous, did not ascend to the status of friends. Yes, a remarkably handsome young man who claimed to know you, to be your friend. Gula continued to elaborate. He is certainly not my friend. I have no friends. Beerus retorted coldly, his eyes narrowing. The attributes of youth, beauty, and charm did not match anyone he could recall. If they existed, it could only be him, with so many virtues consolidated within himself. Could there truly be another in the universe to rival him? Whis, upon hearing this, was initially astonished, for even he, the angel, was unaware that his Lord Beerus had any friends. However, after a moment of surprise, he seemed to ponder something deeply. What? No, it can't be. Gula was rendered speechless by this revelation. He had envisioned various responses from Beerus upon uttering this statement. But never did he expect Beerus to declare that he had no such friend. Stunned, he found himself at a loss for words. Frieza, upon hearing this, felt the last remnants of his worry dissipate, replaced by an exuberant expression. His spirit was invigorated, and he even managed to rise unsteadily to his feet. I knew it. That little brat could never be a friend of Lord Beerus. Frieza seethed, realizing that Jiang Fei's presence had contributed to his misfortune. Now that he understood it was all a deception, he felt unrestrained. Frieza shot a venomous glare at Gula. You foolish brother, you've been duped by that scoundrel. Gula's face turned ashen, as if he sensed the impending consequences. Frieza reveled in Gula's expression, plotting to ensure that Beerus would relinquish Gula's fate to him. He was determined to teach his foolish brother the true meaning of suffering. With this thought, a cruel glint sparked in his eyes, as if the cosmic tyrant had returned. What is this individual's name? Beerus inquired in a low voice. Gula wished to respond, but found himself unable to recall the name, merely shaking his head in confusion. Where has he gone? Gula continued to shake his head, still oblivious to the answer. Which galaxy does he hail from? Gula shook his head once more, his expression nearing tears. It appears you are indeed not very bright, Beerus remarked, his tone laced with menace. He slowly raised one hand, and the energy of destruction filled the space around them. Gula wished to plead for mercy, but under the immense pressure, his teeth began to chatter uncontrollably, and his lips became numb. Frieza, witnessing Beerus's intent to execute Gula, quickly prepared to intervene. Allowing Gula to perish would not adequately satisfy his vengeance. However, before he could speak, a voice interrupted. Wait, Lord Beerus. Whis, who had remained silent until now, interjected. Upon hearing Whis's words, Beerus furrowed his brow. What is it, Whis? He then lowered his hand, and the destructive energy that had enveloped the area dissipated without a trace. Gula seized this moment to exhale a pained sigh of relief. Frieza, noticing that it was Beerus's attendant who had spoken, momentarily stifled his words. Whis approached Gula, gently waving his staff, conjuring a humanoid projection before them. Is this the individual you refer to? Whis inquired calmly. Before the shaken Gula could respond, Frieza erupted. Yes. That's him. That's the one. As he spoke, he clenched his fists tightly, his anger surging. It was all because of this individual that he had endured such misery. Seeing that face again ignited a desire to tear him to shreds. Gula, feeling utterly defeated, numbly nodded. Upon confirming the identity of the projection, Beerus became visibly agitated. The figure conjured by Whis was none other than Jiang Fei, the enforcer from the divine realm. Where did you encounter him? What transpired? Beerus bellowed at Frieza. Frieza hesitated, perplexed by Beerus's sudden fervor. He assumed that Beerus was merely angered by this individual impersonating his friend. Thus, he recounted the events on planet Namek, omitting any disrespectful comments he had made towards Jiang Fei. What had been a command for Jiang Fei to assist was transformed into a mere suggestion. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei's behavior had been exceedingly arrogant, and Gula, rather than intervening, had reacted in anger, mercilessly punishing him. After all, he was the victim and sought to portray his plight as sympathetically as possible. Chapter 19. Official certification. Gula stood by, listening in a daze, reluctant to offer any corrections. Frieza's performance was far from over, as he continued his tearful soliloquy, lamenting the atrociousness of Jiang Fei and his own profound grievances. However, he He failed to notice that Beerus's expression had darkened ominously, as if a storm were imminent. Feeling that he was nearing the conclusion of his lament, Frieza, still feigning sorrow, remarked, "Lord Beerus, isn't this an attack on me? It is clearly a slap in your face. You must make it count." Before he could finish, Beerus unexpectedly interjected, "Indeed. Wait a moment." Frieza's expression abruptly froze, as if he had heard something utterly incredulous. Sensing something amiss, he timidly inquired, "Lord Beerus, what did you just say?" "I said make it count." Beerus gritted his teeth, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. "What?" Frieza was utterly unprepared for such a response. Before he could process the situation, Beerus delivered a powerful kick, sending him sprawling. Ouch! Frieza let out a pained cry, using all his strength to rise, only to collapse back onto the stretcher once more. The force of the kick was tremendous, exacerbating his already precarious state, resulting in several broken bones. Yet, the physical pain was secondary. Frieza's mind was in turmoil. He believed his acting was impeccable, infused with genuine emotion. How could a simple performance lead to such a drastic turn of fate? Beerus glared down at the incapacitated Frieza, his voice icy as he declared, "Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you suggest the Enforcer assist you?" Sighing, Whis observed the scene with resignation. In many respects, Jiang Fei, the Enforcer, was akin to a supreme deity in the divine realm. It was always the Enforcer who criticized others, who would dare offer suggestions to them. Frieza had unwittingly stepped on a landmine. As Gula witnessed the sudden turn of events, his eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Although he was unfamiliar with the concept of an Enforcer, he could discern from Beerus's fury that the young man they had encountered days prior must hold a status exceeding that of a god of destruction. Otherwise, the cosmic sovereign, Beerus, would not be so incensed. Lord Beerus, Frieza's account was far from accurate. He was hardly this courteous. Gula seized the opportunity to edge closer to Beerus. Beerus cast a cold glare in Gula's direction and spat out a single word, "Speak." Clearing his throat slightly, Gula recounted the exchange between Frieza and Jiang Fei. "Hey, are you here to watch a show? Are you talking to me? Humph. Who else could it be but me?" At this point, Gula crossed his arms, exuding disdain as he vividly portrayed Frieza's arrogant demeanor. Beerus, watching Gula's performance, felt his heart stop, struggling to catch his breath. Whis was equally taken aback. Who dared speak so boldly to the Enforcer? "Frieza." Beerus strode over to the fallen Frieza, exclaiming, "You wretched creature." With that, he delivered a kick that sent Frieza crashing against the chamber door, causing him to faint. Just before losing consciousness, Frieza was overwhelmed with despair, wishing he could weep openly. Had he known such a fate awaited him, he would never have sought the Dragon Balls on Namek. Gasping for breath, Beerus was seething with rage. He raised his hand, poised to eliminate Frieza, but reconsidered. Allowing him to die so easily would be too merciful. Pointing at the unconscious figure by the door, he commanded Gula, "Increase the intensity." "Yes," Gula replied, elated. Initially, Beerus had thought Frieza's current state was sufficiently tragic, but now it seemed Gula's actions were entirely justified, and even lacking in severity. "From now on, the Frieza force will be under your command. Do well, and in your spare time, destroy more planets." Beerus instructed Gula casually. "Yes, I, Gula, shall follow Lord Beerus's lead. Whatever you command, I shall do," Gula vowed fervently. He had long dreamed of this day, though he had not anticipated its sudden arrival. While he had previously taken control of the Frieza force opportunistically, Beerus's direct endorsement now lent it official legitimacy. Henceforth, he could act with authority in the cosmos. Whis approached slowly. "Lord Beerus, should we continue our search for the Enforcer?" Beerus frowned, uncertain of Jiang Fei's whereabouts. The aimless search felt like hunting for a needle in a haystack. "I might have an inkling of their destination," Gula interjected. "Really?" Whis and Beerus turned to him simultaneously. "Weren't you just saying you didn't know?" Beerus narrowed his eyes. Gula scratched his head, speaking cautiously, "I truly didn't know," as they left abruptly. However, that gentleman. No, the Enforcer once inquired about a planet's name. This revelation piqued the interest of Whis and Beerus, suggesting they might have a lead on Jiang Fei's whereabouts. "Continue," Whis urged calmly. "The planet's name is Earth, though I cannot pinpoint its location, as many rocky planets could be called Earth." Whis and Beerus nodded slightly. It was merely a name for a planet, and its exact position remained uncertain. Gula paused briefly before continuing. "However, I inspected the spaceship that the Super Saiyan boarded, and its route originated from the Milky Way. Thus, I believe the Enforcer must have gone to a planet named Earth within the Milky Way alongside that Super Saiyan." Upon hearing this, Whis' eyes brightened, finally grasping some useful information. Beerus, however, wore an expression of uncertainty, pacing the chamber as if contemplating something significant. Lord Beerus. The Milky Way should be the realm of North Kai. We should be able to locate the enforcer there, Whis suggested with a gentle smile. Upon hearing Whis's proposal, Beerus waved his hand dismissively. No, I cannot go. Chapter 20, Earth Why? Weiss inquired, slightly taken aback. After all, that was the enforcer. And it would be exceedingly rude to ignore him despite knowing his exact location. Beerus paced back and forth, his head lowered as he explained, had it been before. I would certainly have paid my respects to that fellow. However, given the recent situation with Frieza, I would rather die than seek him out now. Weiss, puzzled, responded, what does Frieza's matter have to do with you? Consider this. The enforcer considers Frieza to be my friend, which implies he was already aware that Frieza is my subordinate. Now that Frieza has offended him, I would undoubtedly bear the responsibility if it escalates. A beating I could endure, but losing my position and my life would spell disaster. It seemed as though Beerus had suddenly gained clarity, swiftly assessing the pros and cons of the situation. Perhaps you are overthinking this, Lord Beerus, Weiss said, unable to suppress a chuckle. Nonetheless, he felt a flicker of delight upon witnessing the god of destruction's newfound analytical prowess. It suggested that his tutelage had not been in vain. Yet, Weiss believed that Beerus's concerns were somewhat exaggerated. Beerus glanced at Weiss before continuing. We have yet to interact with him, making such a scenario inevitable. It is wise to prepare for the worst. Meanwhile, he inwardly lamented, if only everyone were as easily deceived as the Omni King, matters would be far simpler. But there are not many naive fools like that in the world. The Grand Priest is a prime example, though he appears nervous in the presence of the Omni King. He knows how to please him. The Grand Priest, on the other hand, is not someone to be trifled with. His formidable strength and intelligence demand respect. One misstep could lead to dire consequences, and one could easily find themselves unaware of their own demise. Such individuals are not easily fooled. However, I still feel that it would be somewhat disrespectful not to meet the enforcer. Weiss furrowed his brow. Yet, he began to reflect on Beerus's words. A heavy sensation had lingered in his heart, primarily stemming from the unknown enforcer. If this individual were amiable, it would be manageable. However, if he were not, both Beerus and Weiss could find themselves in grave peril. Beerus shook his head vigorously. I refuse to go. Losing face is preferable to losing my life. Let us return to the realm of destruction. Lord Beerus, we may evade the initial confrontation, but we cannot escape indefinitely, Weiss replied helplessly. Despite his words, he felt his resolve wavering, even imagining the handsome face of the enforcer adorned with a wicked grin. Perhaps we can delay the encounter for now. He is unlikely to come seeking me immediately, Beerus sighed, cursing inwardly at the troublemaker who had disrupted the tranquility of the seventh universe, leaving him restless and anxious. After a brief exchange of arguments, they decided to return to the realm of destruction. Before departing, Beerus entrusted a few tasks to Gula, stating, I will return for the time being. Ensure you destroy more planets for me. Furthermore, should you encounter that individual again, treat him with the utmost respect, as you would your own father. No, never mind. Just treat him with the same respect you show me. Of course, if you can show him even more respect, that would be splendid. He intended to say that Gula should respect him as he would his own father. However, recalling Frieza's grim fate, he swallowed those words, considering the ruthlessness he displayed even towards his own brother. It was likely that his treatment of his father would be no better. Yes, I will remember that, Gula replied, head bowed. Once the instructions were concluded, Weiss and Beerus instantly departed from the scene. After their departure, Gula let out a sigh of relief. Yet, moments later, he was engulfed in trepidation. The enforcer? What manner of person could that be? Initially, he accepted that Jiang Fei was Beerus's friend, as it was reasonable for someone with such immense power to have a friend like Beerus. However, based on Beerus's recent demeanor, it was evident that this relationship was far more complex than mere friendship. The mighty god of destruction exhibited such cowardice when discussing this individual, even hesitating to meet him, indicating that the person he had encountered previously was significantly more powerful than a god of destruction. Meanwhile, if Jiang Fei were to know of Beerus's apprehensions, he would surely laugh aloud. He cared little for Frieza's offense, let alone any implication that it involved him. Had he wished to stir trouble in the realm of destruction, he would have done so long ago. Though unfamiliar with the route, he knew the way to the Omni King's palace. Worst case scenario, he could simply return and inquire about the location, arriving shortly thereafter. Jiang Fei refrained from taking such action for two reasons. Firstly, he was utterly indifferent to the matter. Secondly, he feared that upon arriving, the naive fool would cling to him, preventing his departure, which would leave him with no recourse. However, their journey to Earth had taken a full half-month. It was not due to losing their way, but rather because they had stopped at the planet yard right along the route. Drawing upon his memories from a previous life, Jiang Fei knew that the inhabitants of Yardrat possessed the ability of instant transmission. So he decided to pause and learn this skill. Despite his formidable strength, he harbored a profound yearning for the art of instant transmission. His aptitude for comprehension and learning was exceptional. He mastered the technique in under 5 minutes. Conversely, Sun Wukong took considerably longer, spending half a month to grasp the skill. Even with Jiang Fei's guidance. Otherwise, who could say how long it would have taken? Fortunately, the two of them successfully reached their destination. At last, we have arrived at the familiar yet strange Earth. Jiang Fei exclaimed as he floated high above, gazing at the scenery below. Indeed, we are finally home. Sun Wukong replied with a smile. Though they expressed similar sentiments, their appearances contrasted sharply. Sun Wukong looked weathered and disheveled, his clothing tattered and hair unkempt, while Jiang Fei appeared immaculate, radiating an aura of divine serenity. Just then, as they admired the beauty of Earth, Sun Wukong's stomach made an untimely growl. Heh. Sun Wukong chuckled, scratching his head. Let us visit my friend Bulma. She's nearby. We can grab a bite to eat. Indeed, Jiang Fei nodded slightly. Since he had absorbed divine energy, he no longer required food. Nevertheless, the absence of Earth's delectable specialties over the years had awakened his appetite. The two set off, with Sun Wukong leading the way straight to Bulma's Capsule Corporation in West City. At the end of Snake Way, on King Kai's planet, the North Kai wore a grim expression, his antennae standing upright, motionless, fist clenched, and sweat pouring down his face. Just moments ago, he had lost all contact with Earth. If that were all, it would be bearable. However, only a few days prior, Weiss from the Realm of Destruction had communicated with him, stating that the Enforcer would be visiting Earth for an inspection. He emphasized the necessity of treating the Enforcer with utmost respect and warned against provoking him. Yet before he could prepare adequately, the connection to Earth was abruptly severed. He was acutely aware that the Enforcer from the Divine Realm had arrived. Otherwise, as a deity, he would never have been unable to detect any signals from Earth. Sun Wukong, along with that Saiyan on Earth, must not cause any trouble. At this moment, the North Kai felt beads of sweat forming in his palms, his heart taut with anxiety. He found himself powerless. Initially intending to send a message to the warriors on Earth to remain vigilant. Now, it seemed even Earth was beyond his reach, rendering any warning impossible. He could only hope that Sun Wukong and the others would refrain from any reckless actions. Simultaneously, he inwardly lamented, "Oh, esteemed Enforcer, why do you choose to visit this remote corner instead of attending to your duties in the Kaioshin realm?" Chapter 21, The Saiyan Prince. Vegeta in the vast expanse of Earth, Jiang Fei and Sun Wukong made their way to the grand headquarters of the Capsule Corporation in West City. Rather than entering through the doors, they descended directly into the garden behind the company, having flown there effortlessly. At the forefront of the garden stood an opulent residential building. Just as Sun Wukong was about to call out, a figure suddenly materialized before him. Kakarot. The newcomer called out Sun Wukong's Saiyan name in a deep, resonant voice, his face marked with intense battle fervor. Jiang Fei cast a quick glance and immediately recognized the identity of the figure, the proud Saiyan prince, Vegeta, the second protagonist of Dragon Ball. Vegeta noticed Jiang Fei as well, but his attention was wholly captivated by Sun Wukong. It was the energy signature of Sun Wukong that had guided him here. To his astonishment, his senses had not deceived him. It truly was Kakarot, the one he had long pondered. Sun Wukong waved his hand slightly, somewhat surprised, and remarked, "Vegeta, it's been a while. It seems you've been resurrected." A smile crept onto his face, for if someone as formidable as Vegeta could return, then it stood to reason that Krillin might also have been brought back. "Humph. I'm not so easily defeated," Vegeta scoffed, his disdain palpable. "But you, I never expected you to still be alive." Earth's inhabitants had once wished upon the dragon to revive Sun Wukong, who had perished on Namek. However, the dragon informed them that Sun Wukong was not dead and thus could not be resurrected. The joyous crowd adjusted their wish to bring him back to Earth, only to be met with another unexpected revelation. The dragon could not fulfill this wish either, as a powerful force surrounded Sun Wukong, preventing it from using its abilities. The bewildered crowd was left with no choice but to abandon their hopes. Thanks to Jiang Fei, Sun Wukong chuckled. Him? Vegeta scrutinized Jiang Fei closely. After a moment, he frowned slightly, a look of contempt crossing his features. He could sense that this person next to him emitted no energy whatsoever. Perhaps he possessed some magical powers? Such individuals were rare, but not unheard of. Vegeta averted his gaze, yet the disdain on his face remained unchanged. Regardless of any mystical abilities this person might possess, in the eyes of the Saiyan prince, they were merely trivialities. Jiang Fei noticed Vegeta's condescension but merely offered a polite smile. It was not a matter of his magnanimity and his level of existence. He found no need to engage in explanations with others. One does not explain their actions to an ant. It is simply tedious. One might as well crush it underfoot without wasting breath. Moreover, Jiang Fei could no longer be considered an ordinary human. Enough of this. Vegeta turned his gaze back to Sun Wukong, his tone brusque. Kakarot, fight me now. Having learned from Gohan and Piccolo that Sun Wukong had achieved Super Saiyan status, Vegeta felt a surge of indignation. How could a mere low-class warrior attain such heights? This was a blow to his pride, which had always emphasized lineage. Apologies, Vegeta, but I'm not ready to fight you just yet, Sun Wukong replied with a smile, devoid of any malice towards Vegeta. The genuine emotions they had shared on Namek during their near-death experience had profoundly affected his kind-hearted nature. Besides, even if a fight were to occur, Vegeta was far from being his equal. Damn it! Vegeta clenched his fists and shouted, "Don't think just because you've become a Super Saiyan you can look down on me, the prince." Huh? I'm not. Sun Wukong scratched his head, hastily explaining. He had never looked down on Vegeta. He was merely preoccupied with his hunger, wanting to eat something before engaging in any combat. He had also made arrangements to spar with Jiang Fei upon arriving on Earth. It seemed as if he was being portrayed as someone who disregarded others. Not fighting me means you want to eat a thing, Vegeta bellowed, his voice piercingly shrill. Jiang Fei winced at the sound, thinking that Vegeta might be a bit unhinged. In essence, both Vegeta and Sun Wukong were kindred spirits, unrelenting warriors. However, their attitudes differed greatly. Sun Wukong would humbly plead with a stranger for a fight, while Vegeta demanded it as if it were a royal decree. Ironically, it appeared that Vegeta often ended up on the receiving end of a beating after boasting. Jiang Fei admired the later iterations of Vegeta for his courage, sense of responsibility, and consideration for family. However, in his earlier days, it might be best for him to endure a few more beatings. All right, I will fight you. But not right now, Sun Wukong conceded, exasperated. No, it must be now. I want you to understand my prowess. Vegeta insisted, his tone leaving no room for argument. Can I at least eat first? I haven't had a meal yet. If you don't fight me, you won't eat a single bite. Hey, Vegeta, this isn't your home. You're being rather tyrannical. And what of it? The entire world bows to the will of this prince. Jiang Fei, observing their bickering, felt a headache coming on. Had he known, he would have chosen a restaurant instead. They might have already enjoyed a meal of 4 dishes and a soup by now. As he contemplated leaving, a woman dressed in a white lab coat, with striking blue hair and flawless skin, emerged through the grand door of the residence. Oh, Bulma. Jiang Fei looked up and instantly recognized her. Bulma stood at the entrance, fist clenched, her eyes blazing with fury. What is all this racket? Can't you keep it down? She shouted. She had been on the verge of a breakthrough in her experiment, only to have her concentration shattered by the uproar outside. A furrowed brow, a frayed temper, and a tremor of her hand had resulted in a failed experiment. Yet, the two continued their quarrel, oblivious to her outburst, trading insults with increasing volume. Wukong. Bulma finally noticed that the one arguing with Vegeta was none other than the long-lost Sun Wukong. Her surprise quickly turning to rage as she recalled her painstakingly developed results going to waste. As she witnessed their escalating dispute, her frustration boiled over, prompting her to stride forward to intervene. As she approached, she grumbled, "All you think about is fighting, always disturbing my work. If only you were good-looking. It might be worth it, but the truth is..." At this point, Bulma's peripheral vision caught sight of something, and her words halted abruptly. Her steps faltered, and she stood frozen in place. The anger in her eyes was replaced by a glimmering admiration as she murmured, so stunning." As she spoke, she unconsciously swallowed and licked her lips, captivated by the unexpected beauty before her. Chapter 22. Can a person really grow like this? Jiang Fei noticed Bulma's gaze resting upon him. Out of politeness, he smiled and nodded, acknowledging her presence. This simple gesture sent Bulma's heart racing, leaving her breathless in a daze. Forgetting the quarrel between Sun Wukong and Vegeta, she found herself inexplicably drawn to Jiang Fei, as if her soul had been ensnared. As she approached him, his flawless visage became vividly apparent, causing her breath to quicken. Could a person truly possess such beauty? Bulma's eyes sparkled with admiration. Jiang Fei. taken aback by her words, felt a twinge of surprise. He had not anticipated such an impression from Bulma upon their first meeting. It struck him as slightly odd, almost like a veiled insult. No, no, no. Bulma, noticing the change in his expression, hurriedly waved her hands in explanation. What I meant to say is, it's astonishing that someone can look like this and be human. Jiang Fei felt somewhat speechless. Her remark seemed even less flattering than the previous one. In his memory, Bulma was a super genius, one of the world's top scientists. Yet, upon meeting her today, he couldn't shake the feeling that she appeared a tad less astute. I mean, you were just too breathtakingly handsome. It's almost unreal. Bulma stammered, her cheeks flushed. She had intended to liken his beauty to that of a celestial being, but upon considering Earth's gods, she quickly abandoned the thought. Realizing that such a comparison would be an insult to him, Jiang Fei smiled gently and nodded, fully understanding her sentiment. In his previous life, he had been rather unremarkable in appearance. However, upon entering the divine realm and absorbing immense divine energy, his physical form had undergone a remarkable transformation. Not only had his looks become striking, but his demeanor also exuded an otherworldly charm, a change so profound that even he found it hard to believe. Each time he gazed into the mirror, he would often muse that had he been a woman, he would have fallen hopelessly in love with himself. Of course, this was not mere vanity, but a confidence that was truly beyond exaggeration. Hello, I'm Bulma. It's a pleasure to meet you, she said shyly, yet generously extending her delicate hand. Jiang Fei smiled and naturally grasped her hand in return. It's a pleasure to meet you too. I'm Jiang Fei, a friend of Wukong. Bulma's heart raced with excitement, her pulse quickening at his words. She barely registered anything beyond his name. The fact that he was Wukong's friend hardly mattered. What she did know was that this friend was someone she was determined to keep close. Observing the almost drooling expression on Bulma's face, Jiang Fei couldn't help but smirk. When he attempted to withdraw his hand, he realized she was gripping it tightly, showing no signs of letting go. Miss Bulma, could we perhaps release our hands for a moment? Jiang Fei implored, feeling somewhat helpless. It wasn't that he couldn't extricate himself from her grasp. He merely feared that a little tug might send her soaring into the heavens. Oh, my apologies. I was lost in thought, Bulma exclaimed as she snapped back to reality, reluctantly releasing his hand. Jiang Fei observed her infatuated demeanor, feeling a mixture of exasperation and indifference. Perhaps it was the influence of divine energy that allowed him to remain calm and collected in the presence of a beautiful woman, as if he had transcended earthly desires. Sensing the sudden awkwardness in the atmosphere, Bulma sought to change the subject. By the way, how did you and Wukong end up here? Oh, it's nothing much. Wukong simply mentioned that he wanted to come over for a meal, Jiang Fei explained nonchalantly, gesturing towards the still squabbling duo. It seemed they were far from finishing their argument, and judging by their current banter, a physical confrontation was inevitable. If they continued in this manner, they would likely end up demolishing the very ground they stood upon. When Bulma saw Jiang Fei preparing to leave, she disregarded her ladle-like image and wrapped her arm around his. With a dreamy expression, she sweetly said, "Oh, it's perfectly fine. Let them argue. You enjoy your meal. It won't interfere with anything." With that, she began to pull Jiang Fei toward her residence. Jiang Fei contemplated for a moment before slightly nodding. It mattered little where they dined, so he decided to indulge her. After stealing a glance at Bulma, he gently extricated his arm from her embrace and stated, "Eating is one thing, but I will be paying for my meal." With that, he casually made his way toward the entrance. Bulma, frustrated by his composed demeanor, stamped her foot in annoyance, thinking she had not yet fully taken advantage of the situation. She glanced back at the still blushing Sun Wukong and Vegeta. "Forget it. You two keep arguing. I'm going to enjoy the company of this handsome man," she declared, following Jiang Fei inside and shutting the door behind her. Upon entering, Jiang Fei marveled at the lavish decor that exuded the opulence of the wealthy. Not only was it grand, but it also boasted cutting-edge technology. Bulma immediately began retrieving a plethora of ingredients from the refrigerator and busied herself in the kitchen. Jiang Fei made himself comfortable, finding a place to sit. Since most of the items stored in the refrigerator were semi-prepared, the meal was prepared swiftly, with an array of delectable dishes served at the table. As the appetizing aromas wafted toward him, Jiang Fei's appetite stirred. "Come, try my cooking. And if it's not enough, there is plenty more." Bulma beamed, her enthusiasm infectious. As the saying goes, to win a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. This was merely confidence in her culinary skills. These dishes were specially processed semi-finished products that only required a brief heating, yet they rivaled the flavors found in five-star establishments. Such delicacies were a privilege reserved for the affluent. Thank you. Jiang Fei expressed his gratitude, then picked up his chopsticks and began eating. The moment the food touched his tongue, his eyes lit up, not solely due to the deliciousness, but also from the familiarity of the flavors. Haha. You seem to be enjoying the meal, Bulma remarked, resting her chin on her hand, her eyes sparkling with delight. She relished the sight of Jiang Fei, who ate with a grace that starkly contrasted with the gluttonous mannerisms of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. He savored every bite, chewing thoughtfully. In truth, Jiang Fei wasn't consciously striving for elegance or composure. He simply wasn't hungry enough to devour his food ravenously. He merely wished to savor the taste, which accounted for his meticulous chewing. Outside the residence, Sun Wukong and Vegeta's argument escalated to the brink of physical confrontation. Their auras began to emanate, causing the surrounding air to vibrate with tension. Come on, just like that. Let us see your strength, Kakarot. Vegeta shouted excitedly. This was the outcome he desired, today. He must engage in battle with Kakarot. Initially, he had intended to gauge Jiang Fei's abilities first, but it seemed he would have to. Sun Wukong murmured. Yet before he could finish, he caught a whiff of the enticing aroma of food. Following the enticing aroma, he discovered it emanated from the apartment building of Bulma. Upon looking down again, he found that Jiang Fei had already vanished without a trace. Wow, Jiang Fei, how cunning you are, leaving without a word, Sun Wukong lamented. With no time to continue bickering with Vegeta, he retracted his aura and dashed into the building like a famished wolf. Vegeta, watching Sun Wukong depart, felt a surge of frustration gnawing at him. After all that verbal sparring, it had yielded no results. However, he did take note of Sun Wukong's earlier remark about wanting to learn from Jiang Fei, which piqued his curiosity. That individual emitted no presence whatsoever. Why would Kakarot mention him? Furthermore, it wasn't a battle or a sparring session he referred to, but rather a desire to learn. Casting a glance at the apartment ahead, Vegeta, filled with reluctance and intrigue, followed suit. If this Jiang Fei truly possessed remarkable abilities, perhaps it would be worthwhile to demonstrate the prowess of the Saiyan Prince. Chapter 23. Without comparison, there is no harm within the confines of the residential building. Jiang Fei continued to savor the exquisite delicacies before him. Each dish on the table had been subjected to his meticulous attention, and a blissful smile graced his face. Delicious, Jiang Fei exclaimed, putting down his chopsticks. He then retrieved 2 pieces of tissue from the side, gently wiping the remnants from his mouth. Opposite him, Bulma sat, her gaze having turned vacant as she succumbed to a trance-like state of bliss. However, at that moment, a loud crash resonated through the air as the front door of the residence was flung open. Bulma was jolted from her reverie. Swiftly turning her head to see Sun Wukong, his eyes gleaming with a ravenous hunger, lunging towards the table laden with dishes. Without uttering a single word, he began to stuff his mouth with food. Sun Wukong, Bulma exclaimed in a hushed tone, her face betraying a hint of irritation. Just moments ago, she had been lost in thought, contemplating how to spend her days with Jiang Fei, even pondering the names for their future children. Yet, Sun Wukong's abrupt entrance shattered the serene atmosphere and obliterated her delightful daydreams. With his mouth full, Sun Wukong glanced up and exclaimed, "Oh, Bulma. I didn't realize you were home." However, the words were muffled by the food crammed in his mouth. "Jiang Fei, you didn't invite me to dinner. How inconsiderate," he continued, directing his gaze toward Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei poured himself a cup of tea, savoring its essence before letting out a contented sigh. Observing Sun Wukong devour the food like a glutton, he calmly suggested, "Perhaps you should finish eating before speaking." He then brought the tea to his lips once more, enjoying its rich aroma. Sun Wukong nodded, cheeks bulging, and quickened his pace, devouring chicken drumsticks as if they were mere toothpicks and buns resembling small steamed buns. He slurped noodles like sipping water and consumed fried rice as though it were thin porridge. Sighing helplessly, Bulma looked between Jiang Fei and Sun Wukong. As the saying goes, without comparison, there is no harm. Now, as she gazed at Jiang Fei, he appeared increasingly appealing, just as Bulma was lost in her thoughts. A new cacophony erupted in the room. Boom. This time, the door did not merely swing open, it was smashed to pieces by a single punch, debris scattering into the food. Ugh. Sun Wukong, still with a mouthful of food, glared in discontent. Bulma sprang to her feet, teeth clenched, and demanded, "Vegeta, what on earth are you doing?" TCH, Vegeta dismissed Bulma with a scoff, his eyes filled with disdain as he observed Sun Wukong struggling to articulate with his mouth full. He strode purposefully toward Jiang Fei's seat. Realizing he was not the target, Sun Wukong hastily shoved some relatively clean food into his mouth. "What exactly do you want, Vegeta?" Bulma asked, her patience wearing thin. While she had no significant objections to Vegeta training in her home, today he had disrupted her experiment, demolished her door, and now sought to confront the man of her dreams. One might mistake this for Vegeta's own residence. Vegeta ignored Bulma's pleas and approached Jiang Fei directly. Startled by Vegeta's sudden intrusion, Jiang Fei had already set his tea down and habitually pulled out a toothpick, placing it in his mouth. "You are Jiang Fei, correct?" Vegeta inquired in a low voice. Jiang Fei remained seated, unfazed, and regarded him with an indifferent expression, choosing not to respond. He had discerned that this Vegeta was not only troubled, but gravely so. "Kakarot tells me you possess great strength, is that so?" Vegeta questioned, his tone laced with hostility. Jiang Fei cast a disdainful glance at him, still refraining from answering. He was aware of Vegeta's reputation, formerly known as the Prince of Saiyans. He was notorious for his arrogance and propensity for receiving severe beatings. His demeanor was reminiscent of a classic case of bravado followed by misfortune, akin to a Dragon Ball version of the legendary strategist and his companion. Noticing Jiang Fei's dismissive gaze, Vegeta's fury ignited. "You insolent fool! Are you deaf? Did you not hear me speak?" His prideful nature had been insulted by Jiang Fei's nonchalance. Vegeta resolved then and there that regardless of Jiang Fei's true prowess, he would make him pay, for the dignity of the Saiyan prince would not be challenged by anyone. "Forget about his strength for now. What do you intend to do?" Jiang Fei replied coolly. What do I intend to do?" Vegeta retorted with a sneer. "I simply wish to demonstrate the might of the Prince of Saiyans, Vegeta." With that, he swung his fist forward, the sound of sonic booms echoing through the room as his punch hurtled toward Jiang Fei. Sun Wukong, swallowing his food, frowned, realizing with alarm that Vegeta had made the first move. Initially, he had intended to challenge Jiang Fei himself, but now, with his meal unfinished, the two were already clashing. His eyes betrayed a flicker of concern, not for Jiang Fei, but for Vegeta. Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow, taken aback by Vegeta's lack of courtesy. As the fist neared the tip of his nose, his lips twitched slightly. With a swift motion, the toothpick he had been holding shot forth like a bolt of lightning. Before Vegeta could comprehend the turn of events, a mocking smile still lingering on his lips. He felt a sharp pain pierce through his shoulder as if a bullet had struck him. His body tilted backward. And just as his fist was about to connect with Jiang Fei, it veered off course, sending him crashing backward several meters. Thud. Vegeta fell to the ground. A small wound now visible on his shoulder, crimson blood trickling forth, forcing him to inhale sharply. His mind was engulfed in disbelief. What just happened? Vegeta murmured in astonishment, still bewildered by how he had sustained his injury, feeling as though his shoulder had been penetrated by an unseen force, causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. Chapter 24. If you break the toothpick, I shall accept your guidance. Bulma was utterly taken aback. She had only just perceived that Vegeta had suddenly vanished and lunged forward, only to find him sprawled on the ground in the blink of an eye. Goku, momentarily disregarding his meal, rose to his feet. From his perspective, everything that had just transpired was vividly apparent. It seemed as if Vegeta had been pierced by some minuscule object, which, propelled by inertia, not only failed to strike Jiang Fei but also left Vegeta wounded and fallen. How could this be? Vegeta clutched his injury, his expression twisted in rage. He still could not comprehend how he had been injured or how he had fallen. Jiang Fei maintained a serene and composed demeanor, as though nothing had occurred. Bulma, regaining her composure, shot a fierce glare at Vegeta before rushing to Jiang Fei's side, her eyes brimming with concern. "Jiang Fei, are you all right?" Her tone conveyed a deep sense of care, as if she regarded him as family. Jiang Fei smiled gently and shook his head. My goodness, that smile. Bulma thought, her heart nearly melting. Had she not retained a shred of composure and reason, she might have exclaimed that such a smile was one she would vow to protect. Jiang Fei slowly rose, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, and spoke softly. "Vegeta, since you wish for me to experience your prowess, I shall grant you that opportunity." Vegeta lifted his gaze towards him, the look of astonishment gradually fading, replaced by a fervent and arrogant glimmer in his eyes. Perhaps the earlier incident was merely an accident? Perhaps it was a manifestation of the other's enigmatic power? Vegeta mused to himself, somewhat deluding himself. After all, until now, Jiang Fei had not exhibited a trace of energy. In light of this, the prince thought, "Let me impart some guidance to you." Vegeta arrogantly pointed his thumb at himself. In his view, the other was nothing of consequence. In this world, the only being capable of rivaling him, the Saiyan prince, was Kakarot, another Saiyan. As his arrogance burgeoned, the corners of Vegeta's mouth curled upward, his confidence soaring. Vegeta readied himself for an attack, preparing to demonstrate his superiority to Jiang Fei. Hold on, Jiang Fei interjected, shaking his head and gesturing behind him. First, remove that toothpick from the wall. If you can break it, then we may discuss guidance. What toothpick? Vegeta blinked in confusion, retracting his stance and turning to look. Indeed. Embedded in the wall behind him was a toothpick, half buried, with a faint crimson hue, reminiscent of blood. Suddenly, Vegeta whirled back to Jiang Fei, incredulous. Is it this toothpick? He glanced down at his still bleeding wound and recalled that upon entering, Jiang Fei had been holding a toothpick in his mouth. Now it had vanished, indicating that Jiang Fei had utilized this unassuming toothpick to thwart his attack while simultaneously inflicting a wound upon him. Oh, so it was a toothpick, Goku pondered. Realizing that what had caused Vegeta's injury was indeed a seemingly insignificant object. At the same time, his blood surged with excitement. If a mere toothpick could wound Vegeta, it indirectly suggested Jiang Fei's extraordinary strength. Impossible. It cannot be. How could I be injured by a toothpick? Vegeta shook his head, unwilling to accept the truth. If he were struck by a beam of energy, he would not be so perturbed. However, how could a simple wooden toothpick harm one as robust as he? Jiang Fei chuckled helplessly. There was nothing impossible about it. A toothpick, or even a mere puff of breath from him, could likely obliterate Vegeta. The fact that Vegeta sustained only a minor injury was a testament to Jiang Fei's restraint. Goku observed as Vegeta stood frozen in disbelief. Then curiously approached the wall and extracted the toothpick. He examined the debris adhering to it, noting that the toothpick was precisely half embedded in the wall. This demonstrated that Jiang Fei's control over his strength was not only formidable, but also remarkably nuanced. A toothpick capable of piercing Vegeta's body could easily penetrate the earth itself. All right, Vegeta, quit dawdling. If you wish to contend with Jiang Fei, you must first break this toothpick, Goku declared, tossing the toothpick to Vegeta. Snapping back to reality, Vegeta caught it effortlessly. Gazing at the slender, short piece of wood in his hand, an overwhelming fury surged within him. You bastard! Vegeta seethed, his face darkening. As the proud Saiyan prince, one of the most formidable beings in the universe, the number of planets he had obliterated was not insignificant. Now, to be compelled to break a toothpick before he could engage in battle was nothing short of an affront to his lofty pride. With his thumb pressed against the center of the toothpick, he glared at Jiang Fei, gritting his teeth. You dare insult me, the prince? I will make you pay. With that, he exerted force with his fingers. Yet, the anticipated snap did not resonate. No sensation of wood fracturing reached his fingertips. What in the world is happening? Vegeta lowered his gaze, his eyes nearly bulging. Despite his thumb pushing down with all its might, the toothpick neither splintered nor bent. Instead, his thumb appeared somewhat pale. Vegeta, what on earth are you doing? Goku inquired, puzzled by Vegeta's astonished expression. He too was curious as to why Jiang Fei would task Vegeta with such a seemingly trivial feat. However, despite his curiosity, he refrained from probing further. After extensive training, Goku understood that some powerful individuals imposed unique rules. Perhaps this was one of Jiang Fei's rules. Vegeta ignored Goku's voice, remaining solely focused on the toothpick in his grasp. Sweat began to bead on his forehead and temples as he intensified his efforts. Yet the accursed toothpick remained unyielding. How could the prince be unable to break a mere toothpick? Vegeta began to doubt himself, his thumb growing sore from the strain. Nonetheless, he refused to relent. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and concentrated. After about a second, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, focused his gaze, and quietly commanded, "Break for me." Simultaneously, an unparalleled aura erupted from him. The surrounding air turned tempestuous, and the building began to crumble. Ah! Bulma shrieked, crouching down and shielding her head as large stones fell from the ceiling. Goku raised his hands to shield his face, bewildered, and exclaimed, "What the heck, Vegeta? Is such force necessary just to break a toothpick?" Chapter 25, Has the North Kai fled? Jiang Fei stood calmly, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the descending colossal boulders without a hint of panic. A brilliant light flickered in his eyes as a transparent semicircular barrier materialized around him, rapidly expanding to envelop both Bulma and Sun Wukong in an instant. Vegeta's energy surged even further. The residential buildings were utterly reduced to rubble, and a white aura soared into the heavens. Shockwaves radiated outward, causing the very earth to tremble. Bulma crouched on the ground, clutching her head, trembling in fear. However, to her astonishment, the stones that should have struck her head had not descended upon her, leaving her without even a hint of pain. "Wow, Jiang Fei, this move of yours is impressive," Sun Wukong remarked, brushing off the dust from his clothes with a smile. Though unafraid of being struck by rocks, no one wished to be buried alive. "Jiang Fei, Bulma, hearing Wukong's voice, opened her eyes and slowly rose to her feet. She noticed that the area beneath her was shielded by a glass-like barrier. While the surrounding structures lay in ruins, the ground beneath her remained untouched. So, Jiang Fei saved me, Bulma murmured to herself, placing a hand over her heart. Her gaze towards Jiang Fei not only softened with affection, but also sparkled with admiration. Outside the transparent barrier, Vegeta was still exerting his utmost strength against the toothpick in his hand. His energy continued to escalate, a white blaze ascending into the sky. The ground beneath him began to crack and fissure like a spider's web. Yet, despite this, he remained utterly powerless against the toothpick. On the Kai planet, the North Kai's face turned ashen, beads of cold sweat trickling down. To say the perspiration was plentiful would be an understatement. It was nearly forming rivulets. What on earth is that Vegeta doing? The North Kai trembled, his breath quickening. Although he still could not sense the presence of Earth, he could faintly feel Vegeta's overwhelming energy. At that moment, he wished he could sense nothing at all. Could it be that Vegeta is clashing with the Enforcer? The more he pondered, the more alarmed he became. If this continued, he would frighten himself to death. However, his concerns were somewhat unwarranted, as Vegeta was not engaged in battle with Jiang Fei, but rather wrestling with a toothpick. On Earth, Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, Krillin, and Gohan had gathered, all sensing the formidable energy emanating from Vegeta. They were making their way toward the Capsule Corporation. For such an explosive display of power could signify the presence of an enemy. As warriors of Earth, they felt compelled to investigate. If trouble was indeed brewing, they might be able to lend a hand. However, they found it peculiar that if Vegeta had encountered an adversary, why could they only feel his energy and not that of his opponent? Such questions could only be answered upon arrival. At the Capsule Corporation, Vegeta's energy continued to rise. Wave after wave of shockwaves obliterated the surrounding structures. Bulma, having regained her senses, realized that she was indeed at her home. The sight of the surrounding devastation sent her blood pressure soaring. Hey, Vegeta, stop it. Can you hear me? Stop. Bulma protested loudly against the barrier. It wasn't that she was overly concerned about monetary loss. After all, they were among the wealthiest in the world. It was simply that many of the buildings around her housed her laboratories, filled with ongoing research. The destruction of these spaces would surely be a great loss. Hey, Vegeta, you idiot. Can you hear me? Bulma pounded on the barrier. Observing her distress, Jiang Fei shook his head in resignation and decided to assist her. With a wave of his hand, a similar transparent barrier surrounded Vegeta, instantly dissipating the violent energy emanating from him. The shockwave ceased, and the remaining structures were spared from destruction. Had it continued, the Capsule Corporation might have vanished from the Earth. Bulma exhaled in relief, glancing back at Jiang Fei with a slight blush on her cheeks. Thank you. Jiang Fei offered a gentle smile in response. At that moment, the warriors from Earth arrived. They found it strange that the overwhelming energy they had sensed moments ago had suddenly vanished upon their arrival. However, they still spotted Vegeta, which only deepened their curiosity. For he appeared to be ensconced within a barrier, seemingly struggling with something in his hand, his face flushed and straining with effort. On the Kai planet, the North Kai felt the abrupt disappearance of Vegeta's energy, and his heart plummeted. Could it be that he has been eliminated by the Enforcer? The thought became increasingly plausible, and he began to envision Vegeta's arrogant demeanor, radiating overwhelming energy while defiantly pointing his finger at the Enforcer. What kind of Enforcer are you? Allow me to show you that in front of this prince, you are nothing. Before he could finish, the Enforcer would deliver a righteous blow, obliterating him. No, I cannot remain here. The North Kai gasped, his antennas quivering with anxiety as he became drenched in sweat. His mind raced as he sought a strategy. After all, Earth was under his jurisdiction. Whis had instructed him to entertain the Enforcer, yet he found himself unable to make contact with Earth. Not only had he lost communication, but he had also inadvertently offended Vegeta. As the Kai, he bore an immense burden of responsibility. What am I to do? The North Kai's face was etched with worry, his mind a tempest of anxiety. Perhaps I should seek refuge with another Kai for a few days. With a resigned tone, he began to gather his belongings. Though he knew that while he could evade for a time, he could not escape indefinitely. Who would not wish to prolong their life? If he could hide for a few days, he would secure his life, and everything else could be addressed later. Soon, the North Kai had packed all his belongings. Taking his monkey and bug with him, he departed without a backward glance. Chapter 26. The Warriors of Earth gather meanwhile. The people on Earth not only beheld Vegeta but also encountered a long-lost acquaintance, son Goku. Father. Gohan was the first to rush over. Having missed his father dearly over the past few days, uncertain of when they would meet again. To his surprise, a visit to the Capsule Corporation brought him face to face with him. Gohan. Goku joyfully waved his hand, a surge of nostalgia flooding his heart. Such emotions only arose when he was reminded of them. Otherwise, they remained dormant. Now that he saw Gohan, the yearning for family was more profound than ever. At the opportune moment, Jiang Fei dispelled the barrier around them, and the father and son immediately embraced, with Goku lifting Gohan high into the air. Goku. It's wonderful to have you back. Gohan exclaimed. Goku, it seems you're truly okay. I always knew you wouldn't perish so easily. Krillin, Tien, and Piccolo also gathered around, their eyes brimming with joy. After all, they had lived and fought together, and the excitement of reuniting after such a long separation was palpable. Everyone's here. It's so good to see you, Goku said, still holding Gohan, as he greeted them with a smile. Despite the surrounding ruins, their spirits remained undampened. They chatted merrily, discussing everything from family matters to the trivialities of life. Oh, right. Goku suddenly remembered something. He walked over to Jiang Fei and said, Come, everyone. Meet Jiang Fei. He brought me back from Namek. At that moment, Bulma shyly approached Jiang Fei, giving the impression that they were quite the couple. Krillin, Tien, and the others stepped forward to greet him. Piccolo merely nodded coolly. Jiang Fei responded with a warm smile, radiating a friendly aura, as familiar faces surrounded him. He felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. However, one person was noticeably absent. Where is Chashin gone? Jiang Fei pondered silently, glancing at Bulma. If memory served him right, she was still in a romantic phase with Yamcha. Was it appropriate for him to be this close? Regardless of his thoughts, Bulma felt quite comfortable. Uncle Jiang Fei, thank you for bringing my father back from Namek. Gohan expressed his gratitude sincerely while being cradled in Goku's arms. Oh, it was nothing. Just a small effort. No need for thanks. Jiang Fei replied with a gentle smile. Mr. Jiang Fei, you must possess tremendous strength to have brought Goku back from Namek. Krillin remarked enthusiastically, his bald head gleaming. Jiang Fei smiled and shook his head, preparing to be modest. However, before he could speak, Goku eagerly interjected, Jiang Fei isn't just strong. He is extraordinarily powerful, unfathomably so. The crowd gasped in astonishment, their gazes fixating on Jiang Fei. They all knew Goku's power. He was the pinnacle among them, capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan and standing toe-to-toe with Frieza. For Goku to make such a statement about Jiang Fei was a testament to his formidable strength. Is that true? Krillin asked, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Of course it's true, Goku replied earnestly. When Frieza and his brother encountered Jiang Fei, they had to be exceptionally polite. With that, he excitedly began recounting the events that transpired on Namek. As Goku narrated, the expressions on everyone's faces shifted from surprise to sheer shock. Sighing helplessly, Jiang Fei thought to himself how Goku was quite the loudmouth, divulging every detail he knew. Nonetheless, it illustrated Goku's genuine nature. I can't believe Uncle Jiang Fei is so powerful, even the wicked Frieza fears him, Gohan said, his face filled with admiration. After hearing Goku's account, even the typically aloof Piccolo couldn't help but cast a few curious glances at Jiang Fei. He, too, harbored a proud heart, though it had gradually been subdued as stronger foes emerged, leading him to embrace a caretaker role. Oh, by the way, what is Vegeta doing? Krillin suddenly recalled. They had come due to Vegeta's energy, but his strange behavior was baffling. He appeared to be preoccupied with something. Oh, Vegeta, Goku turned to explain nonchalantly. He insisted on sparring with Jiang Fei, but Jiang Fei merely used a toothpick to injure him, telling Vegeta that he could only spar when he managed to break that toothpick. What? The crowd was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the absurdity of it all. They repeatedly confirmed with Goku, incredulous at the notion that a toothpick could cause harm to Vegeta, let alone that it had been done so casually. After a brief moment of confusion, Krillin swallowed hard, glancing at Vegeta, who remained inside the barrier, still engaged in a battle of wits with the toothpick, his energy unwavering. Perhaps he was too focused, compounded by Jiang Fei's barrier, which isolated him from the outside world. What material is that toothpick made of? Vegeta can't possibly be incapable of breaking a mere toothpick, Krillin murmured. The collective gaze of the group turned toward Jiang Fei, suspecting that the toothpick was no ordinary one. It likely possessed some unique properties. Goku's eyes returned to Jiang Fei, curiosity flickering within them. He had held that toothpick and found nothing extraordinary about it. It felt as if it could be crushed to dust with minimal effort. Seeing the attention directed at him, Jiang Fei chuckled helplessly and explained. It is indeed just a regular toothpick. He pointed to a nearby table, which still held remnants of food and a box of toothpicks. The group exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of how to respond. Chapter 27. This individual must be divine indeed. Although the toothpick appeared ordinary, it bore a trace of my power. Jiang Fei observed the myriad expressions of astonishment among the crowd and continued to elucidate with a smile. Ah, so that is the case, Krillin sighed in relief. He had sensed something awry moments before. A mere toothpick, easily breakable even by an ordinary person, let alone by Vegeta? It turned out to be imbued with a hint of Jiang Fei's strength. Wait a moment, Krillin suddenly recalled something, and his expression shifted to one of shock. The others, too, were left astounded, their jaws practically dropping to the ground, aside from Vegeta, who was still grappling with the toothpick within the barrier. The atmosphere was laden with an eerie silence. Could it truly be that merely infusing a sliver of power rendered Vegeta helpless? Piccolo muttered to himself. He found himself compelled to reassess the young man before him, Jiang Fei. Yet upon closer inspection, he experienced a profound realization. Perhaps influenced by the deity's presence, he could not sense any ki, yet he felt an ethereal, sacred force enveloping Jiang Fei, stirring a flicker of trepidation deep within his soul. Goku, however, was oblivious to all else, his eyes ablaze with fervor. If a mere toothpick, tainted with a trace of power, could render Vegeta powerless, what would ensue if they truly engaged in combat? Jiang Fei, let us hasten to engage in battle. Goku exclaimed excitedly, placing his son down. He could no longer contain the fiery passion igniting within him, regardless of Jiang Fei's prowess. He was determined to experience it firsthand. Very well, Jiang Fei replied readily. The duel they had previously agreed upon could commence. With that, he lifted his feet from the ground, gently ascending into the air. How extraordinary, Tianjin remarked, astonished. According to their martial philosophy, flight necessitated the use of ki. Yet Jiang Fei continued to astonish them. I shall join you, Goku declared resolutely, gathering his ki. Huh! With a fierce shout. His white aura transformed into a brilliant golden hue. His black hair stood on end, enveloped in the same golden radiance. The ground trembled beneath the overwhelming force of his presence, and the air grew scorching hot. After completing his transformation, Goku gazed skyward, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In an instant, he appeared before Jiang Fei. Their eyes locked, one filled with fervor, the other with tranquil composure. Below, the spectators watched in breathless anticipation, afraid even to blink lest they miss the unfolding spectacle. Is this the Super Saiyan? Tianjin thought, swallowing hard. The power emanating from Goku was truly formidable. Incredible! Was this the form in which Goku defeated Frieza? Krillin marveled, equally entranced. Like Tianjin, it was his first encounter with the Super Saiyan transformation. His earlier ritual had facilitated Goku's transformation, and he felt a sense of pride, though he regretted not witnessing the Super Saiyan in action until now. Piccolo and Gohan, witnessing this scene once more, felt a rush of excitement. However, they maintained a greater sense of composure than the previous two. Having experienced Goku's might in this form, they were less taken aback. In the sky, Goku, brimming with combat fervor, asked, Shall you strike first, or shall I? You go ahead, once I make my move. You may not have another chance, Jiang Fei replied with a calm smile, gesturing for him to proceed. Though their exchange was subdued, it was clearly audible to those below. Krillin, Tianjin, and Gohan stared, dumbfounded by Jiang Fei's words. Goku's ki had escalated to a terrifying degree. How could Jiang Fei utter such a statement without fear of repercussions? Nonetheless, they dismissed it as mere pre-battle bravado. Very well, I shall not hold back. Goku, not underestimating Jiang Fei, sprang into action, vanishing from sight before the crowd could react. In a heartbeat, he reappeared before Jiang Fei, unleashing a punch enveloped in golden flames. Boom! The forceful strike landed squarely on Jiang Fei's face, unleashing a thunderous explosion that scattered the surrounding clouds. Yet, despite the tremendous impact, Jiang Fei remained utterly unaffected, not even swaying in the air. What? The onlookers erupted in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the scene before them. Goku's movement had been so swift that they could scarcely follow. The sheer force of his attack left them breathless, yet it failed to yield any result. Although they had anticipated Jiang Fei's strength, it was inconceivable that he could withstand such a blow without flinching. Who is this individual? Piccolo pondered, a furrow of concern creasing his brow. The longer he observed Jiang Fei, the more he felt an oppressive force pressing down on his soul, igniting an urge to bow before this young man. Initially inclined to believe in Goku's victory, he now felt as though Goku was a mere ant attempting to shake a tree, a futile endeavor. Unbeknownst to Piccolo, in the celestial palace above, The deity watched the battle below, sweat soaking his garments. His frail hands clutched his staff, trembling as though he might collapse at any moment. "What is wrong, Lord God?" His servant Bobo inquired, concern etched across his face as he supported the deity to prevent him from falling. "This individual, if my intuition serves me correctly, he must be divine." The deity's voice quivered. He sensed that the one battling Goku below was a true god, one of incomprehensible superiority, instilling in him a chilling fear that rendered him unable to stand firm. Chapter 28. Do not clash with the Sun family. Jiang Fei, you truly possess remarkable strength. Sun Wukong's expression turned serious. He anticipated a one-sided situation, yet he was taken aback by the sheer extent of the reversal. "Can it continue?" Jiang Fei replied nonchalantly. To be candid, Sun Wukong's punch, landing squarely on his face, was merely a fleeting sensation, neither painful nor discomforting, akin to a gentle breeze caressing one's cheek. Of course, Sun Wukong recalibrated his energy and swung his fist once more. He was not one to capitulate easily, though his previous strike was powerful. It had only utilized 70% of his strength. This time, he was determined to muster every ounce of his energy. With a thunderous boom, his fist collided with Jiang Fei's visage once again. The sky roared with ferocious winds, and the very fabric of space began to tremble. Nonetheless, the outcome remained unchanged. Jiang Fei stood unfazed in the void, his countenance still exuding an air of tranquility. Still ineffective? Sun Wukong's eyelids twitched, and he declared, "Very well." With a fierce shout, his aura surged once more. The golden flames enveloping him transformed into a tempest of ferocity, illuminating the sky and dimming the sun's brilliance. He unleashed a series of rapid, relentless strikes aimed at various parts of Jiang Fei's form. Bang, bang, bang. The sky reverberated with thunderous sounds, shockwaves radiating outward in all directions. Although the battle raged above, the impact was felt violently on the ground. Jiang Fei remained poised, effortlessly absorbing wave after wave of Sun Wukong's assaults without a hint of alteration in his demeanor. Sun Wukong's strength had reached its zenith, yet he could not budge Jiang Fei in the slightest. "Breathe." Piccolo closed his eyes, exhaling deeply. He could no longer bear to witness the spectacle above. The situation had devolved into a complete rout. The opponent needed not even engage. They were rendered utterly helpless. Should combat ensue, the outcome would be all but inevitable. Not far from the throng, within a protective barrier, Vegeta's energy surged to a new pinnacle. Finally, with a resounding crack, the toothpick in his grasp splintered. The moment the toothpick broke, Vegeta collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. His attire was thoroughly drenched in perspiration. "Did you see that? This is the prowess of a Saiyan prince. A mere toothpick, effortlessly dispatched." Vegeta murmured to himself, feeling rather lightheaded. After all, he had expended all his strength to snap that toothpick. However, unbeknownst to him, it was not his own might that shattered it, but rather the dissipated energy that Jiang Fei had once imbued it with. Otherwise, even if he strained for an entire year, breaking it would have been inconceivable. While Vegeta rested, he began to notice a significant quietude in his surroundings. He turned his neck, just in time to behold the clash between Sun Wukong and Jiang Fei. Kakarot. Vegeta's pupils dilated sharply. In an instant, he sprang to his feet, muttering to himself, "Is that what a Super Saiyan looks like?" It was his first encounter with the visage of a Super Saiyan. A wave of emotions washed over him, soon mingled with a sense of begrudging rivalry. Damn it. The strongest Saiyan should be this prince. Vegeta gritted his teeth, pointing towards the sky and bellowing, "Kakarot, get down here. Let this prince deal with him." Ignoring his physical exhaustion, he unleashed a burst of energy, a white flame enveloping him as he soared into the air. However, before he could ascend even 5 or 6 meters, a resounding thud echoed. "What is so hard?" "My head." Vegeta plummeted from his low altitude, clutching his head and writhing in agony on the ground. The spectators below, drawn by the commotion, turned their attention momentarily. "What is that guy doing?" Tianjinhan furrowed his brows. "It seems he is performing a role." Krillin scratched his bald head. Due to the barrier Jiang Fei had erected around Vegeta, not only was his energy concealed, but his voice was muffled as well. Thus, the onlookers heard nothing of Vegeta's earlier exclamations, only the dull sound of impact. Sun Wukong glanced momentarily before returning his gaze to the heavens. "Uncle Jiang Fei is so powerful. It seems Dad is using all his strength." "Indeed. I never anticipated Jiang Fei's strength to be so terrifying," Krillin remarked, focusing intently on the aerial duel. It was difficult to fathom the extent of this man's power. Wukong's energy was formidable enough to send shivers down my spine. Yet this individual remained unscathed after enduring such relentless assaults. Tianjin chimed in with his own thoughts. Piccolo remained with his arms crossed, eyes closed in meditation, striving to dispel the profound dread within his soul. The battle in the sky raged on. Sun Wukong's fist created afterimages, reaching the zenith of speed and force. Yet they failed to make a dent in Jiang Fei's composure. Sun Wukong now understood that their strengths resided in entirely different dimensions. If he had once hoped for a spar, he now merely wished for Jiang Fei to shift, even slightly. Even the slightest movement would suffice to satisfy him. Ha, ha. Sun Wukong continued to unleash a flurry of blows, then swiftly retreated, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Fei. After a prolonged offensive, both his body and spirit felt the weight of fatigue. What is the matter, Wukong? Is that all you've got? Jiang Fei smiled softly. Hey, not quite yet. Let me show you this technique. With those words, Sun Wukong focused his breath, joining his hands together as energy coalesced between them. Moments later, a blinding light erupted. Kamehameha. A powerful, unparalleled beam of white light surged towards Jiang Fei. Observing the Kamehameha wave, Jiang Fei chuckled and shook his head, recalling the adage about not clashing with the Sun family. Thus, he decided to comply with the unwritten rule. As the wave approached him, Jiang Fei slightly parted his lips, exhaling gently in its direction. The Kamehameha, as if losing its tether, veered past his nose, executing a sharp 90-degree turn, soaring skyward. Subsequently, the light wave traced an uncanny angle, hurtling back towards Sun Wukong. This. Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. He never anticipated that the beam he had unleashed would now be directed back at him, tracing such an extraordinary arc in the air. He hastily attempted to retract his energy, severing the source of power in his hands. Yet, it was evident that it was too late. The released energy wave had already amassed sufficient force. Sun Wukong gazed in astonishment as the formidable force of the Kamehameha wave collided with him. A thunderous explosion resonated through the air, enveloping the surroundings in a thick cloud of smoke. From within this haze, a figure plummeted rapidly towards the ground, none other than Sun Wukong himself, struck by his own technique. At that moment, he was akin to a free-falling object, descending directly towards the earth. His hair had lost its luster, and although his energy still lingered, it was evident that he no longer exuded the overwhelming power he once possessed. Chapter 29. Extraordinary abilities on the ground. The onlookers were left in a state of shock, completely numbed by Jiang Fei's formidable prowess. The defeat of Sun Wukong was utterly inevitable, without any chance for retaliation. It was as if he had been vanquished by his own techniques. Thud. Sun Wukong's body crashed heavily to the ground. Wukong. The crowd, having recovered from their astonishment, rushed to his side. Gohan knelt beside his father, concern etched on his face. Wukong, are you all right? Is everything okay? The others joined in with their inquiries. Jiang Fei is simply remarkable. Beyond imagination, Sun Wukong chuckled, lying on the ground. Though he appeared somewhat disheveled, he had not sustained significant harm. After all, he had managed to retract his energy in time. Had the onslaught continued, the outcome might have been dire. Jiang Fei, observing the end of the battle, smiled as a radiant light enveloped him, dispelling the thick smoke that lingered in the sky. He descended gracefully, exuding an ethereal aura, as if transcending the earthly realm. Wow, Jiang Fei is incredibly handsome. Bulma gazed at him, captivated. She may not have fully comprehended the battle that had just unfolded, but the outcome was clear. Sun Wukong had been defeated. In her mind, Wukong was an unstoppable warrior, one who rarely faced defeat. Yet now, her dream hero had been bested by Jiang Fei, who possessed both striking looks and immense power, igniting her admiration for him even further. Damn it, Kakarot lost. Vegeta, inside the barrier, stood up, his face a mask of disbelief. This was a Super Saiyan, a being he had long aspired to become. To see him fall so disgracefully was a blow to his pride, though it was not he who had been defeated. Vegeta felt a profound sense of humiliation. What is this thing? Why can't it be shattered? Vegeta clenched his fists and struck the barrier. He realized that this barrier was confining his freedom and preventing any energy from being sensed from within. Frustration surged within him. He longed to confront Jiang Fei and reclaim Kakarot's lost dignity. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta struck the barrier repeatedly, but it remained unyielding. The relentless blows began to ache his hands. What the hell is this? He cursed, feeling overwhelmed by the bizarre circumstances of the day. Why was it so difficult to engage in a simple fight? As his anger mounted, he unleashed a powerful wave of energy, gathering it in his hands and sending it crashing towards the barrier. Boom. The barrier erupted in a cloud of smoke, accompanied by a cacophony of explosions. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong was being helped to his feet. Jiang Fei approached slowly, and the crowd parted respectfully to make way for him. Their gazes shifted to Jiang Fei, filled with deep reverence and bewilderment. When had such a formidable figure emerged on Earth? Why had they never heard of him before? Jiang Fei, you were truly cunning. You claimed to be of average strength when we first met. Sun Wukong, despite his battered appearance, wore a broad smile. He had never believed Jiang Fei's modest words, and today he had witnessed firsthand the extraordinary reality. Heh, Jiang Fei replied, a serene smile gracing his lips. I merely spoke the truth. He then extended his finger, lightly tapping the air twice. Suddenly, a divine light enveloped Sun Wukong. Dad! Gohan exclaimed in surprise. The onlookers were taken aback, utterly perplexed by the transformation occurring before them. They glanced at Jiang Fei, speculating whether he had intervened once more. Though many thought this, none dared to act. After all, if Sun Wukong could not match Jiang Fei's strength, they stood no chance. Sun Wukong examined the radiant glow surrounding him and felt a comforting warmth enveloping his body. In the next moment, his wounds began to heal at an astonishing rate. Within mere breaths, the light faded and his injuries vanished, leaving him rejuvenated. My wounds are gone. Sun Wukong could hardly believe the miraculous turn of events, clenching his fists in disbelief. As he looked at Jiang Fei, astonishment filled his eyes. Jiang Fei, is this your ability? The others, witnessing Sun Wukong's recovery, gasped in wonder. Jiang Fei smiled and nodded. It was but a minor effort. He had no desire to harm Sun Wukong, for they were both inhabitants of the seventh universe. Future endeavors would depend on him. If Wukong were to be incapacitated, it would thwart his original intentions. The crowd marveled at this revelation, their astonishment mounting. They had witnessed an array of extraordinary events today. Vegeta's futile attempt to break a toothpick Jiang Fei had used, the effortless defeat of Sun Wukong, and now the miraculous healing of his injuries. Such a being was unlike anyone they had ever encountered. Extraordinary, truly extraordinary. Krillin murmured in awe. Piccolo, too, was rendered speechless, his previous arrogance replaced with profound respect as he regarded Jiang Fei. Incredible! It's akin to a Senza bean, Sun Wukong thought, envy glimmering in his eyes. Jiang Fei possessed not only immense strength but also remarkable abilities. If only he could gain such powers, he would never fear injury again and could fight without restraint in the future. Chapter 30. The Little Deity Meets Mr. Jiang Fei. As the group marveled at Jiang Fei's extraordinary abilities, a figure suddenly descended from the heavens, landing gracefully in the courtyard. This unexpected arrival immediately captured their attention, prompting Jiang Fei to turn his gaze in that direction. Oh, it's the celestial deity. What brings you down here? Sun Wukong was the first to react, greeting the figure with a cheerful smile. Krillin, Tien, and others waved back, equally amused. Meanwhile, Piccolo's mind stirred, as if he had recalled something significant. Had this being begun to sense the same peculiar feeling? The celestial deity remained silent, bypassing the still grandstanding Vegeta. Sun Wukong approached with a grin. The deity was an old acquaintance who had aided him on numerous occasions. Celestial deity, I thought you were unable to leave the temple at will. What brings you here? It seemed the celestial deity did not hear Sun Wukong's inquiry, continuing to walk forward in silence, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Sun Wukong's smile faltered, his hand scratching his head in bewilderment as he turned to observe the deity's indifference. Krillin and the others shared his confusion, having noticed that the celestial deity's unusual demeanor today was far from typical. Jiang Fei maintained a serene smile. Upon arriving on Earth, he had sensed a presence watching him, and it was likely this deity. The celestial deity's purpose for descending was probably aimed at him. Just as the group grappled with their puzzlement, the celestial deity unexpectedly performed an action no one anticipated. He approached Jiang Fei, humility radiating from his demeanor. Little deity pays respects to Mr. Jiang Fei. Without hesitation, he knelt down, his forehead touching the ground. Witnessing this scene, the onlooker's eyes widened in astonishment. What on earth was happening? Krillin stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. Sun Wukong, Tien, and the others stood with mouths agape, bewildered. How could the deity of Earth kneel before Jiang Fei? Despite the deity's lack of overwhelming power, as a divine being, he was expected to maintain a certain dignity. They had always held great respect for this deity, who had significantly aided them. Yet today, a spectacle left them utterly flabbergasted. Earth's deity? Please rise, Jiang Fei said calmly, sensing no impropriety in the gesture. As an enforcer from the divine realm, it was only natural for the Earth deity to pay him homage. It seemed unreasonable for a deity from Earth to neglect such a duty upon visiting the seventh universe. Thank you, Mr. Jiang Fei. The celestial deity murmured from his position on the ground. After expressing his gratitude, he slowly rose, yet his gaze remained lowered, avoiding direct contact with Jiang Fei's eyes. What in the world is going on? Sun Wukong was thoroughly perplexed. He approached Piccolo, who had been silent the entire time. Given their past connection, he might possess some insights. Piccolo, what has to deal with this celestial deity? Piccolo furrowed his brow at Sun Wukong's question. At that moment, Krillin, Gohan, Tien, and even Bulma's eyes focused on him, eager for answers. It seems my intuition was correct, Piccolo said, crossing his arms and lowering his head. The spiritual pressure Jiang Fei exerted was overwhelming. Seeing the celestial deity descend from his temple only confirmed his suspicions. What sensation? What do you mean? Sun Wukong was utterly baffled, feeling as though Piccolo was speaking in riddles. After a brief pause, Piccolo finally elaborated. If my conjecture is accurate, Mr. Jiang Fei is likely a deity. A deity. The revelation sent shockwaves through the group. They exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to digest this new information. Until now, they had merely viewed Jiang Fei as an extraordinarily powerful human, never considering the divine aspect. Indeed, and he should hold a significantly high rank among deities. Piccolo remarked seriously, stealing a glance at the celestial deity. A high-ranking deity? Sun Wukong asked curiously. Is he akin to the King of Worlds? The most formidable deity he had encountered was indeed the King of Worlds, so it was only natural to assume Jiang Fei belonged to that echelon. Piccolo shook his head slowly, his expression grave. His rank far surpasses that of the King of Worlds. While the King of Worlds holds a higher position than the celestial deity, he has never been a source of pressure for me. Even at a higher level, it would likely not affect me. However, Jiang Fei's presence is profoundly intimidating. Sun Wukong swallowed hard, murmuring to himself. He recalled hearing Frieza and Cooler speak of the god of destruction on planet Namek. At the time, Jiang Fei referred to it as an insignificant deity. Reflecting on it now, it seemed far more complex than he had initially believed. Meanwhile, the celestial deity, still bowed in humility, softly inquired, "May I ask, Mr. Jiang Fei, which divine being do you represent?" "The Enforcer," Jiang Fei replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this title, the celestial deity's face momentarily showed confusion, but he quickly regained his respectful demeanor. Clearly, the title of Enforcer was unfamiliar to him. Yet, that was to be expected. He was merely a minor deity of Earth. And it was normal not to recognize every powerful deity. I recall that, barring extraordinary circumstances, you should not leave the temple, Jiang Fei continued, his tone still calm. The celestial deity's expression shifted to one of anxiety as he hastily replied, Yes. I sensed the presence of the Enforcer, which prompted me to disregard protocol and pay my respects. Please forgive my transgression. No matter. You have no business here. You may return, Jiang Fei gestured dismissively. This was the first deity he had encountered since arriving in the 7th universe, and unlike some others, this one had shown a degree of respect. With a sigh of relief, the celestial deity expressed, "Thank you, Enforcer. I shall take my leave now." He bowed before Jiang Fei and began to retreat step by step, warning Sun Wukong and the others not to provoke the Enforcer before ascending into the sky and departing. Meanwhile, he inwardly grumbled, wondering why the King of Worlds had not warned him about such a presence. At that moment, on King Kai's planet, the place was desolate. To be precise, even the house built on King Kai's planet had vanished, leaving behind only a solitary orb suspended in the void. Chapter 31. Feathers in the Sky on Earth. After the departure of the celestial deity, nearly all matters had settled into a semblance of tranquility. However, the gazes directed at Jiang Fei by the onlookers underwent a remarkable transformation. Whereas their admiration and astonishment had been palpable when he vanquished Sun Wukong, now their eyes mirrored a deep reverence akin to that of Piccolo. It was a natural awe that one human felt towards a divine being. After all, the celestial deity had warned them not to show any disrespect towards Jiang Fei, coupled with the formidable power he had recently displayed. In that moment, none of those present dared to approach him. Even Bulma, who harbored feelings for Jiang Fei, found herself hesitant to draw near, muttering to herself in disbelief. It seems I was right from the beginning. This guy truly isn't human. Yet, amidst the crowd, there was one exception, Sun Wukong. With his carefree demeanor, he cared little whether Jiang Fei was human or divine. In his heart, he simply regarded Jiang Fei as a good friend. Jiang Fei, you've tricked me again. You first claimed to be an earthling, and now you've turned into a god. Impressive. Sun Wukong exclaimed, stepping up to Jiang Fei and playfully punching him on the chest. Ha! I didn't deceive you, Wukong, Jiang Fei replied with a light-hearted tone. I am indeed an earthling. As for my divine identity, you never inquired about it. I can't possibly announce everywhere I go that I am a god, can I? Those who know would think I'm a deity, while those who don't might consider me mad. Upon hearing this explanation, Sun Wukong paused for a moment before scratching his head and bursting into laughter. Well, that does make sense. The others couldn't help but chuckle along. They were taken aback by Jiang Fei's unexpectedly humorous demeanor, which lightened the atmosphere significantly. Krillin and the others began to approach, though Piccolo maintained his demeanor of reverence. After a brief exchange of pleasantries lasting about 2 minutes, Sun Wukong proposed, Jiang Fei, do you have a place to stay? If not, why not come to my home? He had ulterior motives, of course. If he could convince Jiang Fei to stay, it would mean daily sparring sessions. No way. Before Jiang Fei could respond, Bulma protested. Initially, she felt a sense of strangeness upon learning of Jiang Fei's divine status. Yet, reflecting on it now, the thought of securing a god for herself was undeniably thrilling. Unable to contain her excitement, she added, Jiang Fei should stay with me. My place is spacious and the environment is quite pleasant. Her voice trailed off as she surveyed the chaos surrounding them. The destruction wrought by Vegeta was immense. Not only had the residential building collapsed, but the surrounding structures were also severely diminished. Jiang Fei shook his head with a smile. I haven't visited Earth in a long time. I intend to wander around by myself, so there is no need for you all to worry about me. Upon hearing this, both Sun Wukong and Bulma displayed expressions of regret. By the way, let the damages here be counted on my head, Jiang Fei remarked, glancing at the scene that resembled the aftermath of a cataclysm. Just as Bulma was about to refuse, Jiang Fei waved his hand lightly. Suddenly, a rain of banknotes cascaded from the sky, landing upon them in a downpour. This is incredible. Krillin gazed up in awe, his eyes wide. Bulma covered her mouth in astonishment. Though her family was the wealthiest in the world, she had never witnessed such a spectacle. Jiang Fei stood by, smiling nonchalantly. He had casually noticed a currency note stored in Bulma's home during a previous meal and, having memorized its design, conjured the bills with a mere thought. For someone endowed with divine power, money was simply finely crafted paper. He could effortlessly summon vast amounts, each of exquisite quality, perhaps even surpassing authentic currency and craftsmanship. My goodness. Jiang Fei, you are truly remarkable. Is there anything in this world you cannot accomplish? Sun Wukong murmured as he gazed at the swirling notes. Soon, a spark of inspiration lit up in his eyes. Jiang Fei, can you teach me this trick? He said excitedly. However, when he turned to look for Jiang Fei, he found that the latter had already vanished from sight. After scanning the surroundings and confirming Jiang Fei's absence, a look of disappointment washed over Sun Wukong. He had little understanding of money, having never earned even a dime throughout his marriage, which often led to frustrations from Chi-Chi. He wished to escape the constant nagging, and mastering this skill could significantly elevate his standing at home. Yet, with Jiang Fei gone, the opportunity slipped away. The rain of banknotes continued for approximately 5 minutes, accumulating a thick layer of currency on the ground. If left unattended, it would surely incite envy among many. Meanwhile, others began to realize that Jiang Fei had departed. Disappointment flickered in Bulma's eyes as well. At that moment, Vegeta finally emerged from the barrier. Of course, it was that he had broken free. Rather, Jiang Fei had casually lifted the barrier as he left. Damn it, I'm finally out. Vegeta exclaimed, drenched in sweat and panting, as he surveyed the gathered Earthlings, his eyes searching for Jiang Fei's figure. Though utterly exhausted, his proud demeanor remained unchanged. Where's Jiang Fei? Jiang Fei, come out and face me, he shouted arrogantly. Glancing around, the onlookers regarded him with bemusement, as though he were a fool. No one responded, and after a brief exchange, they began to disperse. Bulma, I'm leaving too, Sun Wukong declared, cradling Gohan in his arms as he decided it was time to head home. With that, he soared into the air, transforming into a streak of light as he flew towards his abode. Soon, only Bulma and Vegeta remained. However, Bulma, still immersed in her disappointment, was disinclined to engage in conversation. She longed for solitude, leaving Vegeta to stand foolishly in place, surrounded by the thick carpet of green banknotes. Meanwhile, after departing from the Capsule Corporation, Jiang Fei had no intention of seeking out troublesome affairs. This time, he wished to indulge in the vibrant pleasures of the metropolis. Relishing the freedom he had long been denied, he was determined not to squander this opportunity for enjoyment. Chapter 32. Trunks. Half a year slipped by in the blink of an eye. Jiang Fei found himself immersed once again in the mundane existence of an ordinary person on Earth. The ethereal aura that once surrounded him was now concealed. as if he had truly integrated into the fabric of normal society, indulging in the delights of life, feasting, revelry, and the breathtaking beauty of nature. He relished in a life of comfort and ease. Were it not for the advanced technology of this world reminding him of his extraordinary origins, he might have genuinely believed he had returned to his previous earthly life. Having enjoyed this respite long enough, it was time to attend to more pressing matters. Lying on a grassy knoll, he gazed at the sky, stretching languidly. He had not forgotten the purpose of his arrival in the seventh universe. After half a year of experiencing life, he realized that continuing down this path would only lead to repetitive actions. With a slow rise, the worldly expression on Jiang Fei's face vanished, replaced by an air of serene detachment. Just as he was about to take action, an unusual energy surged from a distance, far exceeding that of an ordinary person. This energy appeared without warning, as if conjured from thin air. Could this be Trunks? Jiang Fei pondered aloud. Having never encountered Trunks before, he was unsure of what his energy should feel like. However, based on the known storyline and the current timeline, it was unmistakably Trunks. "Let me go see," Jiang Fei murmured, and with a swift motion, he vanished from his spot, employing instant transmission. In an unnamed canyon, a blue-haired youth stood at the peak, a sword slung across his back. His eyes darted about, seemingly searching for something, a hint of confusion etched on his face. "Something feels off. Frieza and his father should be arriving shortly," the youth mused. At that moment, Jiang Fei's calm voice resonated from behind him. "Are you Trunks?" Startled by the call of his name, Trunks spun around, his eyes widening as he beheld Jiang Fei's figure. It seemed his assumptions were correct. Jiang Fei nodded in affirmation, having already positioned himself behind the young warrior. The familiar attire, the azure hair, and the long sword almost certainly identified him as the future Trunks. Trunks' pupils constricted, and he instinctively took several steps back, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword. The incredulity of Jiang Fei's sudden appearance was soon overshadowed by the shock of someone accurately calling his name. "Who are you? How do you know my name?" Trunks inquired, his grip tightening on the sword's hilt. In this world, he had yet to be born. To have someone call out the name of a person who did not exist felt almost supernatural. "Just a guess. Do you believe me?" Jiang Fei replied with a smile. Trunks twitched at the corner of his mouth, incredulous at the notion that he was being treated as a fool. Slowly, the energy emanating from him began to rise, suggesting he was prepared for a confrontation. At that moment, Son Goku appeared with a flash, evidently sensing the energy in the vicinity and teleporting over. "Goku," Trunks stammered, utterly bewildered. According to his understanding, Goku should not have arrived on Earth until a couple of hours later, after boarding a spaceship. "Oh, you know me?" Goku remarked, eyeing Trunks with curiosity. Trunks found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Seeing the boy's silence, Goku scratched his head in confusion, noticing the sword in Trunks' hand, as if he were confronting someone. Turning around, he was greeted by the familiar figure of Jiang Fei, whom he had not seen in half a year. "Jiang Fei, you're here too," Goku exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with joy. Since his crushing defeat at Jiang Fei's hands, he had trained diligently, his power significantly elevated compared to 6 months prior. Upon seeing Jiang Fei again, the urge to battle surged within him once more. "Long time no see, Goku," Jiang Fei responded with a gentle smile, pleased to witness Goku's growth. A character like him required only a glimpse of a goal to catapult his strength to new heights. One by one, meteors streaked across the sky as Vegeta, Krillin, Piccolo, and others arrived, having sensed the energy in the air. However, due to their lack of instant transmission, they were slightly slower than Goku. "Jiang Fei," Vegeta cried, diving from the sky to stand before him, his eyes ablaze with the desire to fight. After missing the chance to duel Jiang Fei 6 months ago, he was determined to reclaim that opportunity. "Dad," Trunks murmured softly upon seeing Vegeta, his gaze shifting to the many familiar faces surrounding Jiang Fei, most of whom he recognized from photographs. As he observed their camaraderie, his grip on the sword relaxed, and his vigilance began to wane. Meanwhile, Vegeta's booming voice broke the tension. "Jiang Fei, come. Fight me." "What? Are you looking to break another toothpick?" Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow, unfazed. Laughter erupted among the onlookers, recalling the hilarity of the previous encounter. Vegeta's face flushed crimson, yet he refrained from uttering any boastful retorts this time. He had realized, upon reflection, the vast difference in strength between himself and Jiang Fei, who had effortlessly defeated Goku without even a single move. Yet, the more he acknowledged that disparity, the more he longed for a confrontation with Jiang Fei. "Would you indulge me in a battle?" Vegeta surprisingly lowered his pride, a request that left many astonished. They wondered, was this truly the Vegeta they knew? Jiang Fei was equally taken aback by Vegeta's swift change in demeanor. However, the most astonished of all was Trunks, who stood frozen in place, grappling with the reality of his father's unexpected humility. This was truly my father? Memories of his mother's words flickered in his mind. Your father is a man of proud disposition, yet he appears to be solitary. Whether he is truly lonely remains to be seen. However, in this moment, does his demeanor not reveal a certain humility and courtesy? Chapter 33. You two go together. Jiang Fei gazed at Vegeta's expression, one that was both awkward and sincere, and nodded slightly. After all, it wouldn't take too much time. It could serve as a form of exercise. Moreover, pushing Vegeta further might accelerate his growth and strength. How wonderful! Vegeta clenched his fist, a hint of delight appearing on his face. After a long 6 months of anticipation, today he would finally get his wish. Upon hearing Jiang Fei's agreement to Vegeta's request, Sun Wukong immediately rushed forward, shouting exuberantly, "Don't forget about me, Jiang Fei. Count me in." He was eager to fight Jiang Fei once more and was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. "Rest assured, you won't be left out, Wukong." Jiang Fei replied with a gentle smile. As he spoke, he soared into the sky, addressing Sun Wukong and Vegeta. "You two may come at me together." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances. Normally, they would resent each other for potentially hindering their performance. However, with the imminent battle against Jiang Fei, such thoughts were completely absent. "All right," they responded in unison, ascending into the sky together. Trunks observed the unfolding scene, increasingly bewildered. His mind was awash with questions. Where had Frieza gone? Why had he not yet arrived on Earth? Who exactly was this Jiang Fei? Why were his father and Sun Wukong challenging him? Trunks had never heard of anyone named Jiang Fei, yet this person could accurately call out his name. He began to question whether he was the time traveler or if Jiang Fei was the one traversing time. Just as he was lost in contemplation, the battle in the sky erupted. Sun Wukong was the first to act, transforming into a Super Saiyan without so much as a greeting. Vegeta, unwilling to be outdone, though still unable to transform into a Super Saiyan, released a formidable aura of his own. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong closed the distance to Jiang Fei, launching an unstoppable punch. The immense pressure left those nearby gasping for breath. Trunks, captivated by the battle above, felt Sun Wukong's overwhelming energy and couldn't help but gasp. Is this Uncle Wukong's energy? Incredible! Although he himself could also transform into a Super Saiyan, he knew his power paled in comparison to Sun Wukong's. At this level of strength, even the androids would likely be no match. Sighing in resignation, Trunks pondered that if Sun Wukong had not died prematurely in his world, many of the subsequent tragedies might have been averted. Given this level of power, within 3 years, the androids would stand no chance. In the sky, Jiang Fei chuckled softly, observing Sun Wukong's punch. Unhurried, he extended a single finger. Just as the attack was about to land, his slender, pale finger deftly flicked outward. Sun Wukong's fist seemed to lose control, veering off to strike the air instead. With a resounding thud, Jiang Fei's finger lightly tapped the crown of Sun Wukong's head. In that instant, the Super Saiyan transformation was abruptly dispelled. Sun Wukong's body shot downward like a released arrow, plummeting towards a nearby mountain. Boom! The towering peak collapsed with a thunderous roar, boulders cascading down. Sun Wukong's form was buried beneath the rubble. Trunks gaped in disbelief, struggling to comprehend what he had just witnessed. He began to doubt whether he had truly traveled back in time or if he was merely dreaming, still in the comfort of his own bed. In that moment, Vegeta, charging toward Jiang Fei, felt a sinking sensation in his heart. He realized his fate would likely not be much better than Kakarot's. Nonetheless, he resolved to give it his all. However, Jiang Fei had no intention of allowing him that opportunity. After dealing with Sun Wukong, Jiang Fei unfurled his fingers into an open palm and casually swatted at the void. Instantly, a gale swept through the sky, halting Vegeta's advance and dispersing the surrounding white energy. With a gentle motion, Jiang Fei brought his palm down, creating a massive transparent wind blade that shot forward. Trapped by the raging winds, Vegeta could only watch helplessly as the wind blade struck him. Splash! Blood erupted from his mouth, and the upper half of his attire was shredded to tatters. Vegeta lost his combat ability and plummeted from the sky, crashing onto a cliff below. Thus, the joint effort of Sun Wukong and Vegeta to challenge Jiang Fei concluded in mere seconds. This person is incredible, Trunks muttered in astonishment. He was acutely aware that this was no dream. Everything unfolding before him was undeniably real. Yet, the vividness of the scene felt surreal. After glancing at Jiang Fei, who was descending slowly, Trunks flew toward the direction where Vegeta had fallen. A moment later, Krillin and the others helped Sun Wukong back to the ground. Trunks also carried his father, presenting themselves before the group. Jiang Fei had already returned to the ground. Sun Wukong opened his eyes, struggling to speak. Jiang Fei, you are as formidable as ever. He felt that his strength had significantly improved compared to 6 months prior, yet standing before Jiang Fei, he felt utterly powerless. Jiang Fei chuckled lightly. While the Saiyans possessed great innate talent, they were still far from adequate in his presence. Although he had only made a couple of moves, he could distinctly sense an increment in his own power, albeit slight. Trunks set his father down, and compared to Sun Wukong, Vegeta appeared far worse for wear. Unconscious and drenched in blood, without the faintest hint of lingering energy, one might mistakenly believe he was dead. Just then, 2 beams of healing white light enveloped Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Jiang Fei was not inclined to see them harmed, as he would rely on their strength for future endeavors. Approximately 5 seconds later, their injuries healed, and they were revitalized. Phew, that is incredible! Jiang Fei, you're truly a monster, Sun Wukong exclaimed. Somewhat exasperated after recovering, Vegeta remained silent, fully aware of the vast disparity in their powers after facing Jiang Fei directly. Trunks, witnessing their miraculous recovery, felt as though he might lose his mind. He knew that their restoration was due to Jiang Fei's abilities, yet he still yearned to ask loudly, what on earth has happened to this world? As Wukong aptly stated, Jiang Fei is indeed a pervert. Yet the question arises, why does such a pervert not exist in their realm? Chapter 34. The Future World. Departing from Earth, let us converse later, remarked Jiang Fei with a smile, dismissing Sun Wukong's peculiar compliment with a wave of his hand. His gaze gradually shifted to Trunks, eager to ascertain the purpose of this visitor from the future. Future person? The term startled the assembled group, including Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Krillin, as they followed Jiang Fei's gaze. To their astonishment, the boy who had appeared was indeed a traveler from the future. Trunks felt a surge of anxiety. He was increasingly intrigued by Jiang Fei's identity. Who exactly was this individual who not only knew his name, but also his origins? The group's curiosity towards Trunks began to deepen. This was their first encounter with someone from the future. You truly hail from the future? Krillin inquired with genuine interest. Trunks nodded slowly. I am Trunks, and I indeed traveled here from the future. The acknowledgement elicited a wave of astonishment among the others, who secretly admired Jiang Fei's insight. He had discerned Trunks' true nature with remarkable clarity, setting him apart from the ordinary folk. Trunks, since you are from the future, how is my future self faring? Sun Wukong eagerly pressed for information. At this, Trunks' expression darkened. I'm sorry, Mr. Wukong, but in the future, you have perished, ah? Sun Wukong gasped, yearning to see if he would achieve greater heights, only to be met with such disheartening news. Haha, Vegeta couldn't suppress a cold chuckle, thinking it likely that he had ultimately surpassed Kakarot, only to have ended his life in battle. This thought rekindled a long-lost confidence within him. And what of me? Krillin hastily interjected. Mr. Krillin, you have also met your demise, Trunks stated flatly. Krillin felt a wave of despair wash over him. He was not ready to leave this world yet. Just as he contemplated inquiring about his marital status, Tien Shinhan chimed in. What about me? Dead. Trunks' voice remained devoid of emotion. Piccolo, unable to hold back any longer, asked in a deep tone. And I? Surely I haven't perished as well? Yes. Trunks nodded solemnly. An eerie silence enveloped the group. As the gravity of their fate sank in, none of them were prepared to accept such grim news. Haha, Vegeta erupted into laughter, his face radiating arrogance. It seems in the future, I have wiped you all out. What a pity. He feigned a shake of his head, his expression betraying a hint of mock regret. Father Mr. Vegeta, you two have died, Trunks said with a pained smile. The mirth on Vegeta's face instantly froze, replaced by a rigid anger as he glared at Trunks. How did I die? Who was responsible? He covertly cast a glance at Jiang Fei, his mind racing. If Kakarot was dead, it could only be the work of one person. Jiang Fei, aware of Vegeta's gaze, met it with an indifferent glance. Vegeta lowered his head, unwilling to maintain eye contact. In approximately 3 years, 2 androids will emerge. Trunks began to explain the events of his timeline, detailing everything, including the news of Sun Wukong's impending demise due to a viral heart disease. He deliberately withheld the specifics of his own lineage. Sun Wukong sighed. That sounds troublesome. It appears the Senzu beans can only heal injuries, not illnesses. Listening to Trunks, Sun Wukong pondered the formidable nature of the androids. He feared not their strength, but the prospect of dying before facing them. Are the androids truly that powerful? Vegeta crossed his arms, skeptical. Trunks earnestly nodded, his aura suddenly surging as golden flames erupted around him. Transforming his hair from blue to a brilliant gold, he had assumed the form of a Super Saiyan. Oh, you are also a Saiyan, and you can transform. Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise. No, this cannot be, Vegeta stammered, panic creeping into his voice. Saiyans have black hair, yet you, he paused, grappling with the contradiction before him. I apologize. I am indeed a Saiyan, but I cannot divulge the details of my lineage at this moment, Trunks stated with regret, reverting to his normal form. With my current strength, I might contend with one, but against two, I am outmatched. I have come to warn you to prepare, hoping that 3 years hence, you will be able to defeat the androids. If so, perhaps our future could be altered. His voice trailed off, revealing his uncertainty about the potential to change the timeline. Trunks was unaware that, even without Jiang Fei's presence, the future timeline would remain unchanged without his own efforts. So that's how his son Wukong scratched his head. By the way, Mr. Wukong, this is the medicine for your heart condition. You can take it when you experience symptoms or even now, Trunks said. Producing the medication and tossing it to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong caught it effortlessly, his worries dissipating instantly. Life or death mattered little. He could not bear the thought of dying without having fought formidable foes. Wait, Krillin suddenly remembered. What about Jiang Fei? How is he faring in the future? The group realized they had overlooked this critical point. Surely, Jiang Fei, with his immense power, could easily defeat the two androids, right? Jiang Fei, I'm sorry. But in my timeline, there is no one by that name, Trunks replied, furrowing his brow. This revelation took everyone by surprise. They had not anticipated the absence of Jiang Fei in the future timeline. However, they did not dwell on it for long. Krillin, in a lighter tone, reassured, no worries. With Jiang Fei around, the androids pose no real threat to us. His strength is undeniable and sufficient to confront future challenges. Yet, Jiang Fei's next words cast a shadow over their optimism. I regret to inform you that I must leave Earth today and will likely not return for some time. Therefore, the matter of the androids will likely fall to you to handle yourselves. Jiang Fei spoke with a calm demeanor, his tone steady. He had spent ample time on Earth, and it was now time to fulfill his duties as a law enforcer. Ah, is that so? Krillin's face instantly fell. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong also displayed a look of regret. For Jiang Fei, he was an extraordinarily formidable opponent. The existence of such a target would undoubtedly propel his strength to new heights. Yet, upon learning that he was departing, a sense of reluctance washed over him. Vegeta, on the other hand, was engulfed in anger, not towards others, but directed inward. The emergence of yet another Super Saiyan struck a significant blow to his psyche. Piccolo silently breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the pressure he had been under was soon to be alleviated. Mr. Jiang Fei, how did you know where I came from, and what is my name? Who exactly are you? Trunks could no longer contain his curiosity. The multitude of questions swirling in his mind was overwhelming. If left unanswered, it would be quite distressing. Jiang Fei smiled slightly, intending to find an excuse to explain. Just then, Sun Wukong, shaking off his earlier regret, enthusiastically interjected, let me tell you, Jiang Fei is always modest. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fei was momentarily taken aback, then nodded with a smile, eager to see how Wukong would elaborate on his behalf. Jiang Fei is a deity, a remarkably powerful one. Known as a law enforcer, possessing extraordinary abilities beyond our imagination, Sun Wukong exclaimed with exaggerated fervor. In his understanding, Jiang Fei was omnipotent. It was hardly surprising that he knew Trunks hailed from the future, as he had witnessed it firsthand. Oh, Trunks gasped, his mouth agape. He had never anticipated that this individual was such a significant entity, indeed, a god. Ah, great God, please forgive my initial offense and ignorance, Trunks exclaimed. Rushing to kneel before Jiang Fei, he clasped his hands above his head, his gaze sincere, bowing repeatedly. He was a stark contrast to his earlier self. However, this was hardly his fault. In his future timeline, he had never encountered a true deity and naturally harbored a sense of reverence and awe towards them. He finally comprehended why Jiang Fei was so powerful and how he knew his identity. He was the legendary god. Coughing slightly, Jiang Fei found himself unprepared for this sudden turn of events. Rise, you need not worship me, he said. In his memory, Trunks had knelt multiple times upon first meeting Whis. To his surprise, he had mistakenly worshipped the wrong deity, leaving Beerus neglected. Reflecting on Beerus, Jiang Fei furrowed his brow. That troublesome being had yet to seek him out. The longer he thought about it, the more irritated he became. He had already been in the 7th universe for half a year, and aside from the god of Earth, he had not encountered another deity. It seemed he would have to venture out in search of them himself. After hearing Jiang Fei's words, Trunks gradually rose, gazing at him with profound respect. "Let me impart one final piece of advice. Time travel is strictly prohibited," Jiang Fei stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Trunks was so frightened he nearly knelt again. Jiang Fei gestured for him to stop. "Just be cautious. However many times you traverse time, I shall not trouble you. Though I say this, my thoughts are elsewhere. Beerus, take note that someone has violated the decree to traverse time within your jurisdiction." With that, his form transformed into a beam of light, vanishing from the spot. "Indeed, he is a god. I could hardly perceive how he departed," Trunks murmured, gazing at where Jiang Fei once stood. After inquiring about why Frieza had not come to Earth, he activated the time machine and left this timeline. The others also departed, preparing for the androids that would emerge 3 years hence. Chapter 35. First encounter with King of the North Realm. Although Jiang Fei had departed, he did not leave Earth directly. Instead, he made his way to the Celestial Palace. The deities sensed Jiang Fei's arrival and immediately brought Bobo to pay their respects. Jiang Fei waved his hand nonchalantly and stated, "Take me to the King of the North Realm." The deity, bewildered by this request, nodded in acknowledgement. In an instant, they transformed into beams of light and vanished from the Celestial Palace, leaving Bobo alone and perplexed. Jiang Fei understood that finding Beerus would not be feasible through his own abilities alone. He needed to rely on his memories to locate other deities within the 7th universe, hoping to gather information about the whereabouts of the god of destruction's realm. Soon, Jiang Fei and the deity arrived at the domain of King Enma. The surrounding minor deities bowed in reverence to Jiang Fei. "Enough with the formalities. Lead me to Snake Way," Jiang Fei said with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this request, King Enma promptly instructed his subordinates. Consequently, Jiang Fei followed a small spirit to the starting point of Snake Way, gazing at the seemingly endless narrow pathway. He soared into the air, transforming into a radiant light as he sped forward. In less than 30 seconds, Jiang Fei reached the end of Snake Way. Looking up, he beheld a diminutive planet suspended in the sky. Without hesitation, he flew directly to its surface. However, what awaited him was not the warm welcome of the King of the North Realm, but rather a barren expanse of grass devoid of life. Exhaling deeply, Jiang Fei lightly stomped his foot, wondering, where has everyone gone? At that moment, the King of the North Realm sensed a disturbance on the planet. Believing it to be Jiang Fei's departure, he was on his way back, carrying a house, but midway sensed that his king may have encountered some calamity. Could it be that the enforcer has come to pay a visit? A sense of foreboding washed over him. He felt conflicted, unsure whether to return or not. After a brief contemplation, he steeled himself. It would be inappropriate to hide now that the enforcer had come calling. Resolute, he trudged back, albeit with a growing sense of unease, mentally preparing for the possible consequences of facing the enforcer. Jiang Fei stood expressionless on the remnants of the planet. He could feel a presence approaching, which, if all went according to plan, would be the King of the North Realm. Approximately half an hour later, a diminutive figure carrying a house slowly descended onto the planet. It was indeed the King of the North Realm. Upon witnessing the devastation of his planet, his heart raced. Scanning the area, he spotted Jiang Fei standing there, his gaze unwavering. Swallowing hard, the King of the North Realm struggled to unload his house before hastily approaching Jiang Fei. Whis had previously shown him a photograph of the enforcer, and he recognized Jiang Fei's likeness immediately. "I humbly greet you, esteemed enforcer. I apologize for not greeting you properly. Please forgive my shortcomings." The King of the North Realm knelt before Jiang Fei. While he need not have gone to such lengths, his guilt compelled him to perform this grand gesture. "You recognize me?" Jiang Fei inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. The King of the North Realm, prostrated on the ground, dared not lift his head as he replied, "Yes, Whis has contacted me before. Your visage is etched in my memory." Jiang Fei's eyes brightened at this revelation. Indeed, this king could reach the realm of the god of destruction and had direct communication with Whis. It seemed his journey had been fruitful. "Rise," Jiang Fei said calmly. The King of the North Realm's antennae twitched slightly. Was this truly it? This was not what he had anticipated. He had envisioned the worst and best outcomes, the worst being instant demise, and the best, a debilitating punishment. Yet, to his surprise, Jiang Fei showed no signs of anger. "Where have you been?" As the King of the North Realm attempted to stand, Jiang Fei's inquiry startled him back down to the ground. I. The great king summoned me for a matter." So he stammered, his tone lacking conviction. He was now contemplating whether this constituted negligence. If so, what punishment awaited him? Would he face death? Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow at the king's words, noticing the house he had set down. Suddenly, he recalled what Trunks had mentioned. Do you take me for a fool? Jiang Fei remarked, his tone unfaltering. If the great king had indeed summoned him, it would be entirely reasonable. However, what was unreasonable was carrying a house for such a summons. And no, I wouldn't dare. The king of the North Realm hastily shook his head, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Realizing he could no longer feign ignorance, he swiftly divulged his thought process. Primarily driven by the fear that Vegeta's actions might provoke the enforcer's wrath upon him, Jiang Fei found amusement in the king's explanation. You may rise. I am not so petty as to direct my ire at others, he reassured. He had little regard for Vegeta's arrogance and would not blame the deity overseeing this territory for such matters. After all, the gods of Earth had been functioning quite well. Nevertheless, from the king of the North Realm's account, Jiang Fei gleaned that Beerus and the others were already aware of his location. The fact that they had not come to pay their respects was commendable in itself. The king remained oblivious to Jiang Fei's thoughts but felt a sense of relief wash over him upon hearing those words. He gradually stood back up. However, Jiang Fei shifted his tone abruptly, fixing his gaze on the king of the North Realm. The king nearly fell to his knees again, but fortunately steadied himself. He pulled out a handkerchief, quickly wiping away the perspiration on his face. You have been absent from your duties for half a year. This is unacceptable, Jiang Fei continued. Yes, indeed it is unacceptable. I implore you to punish me, esteemed enforcer. The king of the North Realm responded, not daring to argue, readily acquiescing. After all, his words were grounded in truth, leaving no room for rebuttal. Jiang Fei waved dismissively. Let the punishment go. Assist me with one task. Of course, esteemed enforcer. The king of the North Realm replied, lowering his head. Contact Whis and have him bring the god of destruction to meet me, Jiang Fei instructed, his tone indifferent. Upon hearing this request, the king felt a wave of relaxation wash over him and responded cheerfully, certainly. He began to sense that the enforcer appeared quite amicable. It seemed he had been overly influenced by preconceived notions, imagining the enforcer to be far more ruthless. Indeed, the old adage held true. What is heard may be false, but what is seen is real. Lack of direct interaction had led him to overthink the situation. Chapter 36, The Enforcer. Exceptionally kind in the realm of the destroyer god of the seventh universe, a sense of urgency permeated the air. What? The enforcer is with you right now? And you're letting us come over? Whis, gripping his staff, spoke with a hint of panic. He had anticipated this day for quite some time, yet he never expected it to arrive so abruptly. Yes, Whis, please bring Lord Beerus over quickly, the king of the North communicated from the other end. Understood. Whis silently replied, a wave of tension washing over him. Facing the enforcer for the first time left him uncertain about what might transpire. Then you should hurry, the North King urged, poised to sever the connection. Wait, North King. Whis interjected swiftly. Is there something else, Whis? The North King inquired, still probing. Whis hesitated momentarily. After a soft sigh, he cautiously asked, since the enforcer is by your side, could you tell me what he is like? Is he particularly angry at the moment? Whis unleashed a flurry of questions, aware that the enforcer had been present for half a year, during which they had not paid their respects or even exchanged greetings. He had intended to visit in person, but Lord Beerus was adamantly opposed. As an angel, he could not leave the destroyer god unattended. Now, with the sudden summons, evasion was no longer an option. He needed to gather information and prepare himself mentally. On the King's planet, upon hearing Whis' inquiry, the North King briefly glanced at Jiang Fei's calm demeanor before quickly lowering his gaze, covering his mouth with one hand, as if fearing that Jiang Fei might overhear. Their communication was private, but he still felt this precaution would provide him with a sense of security, given the gravity of the individual they were discussing. From my observations, the enforcer seems to bear no ill will. His tone and demeanor are as tranquil as still water. He is not as fearsome as one might imagine. In fact, he appears quite benevolent, the King of the North reported candidly. Although he was unaware of Jiang Fei's true nature, this was the impression he was receiving. Really? Upon hearing such an assessment from the king, a flicker of joy spread across Whis' face. If the king's words rang true, there was likely nothing to fear. After having neglected the enforcer for half a year, an apology alongside Lord Beerus might suffice. The king contemplated deeply, concluding, I feel confident in this. Moreover, the enforcer has stated that he does not take out his anger on others. His overall presence conveys a sense of amiability, kindness, and great magnanimity. Whis, however, remained uncertain about this characterization. Nonetheless, Jiang Fei had given off such a vibe. The enforcer had arrived in their realm. And not only had they failed to pay their respects promptly, but they had also delayed for 6 months. If the enforcer had come to their territory and found them absent, resulting in the destruction of half a planet, it would hardly be surprising. Yet, upon their eventual encounter, there was no indication of punishment. The only instance of reprimand seemed merely a request to contact Whis. If that was not the epitome of kindness, then one might question the existence of good individuals in the world. All right, you inform the enforcer that we shall arrive shortly, Whis exclaimed, brimming with relief. He had feared that the enforcer would seek trouble with them, and if it were directed towards Lord Beerus, he would be quite pleased. However, if the ire fell upon him, his joy would evaporate. Yet, it appeared that the enforcer was indeed a benevolent and magnanimous deity. Upon reflection, it made sense. One does not reach such a lofty position without a distinct mindset and philosophy. If I had understood this sooner, I might not have spent over 6 months living in dread, Whis chuckled to himself. In an instant, he arrived at Lord Beerus's chamber. Without a moment's hesitation, he kicked the bed, causing it to shake violently. Lord Beerus, groggy and disoriented, opened his eyes, only to be lifted and whisked away from the destroyer god realm by Whis. Whis, where are you taking me? Lord Beerus grumbled, still clad in his sleepwear. After leaving Gula's presence, he had been overwhelmed by continuous work for several days. Exhaustion had driven him to return to the destroyer realm for a brief slumber, only to be awoken abruptly. Whis cast a glance at Beerus and replied calmly, I am taking you to meet the enforcer. Ah, the enforcer. Beerus yawned. Then sense something amiss. What? The enforcer? Whis, are you trying to kill me? I refuse to go. Stop this instant. I want to go home. Whis felt a headache coming on at Beerus's raucous behavior. If this was how he presented himself before the enforcer, even the kindest of beings might struggle to remain patient. However, lamenting over this was futile. After all, he was dealing with a rather destructive god. Lord Beerus, please calm down. The enforcer is not as we might imagine, Whis said, recounting all that the king had just conveyed. Essentially, they had overreacted. The enforcer was not a malevolent individual. They had merely frightened themselves. In summary, the enforcer was exceedingly kind. Oh, is that so? Then I am relieved, Beerus responded, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. The sudden announcement that was intended to introduce him to the enforcer had nearly terrified him. If the king's assessment held true, then their meeting would likely not result in any significant trouble. Whis, quickly change my outfit. I cannot meet the enforcer dressed like this, Beerus declared, his tone now lighthearted. Whis smiled and nodded, summoning his powers to dress Beerus in his customary attire. Meanwhile, on the King's planet, the North King respectfully addressed Jiang Fei, enforcer. Whis will bring Lord Beerus over shortly. Indeed, Jiang Fei replied with a calm demeanor, standing quietly in anticipation. In truth, Whis' portrayal was somewhat incomplete. While Jiang Fei was indeed kind and benevolent, this disposition was primarily directed towards ordinary beings or lesser deities. In the realms of destroyers or kings, the dynamics shifted considerably. After all, a truly kind and gentle individual could hardly fulfill the role of an enforcer. Chapter 37. Is this the kindness you speak of? After a brief span of several minutes, Whis, accompanied by Beerus, materialized above the King Kai's planet. Lord Beerus, we have arrived, Whis announced, glancing back. Indeed. Beerus replied with a subtle nod, stepping forth from behind Whis. However, upon beholding the half-destroyed King Kai's planet, his heart raced with unease. Whis, what? What has transpired here? Beerus sensed something amiss. The planet appeared intact, yet now it was reduced to mere remnants. Noticing Beerus's apprehension, Whis reassured him. There is no need for concern, Lord Beerus. It is merely a trivial matter. Trivial? Beerus scrutinized Whis. Yes, trivial, Whis asserted with conviction. The North Kai had informed him of the planet's destruction. The enforcer had only obliterated half of it without inflicting harm upon anyone. To him, it was an inconsequential affair. However, Lord Beerus, the enforcer is currently observing us from below. Is it truly acceptable for us to remain suspended in the air without greeting him? Whis noted that Jiang Fei's gaze had already found them. A jolt of realization struck Beerus, and he reluctantly replied, of course not. Having calmed himself during the journey, he found his nerves returning upon arrival. Yet, it was too late for hesitation. They had come this far, and turning back was not an option. With that, he descended from the sky, followed closely by Whis. In no time, Beerus stood before Jiang Fei. I, Beerus, the god of destruction of the 7th universe, pay my respects to the enforcer. He bowed deeply, nearly burying his head in his own lap. Whis. The guardian angel of the seventh universe, also pay my respects to the enforcer. Whis smiled and nodded, acknowledging the greeting. Jiang Fei regarded them with an indifferent expression, remaining silent. A brief silence enveloped the scene. After a few seconds, Beerus slowly raised his head. So you are the legendary god of destruction, Lord Beerus. Jiang Fei remarked, his tone devoid of emotion. Beerus felt a chill at the remark. Though Jiang Fei's tone was flat, there seemed to be an underlying implication. Hee. In your presence, how could I presume to be called Lord? Just call me Beerus, or even Little Beer will suffice, he replied with a forced smile. Attempting to present a congenial demeanor, Jiang Fei let out a cold laugh, his tone suddenly turning grave. It is quite a rarity to meet you. Gulping. Beerus swallowed hard, sensing the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Enforcer, please allow me to explain. There is a reason for this. He hastily began. Enough. Jiang Fei interjected, waving his hand dismissively, seemingly uninterested in hearing any explanations. He then beckoned. Come, Little Beer, I would like to speak with you. Beerus, filled with reluctance, felt an overwhelming urge to resist. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to approach Jiang Fei step by step. Enforcer, please instruct me. Beerus forced a smile. Very well, Jiang Fei replied coolly, his expression shifting as his gaze sharpened. In one swift motion, he grasped Beerus's head, channeling his core power to forcefully pin him to the ground. Enforcer, what is the meaning of this? Beerus stammered, his head buried in the ground. Just as he contemplated resistance, he noticed a surge of energy gathering in Jiang Fei's hand. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, shattering the remaining half of the King Kai's planet into fragments. Fortunately, Whis and the North Kai reacted swiftly, escaping the ground in time. Otherwise, they too would have suffered harm. The North Kai stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend Jiang Fei's sudden assault on Beerus. However, after a moment of shock, a bitter realization set in. The remaining half of the planet was obliterated, along with his residents. Meanwhile, Whis appeared utterly bewildered, watching the chaos unfold below with a dazed expression. Beerus let out a piercing scream. The explosion had dissipated the power he had gathered, leaving his body charred and blackened. Jiang Fei, with a flick of his mind, conjured a transparent barrier beneath them. Both he and Beerus fell onto the surface, one standing and the other sprawled. Enforcer, I was wrong. Beerus gasped in desperation, utterly devoid of resistance. However, Jiang Fei did not wait for him to finish. With a swift motion, he seized Beerus's tail and hurled him onto the opposite side of the barrier. Thud. A dull sound echoed. Ouch! Beerus cried out in agony, feeling as though his very bones were shattering. Yet this was not the end. Jiang Fei summoned his strength once more, swinging his arm to send Beerus flying in the opposite direction. Thud. Beerus grimaced, though he longed to fight back. The previous explosion had left him entirely powerless. Thud. 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 Jiang Fei showed no mercy, striking with relentless force as Beerus's cries resonated in the air. What has transpired? Whis found himself at a loss. He had envisioned a scene where the enforcer would reprimand Beerus, who would then sincerely apologize, allowing them to part with a smile. Yet the current situation veered far from his expectations. Listening to the continuous thuds and cries, Whis's heart raced with anxiety. Beerus was repeatedly tossed into the air and then slammed back down. Regret filled him, not for arriving late to meet Jiang Fei, but for coming at all. As he now faced this torment, with his remaining strength, Beerus cried out, Whis, is this the kindness you spoke of? You have put me in a terrible predicament. With that, he was once again slammed against the barrier with a resounding thud. Whis, hearing his words, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth and turned to the North Kai. Is this what you call kindness? Chapter 38. The wise are often deceived by their own cunning. What has suddenly transpired? The North Kai was at a loss for words. In his mind, Jiang Fei, though somewhat stern, had never made things difficult for him. He was indeed a rather forgiving deity. Yet now, upon witnessing Beerus, everything seemed to have changed. The North Kai listened to Beerus's lamentations, his heart quaking with unease. Simultaneously, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, thankfully. It was not he who was enduring this torment. He leaned closer to Whis, whispering, perhaps you should attempt to comfort the enforcer? Whis, initially fraught with anxiety, suddenly regained his composure upon hearing this suggestion. While he felt deep sympathy for Beerus's current plight, who would dare to intervene at such a moment? He certainly did not wish to end up like Beerus, being unceremoniously tossed about by Jiang Fei. Coughing lightly, Whis's anxious demeanor faded, replaced by his usual calm disposition. He regarded the North Kai with a placid expression and spoke, It is not that I am unwilling to intervene. I have spent considerable time with Lord Beerus. Witnessing his suffering pains my heart immensely. At this point, Whis even managed to squeeze out a couple of tears from the corners of his eyes, as if the pain inflicted upon Beerus was resonating deeply within him. Just as he appeared profoundly sorrowful, his expression shifted to one of solemnity. However, Lord Beerus has erred, and his misdeeds warrant punishment. Thus, I cannot speak. To do so would not save him, but rather bring him further harm. Whis articulated earnestly, embodying the essence of a wise manner. The North Kai, upon hearing these words, nodded thoughtfully, seemingly finding some merit in them. Yet, he quickly regained his bearings and eyed Whis with suspicion. You are not, by any chance, afraid of the enforcer, are you? Whis's face flushed with embarrassment at this insinuation. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of apprehension. Setting aside the question of whether he could match Jiang Fei in combat, the very title of enforcer commanded his respect. He dared not retaliate. Enduring a few blows might be bearable, but the humiliation would be unbearable. The celestial realm had never known of an angel being struck. Moreover, the manner in which Jiang Fei handled things, lifting him and throwing him down, if such news were to spread, his dignity would certainly be tarnished. How could I possibly fear the enforcer? He is the person I hold in the highest esteem. My respect for the Grand Priest is mirrored in my respect for him. If not greater, other emotions simply do not exist. Whis insisted, his words resolute. Oh, I see. The North Kai remained skeptical. Not out of disbelief in Whis's sincerity, but rather due to the earlier panic that seemed too genuine to be feigned. After Whis concluded, he shook his head in resignation. Silently praying, Lord Beerus, may you endure your trials a while longer. Once the enforcer's ire subsides, perhaps I shall be spared. With a resounding thud, Jiang Fei slammed Beerus against the barrier once more. However, this time, he did not continue but rather released his grip on Beerus's tail. Ouch! That hurts terribly. Beerus writhed in pain, howling. His body bore numerous bruises, and his tail was nearly stripped bare. Clapping his hands, Jiang Fei remarked nonchalantly, enough of the theatrics. Come here at once. Although the earlier commotion had been substantial, Beerus had not sustained serious injuries, merely some superficial wounds. His appearance was indeed tragic. But Jiang Fei had exercised considerable restraint. Besides the initial surge of energy, he had mainly relied on physical strength. Hearing Jiang Fei's command, Beerus dared not continue rolling on the ground. He scrambled to his feet and approached Jiang Fei. This time, he did not bow but knelt before him, burying his head low to the ground. Whis and the North Kai, not daring to linger in the air, hurriedly descended to the surface of the barrier Jiang Fei had established. They rushed over. Do you understand why I am punishing you, Beerus? Jiang Fei inquired. His tone measured as he gazed down. Beerus straightened up, nodding vigorously. Observing Beerus's demeanor, Jiang Fei frowned slightly and gestured. Speak up. At this prompt, Beerus gradually rose to his feet. Whis, standing behind Beerus, noted his current state, although he had earlier expressed sympathy. Seeing Beerus in such a pitiful condition inexplicably stirred a faint sense of satisfaction within him. Then tell me, why did I strike you? Jiang Fei asked, his expression impassive. Beerus pondered briefly before uncertainly responding. Was it because I did not come to see you promptly? Jiang Fei shook his head. Then, was it because I did not take my duties seriously? Beerus ventured again, carefully. Raising an eyebrow, Jiang Fei replied, Isn't that merely stating the obvious? If you were diligent in your work, would I have come to the seventh universe for amusement? Beerus clicked his tongue in frustration, realizing this answer was also incorrect. He ruminated further until a thought struck him. Leaning closer to Jiang Fei, he whispered, Could it be about Frieza? Jiang Fei felt a headache coming on. How had this conversation drifted so far from the point? After all, he had only encountered Frieza once and had been thoroughly reprimanded by his brother. How could this possibly be linked to him? Never mind. Allow me to clarify. Jiang Fei waved his hand, his brow furrowed as he continued. The reason for my anger is that you were well aware of my presence on Earth, yet you chose not to visit. If there were circumstances that delayed you by a day or two, that would be acceptable. However, I granted you a full 6 months. Had I not reached out today, you likely would not have come at all. Jiang Fei had considered that Whis and Beerus might share his uncertainty regarding his whereabouts, which would explain their absence. If that were the case, although he would still feel anger, it would only warrant a mild reprimand. However, upon learning from the Kai that Beerus had known he was on Earth all along and had still not come to see him, it became increasingly difficult to justify. Oh dear, Lord Beerus, it seems that your cleverness has led you to your own downfall. Whis mused helplessly within. He had initially suggested they hasten to meet Jiang Fei, but Beerus had provided a myriad of reasons not to, resulting in this unfortunate outcome. Ah, so that is it. Beerus exclaimed in frustration, pounding his chest in regret. A wave of remorse flooded through him. He had once believed his reasoning was sound. It now appeared to be utterly nonsensical and had led to a severe beating. Chapter 39. What is it to me? Yet, even if one were to regret now, it would be too late. The deed has already been done. Beerus lowered his head. A visage of remorse etched upon his face. I am sorry, Enforcer. I was wrong, and I shall not dare again. Ah, do not be so hasty. It is not over yet. Jiang Fei waved his hand dismissively. Had he not mentioned Earth moments ago, he might have almost forgotten. There was still another matter he had not overlooked. Ah, there is more. Beerus's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not recall committing any further misdeeds. Before he could ponder it further, Jiang Fei moved like lightning, delivering 2 swift kicks directly to Beerus's chest. Beerus had yet to register what had transpired when they both found themselves rolling on the ground for several rounds. They came to a gradual halt after being dragged across several meters. Well, Beerus flipped over, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Was initially believed the ordeal had concluded, only to be taken aback when Jiang Fei unexpectedly struck again. This left him breathless, fearing that once Jiang Fei finished with Beerus, he might turn his wrath upon him next. Enforcer, what have I done wrong this time? Beerus clutched his chest, his expression contorted in agony. The pain was not merely physical, it was a profound sense of humiliation. As a god of destruction, he was accustomed to command and reverence. Never had he endured such indignities. Yet today, not only had he suffered greatly, but he could not voice a single complaint. Forced instead to wear a facade of compliance. He now realized that being a deity was an arduous task, especially as a god of destruction. Come here. Jiang Fei beckoned. Beerus dared not hesitate. He quickly wiped the pained expression from his face and trotted back over, observing Beerus's disheveled state. Jiang Fei continued in a grave tone. The earlier punishment was due to work-related matters. Enforcer, what is it that I have done? Beerus lowered his head, resigned to his misfortune. When it came to shortcomings in his duties, he could enumerate a plethora. Confronting them one by one would be far beyond the scope of mere punches and kicks. It is nothing serious. I discovered someone unauthorized traversing time on Earth. A violation of divine regulations. Jiang Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone unremarkable. This matter was neither trivial nor grave. However, as the enforcer, it was his duty to address it upon witnessing it. Ah, there is more. Beerus exclaimed, momentarily stunned. His expression shifted to one of indignation, disbelief, and even a hint of defiance, a medley of emotions surging forth in an instant. Whis' countenance bore a peculiar expression, and even the North Kai found himself silently pondering the situation, sensing something amiss. Jiang Fei noted the transformation in Beerus's demeanor and admonished, What? Do you have an objection? Beerus, terrified to voice dissent, promptly retracted his head, his myriad emotions vanishing like shadows. Yet, he still managed to murmur, Enforcer. Someone traversing time has nothing to do with me. Is that so? Jiang Fei, mistaking his tone for insubordination, shot him a glare and raised his hand, ready to deliver another blow. Beerus quickly sealed his lips, refraining from further protest, and cast a pleading glance toward Whis. Enforcer, please calm your anger. Whis, perceiving Beerus's distress, stepped forward with a genial smile. Jiang Fei regarded him with an indifferent gaze, prepared to hear his defense. Indeed, Enforcer. The responsibility for time travel should lie with the Supreme Kai, Whis replied, his face still adorned with a smile. Is that so? Jiang Fei pondered, momentarily taken aback. He then turned to Beerus and inquired, Is that accurate? Beerus nodded vigorously, feeling a mix of relief and sorrow. How could he be held accountable for the Supreme Kai's failings? Jiang Fei's gaze shifted once more to the North Kai. The North Kai, understanding the implications, affirmed. That is indeed the case, Enforcer. Coughing lightly to mask his embarrassment, Jiang Fei realized he had made a blunder. He initially thought this matter fell under Beerus's purview, only to discover it was truly the Supreme Kai's responsibility. Since that is the case, let us not dwell on it for now, Jiang Fei said quietly. Beerus felt a wave of injustice wash over him, internally lamenting, What sort of enforcer is this? Unable to discern responsibility? He dealt me punishment without due cause, and now acts as if nothing has transpired. Seeing Beerus's crestfallen expression, Jiang Fei chose not to press further, redirecting his attention to Whis. Whis, who had been beaming moments ago, felt a sudden chill as Jiang Fei's gaze fell upon him. Enforcer, is there something you wish to discuss? Whis forced a smile, attempting to mask his unease. Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow. The 7th universe ranks second to last in the entire cosmos. Do you not wish to address this? Ah. Well, Whis stammered, his smile faltering. He wished to assert that as he was not a god of destruction, it had no bearing on him. But such thoughts remained unvoiced. Beerus's previous distress evaporated, replaced by a glimmer of amusement. If Jiang Fei were to strike Whis, what cause would he have for grievance? He would be elated. Enough of idle chatter. My strength has not seen significant growth of late. Let us engage in a sparring match, Jiang Fei stated nonchalantly. Having only engaged in minor skirmishes with Sun Wukong and Vegeta on Earth, he had yet to unleash his full potential for fear of causing harm. Having just bested Beerus, he felt invigorated and thought it prudent to test his might against Whis, perhaps yielding considerable progress. That may not be appropriate. Whis replied with a wry smile. He was acutely aware that Jiang Fei's strength was roughly on par with an angel, perhaps slightly surpassing it. Nevertheless, the prospect of an all-out battle was daunting. Before Jiang Fei could respond, Beerus interjected, "What is inappropriate about it? If the enforcer wishes to gauge your strength, then by all means, let it be so." Whis shot Beerus a fierce glare. "Beerus, are you seeking some form of emotional balance? Whether my heart is balanced or not is irrelevant. I merely wish to see you receive a well-deserved thrashing," Beerus replied, raising his hands in resignation. Chapter 40. Confrontation with Whis. He had often been bullied by Whis. If the Arbiter could give him a taste of his own medicine, then Jiang Fei's previous transgressions would be generously overlooked. Whis, unwilling to engage with Beerus any longer, turned to Jiang Fei and said, "Arbiter, this is truly inappropriate. I hold you in the highest regard. How could I possibly lay a hand on you?" No sooner had he spoken than Jiang Fei's fist came hurtling toward him. Whis hastily dodged, yet was still struck on the shoulder, staggering backward a few steps in surprise. That punch was incredibly heavy. From this single blow, Whis could ascertain that Jiang Fei's strength was not significantly inferior to his own. "Since you were so courteous, there is no need for further conflict. You may simply stand as my punching bag," Jiang Fei declared with a low voice. With that, he moved like lightning, instantly appearing before Whis. A punch followed, accompanied by a fierce gale, as though the very fabric of space were about to tear apart. Whis, confronted by this onslaught, could only resort to passive defense. Bam, bam, bam. Jiang Fei unleashed several more punches. Whis raised his hand to block, but the blows were both fierce and swift, leaving him struggling to keep his balance as he retreated repeatedly. "Excellent strikes," Beerus exclaimed excitedly from the sidelines, witnessing Whis's predicament. He even raised his arms in celebration, seemingly oblivious to his own injuries, as if this spectacle were an exhilarating tonic, filling him with joy and causing him to lose all sense of restraint. He could only envision Whis being knocked down, unable to rise. Boom, boom, boom. The ferocity of their battle escalated, warping the very space around them. The serpent road below had been shattered into countless pieces. Both hell and heaven trembled. Jiang Fei's punches grew increasingly powerful, crashing forward relentlessly. Whis's body seemed to merge with the air, nimbly evading the attacks. Yet, Jiang Fei's speed was pushed to its limits, leaving no room for Whis to react. As Whis dodged, he wielded his staff in defense. "What is the matter, Whis? Still not ready to strike back?" Jiang Fei inquired calmly amidst his onslaught. Whis felt a deep frustration. It wasn't that he was unwilling to retaliate, but rather that he had underestimated Jiang Fei's prowess. Had he acted decisively from the outset, he might have had a chance. Now, however, he found himself forced into a defensive position. To launch a hasty attack would surely result in being struck. Each of Jiang Fei's blows was not only powerful and swift, but also imbued with boundless divine energy. Should this divine force infiltrate his being, even survival would come at a great cost. Since you choose silence, let us conclude this battle," Jiang Fei said with a serene smile. As he spoke, a radiant white light began to emanate from him, gathering divine power within. Whis, sensing this relentless energy, called upon every ounce of strength within him. And soon white divine light enveloped his own body. The two figures resembled suns, illuminating the space as if it were broad daylight. Suddenly, their beams of light collided with a thunderous explosion, shattering the barriers on the ground. A massive fissure tore through the space, from which smaller cracks began to emerge, causing the entire realm to resemble shattered glass. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled sounds echoed as Whis was propelled from the blinding light, staggering midair before regaining his balance. After a few seconds, the brilliance began to fade, revealing Jiang Fei standing calmly in the void. Whis exhaled slowly, then bowed his head slightly toward Jiang Fei, expressing gratitude for his mercy. Jiang Fei replied nonchalantly. Their confrontation had concluded almost instantaneously. Whis now understood that he was no match for Jiang Fei. Had he approached the battle with earnestness from the beginning, he might have lasted a few seconds longer. Yet, Jiang Fei's innate superiority had sealed his fate. What troubled Whis even more was the realization that Jiang Fei's strength had steadily risen throughout the skirmish. This enhancement was not fleeting. It was a continuous progression. If Jiang Fei's power had only slightly surpassed his own at the outset, it had undoubtedly eclipsed him entirely after their brief encounter. Is this the Arbiter's innate talent? Whis mused to himself, just as he was lost in thought. Beerus approached with an amused expression, observing Whis's current state. Oh, Whis, what happened to your face? Are you all right? Whis regarded Beerus, his eyelids twitching slightly. The concern in his voice seemed genuine, yet paired with his expression, it appeared rather mocking. Jiang Fei had indeed held back. Yet he had still landed several heavy punches upon Whis's visage, resulting in a swollen half of his face and dark bruises under the other eye. Lord Beerus, do you feel particularly joyful at this moment? Whis responded, a hint of sarcasm lacing his words. Beerus smacked his lips, stroking his chin as he remarked, I wouldn't say I'm particularly joyful, just somewhat satisfied. I feel the Arbiter should exert himself a bit more. Upon hearing this, Whis's lips twitched involuntarily. How had he produced such a creature? Both had endured the same adversary. Instead of sharing a bond of sympathy, Beerus seemed intent on adding insult to injury. Lord Beerus, do not rejoice too soon, Whis retorted without reservation. Enough of this chatter, Jiang Fei interjected as he approached. Whis and Beerus ceased their banter immediately upon seeing him. Jiang Fei regarded them both and said, Let us venture to the God of Destruction's realm. We have yet to explore it since our arrival. Indeed. Whis and Beerus replied in unison. The trio then transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from the scene. The North Kai watched them depart, surveying the surrounding devastation with a sense of speechlessness. Homes had been destroyed, and the area was littered with fissures. A sudden realization dawned upon him. Jiang Fei did not appear to be the benevolent and agreeable figure he had once believed him to be. His previous impressions seemed illusory. For the devastation wrought upon this place appeared to be the result of Jiang Fei's actions. Chapter 41. The Blessing of 996 and the Destruction of the God Realm. Whis and Beerus returned to their familiar territory. For reasons unknown, upon returning today, there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity in the air. This place is truly delightful. Jiang Fei surveyed his surroundings, having endured countless hardships to finally arrive here. It must be said that the God of Destruction realm is a picturesque haven, with its pristine environment and refreshing air, resembling a paradise beyond the mundane world. The sky above was adorned with countless celestial bodies, twinkling like gemstones, enriching the heavens with their vibrant hues. Judge, why not step inside and rest a while? I shall have Whis prepare some delicacies, Beerus suggested, leaning closer. Jiang Fei shook his head slightly. You can keep your meager offerings for yourself. Beerus appeared somewhat embarrassed but quickly regained his composure, asking earnestly, May I inquire about your plans moving forward, Judge? He secretly hoped Jiang Fei would not linger too long. After all, they had already fought and discussed their issues. There was no point in extending the visit, especially since Jiang Fei showed no interest in dining. Moreover, he harbored a notion of his own. Jiang Fei perceived the underlying message in Beerus's words, prompting him to raise an eyebrow and inquire. What do you wish for me to plan? I dare not presume. It is merely a suggestion, Beerus replied humbly, sincerity gleaming in his eyes. At that moment, Whis approached Beerus and whispered, Lord Beerus, it seems you have begun to offer suggestions to the judge. Beerus shot Whis a fierce glare, signaling him to silence. Whis, however, remained unfazed, his memory of recent events still vivid. Wasn't he at just mutual harm? Come on, who was afraid? Worst case, I'll strip down. After warning Whis, Beerus turned his gaze back to Jiang Fei with a conciliatory expression. Please, continue. I am listening. Jiang Fei replied coolly, Well, Lord Judge, I have a foolish brother who also holds the title of God of Destruction, Beerus said with a smile that seemed to conceal ulterior motives. Foolish brother? Jiang Fei mused, stroking his chin. That phrase sounds oddly familiar. Nevertheless, he was aware of Beerus's brother, who, like him, was a God of Destruction, seemingly serving in the sixth universe. Their relationship appeared rather strained. Indeed, Judge, my foolish brother exhibits an equally negligent work ethic. If you have no further plans, I kindly ask you to guide him, Beerus stated with a grave demeanor, resembling a protective sibling. Ah, I see, Jiang Fei replied nonchalantly, fully aware of Beerus's intentions to rid himself of him. Beerus indeed wished to send Jiang Fei away so he could return to his former lifestyle while simultaneously reprimanding his unproductive brother, a twofold victory. Whis felt a twinge of anxiety at this suggestion. Should Jiang Fei agree, Beerus would be overjoyed, and the likelihood of actual work being accomplished remained doubtful. Observing Beerus's smug demeanor, Jiang Fei coldly remarked. Stop dreaming. I will visit other universes, but certainly not now. Hearing this, Weiss breathed a sigh of relief, while Beerus despondently sighed, his ears drooping. It seemed his pleasant days had truly come to an end. Lord Judge, please proceed with the upcoming arrangements. And I will cooperate eagerly with Lord Beerus, Weiss said with a bright smile, casting a sly glance at the dejected Beerus. After all these years, someone had finally come along capable of keeping him in check, bringing immense satisfaction to Weiss's heart. Jiang Fei nodded slightly, stating from now on, we shall adhere to the 996 work schedule. Weiss, you will oversee this. What? Both Weiss and Beerus gasped in astonishment, exchanging bewildered glances, evidently perplexed by the concept of 996. Pray tell, Judge, what does 996 entail? Beerus inquired, confusion etched on his face. Weiss mirrored his bewilderment. 996 means working from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., 6 days a week. Jiang Fei explained in a matter-of-fact tone. What? Beerus's jaw dropped at the realization. If that were the case, he would indeed rise before the rooster and retire after it. Judge, is that work schedule not a tad excessive? Beerus murmured. If he were to follow such a regimen, he would surely collapse from exhaustion. I find it hardly excessive. Have you not noticed the judge has graciously allowed you one day of rest? Weiss chimed in, resembling a model of industriousness. Beerus, upon seeing Weiss, felt an urge to bite him. How had he never noticed how infuriating this fellow could be? Jiang Fei nodded, affirming Weiss's point. Indeed, young one should endure some hardship. If you find 996 unsuitable, I can adjust it to 997? No, 996 is perfectly fine. Beerus hurriedly waved his hands. It was obvious that 997 meant working from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. with no days off. Yet, he was eager to voice his thoughts. How much older was he than the judge? Who was truly the young one here? But such words remained confined to his thoughts, unspoken. Additionally, I shall reside here during this period, Jiang Fei stated casually, showing no sign of soliciting their opinions. Weiss and Beerus could only nod in silence, unable to refute his statement. After a brief pause, Jiang Fei continued, moreover, Weiss, upon your return each day, ensure you report Beerus's work performance to me in detail, preferably in written form. Certainly, Judge. Weiss readily agreed. Turning to Beerus, Lord Beerus, since it is the judge's request, I must comply. Weiss, shut your mouth. Beerus gritted his teeth, unable to show disrespect to Jiang Fei, and could only vent his frustration on Weiss. However, it was merely verbal venting. He was far from Weiss's match. Seeing Beerus in such a flustered state filled Weiss with delight. With a smile, he turned to Jiang Fei, Judge. Do you have any further instructions? I shall diligently fulfill them. Ah, well, upon your return each day, please spar with me for a couple of rounds, Jiang Fei said, regarding him with a calm demeanor. Chapter 42. Self-awareness? What nonsense is this? Upon hearing Jiang Fei's words, both individuals were momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, a glimmer of brilliance sparked in Beerus's eyes. It was uncertain whether it was intentional or not, but he murmured, not too loudly yet not too softly. Does that mean we can witness Whis getting beaten every day? Whis, upon hearing Beerus's repetition, felt a pang of concern. This seems inappropriate, doesn't it? Quite appropriate indeed. Jiang Fei remained silent. Beerus, seizing the opportunity, interjected, didn't you just say that if there were any commands, you would fulfill them wholeheartedly? However, before Whis could offer a rebuttal, Beerus continued, what, do you intend to dismiss your previous words as mere nonsense? He had finally found an opening. Suddenly, the notion of a 996 work schedule didn't seem so dreadful, it felt more like a blessing. If it meant witnessing Whis endure punishment daily, then what if he couldn't get a good night's sleep? Whis glared at Beerus, unable to contain his anger. Perhaps this was just a case of karma. He had been so pleased moments ago, only to find himself in a role reversal. Beerus hypocritically addressed Jiang Fei, law enforcer. How about we change it to 997 instead? Where do you derive all this chatter? Get to work. Jiang Fei felt a slight headache coming on. Whis and Beerus, noticing Jiang Fei's apparent irritation, momentarily set aside their mutual jabs. They transformed into beams of light and departed from the God of Destruction realm. Sighing in resignation, Jiang Fei watched them leave before silently entering Beerus's palace. 3 years had flown by in an instant, and under Jiang Fei's guidance, Beerus had diligently toiled away, the fatigue on his face deepening, even revealing a hint of weariness. On this day, Beerus and Whis found themselves in the vastness of space. After obliterating a star system, they prepared to return home. On their way back, Beerus yawned listlessly. Whis, when do you think the law enforcer will depart? I feel like I'm at my wit's end, he lamented, gazing at Whis' back, his heart heavy with despair. Over the past 3 years, he hadn't slept a single day. Thankfully, being a deity afforded him some resilience. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to exhaustion long ago. Despite adhering to a 996 work schedule, the weekly day off hardly provided him with genuine rest. Each time he barely drifted off, he was abruptly kicked awake, rendering his only respite a source of anxiety. Sighing deeply, Whis echoed Beerus' sentiment, their banter from earlier having dissipated, replaced by a sense of shared suffering. Lord Beerus, I too wish for the law enforcer to depart, but given the circumstances, it's evident he has turned the god of destruction realm into his own abode. Whis' face was etched with fatigue, and he bore several bruises. At this moment, Whis found himself envying Beerus, though he was subjected to the rigors of a 996 schedule. At least Beerus had a day of respite. As for Whis, Jiang Fei had imposed a grueling 997 work schedule upon him, leaving him without a single day off throughout the year. Every time Beerus enjoyed his day of rest, was spent enduring a barrage of tasks, resulting in daily bruises and dark circles under his eyes. He often pondered whether he truly was an angel. Across the universe, was there any angel as downtrodden as he? Both men sighed in unison, wishing for an end to their arduous days. Soon, they arrived at the god of destruction realm. Jiang Fei awaited them with his hands clasped behind his back. Despite their exhaustion, they mustered faint smiles. Law enforcer, here is Lord Beerus' work log for your review. Whis stepped forward, presenting a sheet of paper that detailed Beerus' work as per Jiang Fei's request. Jiang Fei accepted it, scanning the document with a discerning eye and murmuring a soft acknowledgement. Beerus found a spot to sit, ready to witness the ensuing spectacle. He knew that after the report, it would be Whis' turn to perform. Initially, he felt a thrill, taking joy in watching Whis endure punishment. However, now, fatigue overshadowed any excitement he might have felt. Whis sighed once more, preparing for battle. Come, law enforcer. Over the past 3 years, he had witnessed Jiang Fei's formidable talent. Initially, their disparity had been slight, but after their first encounter, the gap had widened significantly. 3 years later, Jiang Fei's prowess had far surpassed his own. He could only gaze in admiration. Let us call it a day, Jiang Fei stated nonchalantly. Whis was momentarily taken aback, thinking he had misheard. After all, their sparring had continued uninterrupted for 3 years. Why would they cease today? Noticing Whis' confusion, Jiang Fei explained slowly, I am leaving. Henceforth, the work will rely on your self-discipline. What? Whis exclaimed suddenly. Law enforcer. What did you just say? He asked uncertainly. I said I am leaving. The future work. Jiang Fei's sentence trailed off. Whis, elated, closed his eyes in glee, beginning to dance with joy. He rushed over to the drowsy Beerus and exclaimed, Lord Beerus, the law enforcer is leaving. This is splendid. What? The law enforcer is leaving. Beerus' previously listless gaze ignited with vigor. Whis nodded earnestly. Without regard for decorum, the two embraced, as if celebrating a momentous occasion. Oh heavens, you have finally opened your eyes. Beerus cried out to the heavens, overwhelmed with joy. Whis, too, shared in his elation. At long last, the day had come. Gazing at the celestial bodies above, they shed tears of joy. Jiang Fei observed their exuberance with a bemused expression, stroking his chin and murmuring, Is it truly that significant? Am I really that terrifying? To be fair, he could understand Beerus' reaction. However, why did Whis also behave in such a manner? It seemed devoid of the dignity expected of an angel. Never mind. I shall return another time. Jiang Fei sighed and shook his head in resignation. He then utilized instantaneous movement to depart from the god of destruction realm. After a considerable time, Beerus and Whis finally released each other from their embrace. Upon turning around, they discovered that Jiang Fei had already made his exit. He has gone. He has truly gone, Beerus said, grinning broadly while covering his face. Whis adjusted himself slightly before stating, Lord Beerus, the law enforcer mentioned that from now on, the work will depend on our self-discipline. Beerus lowered his hand from his face, surveying his surroundings to confirm that it was just him and Whis, before bellowing, self-discipline? What nonsense! With that, he darted into his palace like a bolt of lightning. Whis momentarily paused, only to swiftly come to terms with it. Indeed, Lord Beerus was correct. Self-awareness? Nonsense. After voicing his thoughts, he too dashed into the palace. However, unlike Beerus, who sought slumber, he merely yearned to recline on his bed and indulge in a moment of relaxation. As for work, let those who care tend to it. Chapter 43. Jiang Fei had arrived on Earth. The reason he chose to leave the realm of destruction was that Beerus had nearly completed his duties. Over the past 3 years, the intense workload of 996 had sufficiently compensated for the tasks that had previously been neglected. Presently, the overall strength of the 7th universe could not be claimed to rank among the top, but at the very least, it had risen from second to last to third from the bottom, which was a commendable improvement. Jiang Fei believed that taking overly ambitious steps might not necessarily be beneficial. One must always leave room for further advancement. However, it was evident that the space left within the 7th universe was perhaps a tad excessive. In the distance, a chaotic energy surge indicated that Cell was undoubtedly present. Jiang Fei gazed out over the ocean, murmuring to himself. Just days prior, while still in the realm of destruction, he had sensed the ever-increasing energy of Vegeta. He surmised that the plot involving the androids was about to unfold. Now sensing Cell's energy, it seemed the course of this world had not been significantly altered by his arrival. His immediate concern was to enhance the elite combat power of the 7th universe. If Cell had not emerged according to the normal sequence of events, it would have been quite advantageous. Yet now, he would have to integrate this encounter into his achievements. With that thought, Jiang Fei employed instantaneous movement and vanished from his location. The next moment, he found himself on a small island. In the sky above, Vegeta and Trunks had transformed into Super Saiyans and were engaged in a fierce battle, showcasing a scene of paternal affection. Below, on the island, Android 18 and Android 16 lay behind a massive rock, while Krillin stood before them, watching his Cell, now in his second form, advance towards them. Jiang Fei glanced at the golden-haired Android 18, silently acknowledging her beauty. However, he quickly shifted his focus to Cell, the entity that captivated him most, a creature that embodied the strength of all the formidable beings on Earth. This grotesque monster, like Trunks, had traversed from the future. Yet they inhabited different timelines, resembling beings from parallel worlds. The energies of Goku, Vegeta, Trunks, Piccolo, and Frieza were palpable. Observing Cell's second form, Jiang Fei nodded appreciatively, recognizing his potential for cultivation. Possessing such a plethora of top-tier genetic traits, Cell's potential seemed virtually limitless. In later stages, he could very well evolve into a golden version of Super Blue Cell, a notion that was almost too fantastical to conceive. Yet, for now, he remained somewhat underwhelming. Shaking his head, Jiang Fei allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. No matter, let me lend you a hand. With a subtle flick of his finger, an energy sphere materialized and shot toward Cell from behind. 18, you cannot escape this. Submit and become part of me. Cell rasped with a sinister grin, his thick lips curling. Krillin attempted to thwart Cell's advance, but his feeble strength proved utterly ineffective, and he was swiftly cast aside. Android 18, witnessing Cell's relentless approach, felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Cell's tail extended gradually, its tip expanding ominously as it prepared to absorb her. However, just then, she heard a whistling sound slicing through the air. Before she could react, an explosive blast echoed, and Cell's body was cleaved in two. What just happened? Cell's eyes brimmed with disbelief as the upper half of his body collapsed to the ground. 18, she exclaimed, astonished to find herself spared from certain doom. She had assumed her fate was sealed, only to be met with this unexpected turn of events. Moreover, apart from Trunks and Vegeta, she sensed no other energies nearby. Android 16, lying behind the rock, scanned the surroundings with growing concern. Meanwhile, Cell's form reassembled as he stood, seething with fury. Who dares to ambush me? Show yourself. He was on the brink of achieving his perfect form, only to have his progress thwarted, igniting his wrath. Ambush? Why would I need to resort to such tactics against someone of your caliber? A calm voice resonated as Jiang Fei descended from the sky. Cell's pupils contracted sharply upon seeing Jiang Fei. He sensed an absence of energy emanating from this individual, and more shockingly, his cells bore no trace of him. Who are you? Android 18 gazed up, fixated on Jiang Fei. As an android, she had assimilated data from numerous powerful beings, yet this individual was a blank slate, unrecorded in her memory banks. That individual, Dr. Gero, likely has no record of him, Android 16 added, his gaze directed at the sky. Being a robot, his data collection was more meticulous, and he had just scoured the database, finding no information on Jiang Fei. Curse it. Once I achieve my perfect form, I will deal with you. Cell managed to regain his composure, momentarily suppressing his fury. His primary objective now was to attain his perfect state. Despite possessing the inherent traits of a Saiyan, he also possessed the cunning intellect of Piccolo, and thus understood that absorbing Android 18 was paramount to his dominance. With that thought, Cell charged toward Android 18 once more. Jiang Fei observed him passively from below and made a slight gesture with his fingers. Suddenly, Cell's body was enveloped in a radiant white light. Boom. Another explosion erupted, and this time, a significant portion of Cell's form was obliterated, leaving only the remnants crumpled on the ground. Damn it, why is this happening? Cell seethed. His teeth gritted in frustration as he beheld Android 18 within reach. He could not fathom why his body had exploded so inexplicably. Impressive, Android 18 murmured. Gazing skyward, Cell had been facing away and had not witnessed the event clearly, but she had observed the whole scene. With just a flick of a finger, this newcomer had shattered Cell into fragments. When had such a formidable presence emerged on Earth? Android 16 furrowed his brow, perplexed. If such a powerful being existed, Dr. Gero's database should have recorded it. Yet this individual is indeed a complete enigma to us. Chapter 44, Filial Piety and Benevolence. Trunks and Vegeta also sensed the commotion here, immediately halting the scene of filial piety. Upon witnessing Cell severed in two, Trunks initially felt a pang of confusion, which quickly transformed into joy. The quarrel that had ignited between him and Vegeta revolved around Cell's predicament. Damn it. Who has done this to Cell? Vegeta exclaimed, his eyes glaring with fury. He had already attained the transformation into a Super Saiyan and had spent a day training in the hyperbolic time chamber. At this moment, he was the strongest being on Earth, his ego inflated to the utmost degree. Jiang Fei, hearing Vegeta's remarks, shook his head in resignation. In an instant, he appeared behind Vegeta and spoke in a calm tone. Vegeta, it has been 3 years. Why do you still exhibit such behavior? What? Vegeta recognized the voice as familiar and turned around abruptly, discovering Jiang Fei standing behind him. The serene expression on his face was almost identical to that of 3 years prior, while his handsome visage appeared even more youthful than before. Jiang Fei. Vegeta bit his lip, the anger in his eyes dissipating instantaneously, replaced by fervor. Over the past 3 years, he had constantly yearned for Jiang Fei, hoping for the day he could surpass him. Today, that opportunity had presented itself. Mr. Jiang Fei. Trunks flew over, his face alight with excitement. He had witnessed Jiang Fei in action before, a being so powerful that even Goku and Vegeta were no match for him. With Jiang Fei's presence, artificial beings in Cell would pose no threat whatsoever. Oh, it's Trunks, Jiang Fei replied nonchalantly. Indeed, Trunks nodded vigorously, a smile on his face. He had made considerable progress during this time, his physique showcasing the fruits of his arduous training. His aura was more formidable than when he first arrived. Vegeta flew directly in front of Jiang Fei, boasting, Jiang Fei, I have become a Super Saiyan. Oh, is that so? Jiang Fei responded with an impassive expression. He was hardly surprised by Vegeta's transformation. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that Vegeta seemed somewhat proud of it. Vegeta, feeling slighted by such a dismissive response, thought Jiang Fei had failed to grasp the significance of his achievement. Not only can I transform into a Super Saiyan, but I have also surpassed it. I now call myself Super Vegeta. Vegeta declared, brimming with pride, convinced that his accomplishments were now sufficient to stand on equal footing with Jiang Fei. All right, I understand. Jiang Fei replied, still with a tone of indifference, tinged with resignation. Vegeta froze at this response, believing that Jiang Fei should have been astonished. Yet, the calmness of his reaction was utterly unexpected. In reality, Jiang Fei found himself at a loss for words regarding Vegeta. Currently, he could not even unleash the full power of Super Saiyan 1, and Vegeta's claim of surpassing it seemed ludicrous, especially with his self-bestowed title of Super Vegeta sounding rather juvenile. By the way, Mr. Jiang Fei, you are a deity, please arbitrate. Trunks suddenly recalled his recent skirmish with Vegeta upon seeing Cell below. Jiang Fei regarded him coolly as Trunks recounted the details of their confrontation, which was consistent with the typical narrative. Vegeta, in his arrogance, sought to eliminate the perfect Cell, while Trunks preferred a more cautious approach, wishing to eliminate the threat in its infancy. Their disagreement escalated into a physical altercation. Mr. Jiang Fei, do you consider my father's actions justifiable? Trunks asked, his expression pained, genuinely angered. The future world had descended into chaos, a result of these adversaries, with the opportunity to obliterate them at hand. Waiting for them to grow stronger seemed utterly foolish. Trunks, be silent. Vegeta barked, feeling insulted, as if Trunks were accusing him of negligence. He questioned whether this was truly his son, for he exhibited none of the pride inherent to their Saiyan heritage. Defeating the strongest opponents was the essence of what it meant to be a Saiyan. Jiang Fei waved his hand dismissively. This is a family matter. I prefer not to intervene. You must resolve it yourselves. The two lived in vastly different environments, making it implausible for them to persuade one another. Vegeta and Goku sought to conquer stronger foes to enhance themselves, whereas Trunks lived in dire circumstances, where despair did not allow for arrogance. He would not hesitate to eliminate threats swiftly, denying enemies any chance to develop their strength. Nevertheless, Jiang Fei gleaned some information from Trunks' words. He learned that Trunks had reconciled with Vegeta. Goku, following the usual course of events, had missed his medication and was absent during the battle against the androids. Though he had since recovered, he was now training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Well then, once I dispose of Perfect Cell, I shall allow you to experience my might, Vegeta declared, arms crossed and brimming with pride. Trunks, hearing this, grew anxious. No. Cell must die now, he exclaimed, preparing to charge down and seize the opportunity to strike. Impudent wretch, do you dare? Vegeta shouted, following closely behind, their speed escalating to the utmost as they rushed forward, the scene of familial conflict once again unfolding. Below, Cell turned to observe the chaotic scene above, and in an instant, his lower half regenerated. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, he lunged toward Android 18. However, just as he was about to seize her, a resounding crash echoed as Cell's head was forcefully driven into the ground by a foot. Why are you in such a hurry? Jiang Fei inquired, gazing down at Cell with an indifferent tone. Android 18, witnessing Jiang Fei up close for the first time, found herself momentarily taken aback, her heart fluttering. It was her first encounter with such an exquisite individual, and his aura left her entranced. Hello, I am Android 18. Thank you for saving me. She approached him almost instinctively, offering a greeting. Saving you? Jiang Fei responded, puzzled. Observing the bashful expression on 18's face, he quickly surmised the situation. With a resigned sigh, he reflected on the burdens that accompany good looks, realizing that such a blessing could also be a curse. Sometimes, he wished he could appear more ordinary. Yet such a desire remained an unattainable fantasy. Looking at Android 18, Jiang Fei slowly shook his head. You misunderstand. I am here to collect a dog. Saving you was merely a coincidence. Chapter 45. Then sing a song. May I ask where the road lies? 18 was momentarily taken aback, clearly unable to comprehend the meaning of this statement. She persisted with her inquiries. Why did you stop 3 times? She was skeptical that Jiang Fei's interventions were mere coincidences, suspecting ulterior motives behind his actions. My dear, I intervened because I had no intention of allowing him to absorb you. It was simply unnecessary. Jiang Fei explained with a hint of exasperation. While it was true that if absorbed 18, he could attain his complete form, that was not what Jiang Fei desired. Such a complete form could easily revert to a lesser state if subjected to significant damage. He recalled a scene from the original story when transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and forced back into his first form. This was an unreliable outcome. It was far better to achieve his complete form through his own efforts. Moreover, Jiang Fei intended to cultivate diligently and did not wish for him to be forced to regurgitate his absorptions, although it was possible to reabsorb them. Would find it tiresome and even distasteful. 18 expressed her confusion. However, Jiang Fei had no intention of elaborating further. He released his foot from his head and grasped his neck with one hand, lifting him effortlessly. Who exactly are you? Gasped, blood oozing from his lips. His countenance ghastly. He felt an oppressive force constricting him, rendering him utterly incapable of resistance. You will know in due time. For now, I offer you 2 choices. Either become my loyal dog or meet your demise. Choose wisely, Jiang Fei said with a serene smile. Upon hearing this, 18 immediately grasped the true meaning behind Jiang Fei's earlier remark about collecting dogs. Strangely, rather than finding it inappropriate, she perceived an air of dominance in the man's demeanor. S expression twitched in anger at the insult, exclaiming through gritted teeth, You want me to be your dog? Are you out of your mind? Although he was intelligent, he also harbored the pride typical of a Saiyan, particularly that of Vegeta. Had Jiang Fei chosen a more tactful approach, under the current circumstances, he might have acquiesced. However, his pride would not allow him to stoop to such humiliation. Oh, you possess quite a bit of spirit, Jiang Fei remarked, his smile unwavering. He then released his grip on his neck and delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. Ugh! Spat out a mouthful of blood, his body propelled backward. Yet, before he could travel a significant distance, he collided with a transparent barrier, subsequently crashing to the uneven ground. The pain coursing through him contorted his features as his tail began to expand rapidly. With a swift motion, a figure shot forth from the tip of his tail, crashing into a nearby boulder. 18 recognized her brother and rushed over to assess his condition. As had expelled him, 17's body underwent rapid transformations. And within mere seconds, S energy began to wane drastically, reverting to his first form. Truly a revolting creature, Jiang Fei mused, shaking his head as he approached. It was undeniable that second form had begun to resemble a more human-like appearance, while his first form was unmistakably a grotesque monstrosity. How infuriating! Pounded the ground in frustration. Not only had he failed to achieve his complete form, but he had also been forced back to his initial state. Jiang Fei stood before him, calmly stating, "What do you say? Shall I grant you another opportunity?" He genuinely wished to cultivate, for he was a formidable antagonist within the Dragon Ball universe. It seemed a shame that he had not appeared in the later arcs. However, if remained obstinate, Jiang Fei would not squander his words. Raising his head, glared at Jiang Fei with venomous eyes, yet internally he began to strategize. This individual was far too formidable. Persistent defiance would only lead to his downfall. It would be wiser to temporarily comply, waiting for a chance to transform into his complete form and avenge this humiliation. With this thought, subtly nodded, suppressing his Saiyan pride. The malice that had once marred his expression vanished, replaced by the characteristic smile of the Frost Demon Clan. Esteemed sir, I am willing to become your dog." S voice trailed off, growing fainter, his eyes once again alight with resentment. The sense of humiliation weighed heavily on him, not only due to the influence of his Saiyan cells, but also as a matter of personal pride. As the most powerful being in this world, he now found himself uttering words of servitude. How utterly humiliating. Beside him, 18 cradled her brother, rendered speechless by the shocking turn of events, her expression a mix of astonishment and disbelief. This was the very adversary that had caused them endless trouble, now reduced to such a state was inconceivable. In the skies above, Vegeta and Trunks halted their battle, both sensing a significant decrease in energy. Trunks, witnessing his fallen form, felt a surge of excitement. Wonderful. Mr. Jiang Fei has intervened. Damn it, that creature is mine. Get away. Vegeta roared in fury, diving downward. He had intended to defeat in his complete form. But Jiang Fei's interference had not only prevented that, but had also sent him back to his first form, an unforgivable affront. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei, having heard his words, nodded in satisfaction. He keenly observed the dissatisfaction flickering in his eyes, but dismissed it. If he could not manage this creature, he would not deserve the title of a veterinarian. Since that is the case, let us begin with a song, Jiang Fei said with a gentle smile. Taken aback, stammered, "Sing? What song?" Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow, contemplating for a moment. After a silent affirmation, he slowly declared, "Then let us sing a tune. May I ask where the road lies?" Chapter 46, Vegeta. Its return upon hearing the title of the song, Cell was rendered utterly bewildered. He was not alone in his confusion. Android 18 beside him shared the same sentiment. And so did Android 16, who, with utmost seriousness, searched through his memory. He murmured to himself, "According to my search, it seems this song does not exist." Jiang Fei observed Cell's indifference and urged him impatiently, "Hurry up, sing. This. I have never heard this song before." Cell stammered. Who knows what this song is or what peculiar taste this person has? Why must he sing in front of so many people? Oh, I see, Jiang Fei pondered, realizing that this song likely did not exist in this world. Subsequently, relying on his memory, he replicated a melody. With a gentle flick of his fingers, a white light point entered Cell's mind. The haunting melody of "Where Does the Road Lead" began to resonate instantly. Do I really have to sing? Cell swallowed hard. He could hear the song in his mind. To be honest, it was quite melodious. However, he was not one to sing, especially not in front of such a large audience. He was, after all, a formidable warrior. Such an act felt too humiliating. Don't you think so? Jiang Fei replied nonchalantly. Although Cell harbored 1,001 reservations, he had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, singing was far preferable to losing his life. Coughing softly to clear his throat, Cell stood up and began to sing. Where does the road lead? The road is beneath our feet. La la. La 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 la. At that moment, a furious Vegeta arrived on the scene. Initially, he intended to confront Jiang Fei, but he was halted in his tracks by Cell's heartfelt performance. What is happening? Vegeta was left dumbfounded. Hadn't they just been engaged in a tense battle? How had it suddenly transformed into a talent show? Dad. Trunks rushed over in a flurry, desperate to prevent his father from acting impulsively. He hoped fervently that Vegeta wouldn't do anything rash. Yet, he too had heard the song. What is this all about? Trunks wondered, momentarily entranced by Cell's spirited performance, unable to reconcile it with the ruthless creature he had encountered earlier. La la, la la la. Cell continued to sing at a crescendo. For some inexplicable reason, the more he sang, the more it resonated. Jiang Fei furrowed his brow. He felt as though his ears were being assaulted. This was nothing short of cacophony. How could a perfectly good song be rendered so poorly? All right, stop singing. Jiang Fei exclaimed, his brow knitted. Upon hearing this, Cell immediately halted his performance, casting a cautious glance at Jiang Fei. As the music ceased, Vegeta regained his composure, his face once again contorted with rage. He charged forward, shouting, Jiang Fei, why did you stop Cell from achieving his perfect form? Vegeta boasted of his invincibility, eager to challenge stronger opponents. Now, his opportunity had been thwarted. Not only had Cell not grown stronger, but he had become weaker instead. Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow, coldly responding, are you questioning me? Humph. So what if I am? Vegeta crossed his arms, smirking defiantly, his eyes gleaming with challenge. Since Cell could no longer transform, he was left with no choice but to battle Jiang Fei. This would be advantageous, as he could not only face a formidable opponent but also redeem himself. Dad, don't do this. Mr. Jiang Fei is a deity. You are being terribly disrespectful, Trunks interjected, frowning. He felt exasperated with his father's reckless behavior. Such a simple matter had been made unnecessarily complicated. Vegeta, undeterred by Trunks' words, displayed a disdainful expression. He arrogantly declared, nonsense. Before me, the Prince of the Saiyans, what can a god do? He will still be forced to kneel at my feet. Having increased his power, he now felt invincible and fearless. In the face of Jiang Fei, he had regained the audacity he had displayed upon their first meeting. Vegeta, you have changed. You are no longer the one who humbly pleaded for my assistance in battle, Jiang Fei remarked with a hint of resignation. Reflecting on 3 years prior, when Trunks had first arrived, he had been so humble. Now, however, everything had transformed. As Vegeta recalled those past events, his pride was wounded. The once arrogant smile faded, replaced by a simmering rage. Enough with the chatter. Since you have prevented Cell from reaching his perfect form, you shall face me in battle. Vegeta bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury. With that, he prepared to strike. Jiang Fei, unperturbed, raised his palm calmly before him. Seeing this, Vegeta halted, sneering, what? Are you afraid? Did you just hear Cell sing? Jiang Fei inquired curiously. Vegeta hesitated, his brow furrowing. I heard it, what of it? Upon receiving his answer, Jiang Fei smiled and pointed at him. Now, you sing for me. What? Vegeta could hardly believe his ears. Trunks was equally incredulous. Mister, Jiang Fei is asking my father to sing? Setting aside the fact that Vegeta was currently in a state of rage, it was unthinkable for anyone to make such a demand of him. Knowing his father, this was utterly impossible. Make Vegeta sing? Android 18 was equally astonished. Having fought against him, she understood that he was an exceedingly proud man. For someone like him to sing was tantamount to asking for his life. According to my calculations, the likelihood of Vegeta singing is a mere 0.25%, Android 16 murmured as he processed the data. Cell watched with eager anticipation. After all, he had just been humiliated alone. If he could have another to join him, it would be splendid. Are you joking with me? Vegeta gasped, breathing heavily, feeling utterly insulted. Jiang Fei shrugged, stating earnestly, what do you think? As soon as he finished speaking, Vegeta lunged forward with a punch. His golden aura surged to its zenith, and the energy in the air became wildly chaotic. The island trembled and splintered at that moment. Ha! Jiang Fei merely smiled, untroubled. As he raised his hand, bang! A dull thud resonated. The golden light vanished, and the turbulent air stilled. A minute later, Vegeta's hair returned to its natural black, and the arrogance that once adorned his face evaporated, replaced by a deep sense of embarrassment. Let us begin, Jiang Fei's calm voice echoed. Vegeta's expression was one of great discomfort. He glanced at his son and then at the eagerly awaiting Cell. Android 18 and Android 16 watched him intently. He felt as though his heart had been struck 1,000 times. Yet, upon meeting Jiang Fei's icy gaze, he summoned his courage and began to sing softly. You carry the burden, while I lead the horse. May I inquire as to the direction of the road? The road lies beneath our feet. Very well. Jiang Fei initiated the applause. In truth, Vegeta's singing was far inferior to that of Cell, resembling nothing more than the wailing of a ghost. Yet, for the sake of this courage, the applause was indeed warranted. Well done, father. Trunks enthusiastically joined in the clapping, his hands almost turning crimson. He did not particularly admire the artistry of the singer, but rather he was witnessing a different facet of his father, which significantly altered his previous perceptions. Android 18 and Android 16 offered a token clap or two. The most fervent applauder among them was Cell. For reasons unknown, he found Vegeta's singing even less pleasant than his own, and a hint of pride flickered within him. Damn it, they are all a bunch of fools. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, unable to endure such an embarrassing moment any longer. In a fit of rage, he fled. transforming into a shooting star that vanished beyond the horizon. Father. Trunks disregarded the ongoing situation and hastily followed suit. As Vegeta soared through the sky, his sense of humiliation reached its peak. He wished fervently to find a crevice in the earth to hide away. Simultaneously, he silently vowed never to show off in front of Jiang Fei again. Such a scenario must never be allowed to unfold again. Chapter 47. You may call me Little Sha. Upon the small island, Jiang Fei gazed at Shalu and spoke in a measured tone. Let us take our leave. Shalu, fearful of voicing any dissent, could only manage a wry smile and nod. Observing the nearby androids 17 and 18, he lamented with a slight pout. With a mere thought, Jiang Fei and Shala transformed into beams of white light. Wait, don't go. Android 18 exclaimed as she tossed 17 to the ground and stood up, intending to chase after them. However, in the blink of an eye, both Jiang Fei and Shala vanished from the island. Android 18 furrowed her brow and sighed in resignation, so they have truly departed. Meanwhile, Vegeta had not ventured elsewhere but instead flew directly to the sacred temple. At that moment, Sun Wukong emerged from the room of spirit and time with Son Gohan. Their appearance was disheveled, clothes tattered, yet they maintained their Super Saiyan forms. Their foremost intention upon exiting was to seek sustenance. Bobo provided them with an abundance of food, and they indulged without a care for decorum. Ah, Vegeta is approaching, Sun Wukong remarked, sensing Vegeta's energy from afar. Following closely behind him was Trunks. At the sacred temple, Piccolo was preoccupied, having felt Jiang Fei's overwhelming presence, the sweat on his brow betraying his anxiety. However, Jiang Fei's sudden departure swiftly alleviated that pressure, allowing him to breathe easier. Concurrently, Shala's energy dissipated from Earth. If his intuition served him correctly, Jiang Fei was responsible for this. Strange, Dad. Shala's energy has vanished. Son Gohan was the first to notice. Maintaining their Super Saiyan forms, they were particularly attuned to energy fluctuations. Sun Wukong's heart leapt at this revelation. He hastily swallowed his food and concentrated on sensing the energy. Indeed, his previous focus on Vegeta had caused him to overlook Shala's disappearance. This is quite troublesome. Could Vegeta have defeated him? Sun Wukong lamented. Due to his lack of medication, his heart had begun to falter. Not only had he missed the emergence of the androids, but he had also lost the chance to battle Shalu. No. Piccolo interjected, stepping forward to clarify. It must have been Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his excitement surging. He stood abruptly, disregarding his meal. Where is he? Is he still on Earth? Although he regretted missing the fight with Shalu, the prospect of battling Jiang Fei was far more exhilarating. He has already left, Piccolo stated regretfully. Ah? Sun Wukong's expression fell, his earlier excitement dissipating. It seemed he was fated to have a streak of misfortune. Though he had improved significantly during this period, the pent-up energy without an outlet was undeniably frustrating. Suddenly, Vegeta appeared at the sacred temple, panting heavily, his countenance darkening. Father! Trunks rushed to his side. Everyone turned their attention to the duo. Sun Wukong wiped his mouth and approached. Vegeta, Trunks, you have returned. It's Uncle Wukong. You have emerged from your seclusion. Trunks replied joyfully, buoyed by the sight of his father. Just moments ago, he had also sensed the disappearance of Shala's energy. Kakarot. Vegeta slowly lifted his head, his expression stern. He noticed Sun Wukong was still in his Super Saiyan form, but his mind was too preoccupied to dwell on it, still reeling from recent events. Vegeta, what is wrong? Sun Wukong inquired, scratching his head in confusion as he noticed Vegeta's grim demeanor. Logically, Shala's energy had vanished, implying Jiang Fei had resolved the matter. Why then did Vegeta appear so displeased? Could it be that he hadn't found satisfaction in the fight? Ah, well, Uncle Wukong, Trunks began to explain with a smile. Silence, Trunks. Vegeta snapped, glancing around at the onlookers before storming into the room of spirit and time within the temple. He was determined to train, to immerse himself in practice, for only through relentless effort could he numb his mind and forget these recent events. What on earth is happening? Sun Wukong murmured in bewilderment. Unfazed, Trunks began animatedly recounting the tale of Jiang Fei's sudden appearance and Shala's unexpected serenade, followed by Vegeta's own vocal performance. The audience listened in astonishment, unable to fathom the scene that had unfolded. Who would have thought Uncle Vegeta had such a side? Son Gohan exclaimed incredulously. In his mind, Vegeta was the epitome of rage, quick to anger and prone to shouting. The notion of him singing was utterly unexpected. Not just him, Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and Tien Shin'un shared similar sentiments. Vegeta singing? I'd love to hear that. Sun Wukong chuckled, his laughter echoing. He and Trunks shared the same thought, marveling at this adorable facet of Vegeta. What they remained oblivious to was that this charming side of him only emerged in Jiang Fei's presence, under different circumstances. Should anyone suggest he sing, he would likely be incensed enough to resort to violence. In the depths of space, Jiang Fei brought Shalu to an unnamed planet of harsh conditions. Shalu surveyed the inhospitable environment, unable to suppress a frown before glancing at Jiang Fei. Though he was unsure why he was here, he dared not question it, choosing instead to remain silent and compliant. Shalu, Jiang Fei called him with an air of indifference. Shalu immediately approached, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Having already surrendered his dignity, he thought it wise to lower his stance, hoping for a chance to turn the tide in his favor one day. You are too kind. Just call me Little Sha. Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow at this remark, his expression shifting to one of peculiarity. It wasn't the name that struck him as odd. Rather, it reminded him of the name Beerus had asked him to use, Little B. If they were to meet in the future, would they become the Little Sha Bai duo? Chapter 48. The self-destructive cultivation method. Jiang Fei pondered for a moment, sensing something amiss. He then stated, I shall continue to call you Sharu, and you may address me by my name as well. I dare not. I dare not. Shara hastily waved his hands in denial. Jiang Fei cast a fleeting glance at him, choosing not to dwell on the matter further, as it was not of paramount importance. Mr. Jiang, what are we here for? Shara inquired, lowering his gaze before looking up again. To assist you in achieving your perfect form, Jiang Fei replied with a calm demeanor. His current objective was to cultivate the pinnacle of combat strength in Universe 7. For the time being, he would allow Sun Wukong and Vegeta to develop freely, without interference. Although Shara's absence as a formidable adversary was notable, as long as the two continued to engage with powerful opponents, their strength would ascend rapidly. Eventually, Shara could serve as their sparring partner. What? Perfect form. Upon hearing those words, Shara's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was a coveted aspiration of his. Had it not been for the intervention of the individual before him, he might have already succeeded, perhaps even vanquished all of Earth's strongest warriors. Indeed. Were you not dreaming of attaining your perfect form? Jiang Fei remarked with the same unperturbed tone. Shara was indeed a unique antagonist in the Dragon Ball universe, deeply yearning to attain his perfect state. However, upon achieving it, he had not exhibited a merciless nature. Rather, he set up a challenge to confront all the martial artists on Earth. Of course, his inherently malevolent essence remained intact. Gulping, Shara excitedly asked, Are you going to help me absorb androids 17 and 18? No, I have a better method, Jiang Fei replied, shaking his head with a neutral tone. Shara's expression turned to one of confusion upon realizing that absorbing the androids was not the solution. After all, when faced with Android 18, he had nearly succeeded, only to be thwarted repeatedly by Jiang Fei. Had it not been for these interruptions, he would not be enduring such humiliation now. What method? Sharo asked, his skepticism evident. Based on the memories imparted by Dr. Jero, Shara knew that to transform into his perfect form, absorbing the androids was essential. He had not heard of any alternative methods, leaving him unconvinced. Oh, it is quite simple, Jiang Fei replied with a serene smile. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand. Shara was caught off guard. A flash of white light appeared, and a blade of light manifested. In an instant, his chest was pierced by the light blade, blood gushing from the wound. His face contorted with disbelief. Mr. Jiang. Shara stammered, blood staining the corners of his grotesque mouth. This is the second method to achieve your perfect form. Jiang Fei explained with a smile, then raised his hand again, unleashing several beams of light. With a series of piercing sounds, Shara's body was reduced to a mere pile of flesh, leaving only his head intact. Regenerate your body, Jiang Fei commanded. Sharu, with only his head remaining, twitched his eyes. Although he was reluctant, he had no choice but to comply. In the blink of an eye, a new body began to form. However, just as Shara stood up, an explosion erupted. Jiang Fei raised his hand once more, obliterating his body into remnants. This. Shara was nearly at a loss for words. Blood streaming from his mouth. Despite his Namekian heritage allowing him to regenerate, it did not mean he was immune to pain from destruction. Regenerate your body again, Jiang Fei instructed. Upon hearing this, Shara's eyes widened with fear. He began to suspect that this individual might be a sadist. Perhaps I should just give up. Shara felt tears welling up. If this continued, even if he did not perish, his spirit would surely shatter. Enough chatter, hurry, Jiang Fei urged, his gaze sharp. Shara felt immense reluctance but understood that refusing could lead to his demise. With great apprehension, Shara once again regenerated his body, as he anxiously awaited Jiang Fei's next move. He heard him say, Now, take a moment to feel if your energy has increased. Shara focused, and a glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes. After pondering briefly, he seemed to discover the answer. Could it be the Saiyan cells enhancing my power? Shara inquired, looking at Jiang Fei with curiosity. He possessed some knowledge of the Saiyan cells' properties, particularly their ability to enhance strength upon recovering from near-death experiences. Jiang Fei nodded slightly, recalling how, after being weakened by Gohan, he had resorted to self-destruction. Since he had not destroyed the core in his brain, he was able to regenerate a new body using his Namekian cells. Upon recovery, not only did he revert to his perfect form, but his strength also surged to the Super Saiyan 2 level. Is it truly possible to attain my perfect form this way? Although Shara was asking, excitement tinged his tone. Jiang Fei slowly nodded, indicating that it was indeed feasible. Wonderful! Wonderful! Shara could no longer contain his joy. He even opened his arms and exclaimed, "Come on, Mr. Jiang, don't hold back. Since you now know how to enhance your strength, do you still require my assistance?" Jiang Fei replied calmly. Shara immediately grasped the implication and, without further ado, began to gather energy in his hands, directing it toward himself. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the desolate planet was illuminated by blinding light, and the sound of explosions echoed continuously. This was the self-destructive cultivation method that Jiang Fei had devised for Shara. This method was uniquely suited for Shara. Although Sun Wukong and Vegeta could also utilize such a technique, Jiang Fei's observations indicated that their physical resilience might not endure this form of training. In earlier stages, it was manageable. After all, with their lesser strength, even a doubling of power would not pose significant issues. However, at their current level, unless they achieved breakthroughs on their own, their bodies would likely be unable to withstand the immense force generated by this method. This was likely the fundamental reason why Sun Wukong and Vegeta had abandoned this training approach in the later stages. In contrast, Shara faced no such issues. With Piccolo's regenerative abilities and Frieza's resistance, coupled with the Saiyan traits of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, the combination was utterly perfect. Chapter 49. Encounter with Cooler. Half a year later, a golden aura enveloped Cell, with arcs of lightning swirling around him. His previously grotesque visage had transformed into a chiseled countenance, now imbued with an alluring charm. It was evident that he had achieved his perfect form. However, a resounding punch struck Cell's face, followed by him being pinned to the ground and subjected to a barrage of brutal blows. Why did it come to this? Cell's expression was one of despair, silently lamenting within. He had believed that through self-mutilation he had attained his perfect form, convinced that he could finally exact revenge and escape the clutches of Jiang Fei. Yet reality proved otherwise. He had underestimated Jiang Fei's terrifying power. In his perfect form, he was no different from his initial state, merely a hapless figure who could be easily dispatched with a mere wave of the hand. At this moment, he felt no desire to resist. The thought that becoming perfect would enable him to take revenge now seemed utterly ridiculous. "Get up," Jiang Fei remarked lightly, glancing at the fallen Cell. "Mr. Jiang, are you coming again?" Cell replied, his face a mask of sorrow, his once handsome and sinister demeanor utterly dissipated, leaving only a servile and obsequious disposition. Over the past year, he had endured relentless torment from himself, followed by Jiang Fei's grueling training. Even with his robust mental fortitude, he would have long since gone mad otherwise. Jiang Fei regarded him with a hands-behind-his-back posture. "Let us end it here for today." "Ah, thank goodness." Cell exhaled in relief, a flicker of joy crossing his face. To be consistently overpowered by Jiang Fei daily was an existence far beyond the endurance of any ordinary person. "Not so fast. I have a task for you," Jiang Fei interjected, interrupting Cell's excitement. Instantly, Cell's expression shifted to one of respect. Jiang Fei continued, "Go to Earth. Defeat Son Goku and Vegeta, and let me see the results of your training over the past 6 months." "Yes," Cell replied fervently, exhilarated by the simplicity of the task assigned to him. Possessing Saiyan cells, he was naturally a warrior at heart. Now, having attained his perfect form and undergone extensive training, he felt confident in handling both Son Goku and Vegeta. Surely, there would be no match for him. "Remember, strike only as necessary. These two still hold significant value for me," Jiang Fei cautioned as he observed Cell's fervent expression. Cell's current power was far superior to that depicted in the original narrative. Although it was difficult to quantify precisely how much stronger he had become, it was clear he had surpassed the level of Super Saiyan 2, likely reaching mid-Super Saiyan 3. Thus, dealing with the current Son Goku or Vegeta would pose no significant challenge. Jiang Fei did not wish to disrupt their training by abruptly taking Cell away. Understood. Although puzzled, Cell nodded earnestly. Just as their conversation continued, Jiang Fei glanced skyward. sensing a powerful energy rapidly approaching. Is someone coming? Cell inquired, curiosity piqued. Jiang Fei nodded slightly, familiar with the energy drawing near. He had already deduced the identity of the approaching individual. As the energy drew closer, Cell began to sense it too, realizing it was formidable and vast, indicative of a powerful entity. Do you need me to deal with this person? Cell whispered, clearly aware that the newcomer was heading directly for them and had locked onto their location. No need. It should be Frieza's brother, Cooler. Let us see what brings him here, Jiang Fei replied, identifying the energy source. He had briefly encountered Cooler before and was well acquainted with the energy signature. In truth, he had sensed Cooler's presence nearby for some time but had not paid it much mind until now, when Cooler was headed straight for them. Ah, that explains the familiarity of this energy, Cell remarked, positioning himself beside Jiang Fei as they both gazed into the sky. After a brief wait, Cooler's figure suddenly appeared on the horizon, suspended in the air, surveying the planet below. His eyes immediately fell upon Cell. Is that not Frieza? Cooler muttered in confusion, before focusing his energy-sensing abilities, only to be astounded. How is it possible? I can sense my father's energy as well? Cell, meanwhile, wore a cold smirk, quietly observing the unfolding scene. Just as Cooler was lost in thought, he suddenly noticed another presence beside Cell. Turning his gaze, he nearly had his eyes pop out in shock. Jiang Fei, Cooler exclaimed in terror. Jiang Fei, standing on the ground, nodded indifferently in acknowledgement. Cooler swallowed hard, astonished to encounter such a formidable being on this desolate planet. He dared not linger in the air any longer, abandoning all pretense as he swiftly descended, rushing to stand before Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei, how are you here? Cooler stammered, a blend of excitement and fear evident in his demeanor, unsure whether it was the latter or the former that dominated his emotions. After all, the figure before him was one who even Beerus regarded with a measure of trepidation. Not much, just happened to be here, Jiang Fei waved dismissively. He then inquired, what brings you here? The resources in this star region were exceedingly scarce, so it was unusual for Cooler to appear in such a desolate locale. Well, my foolish brother has escaped. Cooler began to explain slowly. It turned out that Frieza had seized an opportunity to escape from the military prison during a moment of lax security. He had dispatched all his forces to scour the universe for him. Additionally, in recent years, Cooler had gained an understanding of energy sensing. As he passed through this area, he sensed Frieza's energy, prompting his hasty arrival, leading to the current encounter. Why did he escape? Jiang Fei asked, puzzled, as he was not well versed in the dynamics between the two brothers. Hiki. Cooler chuckled sheepishly, then proceeded to recount the events following Jiang Fei's departure, including Frieza's actions and Beerus's visit, during which he had hinted at intensifying their efforts. A chill ran down Jiang Fei's spine at this revelation. He had not anticipated Cooler's ruthlessness. Cell couldn't help but frown, pondering, is this fellow even human? Though he himself was not in a much better position. Chapter 50. We are friends. Then you may continue your search. Jiang Fei waved his hand dismissively, not wishing to involve himself in the affairs of their family. However, having just heard Gula's account, he was aware of the immense damage inflicted upon Frieza. Judging by the circumstances, it would likely take 5 to 6 years for him to regain his former peak. Jiang Fei shook his head helplessly, ready to take his leave. He turned to Cell and reminded him, do not forget the matters I entrusted to you. I will be departing for a while, but I shall visit you on Earth later. With that said, a flash of white light enveloped Jiang Fei, and he vanished from the planet. Only Cell and Gula remained. As Jiang Fei departed, both of them exhaled in unison, indicating the considerable pressure they had been under. After catching their breath, Gula fixed his gaze on Cell, intrigued by the presence of Frieza's energy, as well as that of his father, King Cold. Why do you possess Frieza's aura? Gula inquired, furrowing his brow. Cell glanced at him with indifference, responding with an air of pride, that is not your concern. His strength had undergone a remarkable transformation, rendering Gula insignificant in his eyes. Even in his incomplete form, Gula was nothing more than a mere nuisance. Gula felt a surge of anger at Cell's words. Apart from Jiang Fei and Beerus, no one had ever spoken to him so arrogantly. Yet, considering that Cell had been in Jiang Fei's company, he suppressed his irritation for the moment. With a cold smile, Gula feigned deference and probed. May I inquire about your relationship with Mr. Jiang Fei? I am Mr. Jiang's. Cell instinctively began to respond. He initially intended to say he was Jiang Fei's dog, but upon seeing Gula's eager expression, he felt it would be somewhat humiliating. Clearing his throat, he adopted Jiang Fei's nonchalant demeanor and said, oh, just a friend. Afterward, he assumed a mysterious posture, gazing toward the horizon. his eyes glinting with an enigmatic light. Friend. Gula's heart jolted at this revelation. He had not anticipated that the individual before him was a friend of Jiang Fei's. He had presumed Cell to be a subordinate or servant. The last time he heard the word friend, it was when Jiang Fei referred to Beerus, who, upon hearing Jiang Fei's name, had shown no semblance of camaraderie, merely a coward who did not dare to meet him. Now, hearing the term again from Cell's lips, he pondered the weight these words carried. And those wounds on your face and body. Gula's demeanor shifted, yet he remained skeptical. Cell glanced at his own injuries, remnants of his recent battle with Jiang Fei. His skin was marred, blackened as if scorched, with purple blood congealed on his chest. After a brief moment of contemplation, he sheepishly explained, "It was merely a spar. I sustained some superficial injuries, but he is not in much better shape." Gula's eyes widened in astonishment. Could this individual truly be so formidable as to spar with Jiang Fei? However, when he heard that Jiang Fei was also not faring well, doubt crept into his mind. After all, he had seen Jiang Fei leave unscathed. Is that true? Gula could not help but inquire. Of course it is, Cell replied, desperately suppressing his unease, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Did you not see how quickly he departed? He appeared unfazed. Yet he must have sustained significant internal injuries and likely went off to recuperate. He silently pleaded, "Forgive me, Mr. Jiang, it was merely a boast. Please do not hold it against me. I assure you, it will not happen again." If Gula had not known Jiang Fei, Cell might not have felt compelled to explain himself so thoroughly. He could not only consider his own pride. Jiang Fei's reputation also required protection. Gula's expression shifted to one of shock. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed plausible. Jiang Fei had said little and left in haste. "May I inquire your name? Might you join me for a brief visit?" Gula inquired with newfound politeness, feeling fortunate to have encountered such a valuable ally. "No need. Please attend to your matters." "I have other affairs to attend to," Cell replied coolly. Without allowing Gula a chance to persuade him otherwise, he soared into the sky, heading toward Earth. Gula watched Cell's retreating figure, silently lamenting, "Times have changed. Truly, the era has transformed." With that, he dismissed his lingering sentiments and regrouped his team, preparing to continue the search for Frieza. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei had not ventured elsewhere but had instead arrived at the God of Destruction's realm in the 7th universe. He intended to take Cell to other universes for a trial of strength. While they might not succeed, it was essential to gauge their limits. Additionally, during the half-year of training with Cell, Jiang Fei's own power had seen a slight increase. Before long, Jiang Fei reached the God of Destruction's domain. "Oh no! The enforcers are here." Whis, appearing as skittish as a startled bird, immediately tensed. The shadow of the past 6 months still loomed over him. He had not anticipated their arrival. It was worth noting that he and Beerus had accomplished nothing during this time. However, there was no room for such thoughts now. In a flash, Whis made his way to Beerus's chamber. "Lord Beerus, wake up. The enforcers have arrived," Whis exclaimed anxiously. Yet, his words were somewhat redundant, as Beerus was already awake, frantically searching for his garments. His senses were sharper than Whis's, for this was his domain. He would surely be aware of any intruders. What astonished Whis was that since Jiang Fei's departure, Beerus had been indulging in prolonged slumber. Whis had attempted to rouse him several times, but to no avail. It was remarkable that he had risen without being called this time. After all these years, it was the first time he had witnessed such a phenomenon. Clearly, Jiang Fei had cast a shadow over Beerus's psyche that rivaled Whis's own. "Whis, hurry out to greet them," Beerus instructed urgently, his clothing askew as he hastily followed Whis outside. He dared not show any sign of negligence, fearing another round of punishment for tardiness. Chapter 51. The devious Beerus. The two individuals hurriedly flew out of the palace, and upon spotting Jiang Fei, they quickened their pace. In the blink of an eye, they stood before him. "Greetings, law enforcer." Beerus executed a formal 90-degree bow. Whis followed suit, lowering his head in silence. Jiang Fei scrutinized Beerus, noting the bloodshot eyes that indicated he had only recently awakened. It was apparent that his arrival had interrupted Beerus's pleasant dreams. "Beerus, during the 6 months of my absence, have you been diligent in your duties?" Jiang Fei inquired nonchalantly, opting not to disclose the purpose of his visit just yet, but instead inquiring about recent work conditions. Upon hearing the question, Beerus's heart tightened. Since Jiang Fei's departure, he had indulged in an extended slumber, neglecting all responsibilities. He had assumed he would have several years before Jiang Fei returned, but the unexpected visit had come far too soon. Beerus slowly rose, unsure of how to explain. He glanced back at Whis and stammered, "Whis, why don't you report to the law enforcer about your work?" As he spoke, he instinctively shuffled a few steps back, retreating behind Whis. "Lord Beerus, the law enforcer is addressing you. How can I report?" Whis replied, a hint of trepidation in his voice as he too began to step backward. Not only had Beerus neglected his duties, but Whis had failed in his supervisory role, having never reminded him of the necessary tasks. "Beerus, this is your fault. Reporting is inherently your responsibility." "I am at a loss for words," Beerus asserted, pushing against the retreating Whis. He could not allow Whis to position himself behind him. If the law enforcer decided to act, the first to suffer would be him. With Whis standing in front, he might stand a chance of deflecting some blame. Whis cast an exasperated glance back at him. "Lord Beerus, there is nothing wrong with simply stating the truth." Observing the two, Jiang Fei understood the situation quite well. It was evident that no work had been accomplished in his absence. Nonetheless, the primary purpose of his visit was not to dwell on this matter. That could be addressed later. "Enough," Jiang Fei interrupted as the two continued their bickering. Both Whis and Beerus ceased their quarrel, their expressions shifting to one of caution. "I am already well aware of your work situation," Jiang Fei remarked, his brow furrowed. After a brief pause, he directed his gaze towards Whis. Whis, catching Jiang Fei's look, felt a jolt of anxiety, fearing that the law enforcer might target him first. "Provide me with the coordinates of the other universes," Jiang Fei instructed calmly. Upon realizing he was not the target, Whis felt a wave of relief wash over him. He refrained from questioning the reason and summoned a glowing orb from his staff, which floated gently before Jiang Fei. "Law enforcer, all the maps of the universes are contained here," Whis said with a relaxed smile. Jiang Fei nodded, reaching out to touch the orb. It instantly transformed into a myriad of stars that infused his mind, revealing the outlines of various universes. Beerus, intrigued by Jiang Fei's inquiry into the locations of other universes, eagerly asked, "Are you planning to inspect the work in those universes?" Jiang Fei cast a sidelong glance at him, responding coolly, "Inspection is not the intent. I merely wish to explore." His authority as a law enforcer currently extended only to the 7th universe. The specifics of other universes would be determined post-assessment. However, even without inspecting duties, he could certainly visit. Upon hearing this, Beerus's eyes lit up. He was unaware of Jiang Fei's jurisdictional limitations and assumed the mention of exploration was merely polite phrasing. A cunning idea sparked within him. "Heh." Beerus approached with a grin. "Law enforcer, which universe do you wish to visit?" "I maintain good relations with the gods of destruction in other universes. I could provide you with an overview of their situations." Whis nearly burst into laughter at this comment, turning to Beerus and whispering, "Lord Beerus, are you perhaps misunderstanding the nature of your relations?" Beerus shot a fierce glare at Whis, signaling him to silence. After warning Whis, he reverted to a cheerful demeanor, facing Jiang Fei. "Oh, is that so? Then please do enlighten me," Jiang Fei said, his gaze playful as he gestured for Beerus to continue. Seeing that the law enforcer appeared to be swayed by his charm, Beerus's enthusiasm surged. He seized the opportunity to air his grievances. "You see, law enforcer, I previously mentioned my foolish brother, Champa, who currently serves as the god of destruction in the 6th universe. His work ethic is utterly lacking." With a faint sigh, Beerus pretended to lament his brother's shortcomings, seemingly imbued with a sense of righteous indignation. Whis, upon hearing Beerus mention Champa, wore an odd expression, instantly recognizing Beerus's intentions. Despite Beerus's display of concern, it was well known throughout the universe that the two brothers were perpetually at odds. Whenever they crossed paths, conflict was inevitable. Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow, regarding Beerus with skepticism. "So your implication is?" "My implication is the same as before. I kindly request the law enforcer to take some time to offer guidance. Who knows? It might prove to be a lifelong benefit for him," Beerus said, his tone exceedingly sincere. Jiang Fei observed Beerus's exaggerated display of concern for family with a knowing smile. Had he not been privy to the underlying motives, one might have easily been swayed by Beerus's earnest facade. "Beerus," Jiang Fei called softly. "I am here." Beerus leaned in eagerly, unaware of the impending revelation awaiting him. Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow, his tone light and airy. "Do you know what I detest most? Being treated as a fool." Chapter 52. You two together. Upon hearing those words, Beerus shuddered violently. His gaze towards Jiang Fei began to fill with trepidation. Whis, standing nearby, could only shake his head in resignation. It seemed that this time, intelligence might backfire spectacularly. He sighed inwardly, realizing that Lord Beerus often showcased high-level maneuvers, yet remained blissfully unaware that his own intellect was rather inadequate. "Why do you say that, enforcer?" Beerus forced a smile, though it was anything but pleasant. Given the current circumstances, it appeared as though their plans had been thoroughly unraveled. Jiang Fei narrowed his eyes and spoke in a low voice. I am uncertain about Champa's work ethic, but surely it must be better than yours, right? Upon hearing this, Beerus fell silent, his expression faltering. He was oblivious to the current ranking of the universes. However, he knew that he had consistently lingered at the second-to-last position for quite some time, with little room for further decline. In contrast, Universe 6 occupied the third-to-last position. Although not particularly high, it at least placed them above him. The disparity in their work ethics was glaringly obvious. I shall refrain from elaborating on that, Jiang Fei remarked, casting a glance at him before waving his hand dismissively. The two were indeed kindred spirits in misfortune, neither in a position to mock the other. Beerus had drawn him into the affairs of Universe 6 precisely because of their strained relationship. Reflecting on the dynamics between the gods of destruction, Jiang Fei continued. Yet you claim to maintain cordial relations with other gods of destruction. Do you take me for a fool? Beerus swallowed hard, beads of sweat cascading down his face. It seemed he had underestimated the enforcer, who was not so easily deceived as the Omni King. Jiang Fei's unwavering gaze bore into him, revealing a hint of exasperation. With such a lack of intelligence and ranking second to last in the universe, it was hardly surprising. In truth, Beerus's assertion of good relations with the other gods of destruction was mere fabrications. He had a strained relationship with Champa, and the others shared a similarly poor perception of him. Many even avoided conversing with him entirely. He recalled an incident long ago when the Omni King organized a universal game of hide-and-seek, in which all the gods participated. What was the outcome? This fool had simply returned to the god of destruction realm and slept for 50 years, leaving the Omni King in a fit of rage, nearly obliterating all the universes in the process. Ultimately, it took the remaining 11 gods of destruction considerable effort to placate him. Thus, when the gods encountered Beerus, they were seldom in good spirits. Enforcer, I was wrong, Beerus muttered, his head hung low and his expression forlorn. Jiang Fei regarded him coolly and replied, Since you acknowledge your mistake, then you and Whis shall take action together. With that, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the two before him. Whis, bewildered, was left with a multitude of questions. He was utterly perplexed by how he had been roped into this situation. Just as he was about to voice his confusion, Beerus interjected, Excellent, excellent. He did not wish to see Whis take a beating, having witnessed more than enough of that over the past 3 years. He simply did not want to suffer alone. If someone could join him, it would be most fortuitous. If that person were Whis, it would be utterly perfect. Enforcer. Whis was at a loss for words. Why were they suddenly resorting to violence? And if they must fight, why drag him into it? However, before he could finish his thought, Jiang Fei interrupted, Enough chatter. If I say you should attack together, then you shall. He had initially come here with no intention of fighting. If Beerus had not instigated him, he might have already departed. Yet now, it had been far too long since he had a satisfying spar, and this opportunity was too good to pass up. Previously, during his training with Cell, he had refrained from using his full power, fearing that he might inadvertently kill him. Now, facing Beerus and Whis, he felt no such reservations. Both of them were resilient and imbued with divine energy, making them difficult to defeat. Whis, go. Beerus urged from the sidelines. Whis shot him a glare before seizing his staff, declaring, Enforcer, forgive me. He then charged forward. Beerus wasted no time, swiftly closing the distance to Jiang Fei. He understood that if he did not strike first, there would be little chance for a counterattack later. Just as they were about to engage Jiang Fei, a brilliant white light emanated from him. Boom. A tremendous explosion reverberated through the air. The two were instantly halted by an overwhelming force, unable to advance even an inch. Wow. Beerus spat out a mouthful of blood. In that fleeting moment, he had sustained injury, and his expression contorted into one of sheer agony. The Enforcer's power has advanced. Whis thought in horror. Such talent was undeniably terrifying. At this rate, surpassing the Grand Minister would merely be a matter of time. Perhaps even eclipsing the unreachable king of all. I cannot withstand this. Just as Whis was lost in contemplation, Beerus was sent hurtling backward. Not good. Whis's complexion paled dramatically. Jiang Fei's radiance intensified, and with a thunderous boom, an explosion echoed throughout the god of destruction realm. The ground trembled, uprooting flora and fauna alike. The celestial bodies above, feeling the surge of energy, disintegrated into vibrant bursts of color against the sky. Whis channeled his divine power to its utmost, enveloped in a faint green divine aura. Yet, this force felt like a mere leaf adrift in an ocean, easily overwhelmed by the waves of power. Cough, cough. Whis struggled to maintain his composure, blood trickling from his lips as he was uncontrollably flung backward. He stumbled for over 100 meters before finally regaining his footing. Lying at his feet was none other than the recently sent flying Beerus. With a single move, Jiang Fei had effortlessly neutralized the combined assault of both Whis and Beerus, inflicting varying degrees of injury upon them both. "Is this all you have?" Jiang Fei remarked nonchalantly. He was far from satisfied with the encounter. In a flash, he appeared before Whis. With an unhurried demeanor, he unleashed a powerful punch that seemed casual, as though he were not engaged in serious combat. Yet, at that moment, Whis' expression shifted dramatically. In a desperate maneuver, he grasped Beerus, who lay on the ground, and raised him as a shield, crossing his arms in front of himself. "What the hell, Whis? Are you really using me as a meat shield?" Beerus exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Chapter 53. A leader is a leader. Why ask so many questions? Upon hearing the shout, Whis finally came to his senses. Indeed, he was holding none other than the god of destruction, Beerus. How had he ended up using this formidable being as a shield? Just as he contemplated setting Beerus down, Jiang Fei's fist came hurtling toward him. Instinctively, Whis lifted Beerus once more, extending his arm forward to block. Bang! The powerful punch landed squarely in his abdomen, causing Beerus to spit out a mouthful of blood. His eyes bulged in shock, as if they might pop out. The force of the blow sent Whis reeling back several meters, showcasing the immense power behind Jiang Fei's strike, despite his apparent lack of seriousness. You scoundrel," Beerus managed to utter, his voice strained. The punch had stirred his vital energies and inflicted internal injuries. Fortunately, as a god of destruction, he was resilient. Otherwise, a mere mortal would have surely met their end. "My sincerest apologies, Lord Beerus. I had grown accustomed to wielding my staff, and without thinking, I used you as a shield," was hastily explained, genuinely remorseful. The suddenness of Jiang Fei's punch had caught him off guard. After his staff fell, he instinctively treated Beerus as a substitute. "Put me down at once," Beerus snarled, baring his teeth in fury, his expression a mask of rage. The recent blow had nearly cost him his life. "Of course, my lord," Whis replied, eager to comply. Just as he was about to lower Beerus, he noticed Jiang Fei's next punch was already approaching. Reflexively, Whis thrust Beerus forward as a barrier once more. "You," Beerus fumed, his anger boiling as he was hoisted up again. Yet before he could fully express his wrath, Jiang Fei's fist loomed larger in his vision. With a resounding thud, another punch connected with his chest, causing him to cough up several more mouthfuls of blood. At this moment, he cared little for assigning blame to Whis. As he felt stars dancing before his eyes, dizziness threatening to engulf him, Jiang Fei had initially intended to throw another punch, but reconsidered upon witnessing Beerus's condition. He glanced at Whis and remarked coolly, "Well done, Whis. At this rate, Beerus will remain a shield for the duration." Whis, feeling somewhat awkward, chuckled sheepishly and gently placed Beerus on the ground. Although Beerus was gravely injured, he had not lost consciousness. Lying there, he could not utter a word. Yet his furious gaze conveyed a silent curse. Your Honor, Whis stammered, attempting to explain. Despite the dramatics of the situation, he realized an important lesson. In future battles alongside Jiang Fei, it might be safer to leave Beerus behind. Jiang Fei waved his hand, stating, "All right. That will be all for today. I shall return when time permits." With that, he vanished from the realm of the gods of destruction. After Jiang Fei departed, Whis sighed in relief. However, his respite was short-lived as he hurriedly checked on the still-lying figure of Beerus. "Lord Beerus, are you all right?" Whis asked with genuine concern. After all, this was the god of destruction of the seventh universe. Nothing could go amiss. If anything were to happen, Zeno would certainly be displeased. Although Jiang Fei had instigated the events, Whis bore a share of the responsibility. You nearly knocked me out." Upon hearing Whis's call, Beerus abruptly opened his bloodshot eyes, filled with rage at the sight of Whis. He had already been defeated, lying on the ground awaiting the end, only to be hoisted as a human shield and suffer the brunt of 2 heavy punches. "Lord Beerus, please calm down. Healing is paramount. Do not let your anger worsen your condition," Whis implored soothingly. However, Beerus was far from placated. Drawing on his last reserves of strength, he glared fiercely at Whis and bellowed, "Is this how you protect me, as my guardian angel, Whis?" Whis felt a surge of embarrassment and guilt at Beerus's outburst. Yet, he still sought to defend himself, as it had not been intentional. The situation had escalated too quickly for him to think clearly. I have always stood firmly behind you, protecting you at all costs," Whis mumbled, his voice trailing off as he looked down, clearly flustered. You. Beerus, incredulous at Whis's shamelessness, pointed an accusatory finger at him. After a prolonged tirade, he suddenly coughed up another mouthful of blood, his vision dimming as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Whis was taken aback by this turn of events and quickly checked for Beerus's life signs, relieved to find that he was not in serious danger. The fainting spell was merely due to the stress of the situation. But then, a realization struck him. Jiang Fei had acquired the coordinates of other universes, indicating he planned to visit them. Reflecting on the dire state of his own universe, Whis decisively resolved to alert the other universes. Avamo? This is Whis. I have an urgent message for you from Universe 1. Universe 12? Martinu, this is Whis, and I must inform you of something important. Unaware of Jiang Fei's exact destination, Whis spent a good 15 minutes relaying the message to the remaining 11 universes. Each time delivering the same warning, the leader would be conducting inspections, and they needed to prepare diligently. Any messes should be cleaned up before being caught in the act. When the angels inquired about the identity of the leader, Whis replied succinctly, "A leader is a leader. Why ask so many questions? It is the leader from our Universe 7. With Whis's words, they comprehended the implication. The only individual who commanded such respect from Whis in Universe 7 could only be one. However, they were left bewildered by what this leader had done to instill such fear in Whis, as it was something no one had anticipated. They were even hesitant to share the leader's name and title directly. Chapter 54. If you lose, sing a duet for me after departing from the realm of destruction. Jiang Fei hastened directly towards Earth. However, he did not rush, maintaining a moderate pace, as he needed time to ponder which universe would be most suitable for him. On Earth, Cell had established a colossal arena in a desolate wilderness. Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, and others had gathered there. The remaining inhabitants of Earth had also arrived, except for the future Trunks, who had long since left this world. Ah, everyone has arrived quite swiftly, Cell remarked, crossing his arms with a devilish grin. Vegeta, observing Cell's transformed appearance, scoffed disdainfully, a defeated foe daring to show his face. I can't believe Jiang Fei spared you. Half a year ago, Vegeta had battled the second form of Cell, effortlessly dominating the encounter. Had it not been for Jiang Fei's unexpected intervention, he would have eliminated the perfect Cell then and there. Nevertheless, it was not too late. He had vowed to vanquish the perfect Cell. And after 6 months of rigorous training, he, like Goku, had attained full power in Super Saiyan form. Defeating Cell should be a mere child's play. Defeated foe? This time, it will not be so simple, Cell replied, his tone calm as he surveyed the gathered crowd with an air of disdain, seemingly dismissing them all. All talk. Vegeta retorted with a cold laugh. Though his character had significantly evolved compared to the past, his inherent arrogance remained largely unchanged, especially when facing Cell, a former vanquished opponent. To him, no matter how much Cell had improved, he was still nothing more than a mere pest. At that moment, Goku was the most exhilarated, having not fought a worthy adversary in far too long. With Cell's reappearance, it felt like a divine gift. He leaped onto the stage, asking Cell, "Have you come to destroy Earth and annihilate all humanity?" While he yearned for battle, he deemed it prudent to clarify the situation first. Fool. Vegeta scolded derisively. To him, Goku's question was utterly foolish. Cell was not here to plead for forgiveness. Surely, he was not seeking to atone for past misdeeds. Piccolo and the others shared a sense of exasperation, knowing Goku's overly benevolent nature. Even in the face of a ruthless villain responsible for countless innocent deaths, Goku would forgive him if he merely showed sincerity. Destroy Earth and annihilate all humanity? Cell mused over the phrase before shaking his head slowly. How boring. I have no interest in such things. His unexpected response left everyone in shock, with Vegeta and Goku gaping in astonishment. In the past, Cell might have considered such actions, but now it was nearly impossible. First, Jiang Fei had instructed him not to harm the people of Earth. Secondly, after 6 months of interaction with Jiang Fei, Cell's character had subtly shifted, leading him to regard humans, whom he previously viewed as insignificant, with a newfound detachment. Then, what are you here for? Goku scratched his head, momentarily bewildered. Previously encountered foes often threatened to obliterate the world, leaving no choice but to engage in battle. Now, confronting an adversary who harbored no intent to kill left him at a loss. Well, I simply wish to hear Vegeta sing, Cell teased, casting a glance at the audience. Indeed, upon hearing this, Vegeta's face turned ashen, as it was a lifelong humiliation to be publicly reminded of such a thing. You seek death, Vegeta roared. Golden energy erupting from him as his hair turned a brilliant gold and his eyes transformed to a pale blue. In an instant, he charged towards Cell, unleashing a barrage of punches accompanied by the sound of air being sliced. Ah, you come well. Cell scoffed, exuding a golden aura of his own as he effortlessly countered Vegeta's attack with a casual hand. What? Vegeta exclaimed inwardly, taken aback by how easily his assault was neutralized. With rapid succession, Vegeta withdrew his fist and launched several more strikes, only for Cell to evade them with apparent ease. Seizing an opening, Cell delivered a swift kick, sending Vegeta staggering backward several paces. With his hand resting behind him, Cell surveyed the gathered crowd coolly, stating, "You may all join in." The manner in which he spoke bore an uncanny resemblance to Jiang Fei, albeit lacking the grace and poise that Jiang Fei naturally exuded. All right. Goku, already itching for action, transformed into his Super Saiyan form and charged at Cell. "I'm joining too," Gohan declared, feeling it inappropriate to remain idle while his father engaged. He too ascended to the arena, radiating a golden aura. "Gohan," Piccolo called out, following suit. Though his strength was limited, he could not stand idly by while his son fought. Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and the others exchanged glances, no longer willing to remain spectators. With everyone else joining the fray, they felt compelled to assist, even if it meant facing defeat. Cell observed the influx of formidable opponents with a confident smile, as he effortlessly dodged their combined assaults. He taunted, "Since you've all joined in, let me make myself clear. If you lose, you will sing Dare to Ask Where the Road Lies. This is not merely an arena for battle, but a stage prepared just for you." Upon hearing Cell's audacious words, particularly the mention of the song, Vegeta's frustration reached its peak. Once he regained his composure, he charged forward, coldly retorting, "You might as well sing it yourself." Chapter 55. Should I Become His Dog? As Vegeta joined the fray, an all-out brawl erupted upon the arena. The warriors of Earth encircled Cell, launching fierce attacks from every conceivable angle. With a dismissive smile, Cell faced their onslaught, no longer inclined to show any courtesy. He resolved to end the conflict swiftly. A brilliant golden aura erupted around him, crackling through the air like thunder. Clearly, he had transformed into the form of Super Saiyan 3. Why has Cell's energy suddenly surged to such heights? Goku sensed the shift in the atmosphere with keen sharpness, astonished. This power is outrageous. Gohan echoed his father's surprise, having initially believed that Cell's strength was only marginally superior to theirs. The reality, however, was that Cell's power surpassed theirs by several realms. TCH, it's merely bluster. Vegeta gritted his teeth, feeling the weight of Cell's overwhelming energy. His competitive spirit flared, and he could no longer afford to hesitate. After all, he had just proclaimed his intent to fight. He could not possibly kneel and surrender mid-battle. The expressions of the others were taut with tension. The situation had escalated beyond their descriptions. Yet, a glimmer of hope flickered within them. If they were to lose, it seemed their lives would be spared. And perhaps all they would need to do was sing a song. This notion was somewhat comforting. Bluster, is it? Very well. Let us see whether it is indeed empty bravado, Cell smirked, abandoning his defensive stance. In an instant, he flashed forward, appearing before Vegeta with blinding speed. How fast? The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Vegeta himself was taken aback by the opponent's swiftness, having been granted no opportunity to react. With a swift kick, Cell sent Vegeta sprawling several meters away, leaving a long trail on the arena floor as he skidded to a halt. The golden aura of Super Saiyan slowly dissipated around Vegeta. Impressive, truly formidable, Goku remarked, his eyes wide with disbelief. He knew Vegeta's strength better than anyone, realizing that he was only slightly weaker than himself. Yet, to witness Vegeta felled in a single blow was shocking. Before he could dwell on his astonishment, it was his turn. Cell adjusted his trajectory, charging towards Goku. Watch out. Goku quickly braced himself for the impending attack, but the outcome was no better than Vegeta's. Cell in Super Saiyan 3 form was leagues beyond Goku's full power. A single punch later, Goku was reduced to his normal black-haired state, lying on the arena floor. "Dad!" Gohan cried, witnessing his father injured, and he immediately surged forward, fueled by rage. He was arguably the strongest among them now. However, in Cell's eyes, Gohan was still insignificant. "Gohan, don't act recklessly," Piccolo warned as he too charged into the fray. Yet both their efforts were easily anticipated by Cell, resulting in the same swift defeat. In less than a second, Cell had dispatched both Gohan and Piccolo after dealing with Vegeta. With his hands clasped behind his back, Cell surveyed the fallen warriors on the arena floor, reveling in the delight of having dispatched his opponents with such ease. He experienced a thrill he had never known before. What do we do now? Krillin's face was etched with panic. The Earth's primary fighters lay defeated, leaving only him, Tien, and Yamcha far from capable adversaries for Cell. They had only come to join the fray. "I have no idea. Perhaps we should concede?" Yamcha suggested, equally flustered. Fortunately, It appeared that Cell had little interest in them. In the past, he might have obliterated them without a second thought, but now he found them too feeble to merit his attention. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei had arrived on Earth after a leisurely 10-minute journey. Upon sensing Cell's energy, he soared into the air above the battlefield. However, upon witnessing the scene below, he was left speechless. What on earth has transpired? Why are they singing? Jiang Fei murmured, lips pursed. Below, Goku and Gohan stood at the center of the arena, belting out a song with unrestrained enthusiasm. Their performance was devoid of any hint of embarrassment, though the quality was indeed lacking. Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha stood nearby, swaying and humming along, entirely absorbed in the atmosphere. Piccolo, upon hearing the off-key melody, felt a wave of shame wash over him. He crossed his arms and turned away. As a demon king, he had to maintain some semblance of dignity. He would rather face death than sing. Vegeta too turned his back, seething with frustration at the familiar tune. The very sound of it made his teeth grind in irritation. He yearned to escape. However, the two small versions of Cell had kept a watchful eye on him, and any attempt to flee had ended with him being dragged back and subjected to a thorough beating. Why is this wretched song still not finished? How can Kakarot sing with such delight? Vegeta turned to glance back, frowning as he voiced his disdain. He simply could not fathom Goku's mindset, singing so poorly in public without a shred of self-consciousness. In the sky, Jiang Fei covered his face in disbelief, unable to endure or listen any longer. If this continued, the song would soon become a timeless classic. Cell, that should suffice. We must take our leave, Jiang Fei said. His brow furrowed, his voice calm yet firm. Although his words were not loud, they resonated clearly below. Cell looked up, his expression shifting from indifference to a wide grin as he soared upward. Goku and the others halted their singing, gazing up in anticipation. Was that Jiang Fei just now? Goku scratched his head in confusion. Yes, Dad, it was Uncle Jiang Fei, Gohan affirmed with a nod. Vegeta gazed skyward, brow furrowing as a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. Could it be that Cell's overwhelming strength was a result of Jiang Fei's influence? His eyes glimmered with realization, but soon his expression twisted with internal conflict. Glancing at Goku, he pondered silently, should I also become his dog? Chapter 56, brutal, insidious, and unruly. Yet utterly unproductive across the vast expanses of the cosmos, all destroyers and angels have become aware of the impending arrival of Jiang Fei in their realms. Some of the more advanced universes have expressed their unwavering calmness. In Universe 11, the destroyer known as Waymeda, with a jester's visage, is indulging in a delightful afternoon tea. Standing beside him is the enchanting angel, Makalita, with her twin ponytails and a striking allure. Master Waymeda, it seems you are unfazed by the news of the law enforcer's arrival, Makalita remarked with a gentle smile, observing her destroyer's leisurely demeanor, showing no concern for the recent tidings. What is there to worry about? Waymeda reclined in his chair, his voice low and casual. Makalita chuckled softly, recounting what Whis had mentioned about the torment inflicted by this law enforcer. Waymeda scoffed at the notion, shaking his head slightly. That fool Beerus has turned the 7th universe into a disarray. Do you think they will enjoy a peaceful existence? Makalita, without a moment's hesitation, shook her head in agreement, fully aware of the 7th universe's overall strength. Were it not for the 9th universe's support, they would undoubtedly rank last. If the law enforcer visits our Universe 11, he will undoubtedly leave with a smile. Waymeda declared confidently, casting a sidelong glance at Makalita, a smile gracing his lips. Truth be told, he felt extraordinarily fortunate to have such an angel by his side. Makalita possessed a distinctive way of speaking, often offering stern advice to lax supreme kais and destroyers. It is precisely for this reason that the standards of Universe 11 have gradually improved, nurturing numerous formidable warriors. Indeed, Makalita replied with equal confidence, though a flicker of curiosity lingered within her heart. She wondered what kind of individual this law enforcer truly was, capable of unnerving the typically unflappable Whis to the point of not daring to utter their name. Simultaneously, for other universes shared Waymeda's sentiment. Universe 1, Universe 12, Universe 5, and Universe 8. These 4 universes enjoyed high development and were ranked among the top 4. They had even secured exemptions for the forthcoming Tournament of Power. Their unified stance regarding Jiang Fei's impending arrival was clear. Let him come. They would ensure not a single flaw could be found. However, joy often coexists with trepidation. The other universes held a starkly different perspective. Much like students awaiting a surprise quiz, those who were prepared exuded confidence and disdain, occasionally emitting derisive chuckles. They felt that if their names weren't called, it would be an affront to their efforts from the previous night. Conversely, those unprepared could only bow their heads, silently praying, too fearful to utter a sound. Some might feign confidence, sitting upright with an air of bravado, yet upon being called, their hearts would race, and their legs would tremble. The sixth universe clearly belonged to the latter group. In the realm of the destroyers, Bardos, we must think of a plan. Xiangpa fretted, pacing like an ant on a hot skillet. Bardos, the angel of the sixth universe, watched Xiangpa's frantic movements, feeling a headache brewing. With a sigh, she lamented, "Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently." Bardos was typically stern with the destroyer, and Xiangpa harbored a degree of fear towards her. Nevertheless, fear alone would not compel him to take action, and no amount of lecturing seemed to have any effect. "Bardos, do you think the law enforcer will definitely come to our sixth universe?" Xiangpa attempted to console himself. "Who knows?" Bardos replied, exasperated by his self-deception. After a moment's thought, she continued, "The law enforcer is coming from the seventh universe. Do you think Lord Beerus would recommend us to him, Xiangpa?" Upon hearing this, Xiangpa's heart sank, his steps faltering as he nearly stumbled. Once he steadied himself, he slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Right? How could I have forgotten? That scoundrel of a brother will surely drag him here. Bardos, perhaps we should hide?" Xiangpa's mind was in utter disarray, his fear reaching its peak. "Hide? Are you certain, Lord Xiangpa?" Bardos raised an eyebrow, being siblings with Whis. She had grown quite close to him, and had learned a fair amount about the law enforcer's temperament after discussing this matter. "What? Is that not advisable?" Xiangpa questioned. Puzzled, Bardos nodded earnestly. "Not at all. It is utterly inadvisable." She then recounted Whis and Beerus's experiences in brief, how they had tried to evade the law enforcer, only to be met with a facade of cordiality culminating in 3 years of punishment. Even on the day of their departure, they had been met with a beating. "Is this even human?" Xiangpa stammered, his words tumbling out as he struggled to comprehend how Beerus had endured such tribulations. "Lord Xiangpa, be cautious with your words." Bardos, alarmed by his outburst, quickly covered his mouth. Xiangpa shrugged off her hand, exclaiming, "He hasn't arrived yet. Can I not speak my mind?" With a resigned sigh, he began to pace back and forth in the destroyer realm, muttering, "Brutal, insidious, and unruly, yet utterly unproductive. How could the Grand Zeno appoint such a person as the law enforcer? What are we to do?" Bardos, taken aback by Xiangpa's lamentations, was momentarily speechless. Having just advised caution, he seemed to have forgotten entirely as he continued to speak. Just as Xiangpa found himself in despair, a radiant light suddenly enveloped the realm of the sixth universe. Both Xiangpa and Bardos turned their gazes towards the source. With a swish, 2 figures materialized before them, accompanied by an eerily calm voice. "Brutal, insidious, and unruly, yet utterly unproductive. Your evaluation of me is rather flattering, Xiangpa." Chapter 57. The Rumors of Whis the Enforcer. Xiangpa gazed upon the figure before him, his legs trembling, almost collapsing to the ground. Upon seeing Jiang Fei, Bados internally lamented, "It's over, it's over." Simultaneously, she cast a reproachful glance at Xiangpa, reminding him of their earlier caution against careless words. Yet, instead of exercising discretion, he had spun an entire rhyme, which regrettably had reached the ears of the enforcer. However, what set this moment apart for her was that the enforcer possessed an undeniable charm. Though she had encountered him previously and found him strikingly handsome, seeing him in person evoked a wholly different sensation. "Bados, what do we do?" He coming this way. Xiangpa was now drenched in sweat, panic evident on his face, as Jiang Fei slowly approached them. "What to do? Just bow respectfully." Bados shrugged her shoulders in resignation. At this juncture, any defense would be futile. They could only await the impending wrath of the enforcer. As Jiang Fei approached, he regarded the two with a measured pace. Surprisingly, he was not enraged but rather perplexed, pondering how he had acquired such a reputation. Having spent his time in the seventh universe, he had never interacted with others from different universes. When had he become known as a treacherous and ruthless rogue? He had never engaged in such conduct. Nonetheless, he mused, those 2 lines he had overheard were indeed rather catchy. At that moment, Xiangpa and Bados stepped forward. "We pay our respects to the enforcer." Xiangpa, drenched in sweat, bowed deeply, his angle of reverence exceeding 90 degrees. Sweat cascaded down his face like large beads. Bados smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, inclining her body slightly. Shara trailed behind Jiang Fei, curiously observing his surroundings. As it was his first visit to the god of destruction's realm, everything here intrigued him, and he held no disdain for Xiangpa and Bados. sensing they bore no energy akin to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei spoke in a calm tone, his words sending a shiver down Pa's spine, filling him with dread. Feeling his previous gestures insufficient, he bent his knees and knelt before Jiang Fei, grinning awkwardly. Enforcer, you have arrived. Hey, what are you doing? Stand and speak, Jiang Fei replied, furrowing his brow. Perhaps influenced by his past life, he had never favored the act of others kneeling before him. During his time in the 7th universe, he had always encouraged those who knelt to rise and converse. Now, in the 6th universe, he remained consistent in this principle. Despite hearing Jiang Fei's words, Pa dared not rise. He shook his head vigorously, a forced smile plastered on his face. Enforcer, I prefer to speak while kneeling. It's more comfortable. Jiang Fei's brow furrowed deeper as his attention shifted to the angel beside him. Beerus felt the weight of Jiang Fei's piercing gaze, as if she were ensnared within it. Nevertheless, she steadied herself and approached, explaining with a smile. Pa has grown accustomed to speaking this way, Enforcer. Please be understanding. Is that so? Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow, his expression turning inquisitive. According to his memories, he did not recall Pa having such a habit. Clearly, there was a discrepancy between perception and reality. Unbeknownst to Jiang Fei, his notorious reputation had already spread like wildfire, propagated by Whis. Pa's kneeling was not merely a habit but a manifestation of his profound fear, especially after having overheard his earlier remarks. If one were to consider it a habit, it had only developed upon encountering the Enforcer. Yes, I am naturally a wretched soul, prone to speaking indiscriminately. Pa chuckled nervously, desperately deprecating himself, hoping Jiang Fei would overlook his previous comments. If he could not be forgotten, he wished to attribute it to his own loquacity, which might mitigate the impending consequences. However, he evidently underestimated the situation. Jiang Fei waved his hand dismissively. If you wish to kneel, then kneel. But are you not going to discuss the matter of your slander against me? As he spoke, his gaze intensified, an invisible pressure descending upon Pa. He felt this intangible force, causing beads of sweat to form anew. The fear in his eyes seemed almost palpable. This Pa stammered, rendered speechless. After all this time, he found himself at a loss for words, turning his gaze nervously towards Beerus. You must speak to the Enforcer. Beerus felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. At this point, what could they possibly discuss? Moreover, who would dare confront the Enforcer regarding such slander? To engage in conversation would merely be an attempt at evasion. It was best to contemplate how to preserve their own safety. Enforcer, Pa has shown you disrespect. Please, be merciful in your judgment. Beerus spoke with an air of authority, resembling a diligent angel of justice. Pa nearly choked on his own blood upon hearing her words. He had merely wished for a few words from Beerus, yet here he was, being treated as less than human. Beerus, noticing his pained expression, felt a pang of helplessness. After a moment, she continued. However, Pa's remarks were undoubtedly unintentional, stemming from the influence of certain rumors. Oh, what do you mean by that? Jiang Fei inquired, raising an eyebrow, a hint of his own judgment surfacing within him. This matter primarily originates from Whis. Beerus began, detailing the situation without hesitation. After all, Whis was their god of destruction, and his significance outweighed that of a mere younger brother. Essentially, we were cautioned to be wary of you, as you are deemed excessively ruthless and devoid of humanity. Beerus's voice grew softer, her tone increasingly cautious. That is simply how it was conveyed to us. As for other universes, I cannot speak for them. Upon concluding her explanation, she silently prayed, Whis, please do not hold this against me. I only sought to protect myself. After enduring so many beatings, surely a few more would not be unbearable, right? Ah, I see. As expected, Jiang Fei scoffed. After all this, it was indeed Whis behind it all. It appeared that Pa's kneeling was not solely due to the slander, but also stemmed from an overwhelming fear instilled by these very rumors. Chapter 58. It was not as thrilling as expected. Upon hearing Beerus's explanation, Pa's expression brightened considerably. At the same time, he silently applauded her cleverness. Truly, she was his angel, quick to respond with such fluidity and shifting blame, effectively alleviating the primary responsibility. At this moment, Pa lamented. Enforcers are all scheming like Beerus and the others. I was misled by their deceitful words, which led to today's blunder. In the realm of the destroyers of Universe 7, Whis was currently tending to Beerus's injuries. Just as divine energy flowed continuously into him, both Beerus and Whis involuntarily shivered at the same moment. They exchanged glances, and Beerus slowly spoke. Whis, why do I feel no relief after the Enforcer left? Instead, it feels as if something ominous awaits us. Whis nodded in agreement, sensing an unsettling premonition that had been entwining itself around his heart since the earlier events. In the realm of the destroyers of Universe 6, Jiang Fei listened to Xiangpa's lamentations and calmly replied, "You may rise." Hearing this calm voice, Xiangpa assumed everything was fine and wiped away his tears as he stood up. He bent slightly, looking at Jiang Fei, his plump face adorned with a pleasant smile, appearing quite endearing. "Stand straight," Jiang Fei instructed. Xiangpa, though puzzled, complied and straightened his rotund belly, his legs positioned firmly. "Good," Jiang Fei nodded subtly. Increasingly bewildered, Xiangpa curiously inquired, "Enforcer, what are you intending to do?" Beerus furrowed her brow and whispered, "Could it be that this is the legendary standing at attention before being punished?" Upon hearing this, Xiangpa was frightened and nearly knelt again. Initially thinking he was in the clear, he now dreaded the prospect of punishment. "For now, I will not strike you," Jiang Fei stated with a calm demeanor. Although he was not particularly lenient towards the destroyers, he recognized the need to maintain his image among the gods. It would not do to simply berate someone without reason, as that would solidify the notion of his cruelty and treachery. If he were to intervene, it would be best to first grant the opportunity for redemption, and then address any shortcomings that arose in the process. Perfect, absolutely perfect. Xiangpa sighed in relief upon hearing this, and then asked, "So, Enforcer, what do you mean?" "Sing." Jiang Fei blurted out a single word. "Sing?" Xiangpa and Beerus exchanged bewildered glances, clearly perplexed by the instruction. However, observing the proceedings, Sheru felt a surge of excitement. Is it about to begin? Could it truly be happening? Ever since Jiang Fei had encouraged him to sing that song, it had lingered in his mind, almost as if it were his personal background music. "Sheru, demonstrate," Jiang Fei said nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Sheru stepped forward, cleared his throat, and began to sing with gusto. Xiangpa and Beerus were left stunned by the spectacle, pondering what on earth was happening. "Listen well and learn," Jiang Fei instructed calmly. "Xiangpa, do not say I did not give you a chance. If you sing this song to my satisfaction, we shall wipe the slate clean regarding previous matters." Upon hearing this, Xiangpa was momentarily taken aback, but then a joyful expression appeared on his face. If that was the case, it seemed quite simple. However, moments later, his smile faded as he realized that during the first part of the song, Jiang Fei had been speaking the entire time, leaving him unable to discern the lyrics. After 2 to 3 minutes, Sheru finished his performance and slowly stepped back. "Please commence your performance," Jiang Fei continued, his tone even. "Let me be clear, if you sing incorrectly or fail to meet my expectations, I will not hold back." Gulp. Hearing this, Xiangpa swallowed hard. He had initially contemplated suggesting that Jiang Fei's companion sing again, but the icy gaze he received made it clear that such an idea was utterly impossible. Beerus encouraged, "Lord Xiangpa, do your best. The melody is lovely and quite simple." She then discreetly glanced at Jiang Fei, realizing that this enforcer was rather charming in his own mischievous way, embodying a more mature and higher-tiered version of the king of all. "Then, I shall begin," Xiangpa said. Scratching his head, Jiang Fei nodded. Facing the inevitable, Xiangpa took a deep breath, opened his mouth, and closed his eyes, mulling over the lyrics. "You carry the burden." Before he could finish the next line, a resounding boom echoed, and he was sent flying backward. Beerus shivered at the sound. Realizing she had misjudged the situation, this enforcer was far from endearing. "Ouch!" Xiangpa wailed, crawling back like a charred piece of coal. His plump face contorted in despair. "Enforcer, I only just started singing." "The first line was wrong. Sing it again," Jiang Fei stated matter-of-factly, though his gaze held a hint of peculiarity. The nature of Xiangpa's mistake had caught him off guard. "The first line was wrong. Oh, my apologies. I shall start over." Xiangpa earnestly reflected for a moment, bowed in apology, and then began to sing again. "I carry the burden." Boom. Another explosive sound erupted, this time causing Xiangpa to ascend into the air instead of being propelled backward. After 4 or 5 seconds, he crashed down, creating a deep crater upon impact. "Ah, ow, that hurts." Xiangpa emerged from the pit, teary-eyed as he lamented, "Enforcer, what went wrong now?" "Wrong." Jiang Fei maintained his calm demeanor, though the strangeness in his eyes intensified. Xiangpa rubbed his nose and mumbled, "Who carries the burden?" However, this time he did not rush. Instead, he observed Jiang Fei's expression. Noticing Jiang Fei's furrowed brow, he realized he had erred once more. Beerus, feeling slightly embarrassed, tugged at Xiangpa's sleeve and gently said, "Lord Xiangpa, it's you carry the burden." Upon hearing this, Xiangpa suddenly understood, smacking his forehead in realization. How had he made such a simple mistake? It was frustrating to have endured 2 strikes for nothing. After adjusting himself, he began to sing anew, "You carry the burden yet." At this point, he sensed something was amiss. He turned to Bados for clarification. "Burden? Can it be carried?" Ahem. Bados cleared her throat, her cheeks flushed as she quietly replied, "Well, it's not quite as thrilling when it's not actually carried." Jiang Fei, listening to their exchange, was momentarily taken aback. He had recognized long ago that the phrase carrying the burden was quite off. Goodness. How had they deviated so far from the original? Shara felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort, his face burning with indignation. It seemed as though his beloved background music had been utterly disrespected. Chapter 59. Let us keep it brief enough. Enough. Let us leave it at that. Jiang Fei could no longer endure it. Who knew what more venomous words might emerge if the singing continued? Moreover, his purpose for being here was not to create trouble for Champa, and he certainly did not possess the authority of the 6th Universe's enforcers. A slight reprimand would suffice. Ah, that would be splendid. Champa sighed in relief. At this moment, he was already battered and bruised. Although his vital areas were unharmed, the pain coursing through his skin was excruciating. If he had to sing an entire song, even if he survived, he would surely suffer grievous injuries. Bardos lowered her head slightly, sensing that her previous words may have been somewhat inappropriate, inadvertently revealing her true feelings. Although Champa felt a moment of relief, his heart remained taut. After all, the purpose of the enforcer's visit was still unknown. If they were here to inspect, he would be in for a severe beating. Suppressing his growing anxiety, Champa cautiously inquired, "Might I ask, esteemed enforcer, what brings you here?" "Oh, it's nothing of great concern. You need not fear. I am not here for an inspection." Jiang Fei, perceiving Champa's eagerness to inquire, decided to drop any pretense. He gestured for Shala to step forward and calmly explained, "This is a formidable warrior from the 7th universe, here to gain insight into the 6th universe." Shala stepped forward, gazing at Champa with a faint smile and a nod. He felt a surge of gratitude for Jiang Fei's introduction. Others may not understand, but he was acutely aware that he was merely a pawn in Jiang Fei's game. To be referred to as a powerful warrior in front of outsiders was undoubtedly a tremendous honor. Upon hearing Jiang Fei's assurance that the visit was not work-related, Xiangpa's apprehension dissipated, replaced by a rare, natural smile. However, when he learned that Shalu was a warrior from the 7th universe, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. His expression became casual, devoid of any semblance of respect. Had he known Shalu to be a subordinate or friend of Jiang Fei, he might have shown some courtesy. But if he was merely an ordinary warrior from the 7th universe, why should he bother? Just like the likes of Beerus. What true power could possibly exist in the universe? "Ah, a warrior from the 7th universe. Welcome," he said, though his tone bore a hint of mockery. Shalu caught the nuance of disdain and furrowed his brow. He had been exceedingly polite, smiling and nodding at Xiangpa. Yet now it seemed the latter looked down upon him. How could this individual, who had just been toyed with by Jiang Fei, suddenly adopt such an arrogant demeanor? "Jiang Fei, may I inquire who this is?" Shala casually turned to Jiang Fei, his tone dismissive. He believed that aside from Jiang Fei, no one else could be considered truly formidable. Although he sensed no energy from the man before him, he could not fathom that this individual's strength could rival Jiang Fei's. If that were the case, he would not have been so easily subdued. Jiang Fei sensed the tension between Shalu and Xiangpa, pondering whether Shalu intended to challenge Xiangpa. If so, that would indeed be interesting. He began to explain. The god of destruction of the 6th universe, a cosmic sovereign capable of annihilating all, is someone even I must regard with respect. Xiangpa felt a surge of indignation at Shalu's flippant tone. He was, after all, the god of destruction. And who in the universe dared to treat him with such disrespect? However, upon hearing Jiang Fei's introduction, his expression softened considerably, and admiration glimmered in his eyes. It appeared that this enforcer was not entirely devoid of merit. Indeed, he had shown him the respect he deserved. "Ah, esteemed enforcer, you flatter me. How can I possibly live up to such praise?" Xiangpa responded with a beaming smile, casting a haughty glance at Shalu, as if to say, "See, even the enforcer must accord me some respect. What audacity do you possess?" Despite this, Shala remained unimpressed. Although Jiang Fei's words were flattering, he suspected they were merely polite formalities. Had he ever seen anyone honored in such a manner, only to be made to kneel publicly? Kneeling was one thing, but to sing in public? A poor performance could lead to a beating, and not just a light one. What, I wonder, is the extent of this god of destruction's power? Shalu remarked casually. Xiangpa's brow furrowed slightly. since the other party had initiated the confrontation. He could not afford to appear weak. Moreover, as a god of destruction, he had never been subjected to such provocation. With no hesitation, he retorted, "My power may be modest, but to deal with someone of your caliber, a single move suffices." Jiang Fei, observing the exchange between the two, remained calm, even feeling a sense of anticipation. Although Xiangpa's words sounded arrogant, they contained a kernel of truth. Shalo's strength was merely at the Super Saiyan level. While Xiangpa might not surpass Beerus, he could easily handle Shalo. Perhaps he might even recreate the scene from the original story where Beerus faced Son Goku. Initially, Jiang Fei had intended to introduce Shalo to other strong warriors of the Sixth Universe. But he never anticipated that he would be pitted directly against the god of destruction. Nonetheless, it was fortuitous. Shalo's strength had surged significantly. If he could experience a setback, it might aid his future cultivation. Bardos, standing beside Xiangpa, paid little heed to the tension between the two. As an angel, she possessed a keen understanding of the god of destruction's prowess. Dealing with a cosmic warrior was well within his capabilities. However, she found herself increasingly intrigued by Jiang Fei. The enforcer did not seem as brutal as Whis had described. Instead, he exuded a distinct aura. Bardos slowly lifted her head, her gaze unusual as she spoke. Meanwhile, Shalu, unable to contain his irritation at Xiangpa's arrogance, coldly remarked, "Is that so? Then let us engage in a friendly contest, shall we?" Xiangpa scoffed disdainfully. Had it not been for Jiang Fei's introduction, he would have annihilated this insolent fool without a second thought. He leaned slightly forward, adopting a humble demeanor as he asked, "Enforcer, may I teach him a lesson?" Jiang Fei nodded slightly, addressing Xiangpa. "Let us keep it brief." Chapter 60. The tremor of an 18 Richter earthquake. Upon hearing Jiang Fei's words, Shala felt a surge of discontent. What did the point truly imply? Was it not a veiled suggestion that he was destined to lose? It is worth noting that apart from Jiang Fei, Shala had never acknowledged anyone else's prowess. Especially after his transformation into his complete form, his strength had significantly escalated. "Rest assured, Law Enforcer, I am well aware of my capabilities," Champa replied with a faint smile. Though his gaze toward Shalu turned ominously cold, he was not one to be trifled with, having been provoked repeatedly, seemingly disregarding the god of destruction. Should such arrogance be publicized, it would surely become a source of ridicule among other gods of destruction from various universes, particularly since the challenger hailed from the 7th universe. Humph, Shala grunted, preparing for an assault. Regardless of the outcome, it was time to demonstrate his true strength. He was determined to make this so-called god of destruction aware of his might. Champa casually touched his neck and remarked, "You may strike first. Once I make my move, you shall find little opportunity to retaliate." Arrogant. Shala's eyes ignited with fury at those words. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, golden flames enveloping his form. A tempest of energy surged from all directions. As Champa perceived this immense power, a glimmer of intrigue sparked in his eyes. "Ah, this young one's spirit is quite commendable." After a moment of astonishment, Champa resumed his calm demeanor. While this energy was indeed formidable, it paled in comparison to his own standards. The ability to manipulate energy and augment strength was a feat that, while impressive among the 7th universe's warriors, still appeared relatively trivial in Champa's eyes. Bardos nodded slightly, acknowledging Shala's outburst of energy. Although it paled in comparison to their divine standards, it undeniably surpassed that of most beings in the universe. Yet, after a brief moment of affirmation, Bardos' gaze drifted back toward Jiang Fei. As Shala's overwhelming aura began to stabilize, Jiang Fei observed him and murmured, "Is this merely the Super Saiyan form?" In the blink of an eye, Shala charged toward Champa. With a resounding crash, his formidable fist struck Champa, yet the impact elicited no discernible effect. Champa remained firmly planted, exuding a hint of impatience as he remarked, "Is this truly all you can muster?" Shala's expression darkened, sensing an ominous shift in the atmosphere. Despite holding back some of his strength, this punch represented the full force of his Super Saiyan power. Yet, his opponent remained unscathed, gazing at him with palpable disdain. Shala realized he might have encountered a formidable adversary. "Is this your utmost power?" Champa's tone dripped with derision. In his eyes, Shala's strength was merely mediocre. He surmised that Shala's audacity to challenge a god of destruction stemmed solely from his affiliation with the Law Enforcer. Infuriating, how conceited, Shala thought, feeling his pride wounded. After stepping back a few paces, he unleashed another surge of energy, golden flames erupting once more. The ground of the god of destruction's realm began to tremble slightly. Lightning flickered across his body, and the energy intensified, becoming even more radiant. "Oh, you've begun to escalate again." Champa raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flickering within him. Shala's aura was now rising exponentially, a stark contrast to the earlier confrontation. Has he truly ascended to Super Saiyan 3? Jiang Fei pondered as he sensed the burgeoning power. Shalu, unwilling to prolong the contest, drew upon his inner strength, combining Goku's audacious cells with Trunks' resolute character. In an instant, he transformed, transcending Super Saiyan 2 and reaching the Super Saiyan 3 realm. Remarkable, quite the improvement, Champa noted, maintaining his indifferent tone despite earlier surprise. Humph. Shala snorted disdainfully before vanishing from sight, appearing directly before Champa. His fist radiated immense power as he aimed for Champa's face. Boom. A thunderous explosion resonated as the ground of the God of Destruction's realm cracked, the space rippling with the force of the impact. Yet, even amid such a ferocious assault, Champa stood unwavering, his expression one of annoyance, suggesting an utter lack of concern. How is this possible? Panic surged within Shala. The previous strike, though not his absolute limit, had been substantial. Yet the scene before him defied all expectations. Can you continue? Champa asked casually, his lips pursed. Shala could scarcely believe that his strength appeared so diminutive before this so-called God of Destruction. With renewed determination, he propelled himself upward, conjuring a sphere of light that he hurled downward with fervor. Simultaneously, he clasped his hands together and dove headfirst. Boom. The light sphere collided with Champa, a deafening explosion engulfing the area in thick black smoke. Following this, Shala's hands, still clasped, descended towards Champa's head. His unleashed aura swiftly dispersed the smoke. Bang! Two resounding impacts echoed almost in unison, shaking the entirety of the God of Destruction's realm. Pain surged through Shala's hands, yet upon witnessing Champa stand unscathed, his expression fell into a state of shock. How could this be? The two stood nearly face to face. Champa fixed his gaze upon Shala, his voice calm as he declared, "It is now my turn to strike, is it not?" Shala hesitated, but before he could fully process the moment, Champa slowly raised his hand, extending a robust finger that gently tapped Shala's cheek. Bang! A muffled thud resonated as Shala's body was sent careening backward, the golden flames dissipating instantly. He tumbled across the ground for dozens of rolls before finally coming to a stop. A gash marred his once handsome visage, purple blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Now, do you comprehend the extent of my power? Champa appeared before Shala, hands clasped behind his back. Gazing down at him, Shala buried his head, waves of panic crashing within him. He had believed himself invincible, second only to Jiang Fei. Yet today he faced an adversary of terrifying caliber. Humph! Champa scoffed at Shala's silence. Were it not for the law enforcer's directive to hold back, you would already be a lifeless corpse. The inhabitants of the seventh universe are indeed cut from the same cloth as Beerus. Even in defeat, they remain insufferably irritating. Shalu's heart trembled at Champa's words, as if an earthquake of monumental proportions had struck within him. Swallowing hard, I was struck by an overwhelming sense of shock. A glance at Jiang Fei in the distance jolted me into awareness. Raising my eyes to Xiangpa, a chilling thought crossed my mind. When I first arrived in this place, did this formidable and terrifying God of Destruction not simply kneel down? Chapter 61. Is Beerus playing such a game? Being his dog does not seem to be a disgraceful thing, murmured Cell to himself. He experienced a moment of enlightenment, a profound realization. Although previously impressed by Jiang Fei's strength, he had hesitated to acknowledge his own position. Now, however, he understood the true nature of the terrifying being he was following. What did you say? Asked Xiangpa, puzzled. He had heard Cell's words, but couldn't quite catch them due to their faintness. Cell, without sparing him a glance, swiftly made his way to Jiang Fei's side, his injuries healing rapidly. You audacious fool, how dare you act so arrogantly? Xiangpa seethed inwardly, furious at Cell's disregard, attributing all his frustration to Beerus, whom he held responsible for the entire situation. Jiang Fei nodded slightly at Cell, having witnessed the earlier battle in its entirety. He felt no surprise at the outcome. Nevertheless, to avoid dampening Cell's confidence, he intended to offer some words of encouragement. Yet, before he could speak, Cell stood tall and proclaimed with vigor, I, Cell, am but a dog beside Mr. Jiang. Upon uttering those words, Cell felt no shame, but rather an overwhelming sense of exhilaration and pride. His gaze sweeping over Bardos and Xiangpa, radiating an unparalleled sense of accomplishment. Cough, cough. Jiang Fei was taken aback by this declaration, caught off guard. He had intended to offer comfort, but now found himself at a loss for words. Cell's face bore no trace of despondency. Instead, he appeared invigorated, as if declaring such sentiments publicly was an honor. Xiangpa's mouth hung open in disbelief, his initial anger evaporating as he stood speechless, wondering if he had inadvertently rendered Cell a fool. Bardos found the scene amusing, laughing heartily, having never encountered someone so entertaining in her lifetime. She mused inwardly that if those around the lawmaker were so amusing, the lawmaker himself must be even more intriguing. Let us not dwell on this. I merely spoke in jest, Jiang Fei waved dismissively. Upon hearing this, Cell quickly shook his head. No, Mr. Jiang, it is my honor to be your dog. Jiang Fei was left utterly speechless, pondering how Cell had undergone such a transformation. He wondered if the impact had genuinely affected Cell's mind. Sighing, he decided to set the matter aside and approached Xiangpa with a gentle smile, expressing his gratitude for his efforts. It was nothing at all, Xiangpa replied, flustered. Bowing before the lawmaker, fearful of implying any hardship in his presence, Jiang Fei nodded appreciatively and added, there is one more matter I need your assistance with. Please, lawmaker. Speak, Xiangpa responded respectfully, shedding the demeanor he had displayed during his confrontation with Cell. Bardos approached Xiangpa's side, ready to heed Jiang Fei's commands. Observing this scene, Cell's admiration for Jiang Fei intensified, feeling fortunate to have encountered him. You have experienced Cell's strength, although it pales in comparison to that of the god of destruction. He is nonetheless among the strongest in the 7th universe, Jiang Fei remarked slowly. Xiangpa nodded silently, acknowledging that while Cell was not his equal, he was still a formidable contender within the universe. I brought him here partly to broaden his horizons and partly to gauge the elite warriors of your 6th universe. Jiang Fei continued, subtly embellishing his true intent. His visit to the 6th universe was not merely for the sake of evaluation, but rather to measure the gap between Cell and the formidable beings of other universes. Is that so? Xiangpa's expression grew serious at this revelation, while Bardos's previously calm demeanor shifted to one of gravity. If this was indeed a competition between universes, it warranted their utmost attention. After a moment's contemplation, Xiangpa's face brightened with excitement. He looked eagerly at Jiang Fei and asked, if we lose, will there be any punishment? He firmly believed that his side would prevail, especially against Beerus's 7th universe. Though Cell was strong, he was confident there were even mightier warriors within his own universe. Yet, he felt that a direct competition lacked thrill. A chance to embarrass Beerus would be far more gratifying and provide leverage in future encounters. Punishment? Well, yes. Jiang Fei hesitated momentarily, sensing Xiangpa's thoughts. After a brief reflection, he casually fabricated. Beerus mentioned that the loser must bow to the winner upon future meetings. Bardos gasped in surprise, her brow furrowing in disbelief. She had not expected Beerus to play such a high-stakes game. Even more astonishing was the fact that had not intervened. That rascal has some nerve. Flames of indignation ignited in Xiangpa's eyes, his forehead veins bulging. Beerus's words were undoubtedly a provocation. Nevertheless, he soon regained his composure, a sardonic smile creeping onto his lips. Beerus, do you truly believe you have me at a disadvantage? Bardos, seek out the strongest warriors in our 6th universe. Xiangpa commanded the angel by his side. Bardos, not daring to be negligent, promptly set about searching. Recognizing the seriousness of the situation, while the two were occupied, Jiang Fei wore a subtle smile, silently reminding Beerus that he had already agreed to the wager, cautioning him against any attempts at deceit. Truthfully, he did not hold much hope for Cell's victory. The elite warriors of the 6th universe were limited to a few, the yellow-skinned bear, the robots, and Frost, the distant cousin of Frieza. Cell should manage to handle those 3 without issue. The true threats lay with the legendary Super Saiyan of this universe and Hit, who wielded his time-skip technique. The legendary Super Saiyan was not yet formidable. He likely could not even transform. Thus, the only comparable opponent would be Hit. Even with his time-skip limited to a mere 0.1 seconds, defeating Cell should pose no significant challenge. Chapter 62. Additional payment required. Have you not found anyone yet? Xiangpa urged impatiently. Bados had already searched for 20 minutes. Could it be that in the talent-rich 6th universe, there was not a single individual capable of defeating Cell? Lord Xiangpa, please remain calm, Bados replied helplessly. In such a vast universe, seeking top-tier warriors is no simple task, especially when relying on one's own senses. Xiangpa furrowed his brow, pondering the possibility that not even a respectable fighter could be found. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have been anxious even if Bados searched for an entire year. However, in front of Jiang Fei, the prolonged wait without results implied the incompetence of the 6th universe's fighters. We did find someone named Frost, Bados mentioned, noting Xiangpa's impatience. Xiangpa's eyes flickered, ready to inquire further, but Bados interjected, however, he is likely not a match. Xiangpa swallowed his words, his frown deepening. There is also a robot named Magetta, Bados added, but unfortunately he probably won't be a match either. Upon hearing this, Xiangpa's expression darkened. Then there's a Saiyan named Kaba, Bados continued. But he is even weaker. Xiangpa's face fell, his mood souring. After all this searching, they had found no worthy opponents, which could only suggest that the fighters of the sixth universe were utterly inept. In truth, Bados had shown Xiangpa considerable courtesy. She knew that the individuals she mentioned were not merely unsuitable, they were definitively outmatched. Listening to their exchange, Jiang Fei found no fault with Bados's performance. Her awareness of the strong fighters in her universe was commendable. It seemed she kept herself well informed about the cosmic hierarchy. If her brother were to search for warriors in the seventh universe, he might only be able to name Frieza. At last, Bados declared, I have found someone. Upon hearing this, Xiangpa's demeanor softened slightly as he inquired, albeit with a tinge of darkness in his voice, who? The #1 assassin of the sixth universe, Hit. Bados smiled, waving her staff. A purple figure materialized before them. Jiang Fei nodded silently, recognizing Hit as the formidable assassin from the sixth universe. He then turned to approach Cell, needing to inform him about the opponent he had secured. The #1 assassin of the sixth universe? That sounds impressive. What is his strength like? Xiangpa asked, stroking his chin as he gazed at the image. Absolutely foolproof, Bados replied with confidence. She estimated that Cell would not stand a chance against Hit. Even when facing opponents of a higher caliber, it would likely experience no pressure. Seeing Bados's assurance, Xiangpa's gloomy thoughts dissipated, replaced by excitement. Then let us bring him here at once. His eyes sparkled with anticipation, envisioning the moment when Beerus would bow before him. However, I've contacted him, and he has one condition, Bados interrupted, cutting off Xiangpa's daydreams. A frown crossed Xiangpa's face. Did he not realize that the destroyer had summoned him? I'm aware, Bados nodded earnestly. How dare he demand conditions? Xiangpa exclaimed in anger. Indignant that a mere cosmic warrior would presume to negotiate terms with a god of destruction. Lord Xiangpa, your anger is futile. It seems he is the only one capable of defeating Cell. Bados shrugged her shoulders, expressing her helplessness. Xiangpa's eyes darted as he weighed the pros and cons. Regardless of the terms, it would be wise to acquiesce for now. After all, should they lose, would he not have to bow to Beerus? Such an outcome was unacceptable. Very well, let him state his conditions, Xiangpa said, his tone begrudging. Bados communicated with Hit telepathically, and after a moment, she chuckled lightly before turning to Xiangpa with a resigned smile. He said he would come, but he requires additional payment. 20 minutes later, Bados brought Hit to the realm of the destroyer. With his hands in his pockets, Hit surveyed his surroundings. I have brought him, Lord Xiangpa, Bados announced with a smile. Jiang Fei immediately noticed Hit's arrival and nodded slightly to Cell, saying, your opponent has arrived. Cell also turned to observe, furrowing his brow as he sensed Hit's energy. It was not particularly strong. Nevertheless, he remained cautious, suspecting Hit might be concealing his true power, which would only be unleashed in battle. His previous encounters with Xiangpa had taught him to be wary. With a wave of his hand, Xiangpa beckoned Hit closer. After a brief appraisal, he said nonchalantly, your opponent is that green fellow over there, pointing towards Cell. Hit glanced briefly in Cell's direction before averting his gaze once more. If you win, you shall be generously rewarded, Xiangpa stated. Then, shifting his tone to one of cold severity, he added, but if you lose, then your existence will no longer be necessary. Hit fixed his gaze on Xiangpa, holding it for a few seconds before nodding slightly. Understood, he replied, then began to walk towards Cell. As Cell saw Hit approaching, he stepped forward to meet him. The two halted when only 2 meters apart. Bados gracefully positioned herself between them, stating, you may fight freely. The one who loses the ability to fight will be deemed the loser. Keep it within limits. She cast a glance at Jiang Fei, who nodded in acknowledgement. Now, you may begin, she concluded, soaring away to the side. Chapter 63, Knowledge of Shame and Subsequent Courage. Sheru and Hit locked eyes, gazing fiercely at one another. In truth, aside from their differing hues and structural details, the two bore a striking resemblance. For approximately a minute, they maintained their intense stare. Yet Sheru discerned no peculiarities in his adversary. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant. Since Hit chose not to strike, Sheru resolved to seize the initiative. With a powerful roar, Sheru unleashed his most potent Super Saiyan form, golden energy surging through the space around them. Hit, too, withdrew his hands from his pockets, adopting a simple defensive stance. Despite the surrounding tumultuous energy, he remained unfazed, his expression as impassive as a still pond. Sheru, observing Hit's calm demeanor, felt a flicker of irritation. He sensed that Hit was not emanating any formidable aura. From the outset, Hit had assumed a nonchalant fighting posture, starkly contrasting with Sheru's ever-increasing energy. Rather than relaxing his guard, Shara decided to act first. He stepped forward, propelling himself like a cannonball towards Hit, his clenched fist roaring through the air. An unstoppable force aimed at his foe. However, just as Shara's strike was poised to land, Hit's figure inexplicably vanished before him. Shara's pupils constricted in disbelief, his mind racing with the impossibility of the situation. Suddenly, he felt excruciating pain in his abdomen, as though he had been struck forcefully multiple times. It had somehow appeared right in front of him. Shara exaggeratedly gaped, foam escaping his mouth, before clutching his abdomen and slowly retreating. So, this is the time skip technique. Jiang Fei mused internally. Possessing divine power himself, he comprehended the events that had transpired with clarity. It had frozen time for a mere 0.1 seconds, rendering Shara's movements halted while he delivered 3 decisive blows in that fleeting moment. Among the onlookers, Champa cheered enthusiastically, while the elegant Bados maintained a serene smile. Jiang Fei observed even more. A warrior of Hit's caliber could accomplish a great deal in 0.1 seconds, yet he had only delivered 3 punches. Not due to a lack of desire, but rather due to the limitations imposed by Shara's strength. In the case of a stronger opponent, Hit might have only been able to unleash a single strike, and against someone of significantly greater power, the time skip technique would likely prove ineffective. Well done, Hit. Finish him, Champa exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. He had not anticipated that Bados would introduce him to a time-manipulating warrior. With this advantage, the outcome of the battle seemed all but assured. Beerus, prepare to bow before me. Champa chuckled, unable to contain his glee. Bados observed her god of destruction's exuberance with a resigned shake of her head. Meanwhile, Shara gradually regained his composure, yet the shock within him was beyond words. As he stared intently at the composed Hit. What is happening? Shara muttered in disbelief, struggling to grasp the current circumstances. In his mind, his attack should have easily struck Hit, yet the latter had vanished without a trace and simultaneously inflicted pain upon him. Such speed was beyond the realm of human capability. Are you conceding? Hit inquired, an air of indifference in his tone as he relaxed his fighting stance, placing his hands back in his pockets. For him, continuing the fight held no purpose. Surrendering would allow him to collect his reward and depart. Never. I will not concede. Shara bellowed in fury. Although his character had evolved considerably, the proud blood of the Saiyans coursed through him, ensuring that the word surrender would never escape his lips. Hit, hearing this, merely shook his head. Then I must render you powerless. In an instant, he appeared before Shara once more. Sensing Hit's presence, Shara erupted with tremendous energy, delivering a mighty punch infused with ferocity. Humph! Hit scoffed, vanishing again. The sound of 3 thunderous impacts followed. Shara's fist hung suspended in midair, his form frozen like a statue. Hit's previous strikes had struck true. And after delivering his blows, he casually withdrew, hands in pockets, turning away with nonchalance. As he approached Bados, he quietly remarked, "It's time to settle the bill." Simultaneously, Shara's golden aura faded, his eyes vacant, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise again. All is well, Bados remarked, smiling at the outcome. Champa, elated, leaped with joy, exclaiming to himself, "Ha ha. Beerus, prepare to kneel before me, ha 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 ha." Jiang Fei, assessing Shara's condition, extended his fingers to channel healing energy into him. In a short while, Shara slowly regained consciousness. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, I've lost again," he murmured, head bowed. The humiliation swelling within him. Defeated first by the god of destruction of Universe 6 and then by one of its formidable warriors. The relentless blows had opened his eyes to the harsh reality of his own frailty and impotence. Jiang Fei spoke to him softly, "Embrace your shame and rise anew. Strive for improvement." Meanwhile, it had collected his reward and departed. Champa continued to envision Beerus kneeling before him, while Bados noted with a raised eyebrow. It seems the Grand Minister is approaching. Chapter 64. I consider you a brother, yet you. Jiang Fei also noticed the arrival of the High Priest. However, at that moment, his thoughts began to race. He wondered if the High Priest had come specifically for him. Just then, a beam of light descended from the sky, and the figure of the High Priest gradually appeared before the crowd. Xiangpa sensed the High Priest's arrival and felt his earlier excitement dissipate, replaced by a profound astonishment. Gazing at the High Priest, he murmured to himself, "What day is it today? The Enforcer has come, and now the High Priest as well." Despite his words, he dared not delay, and hurriedly made his way to the High Priest. Bardos floated behind him, approaching slowly. "I pay my respects to the High Priest." Xiangpa bowed deeply. Bardos merely smiled at her father, standing still. The High Priest regarded the two of them with indifference, his gaze fixed on Jiang Fei, who approached slowly. As he walked, he greeted, "I hope you are well, High Priest. The High Priest returned a warm smile, nodding slightly as he replied, I am well. Enforcer. The two had already forged a friendship during their time at the King of All's temple, and their reunion stirred a sense of nostalgia within them both. Jiang Fei directly asked, What brings you here, High Priest? Have you come specifically to find me? Although he was not afraid of the High Priestess' visit, he harbored a faint worry that the King of All had instructed the High Priest to seek him out. He recalled his mission and the potential consequences of being summoned back prematurely. The King of All wishes to see you, the High Priest replied with a gentle smile. Hearing this, Jiang Fei shook his head in resignation. His suspicions were confirmed. The King of All was indeed seeking him. Did the King of All request my return? Not exactly. The High Priest laughed and shook his head. The King simply misses you and asked me to check on you. Understanding the situation, Jiang Fei maintained his composure. But a sigh of relief swept over him. However, before he could relax for long, the High Priest leaned in and whispered, Enforcer, you really need to accelerate your progress. Although the King has not explicitly stated it, I can see that he truly longs for your presence. If you delay your return for several decades more, he might revoke your appointment. I understand, Jiang Fei replied, furrowing his brow. It seemed he indeed needed to hasten his efforts. The strongest in the 7th universe was currently Cell, whose recent performance was impressive. If he were to participate in the assessment now, he would likely concede defeat immediately. However, I must admit, you have surprised me. In just a few years, your strength has grown remarkably, the High Priest remarked, observing Jiang Fei. He recalled when Jiang Fei had left, his power barely surpassing that of an ordinary angel. Now, he appeared significantly stronger. Thank you, High Priest, Jiang Fei responded humbly. His growth was indeed rapid. Even without daily training, the divine energy within him would gradually increase. Engaging in combat would further enhance his progress. As they continued their conversation, Champa, still bowing, felt sweat trickling down his forehead. He internally lamented, while the two great figures are exchanging pleasantries, could you please allow me to rise? These thoughts remained unheard by either Jiang Fei or the High Priest. Without their permission, he dared not straighten up. Enforcer, do not be modest. Your talent is enviable. Even to me, the High Priest remarked with a smile. During their time at the King of All's temple, Jiang Fei had always been humble, and the High Priest was surprised to see he had not changed. Jiang Fei replied with a serene smile, having great talent is not always a blessing. Why do you say that, Enforcer? The High Priest inquired, intrigued. He had never encountered the notion that possessing great talent could be a disadvantage. Jiang Fei expressed regret. There is always a trade-off. When one gains something, something else must be lost. This is an unchanging truth. For instance, while I have gained immense strength through my talent, I have lost the joy of diligent training, which is indeed a significant regret in life. The High Priest found the first part of Jiang Fei's statement quite reasonable, nodding in agreement. However, upon hearing the latter part, he couldn't help but twitch slightly, feeling an urge to retaliate. He reconsidered his earlier assessment of Jiang Fei's character. Realizing it had evolved since their time at the King of All's temple, perhaps the influence of the 7th universe had altered him. Bardos, listening from the side, couldn't suppress a chuckle. She found the Enforcer to be quite amusing. Upon hearing her laughter, the High Priest shot her a disapproving glance, prompting Bardos to quickly close her mouth, aware that mocking a superior deity was utterly inappropriate, especially in front of the impartial High Priest. As the High Priest surveyed Bardos, he sensed something was amiss. He noticed the peculiar glint in her eyes as she looked at Jiang Fei. Glancing back at Jiang Fei, he asked, What is it, Enforcer? The High Priest gazed at Jiang Fei and then at Bardos, his eyes filled with a depth of emotion. Being as astute as he was, he instantly discerned his daughter's feelings. He turned to Jiang Fei, speaking in a nonchalant tone, Enforcer, I consider you a brother. Yet it seems you wish to regard me as a father. Chapter 65. Is this really my father? Jiang Fei was momentarily taken aback by the High Priest's words. After a brief pause, he furrowed his brow and said with a solemn tone, Isn't this taking advantage a bit too far? Who do you think you are, my father? Oh, is it not that way? The High Priest replied, glancing at Badass, who was standing nearby. Jiang Fei followed his gaze and, upon noticing Badass lowering her bashful face, he quickly grasped much of the situation. With a resigned thought he mused, No way. If it were an ordinary human of the opposite sex, I could understand. But how has Badass, an angel, become like this? The High Priest seemed quite keen on bringing the two together. After all, Jiang Fei was not only terrifyingly powerful but also exceptionally gifted. Moreover, he held the esteemed title of Enforcer in the Divine Realm, a position of great prominence. Having such an outstanding brother-in-law would surely delight him. Let us just consider my previous remarks as a jest. The high priest turned back, smiling. While he held a fondness for his colleague, he understood that in this matter, one must go with the flow and not force anything. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fei felt a slight sense of relief. After all, he had never contemplated such matters. However, Badass felt a twinge of disappointment. She cast a resentful glance at her father, thinking, why can't he be a bit more assertive? For my happiness. He should stand firm. Perhaps then things could work out. After chatting for a while longer, the high priest prepared to take his leave. Before departing, he looked at his daughter and pulled Jiang Fei aside, whispering, I suggest you give it some thought, enforcer. His gaze pointedly fell on the dejected Badass. Jiang Fei turned to look as well, feeling quite helpless. As the saying goes, behind every excellent man stands an exceptional woman, the high priest continued. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow. Observing the high priest's earnest demeanor, he felt as if he were being pitched to like a seasoned salesman. Before he could respond, the high priest spoke again. Of course, for someone as remarkable as you, one is certainly not enough. At this point, the high priest lowered his voice to a mere whisper, audible only to the two of them. There are many outstanding individuals in other universes. Rest assured, should you express your interest as your elder brother, I am duty-bound to assist. With that, the high priest smiled and patted Jiang Fei on the shoulder, not waiting to see if he understood his words. With a grand gesture, he tore open a massive rift in space, stepping into the void, which promptly closed behind him. Vanishing from the destruction realm, Jiang Fei stood there, bewildered and disheveled by the wind. After a long moment, he muttered to himself, is this really my father? Following today's conversation, he had gained a new understanding of the high priest. Given the circumstances, it seemed he was intent on offering his daughter to him. Of course, after the initial shock, Jiang Fei felt a surge of emotion. It appeared that the adage held true. Exceptional individuals often bear immense burdens. Indeed, the anticipated anguish had arrived. And it was a pain he could not express to others, for they would never comprehend. Enforcer, may I rise now? Just as Jiang Fei was lost in thought, Xiangpa's voice gently reached his ears. He had not dared to straighten his back since the high priest's arrival. Jiang Fei looked at him and replied nonchalantly, you may stand. With that, Xiangpa straightened up and let out a sigh of relief. Jiang Fei then walked over slowly. Xiangpa hurriedly approached him, beaming, and asked, Enforcer, what did you and the high priest discuss? Although he had been nearby, he had been too preoccupied to listen properly. Even if he had, he wouldn't have grasped the meaning. You need not concern yourself with that, Jiang Fei said, his tone indifferent. It was hardly appropriate to divulge such matters to others. He couldn't very well say, the high priest wishes to be my father, but I declined. Enforcer. At that moment, Badass approached, her cheeks flushed as she spoke softly. Jiang Fei rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat awkward, and nodded slightly. Observing Jiang Fei's demeanor, Badass found herself blaming her father for revealing her feelings. If he had kept quiet, things might have been easier. Now, the atmosphere was unbearably awkward, and she didn't know what to say. Ahem. Jiang Fei cleared his throat and said casually, if there is nothing more, I will take my leave. The uncomfortable atmosphere was becoming unbearable. Furthermore, the high priest had conveyed a message. His work needed to proceed more swiftly. Yes, Badass nodded gently. Jiang Fei, accompanied by Shalu, swiftly departed from the destruction realm. After Jiang Fei left, Badass's expression normalized somewhat. Had the high priest not intervened, she might have been more at ease in Jiang Fei's presence. However, with her feelings exposed, it was inevitable she felt a bit embarrassed. Well, it's all right. Time is on my side. There is no need to rush. Badass thought to herself. Whether as an enforcer or as an angel, their lifespans were virtually limitless, akin to eternal existence. If necessary, she could prepare for a prolonged battle spanning millions of years. She was more than capable of enduring. Once Xiangpa noticed the enforcer had left, he felt some relief. He had also observed Badass's unusual demeanor earlier. Curiosity piqued, he approached her and asked, Badass, what was wrong just now? Your expression seemed off. Although something was indeed amiss, he couldn't quite articulate what it was. Badass shot him a glance and replied coolly, you need not know. Not this again. Xiangpa scratched his head. With a resigned shake of her head, Badass decided not to elaborate. Someone like Xiangpa, who was still single, would never grasp the intricacies of the situation. If it had been anyone else present, they likely would have discerned the nuances long ago. However, perhaps ignorance was bliss. Knowing too much about such matters was hardly advantageous. Well then, Xiangpa shrugged. Then, donning an excited expression, he pulled Badass along, saying, let us go to Universe 7. Why? What do you think? I want Beerus to bow to me. Xiangpa exclaimed with enthusiasm. He remembered what Beerus had told the enforcer. Whoever lost would have to bow to the other. Given Beerus's personality, it was highly unlikely he would come willingly. Thus, it seemed he would have to make the effort to go there himself. Are you not afraid the Enforcer might be there too? He just left. He might have gone to Universe 7. Badass raised an eyebrow, her heart racing. If she went to Universe 7, wouldn't she get to see Jiang Fei again? Xiangpa paused for a moment before casually responding, well, that's fine. It's a perfect opportunity for the Enforcer to bear witness. No chance of Beerus dodging his debt. Chapter 66. The 11th Universe after reaching an agreement. Bardos and Champa immediately rose to prepare for their journey to the 7th Universe. However, Jiang Fei chose not to return to the 7th Universe. Instead, accompanied by Sheru, he ventured into the realm of the 11th Universe. Mr. Jiang, where are we headed? Sheru inquired with curiosity. Jiang Fei glanced at him and calmly replied, I am preparing to find you a suitable environment for cultivation. Upon hearing this, Sheru's eyes lit up. He had intended to devote himself to intense training, especially after the significant setbacks he faced in the 6th Universe. If possible, he was determined to reclaim his lost dignity following his training. Oh, there are several powerful energies nearby, quite impressive, Jiang Fei murmured suddenly, just as he was about to enter the domain of the God of Destruction in the 11th Universe. He sensed several formidable presences in the vicinity. Two of these energies, in particular, surpassed those of typical cosmic warriors. They must be Jiren and the others. Jiang Fei smiled faintly and promptly altered his flight path. In an instant, he arrived at a vast, ochre-colored planet. The entire planet was barren, with an extremely thin atmosphere. Apart from the earthy ground and rocks, there was no sign of any vegetation. The environment was harsh to the extreme, yet it emanated several powerful auras. A tremendous force continually radiated outward, creating resounding booms across the planet's surface. Thunderous explosions echoed as silhouettes clashed in the air. What such overwhelming energy? Sheru exclaimed, astonished by the energy saturating the atmosphere. Although he was no match for Jiang Fei and had previously been defeated by Champa, he sensed no aura from these two, making their fearsome nature unknown unless they engaged. However, this time was different. It was his first encounter with such colossal and terrifying energy, evoking a chilling sensation merely by observation. Who goes there? A deep, commanding voice rang out as the clashes below ceased abruptly. A muscular man with a bald head and large eyes, clad in a tight red suit, gazed upward. This individual was none other than Jiren, the supreme ruler of the 11th Universe. Beside him stood another imposing figure, the candidate for the God of Destruction, Topo, whose expression exuded an unyielding authority. Their gazes were fixed on Jiang Fei and Sheru above. The others on the ground also halted their battles, turning their attention toward them. Hiki, we've been discovered, Jiang Fei remarked with a calm smile. Sheru swallowed hard. His strength was limited, unlike Jiang Fei's, leaving him somewhat unsettled. The reason for their detection was not Jiang Fei's fault. He possessed no detectable aura, allowing him to remain unnoticed if he so wished. However, Sheru was different. Hovering in midair required him to exert his energy, and his excitement had drawn Jiren and the others' attention. Mr. Jiang, what should we do? Sheru asked, his voice tinged with anxiety. The prospect of confronting these formidable beings unnerved him, causing him to lose the initial calmness he had when following Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei chuckled softly and shook his head. There is no need for concern. Let us descend and make their acquaintance. He held a deep admiration for Jiren. Recalling how he single-handedly faced Goku and Vegeta during the Tournament of Power, overwhelming them with an air of suffocating dominance. With Topo by his side, it was inconceivable that the 11th Universe would falter. Meanwhile, in the God of Destruction's realm of the 11th Universe, the God of Destruction, Vermouth, reclined on a lounge chair, basking in the warm sunlight. The angel, Margarita, stood calmly behind him. As one of the strongest universes, their existence was undoubtedly serene and leisurely. They boasted absolute strength in both comprehensive rankings and high-end combat capabilities, all earned through diligent efforts in the past. It seems there's a bit of trouble. Margarita raised an eyebrow, sensing an unusual occurrence. Vermouth, rising from his chair, inquired, What is it, Margarita? Unlike Beerus and Champa, he felt compelled to investigate and address any disturbances within the universe. It was precisely this diligence that led to their universe's achievements. It appears there may be an issue with Jiren and his group, Margarita replied slowly. Upon hearing this, Vermouth's expression relaxed. If it involved Jiren, there was likely no cause for concern. He held complete faith in Jiren, and with a candidate for God of Destruction like Topo, any issue they faced was virtually negligible. Even if there was a problem, their prowess would allow them to resolve it independently. Margarita, however, remained uneasy. She waved her staff, causing a crystal ball to manifest. revealing the planet where Jiren and the others were situated. The sight nearly caused her to drop the staff in shock. "Lord Vermouth, you must come and see this," Margarita urged, her gaze fixated on the crystal ball. Vermouth, hearing her urgency, jokingly remarked, "What is it? Have you seen a ghost?" He rose slowly, approaching her. Margarita exhaled deeply, placing the staff before him. "If it were a ghost, that would be simpler," she replied with a hint of exasperation. Vermouth dismissed her concern with a chuckle, turning his attention to the crystal ball. Initially, he saw Jiren, Toppo, and the others. Then noticed they seemed to be encircling two individuals in the center. Who could this be? Vermouth squinted, attempting to discern the figure. Suddenly, Jiang Fei's handsome face, adorned with a gentle smile, came into view. Vermouth froze momentarily, glancing at Margarita, then, disregarding all decorum, exclaimed, "What the hell, the enforcer?" Margarita smiled wryly and nodded. "Yes, he has indeed arrived in our 11th universe. Goodness, he truly came to my universe." Vermouth inhaled deeply, initially believing that Jiang Fei would venture to one of the lower-ranked universes. He never anticipated that he would appear here. Margarita sighed, "Lord Vermouth, that is not the main issue. The real concern is that it seems Jiren and the others are preparing to confront the enforcer." Chapter 67. Do you suggest I bow? Or should I kneel? Upon hearing those words, Wei Maida was so startled that her eyes nearly popped out, and she hastily looked back. As expected, she saw Jian and his companions encircling Jiang Fei, appearing as if they were about to engage in a fierce confrontation. Margarita, quickly, let us go." Wei Maida stammered, and then soared into the sky, heading towards the planet where Jian and the others were. Margarita, not daring to delay, understood the gravity of the situation. After all, that was a law enforcer, an object of worship among the gods. If an attack were to occur in the realm of the 11th universe, the consequences would be dire. In a flash of brilliance, she propelled herself to Wei Maida's side and led him forward with great haste. Wei Maida, following closely behind Margarita, gazed at the fleeting scenery around him, his heart in turmoil. He could only silently pray that nothing unfortunate would befall them. Jian and his companions were formidable warriors, cultivated with great effort by the 11th universe. It would indeed be a pity if they were to be slain for offending a law enforcer. Of course, that was merely a secondary concern. From what he had gathered through various channels, the law enforcer was known for an exceedingly ruthless disposition. If the wrath were to be directed at him personally, he would have to contemplate how to justify himself. On Jiang Fei's side, Jian led a dozen or so individuals who surrounded Jiang Fei and Shalu. Trope stepped forward, his brow furrowing as he solemnly inquired, "Who are you?" The stealth with which the two had arrived on this planet indicated that their strength was no ordinary matter, particularly the young man, whose presence was utterly undetectable, further surprised them. "Shall we test our strength?" Jiang Fei disregarded Trope and turned to Shala with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Shala suddenly shivered and fervently shook his head. If he could not sense the presence of these individuals, he might have had the courage to engage. However, facing such overwhelming energy left him devoid of any fighting spirit. Shala could predict that should he dare to step forward, he would likely be incapacitated in mere seconds. Trope, his expression darkening, raised his voice slightly. Once more, "Who are you?" His formidable aura began to emanate as he spoke. Jian crossed his arms, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Fei. Upon hearing Trope's demand, Jiang Fei wore a serene smile, feeling no need to conceal his identity. After all, Trope was a candidate for the god of destruction and would likely recognize him. He smiled and explained, "I am a law enforcer from the divine realm and happened to sense your energy, thus I came to investigate." The surrounding crowd, upon hearing Jiang Fei's explanation, relaxed their guards somewhat, expressions of astonishment crossing their faces as they began to murmur amongst themselves. "Ah, so he is a deity. No wonder we couldn't sense his aura." However, after a moment of discussion, their attention shifted back to Trope. Jian also glanced at him, awaiting confirmation. After all, Trope was a candidate for the god of destruction and thus should be somewhat acquainted with the divine realm. Upon hearing the term law enforcer, Trope's brow furrowed tightly. His gaze sharpened, fixating on Jiang Fei as he retorted with hostility, "You are lying. I have never heard of such a deity in the divine realm." The crowd tensed up again, their expressions turning hostile as they regarded Jiang Fei, seemingly ready to spring into action. As a candidate for the god of destruction, Trope held a deep respect for true deities. Although he sensed no aura from Jiang Fei, he trusted his instincts, having never encountered a law enforcer before. Impersonating a deity was an unforgivable offense. With that thought, he lunged forward, a massive fist poised to strike Jiang Fei's head. "What is happening?" Jiang Fei was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time he had voluntarily revealed his identity to someone. Previously, He had refrained from doing so because those who knew him were already aware, while those who did not would remain oblivious regardless. Yet this time, after disclosing his status to a candidate for the God of Destruction, he had not received the respect he expected. Instead, he was met with insults and now an attack. With no other choice, Jiang Fei had to respond in kind. Meanwhile, Makarita was racing towards Jiang Fei, her heart heavy with concern for Wei Maida. In her mind, Wei Maida was contemplating how to give an explanation to the law enforcer. Approximately a minute later, they arrived on the brownish planet. As they landed, Wei Maida felt a significant relief wash over him. Jiang and his group had not been slain by the law enforcer. They were merely behaving strangely, squatting in a row with their hands on their heads. What in the world is going on? Wei Maida's eye twitched at the sight, as it resembled a scene from a crackdown on illicit activities. If only one of them would raise an identification badge high above their head. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of relief. While their posture was indeed unseemly, it was preferable to losing their lives. Sensing the newcomers, Jiang Fei turned to look back. Noticing his gaze, Wei Maida awkwardly smiled and hesitated before approaching. Makarita closely followed him. Although they had previously been unafraid of Jiang Fei's presence in the 11th universe, this incident had instilled a sense of tension within them. Makarita, do you think I should bow or kneel? Wei Maida inquired softly as he took slow steps. Makarita glanced at Jiang Fei's composed demeanor and then at the bruises adorning Jiang and the others' faces. In a hushed tone, she advised, I suggest you adopt a sincere attitude and show some humility. Trope's face was marked with several bruises. Jiang's energy was significantly diminished, his eyes swollen to slits. Tispo was trembling on the ground. Given their current state, it was evident that they had attempted to ambush the law enforcer, only to end up receiving a harsh lesson instead. Chapter 68. Why is it always like this? Torpo and Jiren, along with the others, crouched on the ground, paralyzed with fear. When Wei Maida arrived, their initial awe quickly faded into despair. While the others may not have grasped the situation, Torpo had begun to sense that he had misjudged something. The young man before them truly appeared to be a deity. The reason they were huddled with their hands on their heads, unable to move, was not out of their own volition but due to an immense divine power exerting an unbearable pressure upon them. On the other side, Wei Maida exhaled deeply, seemingly to alleviate the tension within him. He gradually approached Jiang Fei, and without uttering a word, he suddenly knelt before him, as if it were rehearsed. The God of Destruction of Universe 11 pays homage to the Enforcer. Wei Maida bowed his head deeply. The crouching Jiren and others stared in disbelief at this astonishing scene, their shock beyond articulation. This was a being revered by millions, the sovereign of the entire universe, kneeling without hesitation. The Angel of Universe 11, Makalita, pays homage to the Enforcer. Like the previous angels, Makalita nodded slightly. Jiang Fei, observing Wei Maida's actions, furrowed his brow. Why did all these gods of destruction behave in such a manner? They were quick to pay their respects before he even spoke. Was such deference truly necessary? Meanwhile, Shala's admiration for Jiang Fei had reached its zenith, setting aside the fact that this seemingly clownish figure had caused Wei Maida to kneel. It was the overwhelming aura that the muscular beings had exuded moments earlier that had terrified him. Yet, with a single gesture from Jiang Fei, they had all been effortlessly subdued, leaving no room for resistance. He wondered if there was anyone in this world who could rival Mr. Jiang. Jiang Fei slightly nodded at Makalita and then turned to Wei Maida, who was still prostrated on the ground. Please rise and speak, he said, shaking his head in exasperation. It seemed he had repeated this phrase countless times. Every time he encountered a god of destruction, it was the same. The posture they adopted while kneeling was so precise that it made him question whether they had practiced it in private. I dare not, Wei Maida stammered, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Given the circumstances, remaining on his knees felt safer. Standing might provoke a violent response. Jiang Fei, shaking his head in resignation, insisted. There is no need for fear. Stand up. Wei Maida swallowed hard and slowly replied, Jiren and the others have offended the Enforcer, and I cannot absolve myself from blame. Although he could not control the actions of his companions, the incident had occurred within his jurisdiction. If mishandled, it could lead to a negative impression of the Enforcer. I did not say they were at fault. Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow. Really? Wei Maida cautiously inquired. Jiang Fei nodded, affirming, indeed. Upon hearing this, Wei Maida finally felt a sense of relief and slowly stood up, maintaining a humble gaze and a gentle tone as he addressed Jiang Fei. Please wait a moment, Enforcer. While you do not hold them accountable, I have a few words to say. Jiang Fei regarded him coolly, indicating with a wave of his hand that he could proceed. Wei Maida grinned and approached Jiren and the others, who remained crouched on the ground. However, as he drew closer, He felt the oppressive weight of the divine power surrounding him, nearly suffocating him. He struggled to steady himself and managed to remain upright. Thankful he was only on the periphery, otherwise, he might have found himself in a similar position as Jiren and the others. Forced to crouch with their hands on their heads. "You lot, have you all lost your minds, daring to provoke the enforcer?" Wei Maida exclaimed. His body tense and his eyes wide with fury. As he spoke, beads of sweat began to form on his brow, revealing the immense pressure Jiang Fei had exerted. "Great God of Destruction, we were wrong." Jiren was the first to bow his head in contrition. He realized they had crossed paths with someone formidable. Did they not see their own God of Destruction kneeling before him? Wei Maida glared at Jiren before shifting his gaze to Torpo. "And you? As a candidate for God of Destruction, how could you be so reckless?" Torpo, upon receiving this reprimand, felt a surge of frustration. Had he known the truth, he would never have dared to act. "You lot are fortunate this time. The enforcer has shown you mercy," Wei Maida said. Beads of sweat cascading down his face like rain. He paused, retrieving a handkerchief to wipe his brow. "However, while you may escape death, you cannot evade punishment. You all must bow and apologize." "What?" Jiren and the others were taken aback. They had never imagined the God of Destruction would make such a demand. These were prominent figures in Universe 11, and to bow an apology to someone was an affront to their dignity. What? Are you dissatisfied?" Wei Maida frowned at them. Thinking, "Do you believe yourselves more important than me? I have knelt an apology. What right do you have to refuse?" Jiren and the others exchanged glances, aware of the need to heed the God of Destruction's command. Yet, the dignity of their status as strong warriors reminded them they could not succumb to such humiliation. Jiang Fei, overhearing the exchange between Wei Maida and the others, could not help but frown. He spoke sternly. "Did I not say they were not at fault? Why demand they bow and apologize?" With a casual wave of his hand, he lifted the oppressive divine pressure from the area. As the divine energy dissipated, the group lost their balance and fell to the ground, yet they did not rise immediately. They gasped for breath, struggling to regain their composure. Wei Maida, positioned at the edge of this newfound freedom, teetered dangerously, nearly losing his footing. Jiang Fei approached him slowly, steadying him with a gentle hand on his shoulder. "Now, please articulate your concerns," he urged. Chapter 69. Progress through retreat. Upon hearing those words, Wei Mei's heart tightened, and her expression froze in shock. It was not just her. Even the angel, Makalita, momentarily stood still. She had initially believed that the matter was settled, pondering how the magistrate, a figure of grace and kindness, could be portrayed so negatively by Weiss. However, the unexpected turn of events compelled her to reconsider Weiss's words. Yet, she thought, as long as the magistrate did not trouble her, it might not matter. Truth be told, she was quite curious to witness how this magistrate would confront the God of Destruction. "Your Excellency, didn't you say that Jillian and the others did nothing wrong?" Wei Mei remarked, her smile distorted. Jiang Fei nodded, gazing at her with indifference. "Indeed, which is why we ought to discuss your predicament." At this revelation, Wei Mei felt as if she had plummeted to the depths of despair. She had never interacted with Jiang Fei before. This was their first encounter. If there were issues at play, they must pertain to this incident. After all the effort, it appeared that the matter was far from resolved, and she was now being held accountable. Makalita remained silent, usually quick to defend her friends, but today was different. She was in the presence of the magistrate and could only silently pray for her God of Destruction. "Perhaps I should bow to you again, and we can consider this matter settled. What do you think?" Wei Mei suggested cautiously after much deliberation. Jiang Fei was taken aback by her proposal. Typically, one would first inquire about the issue at hand and then offer a defense. Yet this individual chose to forego questions and immediately sought to absolve herself of responsibility through bowing. Such a maneuver was unprecedented to him. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Wei Mei knelt down, her knees hitting the ground with a thud, in front of Jiang Fei's bewildered expression. She repeatedly bowed her head, performing the act with a fluidity that was nothing short of remarkable. Upon witnessing Wei Mei's actions, Jillian and the others were utterly dumbfounded, their perceptions of the God of Destruction shifting dramatically. Tispa scratched his head, muttering under his breath, "Is this really the God of Destruction, or some kind of servant? Why does she keep bowing?" Though his voice was barely audible, Jillian and the others heard him, yet no one dared to refute his words. Indeed, Wei Mei's actions bore little distinction from those of a subordinate. Initially, she had demanded they bow and acknowledge their faults, and now she was personally engaging in the same behavior, which was undeniably disgraceful. However, Tispa could no longer tolerate the mockery. As someone who held the divine in high esteem, especially as a candidate for the God of Destruction, he felt it unacceptable to allow anyone to trample upon the dignity of their deity. With a firm grip, Tispa sees Tispa's ear, pulling him close. What do you understand? This is a strategy of retreating to advance. A true achiever must not be bogged down by trivialities. All right. Retreat to advance. Retreat to advance. Just let me go, Tispa conceded, nodding helplessly. He despised having his ear pulled, yet when it was Tispa, he had no choice but to endure it. Humph, Tispa scoffed. The moment Tispa was released, he seemed to have an epiphany. Pointing to his chin, he muttered to himself. Could it be that what I just did was also a strategy of retreating to advance? Meanwhile, Wei Mei continued her fervent bowing, showing no signs of stopping. Makalita, observing from the side, covered her forehead with delicate fingers, unable to face the spectacle. Usually, Wei Mei exuded an aura of authority, yet, upon encountering the magistrate, she appeared utterly submissive. The stark contrast was almost comical, and Makalita found it difficult to suppress a laugh. Enough. Jiang Fei waved his hand, shaking his head sternly. At his command, Wei Mei slowly rose, brushing off the dust from her attire, her expression devoid of any humiliation. Jiang Fei looked at her flushed face, shaking his head in resignation. It must be said, this strategy proved effective. He felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of pursuing further troubles with her. Your Excellency, is this it? If necessary, I can bow a few more times. It's no trouble at all, Wei Mei said with a beaming smile, preparing to prostrate herself once more. Enough. Jiang Fei's voice resonated with authority, startling Wei Mei into standing upright. He glanced at Makalita, who was struggling to contain her laughter. Is this how she usually behaves? He inquired. Upon realizing he was addressing her, Makalita immediately lowered her hands from her face and donned a serious expression. Lord Wei Mei is not typically like this. She is very strict when it comes to her duties, she asserted earnestly, stealing a glance at Wei Mei, who could no longer contain her mirth, her lips curling into a radiant smile. Seeing Makalita's smile, Wei Mei's composure faltered, her face twitching slightly. Why has she changed so much today? Jiang Fei pondered aloud. He believed his own demeanor was quite respectable, and given it was his first visit to Universe 11, surely no one would hold anything against him. Yet, for some reason, Wei Mei reacted to him as if he were a specter of doom, especially when the topic of issues arose, prompting her to kneel as if she were begging for mercy. However, reflecting on his experiences in Universe 6, he felt he had arrived at a conclusion that warranted further verification. Well, Makalita hesitated, licking her lips as she contemplated whether to disclose Weiss's words. After several seconds of deliberation, she steeled herself and quietly confessed. Perhaps Lord Wei Mei is simply afraid of you. Ah, I see. So that is how Weiss described me, Jiang Fei replied, his tone devoid of emotion as he clasped his hands behind his back. Upon realizing Jiang Fei's intent, Makalita understood that any attempt at concealment was futile. Internally, she prayed, Weiss, please don't hold it against me, for it was the magistrate who deduced this. Once her mental prayers were completed, she began recounting. Weiss told me that you are a ruthless individual devoid of humanity, merely a facade. As Jiang Fei listened to her, his expression gradually turned frigid. It was indeed Weiss's fervent promotion that had secured him a notorious reputation, though he had not traversed all the universes. It seemed that his legend had already spread far and wide. Chapter 70. Are you out of your mind? Excellent. Jiang Fei sneered as he nodded. Though he uttered words of approval, an unmistakable undertone of gritted teeth lingered in his tone. After Makalita concluded her tale, she couldn't help but shudder and instinctively took a few steps back, fearing that Jiang Fei might suddenly erupt and harm the innocent. Hiss. Why does it feel a bit chilly? Wei Mei rubbed her arms. This planet, characterized by its harsh environment, was supposed to be stiflingly hot. Yet, at this moment, an unrelenting chill seemed to invade everyone's hearts. Makalita, slightly apprehensive, ventured a query. Lawgiver, would you care to join us for a moment? No, thank you. Jiang Fei replied gravely, his mood decidedly sour. The rumors disseminated by Weiss across various universes had inflicted considerable damage upon him. If the rumors were true, that would be one matter. He was not one to deny the truth. However, the embellishments and fabrications were numerous, painting him as a nefarious villain. He resolved to return to the 7th universe. If Weiss could not provide him with a satisfactory explanation, he would be awaiting the due consequences. Upon hearing Jiang Fei's declaration, Wei Mei's face momentarily lit up with joy. Yet, a fleeting moment later, a look of disappointment clouded her features. She feigned sorrow as she remarked, what a pity. If only the lawgiver could come to my realm, it would surely be a blessing of a lifetime. Fear not, I shall return to the 11th universe in the future. However, I have matters to attend to now, so I shall take my leave. Jiang Fei cast a nonchalant glance at him. Had these words been spoken upon their initial meeting, he might have entertained them. But now, having learned of Weiss's proclamations, it was clear that this was merely a hollow courtesy, masking an interrelation. At this juncture, Jiang Fei pointed to the side, indicating Salu, and said to Wei Mei, "He shall remain here to train. Do not let anything happen to him." Without waiting for Wei Mei's consent, he transformed into a beam of light and soared into the vastness of space. Phew. After Jiang Fei's departure, Wei Mei exhaled a sigh of relief. Not only him, but nearly everyone present shared the sentiment, as the pressure Jiang Fei exuded had been overwhelming. Had he not left, it seemed they might have suffocated under the weight of his presence. Salu stood there, awkwardly grinning, taken aback by Jiang Fei's abandonment. Now, facing a group of unfamiliar, imposing figures, he felt decidedly uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Wei Mei regained his usual composure and noticed Salu's unease. He turned to Jiren and the others, instructing, "Since the lawgiver has spoken, you shall treat him well. Let us depart." With that, Wei Mei positioned himself behind Makalita. She waved her staff, and the two transformed into a radiant light, vanishing from the planet in an instant. Once the god of destruction had left, Toppo and Dispo immediately gathered their entourage around Salu. Gulp. Salu swallowed hard, forcing a smile as he waved awkwardly, "Hello, humph." Dispo scoffed derisively. Toppo waved his hand and bellowed, "Beat him up." With that, a throng of brawny figures clad in tight red suits surged toward Salu. They had been stifled by the presence of the lawgiver, but now that a weaker target remained, they were eager to vent their frustrations. Of course, not everyone joined in the assault. Jiren maintained a more restrained demeanor, arms crossed, observing the scene with an impassive expression. Yet, as Salu's cries of pain echoed from being struck, Jiren felt an inexplicable thrill of satisfaction. Hiss. Jiren lowered his arms, inhaling deeply. After a brief moment of contemplation, he strode purposefully toward the fray, regarding the assailants with a cold stare. In a low, calm voice, he requested, "Could you make some space? I would like to join in the fun." Approximately 30 minutes later, Salu was left battered and bruised, cradling his head in his arms. His gaze fixated on the imposing figures before him. He was softly humming his personal theme song, "Where is the road ahead?" In the 7th universe, the god of destruction's realm, which was typically serene and pristine, was now filled with raucous clamor. "Beerus, can you be any more shameless?" Champa shouted, fist clenched, glaring at Beerus. "Shameless? How am I shameless?" "Don't go looking for trouble, Champa," Beerus retorted, equally defiant, leaning closer. Had it not been for Weiss and Vados holding back their respective gods of destruction, they might have come to blows. "You lost the match to me. According to the rules, you owe me a bow. Your refusal to acknowledge this is nothing short of shameless." Champa seethed, spitting as he spoke. Beerus grimaced, wiping his face with his arm. "Pooh, you expect me to bow just because I lost? Champa, have you lost your mind?" Feeling the dampness on his face, Champa furiously wiped it away, grumbling, "You insufferable fool. Pooh pooh pooh." After cleaning himself, Champa spat several times in frustration. "Go to hell," Beerus shot back, unwilling to back down, retaliating with verbal volleys. Weiss and Vados exchanged glances, their expressions filled with disdain. In perfect synchrony, they pulled their respective gods back, executing a swift throw that sent Beerus and Champa crashing to the ground. If they had not intervened, the escalating conflict might have spiraled out of control, affecting them as well. "You scoundrel. If I could strike you, I would." Champa scrambled to his feet, shouting incessantly. Vados quickly restrained him, preventing him from advancing further. "With your abilities, you should take a good look in the mirror." Beerus mocked, attempting to approach again, but Weiss kept him at bay, maintaining a safe distance between them. The bickering continued to escalate rather than diminish. "My lords, esteemed gods of destruction, might you cease this quarrel? Could we not have a calm discussion about the matter at hand?" Weiss implored, exuding exasperation. Initially, when Champa arrived, Weiss anticipated a serious discussion. Little did he know that Champa would immediately demand Beerus bow in submission. Beerus, taken aback by the audacity of the request, bluntly replied, "Are you out of your mind?" And thus began their relentless dispute, escalating to a point where physical confrontation seemed imminent. Had it not been for Weiss and Vados intervening, they likely would have turned the place upside down. Chapter 71. "You three, get lost, humph. I have no words for this insolent brat." Xiangpa snorted coldly, his face flushed with anger. Upon hearing this, Beerus furiously retorted, "Who are you calling a brat? Watch me tear your mouth apart." He attempted to charge forward, but alas, he was firmly held back by Weiss, unable to advance. Beerus was quite perplexed, after finally sending the enforcer away. He had barely enjoyed 2 days of peace before this foolish brother came knocking. Upon arrival, he spoke disrespectfully, demanding Beerus to kneel and bow. Is this even human speech? I'm standing right here. If you have the guts, come at me. Those who cannot play the game are the real brats. Xiangpa crossed his arms and spoke coldly. Enough, Lord Xiangpa, perhaps you should tone it down a bit, was chided, unable to contain his frown. He felt utterly helpless. Had he known things would unfold this way, he would not have brought Xiangpa along. Not only did they fail to meet Jiang Fei, but now two gods of destruction had erupted into such a significant conflict. Humph. Xiangpa scoffed at Whis' words, crossing his arms defiantly and turning his head away, casting his gaze elsewhere. You should also exercise some restraint, Lord Beerus, Whis remarked in a similar tone, expressing his resignation. He had the impression that this period was fraught with troubles. After all these years as an angel, he had never felt as exhausted as he did now. If possible, he even contemplated what a splendid life he might lead if he were not an angel. TCH. Beerus wore a look of disdain. No longer willing to engage with someone like Xiangpa, the two fell into silence. Sighing, Whis began to explain the events that transpired in the 6th universe. Essentially, Jiang Fei had brought a powerful warrior from the 7th universe, claiming that Beerus intended to issue a challenge, prompting the 6th universe to dispatch a formidable opponent as well. The two sent champions to battle, and should one lose, they would have to bow to the other. Consequently, the warrior Jiang Fei brought suffered a crushing defeat, leading to the recent events. Huh? Beerus, upon hearing Whis' recounting, was utterly bewildered. Scratching his head, he turned to Whis, asking, Did I ever say such a thing? Whis, equally taken aback by the mention of the challenge, shook his head without hesitation. He continued, I recall that Lord Beerus should have. This thought remained incomplete, as Whis suddenly felt a chilling breeze behind him, sending shivers down his spine. The enforcer. Vados, standing opposite Whis, exclaimed with a hint of agitation. Hearing this name, Whis' heart tightened instantly. With a stiff neck, he slowly turned to look behind him. Upon seeing Jiang Fei, a grimace of discomfort crossed his face. Enforcer. For some inexplicable reason. The moment he laid eyes on this figure silently appearing behind him, an unsettling premonition surged within him. Hiki, Whis. Jiang Fei said with a cold smile. He had rushed back from the 11th universe to the 7th universe. Whis happened to be in the realm of destruction, with debts owed and grievances to settle. It saved him the trouble of searching far and wide. Upon seeing Jiang Fei's arrival, both Beerus and Xiangpa were taken aback. They dared not continue their quarrel and hastily approached him. Initially, they intended merely to greet him with a bow, but upon witnessing the stormy expression on Jiang Fei's face, they felt a chill of fear. Exchanging glances filled with unspoken understanding, they instinctively knelt on the ground, burying their heads deeply and exclaiming in unison, We greet the enforcer. Whis swallowed hard, retreating slightly behind Beerus. Vados flew to Xiangpa's side, both nodding in unison, We greet the enforcer. However, Whis' bow was notably deeper than usual, as Jiang Fei's earlier utterance of his name bore a distinctly gritted teeth quality. It seemed his foreboding was about to materialize. Beerus, Xiangpa, Vados. You three. Jiang Fei began in a calm tone, surveying everyone present. Suddenly, he glared with intensity, bellowing, Get lost. Following this outburst, his icy gaze fell squarely on Whis. The force of his shout sent shivers through the two who were prostrated on the ground. Vados was equally stunned, rendered speechless, completely unprepared for Jiang Fei's sudden outburst. Whis' face turned pale, and he nearly dropped his staff. It was clear that Jiang Fei's fury was directed at him. I take my leave. Beerus quickly rose and retreated hastily to the side, casting a sympathetic glance at the trembling Whis. Xiangpa, regaining his composure, hurriedly added, Yes, we'll leave immediately. He grabbed the dazed Vados beside him and swiftly took cover nearby. No one cared to ponder why Jiang Fei was so irate. At this point, preserving their lives was the priority. They needed to act quickly to avoid being caught in the crossfire. In less than a second, the surroundings cleared, leaving only Jiang Fei and Whis on the vast stage. The enforcer. What is the matter? Whis managed to force a smile, trembling as he spoke. Yet this smile appeared more akin to a cry than anything else. It's nothing. Jiang Fei smacked his lips, his expression calming, and spoke in a detached tone. I merely wish to give you a lesson. Do you have any objections? Upon hearing this, Whis felt as if he had plunged into an ice cavern. His pallid complexion resembled that of a blank sheet of paper. His teeth chattered uncontrollably, and he cast a helpless glance at Vados nearby, suddenly struck by a realization. Could it be that his siblings had betrayed him? Surely not. Before he could ponder further, Jiang Fei's massive fist, imbued with explosive energy, swung toward him. With a resounding thud, a Accompanied by a cry of anguish, Weiss's body soared backward like a kite with its string severed, spewing blood that arched beautifully through the air, glistening in the sunlight like a radiant spectacle. Chapter 72. Allow me to clarify with a heavy thud. He fell to the ground, blood gushing from his lips. Weiss clutched his chest, his face contorted in agony as he uttered, "Justice. Justice, officer. Why must you be this way?" Jiang Fei's brow furrowed. The inquiry ignited his ire. If Weiss had remained silent, it might have spared him further wrath. In this moment, to question his actions was to invite consequences that would etch themselves into his memory. In a flash, Jiang Fei appeared before Weiss, lifting his foot to deliver a series of punishing kicks. "Oh, Justice Officer, please stop. I was wrong. Can't we leave it at that?" Weiss squirmed desperately, dodging Jiang Fei's relentless assault while hastily pleading for mercy. The once angelic demeanor had vanished, replaced by the torment of both psychological pressure and physical pain. Jiang Fei's anger intensified upon hearing Weiss's words. He finally grasped why women became infuriated when their partners uttered similar phrases. Simply claiming one was wrong without specifying how was infuriating. Did he expect Jiang Fei to unveil the truth for him? With each kick, the ground trembled beneath them. And even the deities of destruction in the seventh universe felt the earthquake. Cracks began to mar the once smooth surface, creating deep fissures that seemed to stretch into oblivion. Beerus and Champa observed, trembling at the sight. Each tremor sent shivers down their spines, prompting them to ponder what their fate would be if they were in Weiss's position. Champa leaned toward the nearby Weiss and whispered, "Perhaps you should intervene?" He could no longer bear to witness the spectacle, fearing Weiss might truly perish under Jiang Fei's wrath. Weiss furrowed her brow, slowly shaking her head. "The justice officer's treatment of Weiss certainly has its reasons. It would be unwise for us to intervene." She had already deduced the cause of Jiang Fei's fury. Initially perplexed, she now understood that falsely accusing a justice officer was tantamount to courting disaster. "Are you two siblings?" Champa was taken aback by this revelation. Weiss cast him a sidelong glance but refrained from answering. They were indeed siblings, but the blood ties mattered little in the face of Jiang Fei's current onslaught. Besides, in such a volatile situation, who would dare to intervene? Meanwhile, Weiss seized the brief pauses between Jiang Fei's kicks to plead, "Justice Officer, if you intend to punish me, at least allow me to understand why." Though he had surmised the likely reason for Jiang Fei's wrath, he still wished to gamble for clarity. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on him, and he believed his siblings would not betray him. Jiang Fei, sensing Weiss's stubbornness, unleashed another series of forceful kicks. Ah! Weiss's cries of despair echoed in the air. Jiang Fei felt unsatisfied with the current punishment. His gaze shifted to the scepter that had fallen earlier. With a slight gesture, it flew back to his hand as if drawn by an unseen force. Holding the scepter, Jiang Fei fixed his icy stare upon Weiss, who swallowed hard, fear evident in his eyes. He began to reflect on the transgressions that had led to this dire outcome. If only the heavens would grant him another chance, he would forsake his role as an angel. Bang! Just as he was lost in thought, Jiang Fei brought the scepter crashing down upon him, proclaiming, "This is for spreading falsehoods." Weiss's anguished screams grew louder as realization dawned upon him. His misdeeds had been uncovered. Regret washed over him. Had he been forthright from the beginning, perhaps he could have mitigated his suffering. The pain from the scepter was far more excruciating than mere kicks. It reached into the very depths of his soul. "How dare you tarnish my reputation? How dare you spread lies? How dare you slander me?" Jiang Fei growled, enumerating Weiss's transgressions, the scepter creating phantoms in its wake. After delivering a series of thunderous blows, Jiang Fei discarded the scepter. Weiss lay on the ground, gasping for breath, blood and sweat mingling as he lay defeated. Despite the severity of his injuries, Weiss was still an angel, the son of a high priest. Jiang Fei, though furious, had not inflicted lasting damage. At worst, he had suffered superficial wounds and broken bones. For Weiss, this ordeal was merely a painful lesson learned. "This is utterly terrifying," Champa murmured, trembling. He longed to flee, but Jiang Fei's presence rendered him mute. Regret and self-reproach filled his heart. Why had he come to the seventh universe? Now he found himself trapped, unable to escape. If only he had bowed to Beerus sooner, he wouldn't be in this predicament. Weiss. Beerus quivered in a corner, uncertain of his involvement in the situation. Witnessing Weiss's plight, he felt fortunate that his own strength had kept him from succumbing to fear. Coughing violently, Weiss lifted his gaze to Jiang Fei and struggled to speak. "Justice Officer, are you finished?" "Get up," Jiang Fei replied coolly. Weiss, clutching his chest, staggered to his feet, the sound of cracking bones echoing in the air. His expression was one of profound agony, yet he kept his head bowed, unable to meet Jiang Fei's gaze. Observing this, Jiang Fei felt a sense of satisfaction. Now, notify the various universes to clarify the rumors you spread, he commanded. Yes, yes. Weiss nodded vigorously. Also, ensure that the call is on speaker. I want to hear your conversations. Do not attempt to deceive me, Jiang Fei added with a dispassionate tone. Weiss dared not argue, promptly contacting his fellow siblings across the universes, all the while harboring resentment towards them for their betrayal. His well-intentioned warning had led to his own downfall. And now he faced the consequences of his actions. Chapter 73. Please open the communication channel. However, it was too late to say anything now. It was best to comply with the orders given, to avoid any unforeseen complications later on. Is this the Angel Avamo from the first universe? Whis began to reach out for contact. Following Jiang Fei's request to switch to speaker mode, he chose not to communicate telepathically but instead raised his voice to call out. Consequently, the surrounding beings, including Beerus, Champa, and Bados, could hear him clearly. In the first universe, within the realm of the gods of destruction, a middle-aged, plump angel immediately caught Whis' voice. This was Avamo, the angel of the first universe. Upon hearing Whis' voice, she felt a flicker of confusion. Yet she smiled inwardly and thought, what is it, Whis? Contact between the two universes was quite rare, primarily due to the vast distance separating the first universe from the seventh. Additionally, the disparity in their ranks and the not-so-friendly relations between the gods of destruction contributed to this lack of communication. The last time they had spoken was when Whis had warned her to be cautious of the enforcers. But now, the purpose of this call was unclear. Upon hearing Avamo's response, Whis cautiously glanced at Jiang Fei beside him. He then shouted, I have something to discuss. Please open the communication channel. Avamo was taken aback by this statement and slowly processed it, her face flushing with embarrassment. After muttering a curse, she abruptly severed the connection. Not only her, but even the members of the seventh universe were left in shock. The communication channel. Champa twitched at the corner of his eye and poked Bados beside him with a sheepish grin, remarking, I didn't expect your brother had such a hobby. Bados blinked her large, captivating eyes, unable to suppress a gulp. To be honest, she was startled by Whis' words. Who would have thought he would utter such crude language in a public setting? Furthermore, not only did he say it, but he shouted it as if he wanted everyone to hear. Could it be that Jiang Fei had awakened a different side of him, revealing his inner thoughts? Avamo. Avamo. Although Bados contemplated this, she found herself murmuring the name. Meanwhile, the image of the rotund Avamo lingered in her mind. Imagining the two of them together sent a shiver down her spine, and she slowly shook her head, thinking that Whis' taste was rather questionable. Wow, how stimulating. Beerus couldn't contain himself, letting out a curse. It was hard to fathom that such words had escaped Whis' lips. And to think he would use such fierce language, it was a true testament to his character. At that moment, all fear he had felt dissipated, replaced by sheer incredulity. Seeing that Avamo had cut off the connection and had even insulted him, Whis momentarily froze, struggling to comprehend the situation. Observing the diverse expressions on the faces around him, he began to reflect on his own words, suddenly realizing something. He hastily waved his hands at Bados and the others, exclaiming, It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Everyone has misunderstood. The group, however, was not convinced by his frantic gestures. It seemed more like an attempt to cover up a blunder. Whis covered his face, unsure of what to say. He felt as though he was straying further from the path of an angel. The calm and stoic demeanor he once embodied now a distant memory. Whis, I never expected you to be this type of person, quiet until you suddenly explode. I truly did not foresee this, Jiang Fei remarked with a cold smirk, observing Whis' flustered state. He was well aware that Whis' words were not intended in that manner. But witnessing his discomfort brought him a sense of satisfaction. Upon hearing Jiang Fei's words, Whis' already troubled expression grew even more pained. As if a wave of frustration was about to erupt, he made an effort to compose himself and began to clarify, the enforcers are not what you think. Please let me explain. No need for explanations, Jiang Fei interjected, his tone indifferent. Now, do you understand how I feel? Whis was momentarily taken aback but eventually nodded reluctantly. Yet, internally, he began to murmur, I suppose I did misunderstand, but still, even if there are embellishments, most of it is true. However, he dared not voice these thoughts, fully aware of the enforcer's methods, which he had no desire to witness again. In order to dispel the misunderstanding and fulfill Jiang Fei's directive, Whis reached out to the angel of the first universe once more. He spoke clearly, Avamo, Avamo. I did not mean it that way. Please let me explain. The gazes directed at Whis grew increasingly peculiar. Could it be that he had truly been rendered foolish by Jiang Fei? One would think once would suffice. Why was he preparing to say it again? If he had to say it, couldn't he just communicate telepathically? Why did he have to shout as if he wanted the whole world to know? After approximately a minute, Avamo finally began to respond. Whis, what do you mean? She said, her face flushed and her voice tinged with anger. It was impossible for her to fathom that another angel, like Whis, would address her in such a manner. Upon hearing her response, Whis quickly clarified. What I meant by communication channel is not what you think. However, Avamo felt as though Whis was teasing her. Infuriated, she nearly severed the connection. Already planning to report him to the Grand Priest. Sound channel. Yes, please open the sound channel. Just as she was about to cut off the call, Whis frantically added, now drenched in sweat, having finally found the right term. Though Avamo heard his words, she resolutely terminated the connection, her mind already set on reporting Whis's actions to the Grand Priest in their entirety. Chapter 74. That day I drank too much. Are you still there, Avamo? Vis felt a wave of despair wash over him as the connection was severed. He was so frustrated that he wanted to slap himself. How could he have become so tongue-tied? At that moment, he felt as though his illustrious reputation was on the brink of annihilation. If this incident were to be broadcast by Avamo, how could he possibly maintain his standing in the circle of angels? Not only within the angelic community, but the entire realm of deities would likely cast him scornful glances. Yet, even if he wished to salvage the situation, it was already too late, for at present, Avamo, the angel of the first universe, had completely disregarded him. Jiang Fei observed him with a cold smile and said, if you can't reach him, move on to the next one. Don't dawdle. He had initially intended for Vis to clarify his reputation, but unexpectedly, he had obtained an unexpected yield right from the first attempt. He hoped that the next individual would continue to utter some outrageous statements. Imagining the scene when these angels would meet again was tantalizing. Sighing helplessly, Vis temporarily abandoned the idea of contacting Avamo and began reaching out to the next angel. Was it Saba from the second universe? Please, open the audio. Vis wiped the sweat from his forehead, almost misstepping again. However, even if he did err, Saba's reaction would likely be minimal. As he was a male and would not misconstrue the meaning, he would certainly understand what was meant. Good. Upon hearing Vis's voice, Saba immediately responded. Soon. His voice resonated through the realm of destruction, echoing the very word good he had just uttered, as if the speaker had indeed been activated. After this exchange, Saba curiously inquired, what is going on, Vis? Why the sudden call? He, much like Avamo, did not frequently communicate with Vis during idle times. Their last interaction had involved Vis informing him about the law enforcer. The abruptness of this call piqued his curiosity. Forget about that. I'm here to tell you something important, Vis proclaimed loudly from the seventh universe, waving his hand. The voices of the two angels reverberated through the spacious realm of destruction, capturing the attention of Beerus, Champa, and Bados. Previously, they had been too far to hear the conversation between Jiang Fei and Vis, so they were unaware of what Vis was meant to clarify. They only knew that Vis had contacted the angel of the first universe and was now reaching out to the angel of the second universe. Given the volume of their conversation, the entire realm of destruction could hear them, provoking their curiosity about Vis's intentions. All right, go ahead, Saba's voice came again. Though he sounded somewhat perplexed, Vis glanced at Jiang Fei beside him, steadied his thoughts, and then spoke with apparent seriousness. Remember the last time I mentioned a leader was coming? Oh. Bados, possessing keen intellect, instantly grasped much of it upon hearing that statement. As she had heard similar words before. Now, uttered in front of Jiang Fei, it merely served to clarify the rumors that had been circulating. Beerus and Champa, however, were slower to react. While they could comprehend the words spoken, the underlying meaning eluded them. ISNT at the law enforcer? You've already mentioned that. I and Lord Hellas will be cautious, Sava responded, still somewhat confused. He had previously learned that the law enforcer was indeed formidable. Yet it seemed excessive for Vis to remind him so frequently. Besides, there was no assurance that the law enforcer would even visit their universe. Coughing heavily, Vis forced a smile, nodding at Jiang Fei, and continued, mainly, I wanted to elaborate a bit on the character of the law enforcer. Yes, I know. You said the law enforcer. Sava nodded, ready to continue. But Vis, sensing a tightening in his chest, quickly interrupted, that day, I had too much to drink. And I was just rambling nonsense. You must not take it seriously. As he spoke, he furtively glanced at Jiang Fei, noticing no sign of anger. He let out a slight sigh of relief. Huh? Saba was taken aback by this, his mouth agape. It felt oddly peculiar, although they rarely communicated. He recalled that Vis did not seem to drink at all. It appeared that angels from the 12 universes abstained from alcohol. Furthermore, even if they did indulge, intoxication was improbable given their strength and the divine power within them. The notion of drunken rambling seemed absurd. Is that so? Sava asked, skepticism lacing his tone. Indeed. Although you cannot see, I am fervently nodding. It's absolutely true. Vis replied, attempting to convince him. Sava furrowed his brow slightly. To be frank, even with Vis's confirmation, his words were hard to believe. After all, the idea of an angel getting drunk, babbling incoherently, and making accusations against the law enforcer was utterly ludicrous. Having explained himself, Vis noticed the other end had fallen silent, and he slowly exhaled, intending to sever the connection without further ado. However, at that critical moment, Sava's uncertain voice echoed once more throughout the realm of destruction. So the earlier statement you made, that the law enforcer is merely a beast that resorts to violence, donning a human guise and engaging in no proper duties, is that also mere rambling? Each word was crystal clear, resonating in the ears of everyone present. Upon hearing this, Vis's previously relaxed expression stiffened, and his heart sank. The oppressive atmosphere surrounding him made it difficult to breathe. Beerus stood momentarily frozen, realizing that Vis had been discussing the law enforcer in such a manner behind his back. Observing Vis's battered form, stained with dried blood, any semblance of sympathy evaporated from his heart. If there was any sentiment left, it was condensed into a single word: deserved. Chapter 75. Recent clarification regarding false statements about the enforcer. Upon hearing this, Champa was momentarily taken aback, but after a brief pause, he silently nodded in agreement. He reflected inwardly that, although such remarks should not have been uttered, Weiss's assessment was, in fact, quite objective and fair. It mirrored his initial impression of Jiang Fei perfectly. Even now, it could hardly be deemed a complete slander. Alas, Weiss has truly gone too far. How could he speak of the enforcer in such a manner? Bardos sighed. Before she had met Jiang Fei, she had harbored similar thoughts. However, upon further acquaintance, she realized that most of these evaluations were merely Weiss's subjective fantasies. In truth, Jiang Fei was quite amiable, albeit a touch strict. Champa was momentarily stunned by her words, casting a meaningful glance at Bardos beside him. I sense something amiss with you. He felt that ever since the enforcer's visit to the sixth universe, his angel had undergone subtle yet notable changes. Yet he could not pinpoint exactly what had altered. Bardos merely cast a fleeting glance at him, showing no intention of elaborating. Although Champa was puzzled, he could only scratch his head in resignation and return his gaze to the center of the arena. Weiss was now drenched in cold sweat, feeling as though life had lost its vibrancy. With a quivering voice, he implored, Sava, could you refrain from speaking? It is indeed all my fanciful ramblings. Oh. Understood. Then, Sava of the second universe nodded, bewildered. He had no intention of causing Weiss any trouble. He simply did not know where Jiang Fei was. Had he known, he would never have uttered those words. In truth, Weiss had much more to share, but since Sava urged him to remain silent, he decided to drop the matter entirely. Sava sensed that Weiss was about to sever their communication, so, out of goodwill, he added, Weiss, remember to be cautious with your words in the future. Our casual chats are one thing, but do not mention these matters in front of others, especially the enforcer. Rest assured, my lips are sealed. I will not divulge anything. Let us conclude our conversation here. Take care of yourself. After saying this, he decisively cut off the connection and sighed in resignation. Sava truly doubted that Weiss would indulge in drinking. Even if he did, he would not get drunk. Even if, for the sake of argument, he did become inebriated. Such thoughts should remain unspoken, confined within his mind. Nevertheless, he felt fortunate that Weiss was his brother. As long as this fellow refrained from speaking recklessly, he would not disclose anything in front of others, especially the enforcer. Thinking of this, Sava couldn't help but smile faintly before preparing to embark on a new day of work with the god of destruction. In the seventh universe, the realm of the gods of destruction. After hearing Sava's final words, Weiss's face turned ashen. He truly wished to say one more thing to Sava. You may seem tight-lipped, but you've revealed everything. Alas, Beerus sighed in resignation. He was already contemplating what kind of new angel he would receive. Would this new angel be stricter than Weiss? What would happen if they couldn't get along in the future? Bardos shook her head, acknowledging that Sava had good intentions but clearly did not understand the situation at hand. Champa, however, clicked his tongue, thinking how formidable the enforcer was, directly initiating a live broadcast that concealed nothing. Although his previous fear had diminished, he still felt an urgent desire to leave this place. Given the current circumstances, new developments could arise at any moment. In the center of the arena, the enforcer. Weiss gazed at Jiang Fei beside him, utterly at a loss for words. Or rather, he felt that no explanation could suffice at this moment, as it would all seem so futile. Jiang Fei regarded him with an impassive expression, waving his hand slightly, signaling him to continue. This was not due to a sudden magnanimity on Jiang Fei's part. Rather, he had long been mentally prepared. Moreover, there was no rush to settle matters immediately. It would suffice to contact everyone first and then tally the accounts later. Weiss, however, did not feel relieved upon hearing this. Instead, it felt like the calm before the storm. Despite his reluctance, he had no choice but to face the music. This is Canberry from the third universe. I am Weiss. Approximately half an hour later, Weiss finally managed to contact all 12 angels of the universes. The content of these discussions revolved around recent clarifications regarding his false statements about the Enforcer. However, this entire process had left Weiss in a state of trepidation. His brothers and sisters, in their quest for confirmation, nearly reiterated everything he had previously said. Their voices resonated clearly throughout the realm of the gods of destruction in the 7th universe, particularly the laughter of Margarita from the 11th universe, who seemed to relish the moment as if she were aware that the Enforcer was present. In fact, this was indeed the case. As Jiang Fei had just arrived from the 11th universe, right before Margarita and Weiss. Lady Weimide, do you think Weiss's recent remarks were sincere? Margarita inquired, turning to Weimide. Weimide shrugged and shook her head, exclaiming, I reckon he is genuinely frightened, which is why he said that. At this, the two exchanged knowing smiles, already envisioning the Enforcer wielding a blade at Weiss's throat. In the 7th universe, within the realm of the gods of destruction, after Weiss concluded his statements, sweat streamed down his face, leaving him pallid. Enforcer, I have finished speaking. Are there any further instructions? Jiang Fei nodded indifferently, then turned his gaze towards Bardos and Xiangpa not far away. He waved his hand slightly, saying, You two may return for now. Upon hearing this, Xiangpa felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although the revelations had been thrilling, the forthcoming scenes promised to be even more intense. Yet, he had no desire to linger here for a moment longer. He quickly expressed his gratitude to Jiang Fei, saying, I take my leave, and promptly pulled Bardos along to depart. However, Bardos lingered with a hint of reluctance. Her purpose in visiting the 7th universe had been to see Jiang Fei more often. Now, with words left unspoken, she felt a twinge of regret at having to leave so soon. What is the matter, Bardos? We should leave quickly, Xiangpa urged, aware that a bloody scene was likely to unfold shortly. If they did not depart now, they might be caught in the fray. Sighing with slight disappointment, Bardos nodded silently, and together they exited the realm. Xiangpa, once free from the 7th universe's realm of destruction, felt a sense of relief. However, he could not shake the feeling that his angel was increasingly peculiar. Why had he felt a tinge of regret when leaving? Was it that he was unwilling to miss witnessing his brother's predicament? Chapter 76, The Encounter in the 7th Universe, Realm of Destruction. After the departure of Beerus and Champa, the atmosphere became eerily vacant. Jiang Fei and Weiss locked eyes, while Beerus remained at a distance, too apprehensive to approach. A palpable tension enveloped the entire realm of destruction, as if the very air had solidified in the weight of the moment. Time passed unmeasured until Jiang Fei finally broke the silence, his voice calm and devoid of emotion. Weiss, have I not treated you well in the past? Though his tone was flat, Jiang Fei's anger had diminished somewhat. Yet, upon hearing the words of other universe angels, he felt that if the matter were to conclude so easily, it would be far too simplistic. The resolution of this situation would depend on Weiss's forthcoming behavior. Weiss, licking his dry lips, had never felt that Jiang Fei had treated him with any particular kindness. Although he longed to counter Jiang Fei's statement, he lacked the courage to do so, and could only reluctantly agree. Indeed, it has not been lacking. And now, what do you propose we do? Jiang Fei continued, his demeanor still detached. Weiss found himself momentarily speechless, quickly lowering his gaze. He wished to suggest that they simply let the matter rest, considering they had already fought. However, Jiang Fei's inquiry indicated he had no intention of letting Weiss off the hook. To voice his thoughts would likely result in his immediate demise. Casting a glance at the staff stained with his own blood on the ground, Weiss summoned it to his hand with a subtle gesture. Resolute, he grasped the staff with both hands and presented it to Jiang Fei, stating earnestly, It is entirely up to the enforcement officer. Jiang Fei, observing Weiss's newfound awareness, nodded slightly. Had Weiss merely uttered the words without the accompanying gesture, he would likely have faced severe repercussions. Yet, Jiang Fei was no longer inclined to resort to violence. He waved his hand dismissively, responding, It is forgiven. When will your wounds heal? Weiss was taken aback, unable to believe his ears. After shaking his head to ensure he was not imagining things, a smile crept onto his face as he replied, I should recover in a day or two. Ah. Jiang Fei nodded, then unexpectedly remarked, It seems I held back too much. Weiss stumbled, nearly losing his balance, but managed to steady himself by planting the staff into the ground as a makeshift crutch. Sweat began to bead on his forehead once more, cascading down like raindrops. Chuckling, Jiang Fei observed Weiss's anxious demeanor and reassured him, "Do not be alarmed. You have 1 month. After that, come to Earth. I have a task for you to complete." Relieved that he would not be subjected to further punishment, Weiss nearly shed tears of joy, exhaling deeply. Jiang Fei shook his head lightly and, having conveyed his instructions, transformed into a beam of light, vanishing in an instant. As Jiang Fei departed, the weight on Weiss's shoulders lifted, and he collapsed onto the ground, though the pain in his body still caused him to grimace. At that moment, Beerus cautiously approached, a mix of happiness and unease flooding his heart. Although he was glad Weiss was unharmed after their long companionship, he felt a twinge of discomfort upon hearing that Weiss's injuries would heal so quickly. After all, it seemed that the commotion was merely a scratch, causing undue concern. "Your earlier state was quite unbecoming for an angel, Weiss," Beerus teased, picking his nose. Weiss rolled his eyes, feeling a profound sense of relief after this ordeal. Gazing at the beautiful starry sky, he replied calmly, "I maintain my poise. But it depends on whom I am addressing." Beerus paused, taken aback by this response. After a moment of reflection, his mocking expression faded, replaced by a hint of understanding. He realized he too wore different faces depending on the company, one for ordinary beings and another for the Grand King. Meanwhile, in the Grand King's palace, the angel Avamo from the first universe was recounting Weiss's actions to the Grand Minister. The Grand Minister stood on a vast platform, his brow furrowing in disbelief, as he struggled to comprehend the gravity of the situation. "This Weiss has crossed a line. How could he utter such crass words?" he remarked, still grappling with the notion that Weiss could behave in such a manner. Yet, he trusted that Avamo would not falsely accuse Weiss without cause. Something had indeed transpired, though the specifics remained to be uncovered. Furthermore, he has spoken ill of the enforcement officer, making remarks that are utterly disgraceful. Avamo lamented, her sense of indignation palpable. She cared little for whether Weiss had simply misspoken. What mattered was the insult she felt had been directed at her. What? The Grand Minister's expression shifted from surprise to anger. Jiang Fei was someone he had endeavored to cultivate a favorable relationship with, even introducing his daughter to him. Now, Weiss had the audacity to speak ill of him behind his back. "Tell me exactly what Weiss said, word for word," the Grand Minister demanded, his tone growing increasingly dark. Avamo nodded earnestly, detailing the incident with appropriate expressions of disdain, emphasizing how the enforcement officer's hard work deserved respect, not scorn. "Excellent work, Avamo," the Grand Minister replied, his face betraying no emotion. He waved dismissively, "You may leave now. I must pay a visit to the 7th universe to reprimand that audacious individual." Chapter 77. Who else can be so honored? On the surface of the earth, Jiang Fei lay on a grassy expanse, gazing up at the azure sky. He had been on Earth for nearly a month, yet there was still no sign of Weiss's arrival. Today marked the final day since he had departed from the realm of the destroyers. Shaking his head in resignation, he sighed. "It seems my previous act of leniency was misguided." His intention in summoning Weiss to Earth was primarily to train Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Ever since the Grand Minister had informed him of the limited time they had, anxiety had plagued his thoughts. Ultimately, Sun Wukong and Vegeta would need Weiss's rigorous training. So why not expedite the process? Initially, he had considered personally overseeing their training, but upon reflection, he dismissed the idea. If it were merely a matter of acquiring unusual abilities, they could share insights together. However, when it came to cultivation, he felt utterly inadequate. As someone whose power ascended effortlessly, he could scarcely comprehend the essence of hard work and diligence. Perhaps in terms of pure combat, he could offer some assistance. But when it came to the amalgamation of theory and practice, Weiss, having instructed Beerus, was far more experienced. As for Jiang Fei, he found theoretical concepts utterly perplexing, as he had no need for such knowledge. "I might as well seek out Sun Wukong first. He is likely nearby," Jiang Fei muttered to himself. He had originally planned to wait for Weiss to recuperate before bringing Beerus to meet Sun Wukong and Vegeta, allowing them to indulge in Earth's culinary delights. However, it now seemed his well-intentioned plans were rather superfluous. With this thought, Jiang Fei vanished from the grassy field. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he had misunderstood Weiss's absence. It was not due to a lack of desire to visit Earth, but rather due to circumstances beyond his control. In the realm of the 7th universe's destroyers, Weiss mused, my ribs still ache somewhat." He rubbed the side of his body, furrowing his brow. The injuries inflicted by Jiang Fei should have healed within a day or two, but before he could fully recover, his father had stormed in, visibly displeased. to reprimand him about discussing Jiang Fei behind his back. Upon learning the specifics, he disregarded White's injuries and unleashed a flurry of paternal reprimands, the force of which far exceeded Jiang Fei's. It wasn't until White explained that the enforcer had forgiven him that the Grand Minister ceased his assault. Even so, it took White a full month to recuperate, and he still had not returned to his former self. Enough complaining, White, perhaps viewing this from another perspective. It is indeed a blessing in disguise. At that moment, Beerus approached with a bemused expression. Strangely enough, he had not been napping in his quarters. It seemed that since Jiang Fei's arrival, his habitual slumber had significantly diminished. Hearing this, White frowned and replied, "Lord Beerus, have you not had enough of the spectacle? Please refrain from such jests." "Haha," Beerus chuckled, shaking his head. "Truth be told, this period has been quite a visual feast for me. Just think about it, in such a short span. To be consecutively educated by both the Enforcer and the Grand Minister, who else in the entire 12 universes shares such a distinction but you, White?" White's lips twitched at the remark. Upon reflection, he realized there was indeed some truth to it. In fact, it appeared he was the only one in all the universes to have experienced such a unique honor. "Let us not dwell on that. We must hasten to Earth," White declared, picking up his staff. "Today is the final day, and if we delay further, the consequences may be dire." With a gentle tap of his staff against the ground, the two vanished instantly, propelling themselves toward Earth. After approximately 20 minutes, they materialized above the planet. "Determining the Enforcer's location is rather challenging," White remarked, gazing at the blue orb below. Beerus, sensing the energy emanating from the planet, smirked and said, "Let us not rush. We have time. I believe I've located a familiar aura." With that, he directed White toward the source of the energy he had sensed. In an instant, they descended into the capsule corporation. "What is this energy?" "A Saiyan," White noted, his gaze fixed on a massive circular apparatus, radiating an aura far surpassing that of Earthlings. Beerus nodded knowingly. Years ago, he had encountered the Saiyans and could easily recognize their energy, especially since this particular signature belonged to someone he had met before. White, nonchalant, inquired, "The Saiyan homeworld, planet Vegeta, should have been obliterated by Lord Beerus' command at Frieza's hands. How is it that Saiyans still exist on Earth?" Although he asked, his expression conveyed indifference, as his thoughts were solely on Jiang Fei. Who knows what that fool Frieza was up to? Beerus scoffed, his demeanor far more relaxed than White's. Arriving here sparked a sense of playful mischief within him. "Let us just summon him and inquire directly. That should clarify everything." A mischievous grin appeared on Beerus's face as a purple energy orb materialized in his palm. With a swift motion, he launched the small energy sphere forward. Moments later, an explosion resounded, reverberating through the air as flames erupted, engulfing the area in billowing smoke. The massive circular device was obliterated, and a foul stench filled the surroundings. White watched Beerus's antics with a bemused shake of his head. Just then, a figure burst forth from the smoke, landing on the ground with a furious expression. Veins bulged on his forehead as he bellowed, "Which bastard did this?" "Step forward." The figure was none other than Vegeta, who had been training in the gravity chamber. The sudden explosion not only interrupted his training but also destroyed the chamber. Given his temper and current state of rage, he was determined to make the perpetrator pay dearly. "Oh, it's you, Vegeta," Beerus remarked coolly as the figure emerged from the haze. "I've been standing here all along. What do you intend to do?" Chapter 78 Next, allow me to present a melody. Upon hearing this sound, Vegeta immediately sought its source. Suddenly, his pupils constricted sharply. The figure of Beerus stood directly before him. You are?" Vegeta gazed ahead, eyes wide, his expression one of disbelief. Beerus, with an indifferent demeanor, stroked his chin and remarked, "What? You no longer recognize me?" Vegeta, as he spoke, he seemed to attempt to jog the memory of the other, extending a finger towards the void. This Vegeta felt a sudden tightening in his body, and the energy within him vanished. He collapsed to the ground, his expression transforming into one of grotesque anguish. Beerus looked down upon him and remarked, "It appears you have made no progress whatsoever." Gulp. Vegeta, lying on the ground, took a moment to collect himself and swallowed hard. How could he possibly forget that face? He had experienced the same technique in his youth. It was during his time on planet Vegeta when he charged at Beerus. The latter had similarly pointed twice into the void, rendering him powerless. It was also the first time he witnessed his father being trampled by this individual. Even when faced with the tyrant Frieza, he had never endured such humiliation. The Saiyan race had even contemplated resistance against Frieza. Yet before this being, not only was resistance absent, but even the thought of it had never crossed his mind. The god of destruction, Beerus Vegeta lay on the ground, his voice stiff as he uttered these words. After so many years, he had not anticipated encountering him again today. What was even more alarming was that his current strength was vastly superior. Yet the outcome remained strikingly similar to that of the past. Beerus sneered derisively, "Your manner of speaking is quite unsightly, reminiscent of your foolish father." Upon hearing his father's name, Vegeta felt a jolt within him. It was not the memory of his long-deceased father that stirred him, but rather the recollection of the events leading to the destruction of planet Vegeta. It was known that this being had once crushed his father for a mere pillow, and had even insinuated Frieza to obliterate planet Vegeta. Of course, such matters were ancient history and could be set aside for now. However, Beerus was undoubtedly an exceedingly perilous figure. If not properly appeased, Earth could face dire consequences. Vegeta sensed a resurgence of energy within him, struggling to rise. He forced a smile and said, "Master Beerus, what brings you here?" Your smile is even more unattractive," Beerus continued his cold mockery. Vegeta, hearing this, dared not show any signs of anger. He adjusted himself, allowing his smile to become more radiant. He did not wish to act in this manner, as it did not align with his true character. Yet circumstances compelled him to do so. Firstly, Beerus possessed a terrifying strength that was beyond the reach of ordinary beings. Should Earth be destroyed, he did not believe he would survive. Secondly, he now had his own family, perhaps due to the early intervention of Jiang Fei. Vegeta had matured significantly compared to his former self. Although his understanding of family remained somewhat vague, it was evident that he was considerably more precocious than before. "Master Beerus, have you eaten? Would you like something to eat?" Vegeta's smile grew increasingly radiant, becoming more natural. Upon hearing the mention of food, Beerus displayed a flicker of interest. He nodded indifferently, "Then why not prepare it quickly?" "Yes." Vegeta dared not hesitate. He dashed into the dwelling behind him. His current task was to placate this deity, ensuring he departed in good spirits. This was his foremost priority. Vegeta entered the kitchen, donning a pink apron, and began to busily prepare the meal. However, amidst his flurry of activity, he thought of another individual. Jiang Fei seemed to be a god as well, although he could not recall the title as he pondered this. He shook his head vigorously. Now was not the time to clarify this matter. His focus must remain on serving the being outside. With that thought, he ignited the stove and wielded the spatula with vigor. According to Vegeta's understanding, even if Jiang Fei were an extraordinary deity, his strength could not possibly surpass that of Beerus. In his current perception, the god of destruction was the ultimate ruler of the universe. Outside the dwelling, Beerus found a spot in the yard and sat down, reclining comfortably. He crossed his legs, appearing quite at ease. Whis stood behind him, his face marked by worry, occasionally sighing. The two formed a stark contrast. "Whis, do not perpetually brood," Beerus said, glancing up from his reclined position. Whis shot him a glance and retorted, "Of course. You are not brooding. The enforcers are not seeking you." To be honest, he felt a surge of fear at the mere mention of the enforcers. Since arriving in the 7th universe, he had scarcely experienced a day of tranquility. If given the chance, he would truly consider striking Beerus in frustration, then entering a state of slumber to await the emergence of the next god of destruction. At worst, after the meal, he could annihilate Earth, leaving the surviving one as the enforcer, right? Beerus stroked his chin, appearing to ponder earnestly. Upon hearing this notion, Whis could not help but cradle his head in disbelief, looking at Beerus as if he were a fool. This fellow was clearly feeling the itch, having not been struck by the enforcers for 3 days in a short while. Vegeta emerged, carrying 7 or 8 plates, and approached Beerus. He placed each dish on the table, respectfully stating, "Master Beerus, please enjoy your meal." One must admit, Vegeta's culinary skills were quite commendable. Although most dishes were merely fast food, they appeared quite appetizing. As Beerus inhaled the fragrant aroma of the meal, his eyes lit up, and his fingers itched with anticipation. He picked up the chopsticks and began to feast heartily. Delicious Whis, drawn in by the enticing scent, momentarily forgot his worries. He seated himself beside Beerus and began to sample the food. The two dined with enthusiasm, their pace quickening as they savored the delightful dishes. This was their first experience with such delectable food. Vegeta, witnessing this scene, let out a sigh of relief, a confident smile gradually emerging on his face. "I am indeed the prince of all Saiyans. Such trivial matters are mere child's play." Perhaps sensing that the atmosphere had grown somewhat dull, or perhaps wishing to further appease Beerus to hasten his departure, Vegeta stepped directly in front of the table, arms outstretched, his face beaming with a warm smile. "As they dine, allow me to offer a melody. May I inquire about the path ahead?" Chapter 79, The God of Destruction. You must be aware of the God of Destruction, right? Beerus and Whis were utterly indifferent to him. In their eyes, no song could compare to the tangible food on the table. Vegeta, noticing their lack of attention, felt no embarrassment and assumed his singing would lighten the mood. He was confident, after all, he had performed this song before and received ample praise and applause. Ahem. Vegeta cleared his throat slightly and began to perform passionately before them. You carry the burden, I lead the horse. May I ask where the road lies? The road lies beneath our feet, la 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 la. The more he sang, the more spirited he became, his volume increasing exponentially. The enchanting melody echoed throughout the courtyard. Beerus frowned, pausing his meal. Clenching the chopsticks in his mouth, the veins on his forehead bulged. He slowly raised his head, revealing a murderous glare. Bang! Beerus slammed the table and gritted his teeth. Will you ever be done? Vegeta was taken aback by Beerus's furious expression, abruptly halting his song and cautiously glancing at him. He had never anticipated that his prideful performance, intended to entertain, would fall flat. Simultaneously, he found it perplexing. He thought his singing was quite commendable, yet this fellow seemed utterly devoid of any appreciation for the arts. Of course, this was merely his own perspective. To Beerus, Vegeta's singing was utterly nauseating, and had he not intervened in time, he would have surely lost his meal. Despite his self-assurance, Vegeta quickly lowered his head in apology. I'm sorry, Lord Beerus, for disturbing your enjoyment. I'll go prepare some dishes for you. He dared not look up and swiftly turned to dash into the residence. Once he entered the kitchen, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he felt immensely fortunate that Bulma had taken the children out shopping. It would have been rather troublesome if she were present. Humph. Beerus watched as Vegeta scurried into the house, haughtily snorting. Were it not for the fact that Jiang Fei was still on this planet, he would have obliterated it without hesitation. Nevertheless, for now, he would savor the delicacies. Whis. You're eating too quickly. Leave some for me. Seeing the table nearly emptied of food, Beerus instantly grew dissatisfied. He leaned over the table and hastened his eating pace. Simultaneously, he bellowed towards the residence, Vegeta, hurry up. Yes, came Vegeta's immediate response from within the house. Several hundred miles outside West City, a massive barrier enveloped the area. Two figures clashed fiercely within the confines of the barrier. Under the sun's radiance, they sparkled like stars. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the space within the barrier began to tremble, and the ground rapidly cracked open with several fissures. Goku's figure plummeted swiftly, landing heavily on the ground. As the barrier gradually dissipated, Jiang Fei's form descended before him. Jiang Fei, I didn't expect you to be so formidable. Goku raised his head, opening his somewhat swollen eyes. Despite his battered appearance, he bore a sense of satisfaction. Jiang Fei chuckled and shook his head, lightly moving his fingers. A healing energy enveloped Goku, and in no time, he was back on his feet, brimming with vitality. How miraculous! Goku marveled, gazing at his hands. Jiang Fei patted his shoulder, smiling gently. Let us go find Vegeta. I wish to take you both to a splendid place to train. He intended to bring Goku and Vegeta directly to the God of Destruction's realm to meet Whis. They could have departed long ago, but Goku insisted on sparring with him. Reluctantly, Jiang Fei had indulged him for a brief bout, merely evading attacks without retaliating. After about half an hour, seeing the time was ripe, Jiang Fei concluded the lackluster sparring session. Fantastic! Where are we going? Goku's expression lit up with excitement at the mention of a destination. He had reached an impasse in his training, stuck at the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 1, unable to break through. You'll find out soon enough. Jiang Fei replied with a smile. Then, sensing Vegeta's energy, the two vanished from the field in an instant. In West City, at the Capsule Corporation, Vegeta was bustling in the kitchen, fervently preparing various half-cooked ingredients, tossing them all into a pot. Just then, Jiang Fei and Goku appeared behind him. Observing Vegeta at the stove, Goku caught a whiff of the delicious aroma and curiously remarked, Vegeta, I didn't know you had this talent. His stomach growled, and saliva trickled down as he reached for a plate of prepared food. Upon hearing the noise, Vegeta turned around and, upon seeing Goku, felt no inclination to engage with him. However, witnessing Goku reaching for his dish, he promptly grew displeased. Remove your filthy hands, cockroach. This isn't for you. Vegeta scowled, unreservedly swatting Goku's hand away. Rubbing his sore hand, Goku complained, Why are you so stingy, Vegeta? This isn't being stingy. Do you not understand? Just as Vegeta was about to issue another warning to Goku, his words faltered. His eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had seen something extraordinary. After a few seconds of astonishment, Vegeta slowly regained his composure. Jiang Fei? You're back. What's wrong, Vegeta? Don't you recognize me? Jiang Fei inquired with a calm smile, slightly puzzled by Vegeta's culinary endeavors. He found it surprising that this man despite his significant transformation over time, had taken to cooking personally. I recognize you. I recognize you. Vegeta nodded fervently, a spark of hope igniting within him. A plan began to materialize in his mind. He quickly wiped his hands on his apron and shoved all the prepared dishes into Jiang Fei's arms. Jiang Fei, baffled, questioned, "What are you doing?" In a heartbeat, he found himself holding multiple plates brimming with food. "You must know about the god of destruction, right?" Vegeta stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fei appeared to comprehend everything, nodding with a smile. "Yes, yes." Vegeta exhaled a sigh of relief and earnestly instructed Jiang Fei, "Good. You should understand the terror of the god of destruction better than I. He is currently outside. Please serve him this food with sincerity. Engage him well and see if you can persuade him to leave. After all, you are a deity. Conversing with him should be far easier than for us mere mortals." Chapter 80. This is the god of destruction. As Jiang Fei listened to Vegeta's lengthy discourse, he raised an eyebrow slightly. It seemed that this fellow truly harbored an innate fear of Beerus. The usually haughty Vegeta was displaying an unexpected degree of deference. "What else should I do besides maintaining a sincere demeanor?" Jiang Fei inquired playfully, balancing a large stack of plates in his hands. Vegeta stroked his chin, pondering briefly. It would be best to share a few jokes during the conversation to lighten the atmosphere. If appropriate, perhaps showcase some talents as well. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fei chuckled helplessly and nodded slowly. Share a few jokes? Showcase some talents? It was evident how deeply Vegeta was intimidated by Beerus. In an instant, he vanished into the kitchen. Vegeta let out a sigh of relief. Initially, he had worried that Jiang Fei might lack the broader perspective and would be excessively fearful of Beerus, thereby rejecting his proposal. It appeared, however, that this individual possessed not only a measure of strength but also a degree of courage. Goku scratched his head in confusion, casually picking up a plate of leftover food. While munching, he asked, "What were you two just discussing? I feel a bit lost." "TCH," Vegeta glanced disdainfully at him. "Thinking someone like you doesn't need to know too much." He crossed his arms, gazing quietly out the kitchen window. He believed it best not to burden Goku with excessive details. After all, someone as dim-witted as him could easily stir up trouble if informed. "Hey, Vegeta. Don't underestimate people, all right?" Goku protested, quickly finishing off the food on his plate. Vegeta turned to glance at him, still unwilling to offer any explanations. His primary concern now is whether Jiang Fei could manage to send that deity away. If not, the entire Earth could be on the brink of destruction at any moment. Goku, noticing Vegeta's indifference, felt a surge of irritation. After swallowing his food, he exclaimed, "So what if he is a god of destruction? When I first met Jiang Fei, he said Beerus was just some nameless little god. Look at how scared you are. And you still want Jiang Fei to be courteous. What a lack of understanding." "What?" Vegeta was taken aback by Goku's words. Yet, he soon chuckled and shook his head, realizing that Jiang Fei seemed to enjoy boasting in front of others. He had initially thought Jiang Fei was the type of person who remained unfazed by worldly affairs and indifferent to fame and fortune. He never expected that upon first meeting Kakarot, he would boast about himself. Boast? How could Jiang Fei possibly be boasting? Goku was somewhat confused, scratching his head. Vegeta looked at him with disdain, feeling exasperated. He began to explain slowly, "Beerus is the god of destruction of this universe. Do you understand what that means? He is the sovereign of the entire cosmos. Whoever he decrees shall perish must indeed perish. Jiang Fei is no exception. To call him a nameless little god is nothing short of boasting." Goku's mouth fell open slowly upon hearing this explanation. So this is the god of destruction. He truly had not anticipated the existence of such a figure in the world. He then turned his gaze outside. "However, I still feel Jiang Fei is not the type to boast," Goku murmured, shaking his head. Vegeta curled his lips, scoffing at him. He saw no point in arguing over whether it was boasting or not. After all, such a fool would never comprehend the terror of a god of destruction. He shifted his focus back outside, observing every movement. Outside the residence, Jiang Fei approached the table where Beerus and Whis were seated, carrying a large stack of plates. Observing the two indulging without any decorum, he spoke coolly, "Is this food all for you?" "Of course, if it's not for us, who else could it be for?" Beerus began to respond but abruptly halted, unable to continue chewing his food. Whis also ceased his use of chopsticks, his hair standing on end. Both of them turned stiffly to gaze at one another, recognizing the fear reflected in each other's eyes. Why does that voice sound so familiar? With a crash, Jiang Fei flung all the dishes onto the table. The two quickly looked up, and upon confirming it was indeed that man, Beerus was so frightened that he overturned the table. The pots, pans, and dishes shattered on the ground, and the freshly prepared food fell all over. Ignoring the mess, Beerus dropped to his knees, bowing his head, and exclaimed, "I pay my respects to the enforcer. I pay my respects to the enforcer." Whis, too, dared not remain seated and quickly stood up, bowing his head while hastily pulling out a handkerchief to wipe his mouth. In the kitchen, Vegeta's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. The events unfolding outside far exceeded his expectations. He had envisioned numerous scenarios for Jiang Fei's encounter with Beerus, but he could never have imagined this. Beerus kneeling before Jiang Fei? This man is indeed the legendary master of life and death, the god of destruction. Goku glanced at Vegeta, a teasing glint in his eyes. He had been looking forward to seeing what kind of sparks would fly when Jiang Fei confronted this so-called god of destruction. He never expected to witness such a spectacle instead. Clearly, this god of destruction was, as Jiang Fei had claimed, merely a nameless little deity. In terms of hierarchy, he seemed to be on par with the celestial beings of Earth. After all, both had knelt before Jiang Fei without hesitation, without a trace of reluctance. This is impossible. Vegeta still struggled to believe it, rubbing his eyes vigorously to confirm he was not hallucinating. The esteemed god of destruction, Beerus, truly lay prostrate at Jiang Fei's feet. Hiss. Vegeta inhaled deeply, his gaze fixated on Jiang Fei outside the window. He muttered to himself, "This man is terrifying. Today, I have witnessed just how extraordinary Jiang Fei truly is." If he had previously been awed by Jiang Fei's strength, he was now completely astounded by the man's sheer presence. Goku, observing the situation outside, remained unfazed. He decided not to linger in the kitchen any longer and flew out through the window. Vegeta hesitated for a moment, then, gritting his teeth, tossed his apron to the ground and followed Goku out the window. The two quickly arrived beside Jiang Fei, yet they exchanged no words, silently observing the unfolding scene. Wasting food is not a commendable habit, especially when it is food I have brought you. Jiang Fei addressed Beerus, who was still prostrated on the ground. In a nonchalant tone, Beerus slowly raised his head. Although he saw Goku and Vegeta, he had no time to acknowledge them. He stared at the food on the ground, now dirted, and swallowed hard, suggesting, "How about I just eat it all?" Upon hearing this, Vegeta froze, as if struck by lightning, because he felt as though his worldview was on the brink of shattering. The current Beerus was utterly different from the one just moments ago. If it were possible, he truly wished to grasp Beerus by the ear and inquire, "Are you truly the god of destruction? What has become of your dignity and integrity?" Chapter 81. The task assigned to you two. Jiang Fei gazed at Beerus and said calmly, "Let this pass this time, but do not let it happen again." Upon hearing this, Beerus let out a sigh of relief. He raised his head but then bowed down again. After all, he was a god of destruction. It would be quite embarrassing to consume food off the ground in front of so many witnesses. Yet, if Jiang Fei insisted, he had little choice but to comply. Fortunately, he had narrowly escaped this predicament. "You arrived quite punctually," Jiang Fei remarked, shifting his composed gaze to Whis. Upon hearing this, Whis wore an exceedingly awkward smile and was about to offer an explanation when Jiang Fei interrupted him with a wave of his hand. "No need for explanations. Today happens to be the last day. You have done nothing wrong." Had Whis truly been tardy, Jiang Fei might have genuinely been displeased. However, the timing was just right. There was no need for blame. "Thank you, enforcer," Whis replied, his expression easing. He had braced himself for a reprimand, but it seemed he could temporarily set his worries aside. After speaking, Jiang Fei raised his hand, signaling Beerus to stand up. He then pointed to Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Addressing Whis slowly, "These two are the tasks assigned to you." Whis looked perplexed, raising an eyebrow at this revelation. Beerus stood up as well, his gaze now fixed on the two. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were equally astonished, unsure how they had suddenly become the topic of discussion. "What does the enforcer mean?" Whis inquired, bewildered. Jiang Fei responded nonchalantly, "I want you to be their teacher and assist them in their training." As the words fell, everyone present was momentarily stunned. No one had anticipated that Jiang Fei's assignment would pertain to this. Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, each reflecting deep confusion. However, they refrained from voicing their thoughts, understanding that fulfilling the enforcer's orders was paramount. Though they held no objections, it did not mean others shared their sentiments. "Huh? He's going to be our teacher and help us train?" Sun Wukong exclaimed, a hint of skepticism in his tone. It was not that he looked down upon Whis, rather, the latter's refined demeanor did not suggest the traits of a martial arts instructor. The notion of receiving training from him felt somewhat implausible. If possible, he would prefer to train alongside Jiang Fei. Even without formal training, sparring with him would be a delightful experience. Vegeta remained silent, yet his eyes brimmed with doubt. He knew that this individual named Whis seemed to always be by Beerus' side, but his true strength remained a mystery to all. Whis noticed the skepticism in their expressions but merely smiled faintly, giving no indication of wishing to clarify. Meanwhile, Beerus was not pleased. Stepping forward, he growled menacingly. What do you two mean by that? Sun Wukong remained unfazed at Beerus's outburst, while Vegeta felt a twinge of fear. Although Beerus had appeared somewhat pitiable before Jiang Fei, his overwhelming power still instilled a sense of trepidation. Whis, despite his indifference, felt a surge of gratitude as he saw Beerus standing up for him. It seemed the god of destruction he had nurtured had finally matured, learning to protect his angel's dignity. Just as Whis prepared to step in and defuse the situation, Beerus's next words froze him in place. You may question Whis, but to challenge the enforcer's decision is tantamount to courting death, Beerus declared with indignation. As if ready to act at any moment, Whis stood by, unsure of what to say. He felt a chill in his heart and retracted his earlier thoughts. Jiang Fei. Is this person truly that formidable? Sun Wukong asked, disregarding Beerus and turning to Jiang Fei for clarification. Seeing this, Jiang Fei nodded with a smile. Whis is an angel of the divine realm, serving as both a servant and mentor to Beerus, and possesses extraordinary strength. Vegeta's astonishment grew upon hearing this. He had not realized that the seemingly unassuming attendant was, in fact, Beerus's teacher. The disdain in his eyes diminished significantly, after all. A teacher of a god of destruction could not be underestimated. Training under him could potentially lead to significant advancement, if not surpassing the god of destruction. A teacher of a god of destruction. Sun Wukong mused aloud, still grappling with the concept. He turned to Jiang Fei, continuing his inquiry. Are gods of destruction really that powerful? It's baffling that Vegeta would ask you to serve him food, yet this god of destruction appears so pitiful. Vegeta's expression darkened instantly at Sun Wukong's remarks. He cursed him internally for being clueless and hurriedly gestured for him to be silent, for Beerus's gaze had turned icy. So, it was you who had the enforcer serve us food. Thank you very much, Beerus said menacingly to Vegeta. He had initially wondered why Jiang Fei had approached them with a large platter of dishes, only to realize that Vegeta was the source of his irritation, nearly leading to a public consumption of food from the ground. Vegeta stepped back hastily. My lord Beerus, it was a misunderstanding. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of indignation. Why was it that he was submissive before Jiang Fei yet bold with him? Did Beerus perceive him as easy prey? However, as the saying goes, one must bow their head beneath the eaves. Although this was within his own domain, it still counted as under someone else's roof. When the moment called for tactical retreat, one must yield. Indeed, Beerus's gaze shifted back to Sun Wukong. This fellow had repeatedly questioned his strength, undeniably provoking the dignity of a god of destruction. Had it been any other time, he would have perished 1,000 times over. Huh? Sun Wukong scratched his head, his expression one of confusion. He had no idea what he had said wrong. He merely expressed his thoughts candidly. Why did Beerus appear so furious? Jiang Fei chuckled helplessly. In that case, Beerus, why not spar with them? It would also allow Whis to gauge their abilities. Chapter 82. One strike is sufficient indeed. Upon hearing these words, a flicker of delight appeared on Beerus's face. Since Jiang Fei had spoken, he would not hold back. It was imperative to teach these two audacious youngsters the true might of a god of destruction. Gulp. Vegeta swallowed nervously and instinctively took a couple of steps back. To face a god of destruction? Was this a jest? Just moments ago, he had been subdued by Beerus with a mere flick of his finger. Now, he was expected to confront the god of destruction alongside Son Goku. Was there any difference between that and courting death? On the other hand, Son Goku's face was alight with excitement. He had been eager to witness the legendary god of destruction's prowess. Now that the opportunity had arisen, it was perfectly in line with his wishes. Hiki. Beerus observed Son Goku's spirited expression and let out a few disdainful chuckles. Slowly raising a finger, he spoke indifferently. I shall only use one strike. If I fail to defeat both of you within that single strike, then I shall consider myself defeated. Such words, though audacious, were hardly surprising coming from Beerus, especially facing Son Goku and Vegeta. After finishing his statement, Beerus lowered his hand and casually placed it behind his back, seemingly inviting the two to make the first move. All right, then I won't hold back, Son Goku declared, his breath steadying in anticipation. It appeared that the fervor within him had been ignited. Beerus's nonchalant demeanor and composed presence reminded him of his initial encounter with Jiang Fei. Boom. A tremendous aura erupted from Son Goku's being. This time, he held nothing back, unleashing his full power. The transformation into a Super Saiyan had commenced. A golden, ferocious energy instantly enveloped the surroundings. TCH, Beerus continued to shake his head dismissively. Whis, however, was intently observing Son Goku. The energy he exuded was indeed far superior to that of an ordinary person, yet in Whis' eyes, it still resembled that of an average fighter. Had it not been for Jiang Fei's prior instructions, he would not have deemed this level of power worthy of such scrutiny. In an instant, Son Goku vanished and reappeared before Beerus. Fool! Vegeta, sweating profusely, cursed under his breath. Nonetheless, he refused to remain passive. The moment Son Goku charged forward, golden flames erupted around him, his hair turning a vibrant gold. His power surged by several hundred times in an instant. Oh, another transformation, Whis remarked, his expression remaining impassive as he scrutinized the newly transformed Super Saiyan Vegeta, his gaze penetrating as if attempting to see through their very beings. Meanwhile, Son Goku's powerful fist was already barreling forward. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of thunderous sounds erupted as the heavens and earth trembled in unison. Waves of shock rippled outward like a tempest, distorting the very fabric of space and heating the air around them. Yet, amid such a fierce assault, Beerus remained utterly unfazed, watching Son Goku's desperate strikes with an air of calm. What? Son Goku was taken aback by the scene before him. He was acutely aware of his own strength. His fists could easily shatter a planet. Yet now, his blows failed to even rattle Beerus's form. This compelled him to re-evaluate his opponent, as Son Goku remained astonished. Vegeta's silhouette appeared behind Beerus. Boom, boom, boom. He unleashed his own unmatched barrage of punches, each strike accompanied by powerful shockwaves. In truth, he had not intended to engage. But seeing Son Goku charge forth compelled him to act. He feared being ridiculed by the latter if he hesitated. Moreover, he sought to conquer his own trepidation by delivering a few resounding blows to Beerus. However, Vegeta had evidently underestimated Beerus's strength, although his strikes appeared formidable. They were merely a nuisance to Beerus, failing to disturb his seemingly frail physique. Instead, Vegeta felt pain in his own hands from the relentless assault. Sigh. Beerus, feeling the duo's attacks, shook his head slightly. Too weak. No sooner had he spoken than a powerful surge of purple energy erupted from his being. The dazzling radiance bathed the surroundings in deep violet hues, growing increasingly brilliant until it became unbearable to behold. This isn't good, both Son Goku and Vegeta thought simultaneously. Yet, it was too late. The surrounding energy had already ensnared their bodies. With a resounding explosion at the center of the field, an impressive blast occurred. Though it seemed moderate in power, the terrifying energy propelled Son Goku and Vegeta away, showcasing Beerus's exquisite control over his own might. The two were sent spiraling into unconsciousness, reverting from their Super Saiyan forms. Their clothes lay in tatters as they rolled several meters before finally coming to a halt. Observing their disheveled appearances, Beerus shook his head and chuckled disdainfully. Were it not for Jiang Fei appointing Whis as their mentor, that explosion could have easily claimed their lives and obliterated the entire planet in the process. At that moment, Jiang Fei approached slowly. Beerus quickly masked his contempt with a respectful demeanor, addressing him as enforcer. Well done, Jiang Fei acknowledged with a nod, signifying his approval. He then strode directly towards Whis, who lowered his head in anticipation of further instructions. These two are now in your hands. Time is of the essence, elevate their powers as much as possible. Jiang Fei directed calmly. Whis nodded in agreement, ready to comply. After a brief exchange, Whis departed with Beerus and the unconscious duo, leaving Earth behind. As for Jiang Fei, once they had left, he utilized his divine power to restore the courtyard to its original state before vanishing from the scene. On the journey to the God of Destruction realm, was tended to Son Goku and Vegeta, who gradually regained consciousness. After a brief conversation, he informed them of their impending training in the realm of the God of Destruction. Both were immensely excited, still recalling the might of Beerus. As the angelic mentor, Whis would surely not be lacking in strength. If they could learn from him, who knows? They might someday surpass the God of Destruction. With such thoughts, their excitement grew. Curiously, Son Goku asked, Whis, who is stronger, you or Lord Beerus? Vegeta leaned in, equally intrigued by the question. I typically refrain from engaging with Lord Beerus. But when it comes to facing him, one strike is all that is needed, Whis replied with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this response, Son Wukong and Vegeta slightly parted their lips in astonishment. They had initially believed that Whis' strength was comparable to that of Beerus. After all, as a teacher, he couldn't be exceedingly powerful. To their surprise, they received such an astounding answer. They had just witnessed Beerus' formidable prowess, which could vanquish opponents with a single strike, making the claim seem somewhat exaggerated. Beerus crossed his arms and turned his head away, displaying a touch of petulance. Although he was displeased with the assertion, he could not deny its validity. Consequently, even if he wished to dispute it, he found no angle from which to argue. In the midst of their astonishment, Vegeta licked his lips, unable to restrain his curiosity further. Then, how do you compare to Mr. Jiang Fei? Despite the immense strength of both Beerus and Whis, the deference they had shown towards Jiang Fei had only intensified Vegeta's intrigue about the man's capabilities. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he echoed, yes, yes. How do you measure up against Jiang Fei? The mention of the lawgiver caused Whis' calm smile to vanish entirely, even in the absence of the individual. The mere thought of him sent shivers down his spine. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, with the current strength of the lawgiver. A single strike would suffice to deal with me. Silence enveloped the surroundings like a shroud. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged incredulous glances. Utterly taken aback by the revelation of Jiang Fei's astonishing power, Beerus could defeat both of them with a mere flick of his wrist. Yet was claimed he could handle Beerus in the same manner. The implications were terrifying enough. But the most shocking revelation was that Jiang Fei could also defeat Whis with a single blow. What level of strength would one need to possess in order to achieve such a feat? The realization of this answer left the two warriors in a state of shock that words could scarcely encapsulate. Chapter 83. 6 years later, in the boundless darkness of the universe, aboard a colossal ship of the Gula Legion, a chilling voice resonated throughout the chamber. You two have truly disappointed me. After 6 years, this is all the strength you have attained? Jiang Fei's icy tone pierced the air as he sat firmly in the main seat, his gaze fixed intensely on the two figures before him. They bowed their heads, trembling, hardly daring to breathe. Jiang Fei continued, his expression unyielding. Why the silence? Mr. Jiang Fei, I have indeed done my utmost, one of the figures stammered. This individual was Gula, the leader of the Gula Legion. Yes, Mr. Jiang Fei, I too have reached my limit. It is unlikely that any significant improvement can be achieved in the short term, the other figure chimed in, revealing himself to be Gula's brother, Frieza. Indeed. 6 long years had elapsed since Jiang Fei departed from Earth. During this time, he had not remained idle. He sought out Gula and personally located the concealed Frieza, conveying his need for their combined strength. Thus, Gula and Frieza set aside their past grievances and embarked on a rigorous training regimen. Jiang Fei was deeply gratified by their commitment and the pace of their progress. In particular, during the initial months, their rate of cultivation was unparalleled. In a mere 4 months, both had acquired a striking new golden form, elevating their powers to an entirely new dimension. However, this promising trajectory was short-lived, as their strength seemed to plateau once they achieved the golden state. Despite their continued efforts, any further advancement proved to be painfully incremental. Sighing, Jiang Fei rubbed his forehead. Resigned. He had harbored hopes that Gula and Frieza, with their exceptional talents, could sweep through the universe if given more time. Yet, it appeared that this was merely a fanciful notion. After attaining their golden forms, no matter how hard they trained, they could no longer experience explosive growth. It was as if they had encountered an insurmountable barrier in their cultivation, yielding only the slightest progress without a breakthrough to higher realms. Reflecting on this, Jiang Fei realized the absurdity of expecting such prodigious abilities. If Gula and Frieza truly possessed such power, they could easily overturn the divine realm, leaving the likes of the Omni King and the Grand Priest powerless. In that moment, Jiang Fei could not help but commend himself. Over the past 6 years, he had not deliberately pursued intensive training, yet his strength had surged by 50%, and the pace of his improvement showed no signs of slowing. In fact, it was smoother and swifter than before. Mr. Jiang Fei, please do not be too disheartened. Although we have not made significant advancements in recent years with our current strength, there is no opponent in the universe who can match us, Frieza declared confidently, casting a glance at Jiang Fei and adding, of course, you are the exception. With that, he chuckled merrily, harboring no rebellious thoughts toward Jiang Fei, for he now understood the true terror of the man who could instill fear even in beings like Beerus. Gula echoed Frieza's sentiment. Indeed, Mr. Jiang Fei, you require our strength. Surely, our current power is formidable enough, is it not? He brimmed with self-assurance, confident in his superiority over Frieza and even more so in his golden form. Jiang Fei shook his head in resignation, unwilling to engage further. It was apparent that these two had not experienced the harsh realities of the world. Nonetheless, he found solace in the fact that despite their slow progress, they were still advancing. Compared to the typical narrative, they had transformed earlier and grown stronger. At this juncture, he contemplated the impending emergence of Majin Buu. It was time to assess the progress of Son Goku and Vegeta. In the realm of the 7th universe's god of destruction, 3 figures danced gracefully through the air. Son Goku and Vegeta, adorned with striking blue hair and exuding divine energy, launched a full frontal assault on Whis, who evaded with an elegance that seemed to meld with the very air itself. Despite their utmost efforts, They could not land a single blow on Whis, who elegantly maneuvered around them. This stalemate persisted for nearly an hour, until Whis deftly positioned himself between them, effortlessly evading their attacks. With a sudden collision, Son Goku and Vegeta, too engrossed in their pursuit, collided with one another. Ouch! They cried out, clutching their heads as they plummeted to the ground. Upon reverting from their super blue forms, they quickly scrambled back to their feet. Kakarot, you foolish oaf, why are you so clumsy? Vegeta glared, dissatisfied. Goku, you bumped into me. Can't you be reasonable? Son Goku retorted, and soon their quarrel escalated. Whis descended gracefully to the ground, shaking his head in bemusement. Since their arrival in the realm of the God of Destruction, their bickering had been relentless, especially during training sessions, which had become increasingly intense. Initially, he found their disputes vexing, but he had grown accustomed to it over time. I wonder if reaching this level of instruction counts as fulfilling my duties, Whis mused quietly, observing the squabbling duo. When Goku and Vegeta first arrived in the realm of the God of Destruction, they were merely at the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 1. Now, they had ascended to Super Blue, traversing several realms of power. Their improvement was beyond numerical measurement. As they continued their heated argument, a radiant light suddenly descended, heralding the arrival of 3 figures in the God of Destruction's domain. Simultaneously, Beerus, resting in his palace, abruptly opened his eyes. The man has arrived. Chapter 84. 2 yellows against 2 blues? He had managed to overcome his habitual drowsiness. However, after Jiang Fei's departure for 6 years, during the first year, Beerus was hesitant to sleep for extended durations. Yet, as time passed, he reverted to his old ways. Nonetheless, his sensitivity to Jiang Fei's presence in the realm of destruction remained ever keen. Beerus, unwilling to be negligent, hurriedly donned his attire, preparing to step out and greet him. Outside, Whis, too, sensed Jiang Fei's arrival immediately. He swiftly turned around and bowed, saying, "Greetings, Enforcer." "There's no need for excessive formality," Jiang Fei replied nonchalantly. Frieza and Cooler flanked him, and upon witnessing Whis' greeting, their minds stirred with recognition. They realized that the individual before them was none other than the attendant of the God of Destruction, Beerus. This raised their curiosity about their surroundings. Frieza remarked, "The environment here is truly exquisite. Living here must be quite comfortable." Indeed, Cooler quietly nodded in agreement. Over the 6 years of their coexistence, many of their grievances had dissipated. However, despite their reconciliation, they still harbored a sense of animosity. While they appeared as brothers, their relationship had become superficial. Nevertheless, Cooler found Frieza's observation valid, acknowledging that the environment was indeed exceptional, surpassing that of nearly any other planet. Was raised his gaze and noticed the 2 brothers. Recognizing them as Frieza and Cooler from the Frost Demon Clan, it piqued his curiosity as to why they were accompanying Jiang Fei, yet he refrained from probing further. Aware of the delicacies surrounding the Enforcer's affairs, as Frieza surveyed his surroundings, he suddenly spotted 2 figures engaged in a heated argument. They seemed oblivious to the situation around them. Upon closer inspection, Frieza's pupils contracted sharply, and he coldly uttered, "Vegeta, and that Super Saiyan." Cooler turned his attention as well, and indeed, it was the very Super Saiyan who had battled Frieza on Namek. Beside him stood Vegeta, a former subordinate of Frieza whom Cooler had encountered a few times. Cooler felt indifferent, as he was not well acquainted with either. However, Frieza was not so unperturbed. His fists clenched tightly, his gaze fixated on the figures before him. One was the Super Saiyan who had humiliated him, and the other, a former ally who had betrayed him. Had it not been for Jiang Fei's presence, Frieza would have relished the opportunity to eliminate them both. At that moment, a figure dashed out from the palace. Upon noticing, Sun Wukong immediately ceased his quarrel and cheerfully waved, "Lord Beerus, you're awake." Vegeta slightly nodded, refraining from further comment. Yet, Beerus's attention was not on them. He bypassed the duo and strode directly toward Jiang Fei. Upon seeing Beerus, Cooler felt a sudden tightening in his chest, and he instinctively shrank back. Frieza gradually relaxed his fists, feeling perspiration bead in his palms. Despite their significant power enhancements, they still harbored an innate fear of the God of Destruction. What transpired next was beyond their expectations. Beerus gazed at Jiang Fei and knelt before him, proclaiming, "I greet the Enforcer," his forehead pressing deeply against the ground. While such a display of reverence was unnecessary in their daily encounters, his fear and accustomed submission compelled him to bow in such a manner. Frieza and Cooler were left utterly astonished, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. They even rubbed their eyes to ensure they were not mistaken. This was Beerus, the exalted God of Destruction. Although they were aware of his fear toward Jiang Fei, they never anticipated that he would prostrate himself upon their first meeting. Rise, Jiang Fei said, a hint of exasperation in his voice. He had lost count of how many times he had uttered this phrase, but found it less awkward now, having grown somewhat accustomed to the subservience of others. Upon hearing this, Beerus slowly stood, his gaze landing on Frieza and Cooler, who were watching him intently. Unperturbed by their presence, he growled, "What are you staring at? Do you dare to provoke me?" His threat was palpable as he summoned a sphere of destructive energy. Frieza and Cooler recoiled, unwilling to provoke his wrath. Sun Wukong and Vegeta, having noticed the commotion, approached Jiang Fei with friendly smiles, also acknowledging Frieza and Cooler. "Oh, you two are here as well? It's been quite a while," Sun Wukong remarked, raising an eyebrow. He held no animosity toward Cooler. And while there had been past grievances with Frieza, those were long forgotten. Meeting again stirred some unfamiliar feelings within him. It has indeed been a long time. Cooler greeted with a calm smile, recognizing Sun Wukong as someone who had departed alongside Jiang Fei. Regardless of any past conflicts, he preferred to let bygones be bygones, fostering an atmosphere of harmony. "Humph," Frieza scoffed, crossing his arms and turning his head away. He had no desire to engage in conversation, confident in his newfound strength. He planned to eliminate Sun Wukong at a later date when the opportunity arose, wary of provoking Jiang Fei's displeasure. "Cut it out," Vegeta sneered, casting a disdainful glance at the two. He regarded Frieza and Cooler with contempt, feeling their power levels were beneath him. In truth, he could easily defeat them without transforming. Jiang Fei keenly observed the subtle shifts in their expressions and, with a slight smile, inquired, "Whis, how is the task I entrusted to you progressing?" Whis, feeling a chill at the inquiry, responded earnestly, "Please, enforcer, inspect my work." He believed he had performed admirably, having significantly elevated the powers of these two individuals, even allowing them to touch the divine. "Indeed, Jiang Fei, our strength has increased tremendously. You can test it if you wish." Sun Wukong eagerly stepped forward, his curiosity about Jiang Fei's power growing. Despite their considerable enhancements, they remained easily outmatched by Whis and still lacked any chance against Beerus. This raised questions about the extent of Jiang Fei's strength, capable of besting Whis in a single move. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's suggestion, Vegeta felt a surge of excitement, having cast aside any remnants of arrogance. To engage with someone like Jiang Fei, one can only harbor reverence in their heart. Jiang Fei gently shook his head, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he spoke. "I shall assess your strength, but it will not be by my hand. Rather, it will be through them." With that, he gestured towards Frieza and Cooler, who stood nearby. Witnessing that Goku and Vegeta would face Frieza and Cooler, Whis could not help but reveal a trace of a confident smile at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 85. All set. For he possessed a certain understanding of the prowess of these two brothers, not to mention employing Ultra Blue against them, even with Super Saiyan 1. He should be more than capable of handling the situation. However, Whis did not let his guard down. After all, these individuals were brought forth by Jiang Fei, undoubtedly possessing extraordinary abilities. Moreover, they were specifically chosen to gauge the strengths of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, indicating that the situation was anything but simple. Nevertheless, Whis held unwavering confidence in Sun Wukong and Vegeta, having personally trained them. Dealing with two Frieza soldiers should be a mere trifle. The enforcer's words have been heard. "Wukong, Vegeta, do showcase your strength," was stated calmly and composedly to the two. Jiang Fei glanced at Frieza and his brother, urging, "Don't embarrass me." "Understood." The four responded almost simultaneously, although their gazes conveyed a hint of disdain. Fighting against the two of them appeared to be devoid of any pressure. Sun Wukong thought helplessly. His understanding of Frieza was still rooted in their confrontation on Namek. As for his brother, although he had not witnessed his full strength, it was reasonable to assume he was not far off. In the past, they would have made for an intriguing challenge as adversaries. Yet now, they posed no challenge at all. "Humph." Vegeta expressed considerable disdain for the upcoming match. To pit Frieza and Cooler against him, the Saiyan Prince, was nothing short of an insult. However, it was perhaps better this way. He could demonstrate a fraction of his power and show them that he was no longer the boy he once was. On the other side, Frieza exhibited a far more exuberant demeanor. He secretly chuckled within, anticipating the opportunity to showcase the true might of the Galactic Emperor. Originally intending to teach these wild monkeys a lesson, he was pleasantly surprised that the chance had arrived. Nevertheless, despite his outward excitement, he did not regard these two opponents seriously. Sighing, Cooler shook his head, muttering, "Just two Super Saiyans? Is my intervention really necessary?" In his view, dealing with two Super Saiyans was hardly a task that required an elite like himself. Frieza alone could likely dispatch them with ease. Thus, Each of the four harbored their own thoughts, yet they shared an astonishingly unanimous perspective. Even before the battle commenced, they had begun to look down upon one another. Frieza stepped forward, his tone dripping with arrogance. "You two can come at me together. I'll even let you use one hand." As he spoke, he slowly raised one hand while the other remained behind his back. He remained in his first form, showing no inclination to transform. His reasoning was simple. Against these two, his initial form sufficed. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged bewildered glances. They had not anticipated Frieza's audacity to escalate to such heights. Could he have lost his mind? "Since you're so confident, I want to hold back," Sun Wukong declared, stepping forward to assume an offensive stance. However, despite his words, he showed no intention of transforming into Super Saiyan, maintaining a relaxed posture with a subtle smile on his face. Jiang Fei, witnessing the exchange, helplessly rubbed his forehead. Whether from the Frieza side or the Saiyan side, how could they be so ready to flaunt their power with just a smidgen of strength? Gradually lowering his hand, he surveyed the crowd, then narrowed his gaze, admonishing, "Focus. Each of you take on one opponent and unleash your full strength." Frieza and Cooler regarded his words with a touch of indifference. Was it really necessary to exert their full power against two mere monkeys? Nonetheless, since Jiang Fei had spoken, they decided not to hold back. Boom, boom. Two overwhelming auras erupted into the sky. Frieza and Cooler instantly transformed into their final forms. Not only that, their energy continued to surge. The ground of the God of Destruction's realm trembled slightly, and the air felt as though it was boiling with a violent energy. What is this? Sun Wukong, having withdrawn his stance, felt a twinge of astonishment. Vegeta similarly reassessed his previous contempt, furrowing his brow. For at that moment, both Frieza and Cooler exuded an aura that surpassed even the realm of Super Saiyan 3. Moreover, it appeared that their energy was incessantly escalating. Suddenly, their power peaked, surging once more dramatically. Whoosh, whoosh. Two beams of golden light illuminated the God of Destruction's domain, transforming the space into a golden sea. This radiant display lasted for 2 to 3 seconds before gradually dissipating. As the light faded, Frieza and Cooler were revealed. Their bodies adorned with a layer of luxurious golden skin, their energy states drastically transformed compared to before. "Impressive," Sun Wukong remarked, a hint of astonishment in his voice. Yet, soon after, an overwhelming excitement surged within him. Vegeta lowered his arms, astonished at how terrifying the auras of these two had become. In his surprise, a slight smile began to form at the corners of his mouth. Was raised an eyebrow, slowly stating, "I did not expect them to reach such heights. I initially thought Wukong and Vegeta would have the upper hand. It seems this may not be as straightforward as anticipated. It appears I underestimated them. I did not foresee such potential in these two," Beerus remarked, stroking his chin in contemplation. Initially, he held a dismissive view of Frieza and Cooler. While he was uncertain of Cooler's abilities, he was well aware of Frieza's mediocre level. To his surprise, after so many years, they had achieved such remarkable prowess. Frieza, noticing the subtle shift in expressions among the onlookers, felt an overwhelming swell of pride within. His haughty gaze seemed to challenge everyone present, as if to declare, "Behold, this is the might of Frieza, the Galactic Emperor." Bored with the thought of having to reveal his strength, he resigned himself to the situation. Cooler stretched his neck, his words appearing humble yet dripping with arrogance. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances, both recognizing the fervor in each other's eyes. The prior disdain had been entirely swept away, leaving only a boiling excitement, ready to erupt at any moment. Chapter 86. The battle between colors. "Then I shall join as well," Sun Wukong declared, his fist clasped, his eyes shimmering with a radiant light. It is only such formidable opponents that can awaken his desire for battle. With a fierce cry, he gathered his energy, unleashing a low growl. The earth trembled once more, as waves of astonishing energy erupted around him. Vegeta, no longer holding back, responded with a similar roar. The immense power radiating from him distorted the very fabric of space. At that moment, two divine and colossal auras converged upon the two warriors. The celestial bodies above sun, moon, and stars seemed to be affected, drifting from their original positions. Boom, boom. Two beams of azure light shot skyward. The blue aura surrounding them appeared almost tangible, imbued with an unfathomable destructive force that deterred any thought of approach. In an instant, both warriors had achieved their super blue transformation. Their hair, eyebrows, and the energy surrounding them had all turned a brilliant blue. Their gazes were confident and piercing, as if they could encompass the entirety of existence within their sight. "Huh? These two lads are quite impressive," Beerus remarked, observing the scene with intrigue. This was his first encounter with Sun Wukong and Vegeta's super blue forms, having previously succumbed to slumber. He had not anticipated that, after years apart, these two would evolve, transforming their golden locks into a striking blue. Heh, Whis said, standing nearby with a serene smile. He appeared quite pleased with their performance, for over the years, aside from Beerus, these two were perhaps the strongest he had ever trained. Indeed, Jiang Fei nodded slightly. Sun Wukong and Vegeta's successful transformation into Super Blue aligned with his expectations. The energy emanating from them was quite exhilarating. However, he pondered how the battle would unfold, given that Frieza and Cooler were even stronger than during their normal development phase, though their growth had been gradual. 5 years had allowed them to amass considerable power. Cooler gazed at the transformation of his opponents with mild surprise. They had changed colors. So what? Frieza scoffed, his arrogance at an all-time high. He regarded everyone except Jiang Fei and Beerus with utter disdain. What are they but Super Saiyans? Merely a change of hue in his eyes. The 4 warriors stood in silence, and in the blink of an eye, they sprang into action. Their speeds unfathomable to the naked eye. Without delay, they clashed in pairs. Frieza targeted Sun Wukong first, intent on settling their long-standing grudge from Namek. Today, he would rectify the outcome of their previous encounter. Boom, boom, boom. Their fists collided with such force that the heavens shook and the ground quaked. The very fabric of space warped, threatening to tear apart. Cooler, seeing Frieza engaged, wasted no time and charged toward Vegeta. Vegeta met him head-on, a streak of blue lightning. Unstoppable in his advance. Boom. Their bodies collided, and the fragile space could no longer withstand the force, splitting open with a gaping tear. Sharp currents of chaotic energy surged forth, wreaking havoc upon the god of destruction's realm, severing flora and fauna. Mountains and rivers were not spared. The entire landscape seemed on the verge of collapse. Beerus, witnessing the destruction of his domain, found himself momentarily speechless. He then glared at the sky, threateningly declaring, "I do not oppose your skirmish, but if you ruin my territory, do not blame me for my wrath." Whis, hearing Beerus's discontent, chuckled softly. With a gentle touch of his staff upon the ground, the violent energy in the god of destruction's realm quickly subsided. The rifts in the sky began to close, and the destroyed flora and fauna, as if in reverse, restored to their former glory. In a flash of white light, the spatial integrity was reinforced severfold. Jiang Fei waved his hand, manifesting a vast barrier that enveloped the 4 combatants, erasing the ferocious shockwaves without a trace. Upon witnessing Jiang Fei's actions, Whis smiled at Beerus, remarking, "This should suffice. After all, such intense battles are rare in the god of destruction's realm. Reinforcing the space should pose no issue now." Indeed. Beerus replied casually, nodding at Jiang Fei before turning his attention back to the fierce battle above. The clash between the two sides intensified, with golden and deep blue energies intertwining, erupting in a dazzling array of colors. The ensuing yellow-blue conflict radiated brilliance, while the immense barrier resembled a crystal sphere, magnifying the brilliance of the ongoing combat. The hues of the god of destruction's realm shifted continuously between yellow and blue. Within the barrier, the overwhelming energy pressed down, making it difficult to breathe. Bang! After a clash between Frieza and Sun Wukong, both warriors were propelled backward, each retreating over 100 meters. Damn it! How can he be so strong? Frieza gasped, incredulity etched across his face. Sun Wukong, meanwhile, felt beads of sweat forming upon his brow, his energy slightly unstable after the impact. Yet, there was a fervor in his gaze, for it had been far too long since he had experienced such exhilarating combat. In the years spent in the god of destruction's realm, although he had trained with Whis, he had never truly engaged in a battle of this magnitude. Delightful. Absolutely delightful. Let us go again. Sun Wukong exclaimed enthusiastically, nimbly darting toward Frieza once more. Foul creature, do not let it get to your head, Frieza retorted. His fist clenched tightly as he surged forward, his golden skin gleaming brighter than ever. Bang, bang, bang. The two warriors collided once more, their offensive and defensive maneuvers reaching their zenith, appearing evenly matched. Yet, it was subtly evident that Frieza was increasingly on the defensive. On the other side, Cooler and Vegeta were locked in an equally fierce battle. Their silhouettes left trails in the fabric of space. However, unlike before, Vegeta seemed to be at a disadvantage against Cooler, demonstrating more defense than offense. This trend became increasingly apparent as time passed. Chapter 87. Opponent exchanged. The fierce battle between both sides persisted for approximately 20 minutes. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Frieza was sent flying by a wave of energy unleashed by Son Goku. On the other side, Vegeta was similarly forced back by a powerful punch from Gula. Unbeknownst to them, the two combatants found themselves retreating to the very center of the arena. They gasped for breath, their eyes locked onto their respective adversaries. Jiang Fei observed the unfolding events with a knowing nod. He was not particularly surprised by the outcome, as Son Goku's prowess consistently surpassed Vegeta's, albeit by a slight margin. Likewise, Gula's strength was evidently superior to that of Frieza. It seemed more fitting for Son Goku to confront Gula while Vegeta faced Frieza, ensuring a battle of equal footing. Damn it, that accursed wild monkey. Frieza seethed inwardly, clenching his fists. He had anticipated this encounter to be a chance for redemption, only to find himself in a dire predicament instead. The formidable power he had cultivated was yielding no advantage. In fact, he was being soundly outmatched. Vegeta, too, was in a precarious situation. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he wore an expression of extreme displeasure. He had not expected to be so thoroughly dominated by Gula. Initially, the fight had seemed evenly matched, but now he found himself barely able to defend. Son Goku remained exuberant, though his gaze shifted from Frieza to Gula. Rubbing his palms together, he thought excitedly, this guy has something special. He is actually pushing Vegeta back. He was well aware of Vegeta's capabilities, having trained together for 6 years. Although slightly inferior, Vegeta was certainly not far behind. The fact that someone could suppress Vegeta was thrilling. Is Frieza truly no match for him? Gula mused, observing the two in the center with a hint of surprise. He had not anticipated that someone other than himself could render Frieza in such a state of disarray. A cold smirk crept across his face as his eyes sharpened. Son Goku, understanding the unspoken challenge, felt his resolve strengthen. In the blink of an eye, both warriors vanished from sight. The next moment, a thunderous impact resonated as Son Goku and Gula collided, sending shockwaves rippling outward, each wave crashing against the barrier with a sound reminiscent of thunder. Damn it. That is my opponent, Kakarot. Vegeta roared, his fury igniting. Brother, could you kindly step aside? I wish to handle him myself. Frieza clenched his fists, shouting at the engaged fighters, but they were engrossed in their fierce exchange and paid him no heed. Vegeta's face darkened, yet he hesitated to enter the fray himself. He had no desire to team up with Son Goku for a 2-on-1 battle. Even if they emerged victorious, it would bring him no sense of honor. Reluctantly, he shifted his focus to Frieza, reasoning that if he had to bide his time, he might as well defeat this foe before settling accounts with Gula. Noticing Vegeta's intent gaze, Frieza raised an eyebrow and remarked, "What is this, Vegeta? Do you wish to oppose me?" Truth be told, he had always regarded Vegeta with disdain, viewing him as a once loyal subordinate who had betrayed him and was easily dispatched. Furious, Vegeta retorted, "What do you think you are?" In a flash, he appeared before Frieza, swinging a massive fist toward his face. He loathed Frieza's condescending tone. The circumstances of the past had forced him to submit, but the present was different, and he would not tolerate such arrogance. A smirk of disdain appeared on Frieza's lips, yet he did not underestimate his opponent. He met Vegeta's blow with a clenched fist. Boom. The sound of their collision reverberated, followed by both combatants becoming mere phantoms as they dashed within the arena, the sounds of their clashes echoing relentlessly. After exchanging opponents, they once again engaged in a battle of equal strength. Jiang Fei, observing the scene, nodded slightly. With the power levels balanced, the ensuing combat was all the more exhilarating. However, judging by the intensity, it seemed that this battle would not reach a conclusion anytime soon. It was time to retrieve Cell, he mused silently. Turning to the two still spectating, he spoke nonchalantly, "I shall step away for a moment. I will return shortly." Beerus and Whis glanced at him, nodding respectfully. After giving his instructions, he departed the scene. 10 minutes later, Jiang Fei appeared in Universe 11. Sensing Cell's energy, he utilized instant transmission to teleport there. He found himself on the same vast, ochre-hued planet. Cell and Jiren stood in unison on a hilltop, arms crossed, their demeanor remarkably composed as they observed the fierce battle below. Jiang Fei's heart skipped a beat at the sight. It had been 6 years since they had last met, and Cell had evidently grown significantly, now standing shoulder to shoulder with Jiren. "Cell," Jiang Fei called out. Upon hearing his voice, Cell's heart raced, and he turned swiftly, his previous calm demeanor replaced by palpable excitement. "Mr. Jiang," he exclaimed, rushing to his side. Jiren turned slightly, surprised at the sudden appearance of this formidable figure, whose presence had once subdued them all single-handedly, even compelling the god of destruction to bow in deference. The unexpected arrival demanded his full attention. "It seems you have made remarkable progress during this time," Jiang Fei remarked with a gentle smile. Although Cell maintained a restrained energy level, it was evident that he had matured significantly since their last encounter. "Heh," Cell replied, a confident smile gracing his face as he regarded the ongoing battle below. "I would say it's just average. None of these opponents down there can match me." Chapter 88. I am Mr. Jiang Fei's dog. Upon hearing this remark, Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow slightly. After years apart, how had Cell begun to adopt such airs? A glance at Jiren beside him revealed no signs of dissent, leading him to believe that Cell's words were indeed truthful. But what about him? Jiang Fei gestured towards Jiren, who was, after all, a being surpassing even the god of destruction. Of course, this only applied to the god of destruction from their own universe. Surpassing someone of Beerus's caliber was an entirely different matter. Cell's expression stiffened at the comparison with Jiren, and he scratched his head, begrudgingly conceding, 40-60, I suppose. I'd say I'm 4, he has 6. Hearing this, Jiang Fei turned his gaze towards Jiren, as if silently inquiring. Cell was indeed correct. Jiren nodded expressionlessly. He then continued in a low voice. Over the past 6 years, his progress has been astonishing, especially in the last 2 years. Although he has only broken through one realm, he has managed to develop 2 distinct forms, which can be combined in combat. Truly, he has become nearly invincible. At this point, Jiren felt a twinge of envy towards Cell. It was rare for anyone to elicit such feelings in him. 6 years prior, Cell had been their punching bag. Now, the tides had shifted dramatically, and too quickly at that. Especially after he acquired those 2 forms, even Jiren found it somewhat challenging to contend with him. Jiang Fei's eyes lit up at this revelation. He could surmise the nature of Cell's 2 forms. It seemed that Cell had indeed not disappointed him. Mr. Jiang, would you like me to demonstrate? Cell asked with utmost respect. Truthfully, he was eager to show off his progress after 6 years of hard work. Jiang Fei waved his hand lightly, suggesting that it wasn't necessary just yet and advised, let us return for now. Cell nodded earnestly in agreement. Jiang Fei then turned back to Jiren, expressing gratitude for his assistance over the years. You may carry on with your work. We shall take our leave. Jiren's expression shifted subtly, astonished that this individual could be so courteous, a stark contrast to the impression he had left upon their first meeting. Please, make yourself comfortable. Jiren replied, his tone now tinged with formality, which felt a bit unnatural for him. Jiang Fei nodded in acknowledgement. In an instant, Cell and he vanished from the spot. The next moment, a radiant light illuminated the vastness of the universe. Within that brilliance, Jiang Fei regarded Cell and casually inquired, so, have you adapted to life in Universe 11 over these years? Jiang Fei assumed that if Cell could stand shoulder to shoulder with Jiren, then his life there must have been rather pleasant. However, to his surprise, Cell did not appear pleased at all. His smile abruptly faltered, giving way to a sorrowful expression. The past 2 years had been manageable, but the earlier years were unbearable. As he spoke, Cell's emotions overwhelmed him, and he began to choke up. Jiang Fei arched an eyebrow, perplexed. What happened? You seemed quite formidable just moments ago. Cell quickly covered his face, waving his hands dismissively. After regaining his composure, he began to explain to Jiang Fei. It turned out that during the initial 4 years, the denizens of Universe 11 relentlessly sought Cell out for training. If it had merely been that, it would have been tolerable. However, those individuals had no sense of martial ethics. They promised one-on-one training but always resorted to mobbing him. Each session left him battered and nearly defeated. Fortunately, his spirit and physique were resilient. Otherwise, he would have never endured that period. Thankfully, in the last 2 years, he had ascended to a higher realm, donning golden skin and deep blue abilities, no longer subjected to bullying. He had finally stood tall. That sounds arduous, Jiang Fei remarked with a wry smile. His intention had merely been to have Cell train with the strong of Universe 11, not to subject him to such trials. In contrast, the individuals in Universe 7 seemed to have fared much better. Yet, perhaps there was a silver lining to this ordeal. With his current strength, Cell would undoubtedly stand out in Universe 7. Wiping the tears from his face, Cell quickly asserted, for Mr. Jiang, it's all worth it. Jiang Fei nodded slightly and inquired further, can your strength continue to grow? This was a lingering question in his mind, had he not been in a hurry to return. He would have been eager to witness a battle between Cell and Jiren. In his estimation, with golden skin and deep blue abilities, Cell should be capable of triumphing over his opponent. After all, the enhancement was exponential, and the resultant combat prowess was likely formidable, far beyond that of a mere Super Saiyan Blue or a Golden Frieza. Indeed, Cell affirmed with conviction. After a brief pause, he added, when utilizing a single form, I can maximize its potential. However, when both forms are combined, it becomes somewhat cumbersome. Although my power sees a significant boost, many abilities cannot be executed optimally. Nevertheless, these are minor issues. Given time to train, my strength will continue to ascend. With that, Cell's confidence returned to his face. Jiang Fei, satisfied with this response, nodded in approval. As they conversed, they reached the outskirts of Universe 7. Upon sensing the auras of Goku and Vegeta, he noted their energies had diminished significantly. Not just theirs, even the energies of Frieza and Cooler were no longer as potent as they had been at the outset. It seemed the battle had indeed concluded. With a swift motion, Jiang Fei utilized instantaneous movement, bringing Cell to the God of Destruction's realm in Universe 7. As anticipated, the fighting had ended. Goku and the others lay exhausted on the ground, their bodies marred with injuries. Jiang Fei waved his hand to dissipate the barrier, prompting Whis and Beerus to approach immediately. Upon seeing Cell beside Jiang Fei, they exchanged puzzled glances, for this was their first encounter with him. Who emerged victorious? Jiang Fei inquired nonchalantly. They snapped back to attention. And Whis slowly replied, it seems to have ended in a draw. Goku, Vegeta, and the others, upon spotting Jiang Fei, hastily rose to their feet. Though they appeared weakened, it was merely due to exhaustion, and their fundamental strength remained intact. Who are you? Frieza questioned as he regained his footing, instantly noticing the similar aura emanating from Cell. To his astonishment, he could also sense the energies of Goku and Vegeta. This indeed piques one's curiosity. Indeed, officer. Who is he? Beerus inquired with equal intrigue. Upon seeing Cell, Goku and Vegeta felt a jolt in their hearts. Despite the 6 years that had passed, they still vividly remembered Cell's visage. Not only them, but Gula also slowly began to recall, pondering within, this individual seems to be a friend of Jiang Fei. If I am not mistaken, Jiang Fei smiled, preparing to make the introduction. However, before he could utter a word, Cell stepped forward, with a gaze fixed upon the assembly. He spoke in an exceedingly nonchalant manner. Oh, that's right, I am Mr. Jiang Fei's dog. Surely, old acquaintances recognize me? After stating this, he cast a glance at the astonished Goku and Vegeta. Chapter 89. This kid is quite a character. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Fei helplessly scratched his head, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. He was unsure how others perceived the situation, but he certainly felt a bit uneasy. It seemed that he needed to instill some proper values in Shara moving forward. If one were unaware, they might assume he harbored some peculiar inclinations. Sun Wukong smacked his lips, at a loss for words, while Vegeta gulped, gazing at him in disbelief. He was aware that Shara had claimed to be Jiang Fei's dog. Yet the casualness with which this was stated was astonishing. It was almost as if the words had slipped out without hesitation, particularly in such a public setting, devoid of any semblance of shame. On the contrary, there was a hint of pride evident. Nevertheless, Vegeta did not mock Shara excessively, for he himself had entertained similar thoughts in the past. What surprised him was how effortlessly Shara had made such a declaration, truly an unexpected twist. Frieza felt a flush of embarrassment. He recognized Jiang Fei's formidable strength, but to willingly assume the role of a dog was a different matter altogether, such a lack of dignity. Especially considering that this individual bore his own aura. Even though those words were not uttered by him, a profound sense of shame lingered in his heart. Gula licked his lips in disbelief and inquired, wait, I recall you previously stated you were Mr. Jiang Fei's friend? He remembered how Shara had boasted back then, leaving a lasting impression. How could it be that after a few years apart, he had transformed from a friend into a dog? Such a drastic change in status. A dog is a person's most loyal companion, Shara replied with a raised eyebrow, addressing Gula nonchalantly. Is there a problem with that? Gula paused, momentarily taken aback, finding it difficult to refute the logic in Shara's statement. However, not everyone shared this sentiment. Beerus nodded slightly at Shara, silently admiring him, thinking, this kid is quite a character. Despite their first meeting, he was deeply impressed by Shara's composure and poise. To be someone else's dog would typically be an absolute disgrace. Yet this was the esteemed lawmaker. Being his dog was arguably more honorable than being a mere god. Indeed, seizing opportunities like this indicated a certain brilliance. Was also silently nodded in agreement. As the saying goes, those who recognize the times are the true talents. Shara was undoubtedly a genius at assessing situations. If the lawmaker were to openly seek dogs, countless individuals would vie for the honor. Ahem. Jiang Fei cleared his throat twice, seemingly unable to withstand the awkward atmosphere, and took the initiative to change the subject. Allow me to introduce these two individuals, Lord Beerus, the god of destruction of Universe 7, and Angel Whis. Shara bowed politely upon hearing their names. In the past, he would not have been so deferential. However, after his encounter with Champa, he realized the true terror of a god of destruction. Even with his current elevated strength, he still dared not act arrogantly. Ah, splendid. Beerus nodded slightly, instinctively asking, can you transform into yellow or blue? After witnessing the transformations of Saiyan's and Frieza's race, Shara's original colors appeared somewhat ordinary, green with some spots, lacking sophistication. Yet, since he was brought here by Jiang Fei, he must possess some unique qualities. I can do both, Shara confidently affirmed, his aura beginning to coalesce as he prepared to demonstrate. Sun Wukong, Frieza, and the others watched with interest, their expressions skeptical. Having just sparred with one another and realizing their powers were relatively comparable, they did not place much emphasis on Sharu, knowing how arduous it was to reach their level of training. However, in just a fleeting moment, Frieza and Gula's expressions shifted dramatically. Their casual demeanor vanished, replaced by incredulous shock. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light enveloped Sharu, transforming his skin from green to a resplendent gold. The nobility of his appearance rivaled even that of Frieza and Gula. Moreover, along with this transformation came a terrifyingly potent aura, more formidable than Gula's, which swiftly permeated the entire space. How is this possible? Frieza gasped, his mouth agape. Gula felt equally astonished. This individual not only possessed Frieza's aura but could also assume the exclusive golden skin of their race. Shara truly has a knack for this, Sun Wukong praised, reminiscing about how this individual had once schooled every formidable warrior on Earth. After all these years, it seemed he had not slackened in his training. The fervor within his veins surged anew. Had he not just emerged from a fierce battle, still recovering, he would have eagerly sought to spar with Sharu. This is perfect. It provides an opportunity to avenge the humiliation of the past. Vegeta thought to himself, flames of determination igniting in his eyes. Yet, soon after, the expressions of both individuals began to evolve spectacularly. In a brief moment, they bore expressions mirroring those of Frieza and Gula. Shara's aura continued to escalate, enveloping him in a blue flame, reminiscent of a Saiyan super blue form. The energy radiating from him became overwhelmingly potent, compressing the very essence of the surrounding space. Merely standing beside him induced a suffocating pressure. Is this a joke? Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. If these two forms were all he demonstrated, it would be one thing. However, this aura was akin to an oppressive force against them, sending shivers down their spines. Too powerful. Sun Wukong swallowed hard, his body trembling slightly, whether from fear, excitement, or a combination of both, he could not tell. Regardless, the impact Shara had on them was profound. Yet, this sentiment was merely confined to the two of them. The duo nearby harbored more unconventional thoughts. Gula rolled his eyes, self-doubt creeping in as he remarked, "To be a dog, one must be this powerful? Does that imply I am inferior even to a dog?" Frieza, too, was lost in contemplation, silently pondering. "I used to be frequently pampered. I should have some authority when it comes to being a dog, right?" Chapter 90. Mage and Bu. The two exchanged glances, seemingly perceiving each other's thoughts. Frieza stepped forward, boldly proclaiming, "From this moment onward, I shall be Mr. Jiang Fei's dog." Upon uttering these words, he surveyed the crowd with a condescending gaze, as if challenging anyone to object. However, at that very moment, Cooler had already approached Jiang Fei's side, confidently thumping his chest and declaring, "Mr. Jiang Fei, when it comes to being a dog, Frieza is lacking. After all, I am the elder brother, and he is but a younger sibling. Enough of this nonsense. You are the elder only because you're older than me." Frieza roared in fury, rushing to Jiang Fei to extol the virtues of being his dog. Cooler, undeterred, launched into an elaborate discourse of his own. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. What has happened to them? Goku scratched his head in confusion. Is being a dog now such a popular profession? In his exasperation, Goku turned his attention to Vegeta, only to find him hesitating as well. "Vegeta, you wouldn't possibly want to. Don't be absurd." "I do not." Vegeta shot him a glare, crossing his arms defiantly and retracting the hesitant step he had taken. "Oh, I suppose that makes sense. A proud person like you would never stoop to such a level." Goku mused, stroking his chin as if contemplating something profound. Vegeta, hearing this, felt a pang of insecurity and quickly turned his head away. At this juncture, Cell had returned to his usual self, observing the varied expressions of those present, his demeanor becoming noticeably more arrogant. It was as if he were proclaiming, "Do you see this? This is the privilege of being a dog beside Mr. Jiang." He regarded the crowd with disdain, as if they were unworthy of such a noble status. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a renewed sense of pride gleamed upon his face. Beerus and Whis, witnessing this spectacle, refrained from comment, for they too believed that being a dog for the law enforcer was indeed a great honor. Had they been ordinary beings, they might have exhibited even more fervor. Meanwhile, Frieza and Cooler continued their loud proclamations of wanting to be dogs. Jiang Fei, entangled in their antics, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. "Enough of this nonsense. Get lost," he commanded softly. Startled, Frieza and Cooler recoiled, retreating several meters in alarm, their heads bowed and mouths sealed. unwilling to continue their raucous banter. Jiang Fei adjusted his attire, bemused by the absurdity of the situation. Why is there such a frenzy over being a dog? He understood that the two were envious of Cell's strength, but that was hardly a reason to aspire to such a role. Cell's transformation into Golden and Super Blue was solely due to his inherent bloodline advantage. No matter how formidable one might be, one could not possibly transform a frozen demon into a Super Saiyan. I have matters to attend to. You all stay put for now. I shall return shortly. Jiang Fei instructed the assembly, who nodded in unison, respecting his wishes. Only Cell approached, inquiring softly, "Shall I accompany you?" Jiang Fei gently shook his head, then turned his gaze to Goku and Vegeta. "I suggest you both visit Earth. There may be a crisis unfolding there." Goku and Vegeta exchanged alarmed glances. Although they had not been entirely absent from the realm of the destroyers over the past 6 years, they had only returned to Earth occasionally. However, for the past half-year, they had been engaged in closed training, completely oblivious to events transpiring on Earth. Whis had even shielded them from Earth's signals to ensure their focus on training, as the temptation of Earth's culinary delights was too great. At that moment, filled with urgency, Goku and Vegeta turned their gaze towards Whis, for Earth still held their loved ones, friends, and companions. If a true crisis were to occur, it would be perilous indeed. Whis understood their concern and waved his staff, projecting images from Earth before them. All eyes, including Jiang Fei's, were drawn to the screen, revealing a devastated Earth. In the midst of chaos, a figure clad in a red martial arts uniform was battling a tall, pink creature. "Gohan!" Goku exclaimed in shock. The individual in the red uniform was indeed his son, Gohan. However, Gohan had not transformed into a Super Saiyan. He was fighting in his base form. Despite this, his moves were sharper than those seen in his transformed state, yet he was still being overwhelmed by the pink creature. "Majin Buu!" Frieza and Cooler exclaimed in unison, clearly recognizing the identity of the pink monster. The ice demons had few enemies in the universe, and Majin Buu was certainly one of them. Yet, after their initial astonishment, they shook their heads dismissively. In the past, they might have fled upon encountering Majin Buu, but times had changed. Now, they could only say, "Little Buu, times have shifted." Jiang Fei observed the live footage from Earth, nodding slightly. It appeared that Buu had absorbed the form of Fat Buu, potentially having assimilated Piccolo, Goten, and Trunks as well. However, these issues should pose little challenge to Goku and the others now. "You all can resolve the situation on Earth. I shall take my leave," Jiang Fei stated, and with that, he vanished from the realm of the destroyers under the watchful eyes of Beerus and others. Goku and Vegeta remained transfixed on the live broadcast, as Gohan was being pushed back relentlessly. After Jiang Fei's departure, Whis and Beerus redirected their attention to the screen. However, in a corner of the battlefield, they spotted a familiar figure. Beerus tugged at Whis' attire, pointing towards the corner. "That figure resembles the Supreme Kai, doesn't he?" Whis also noted the figure, replying intently, "What do you mean resembles?" "That is indeed the Supreme Kai, Lord Beerus." Beerus paused, his expression shifting as he pondered. He recalled that the previous Supreme Kai was an elderly man whom he had suppressed long ago. To his surprise, a new Supreme Kai had emerged after all these years. However, this revelation was not of paramount importance. What mattered was understanding whether the old Supreme Kai was still alive. If he were not, the situation on Earth would be of no concern to him. If he were alive, the implications could be quite troublesome. Given that this new Supreme Kai had appeared in such a perilous scenario, isn't the fate of this god of destruction hanging by a thread? Upon contemplating this, the expression on Beerus's face suddenly transformed into something truly remarkable. Chapter 91. Why should I know who you are? As this thought crossed Beerus's mind, a look of tension instantly etched itself across his face. Observing the crowd before him, he bellowed, "Everyone, follow me to Earth." Goku and Vegeta had long been prepared for action. Even without Beerus's command, they would have moved. Frieza and Cooler, however, felt indifferent about the endeavor. Yet, recalling Jiang Fei's earlier instructions to refrain from wandering off, they too had to comply. As for Cell, he was entirely obedient to Jiang Fei's directives, and in his absence, he would heed the instructions of the god of destruction. Whis, noticing the absence of the scent, nodded and with a flourish of his staff, transformed the group into streaks of light that sped towards the horizon. On Earth, Gohan remained tense as he engaged in a fierce battle with Majin Buu. The two exchanged blows with remarkable intensity. A loud explosion erupted as two energy blasts collided, providing Gohan a fleeting opportunity to distance himself. He was drenched in sweat, his body marred with injuries, and he gasped for breath. In stark contrast, Majin Buu seemed utterly unfazed. The seemingly potent attacks had little effect on him. and whatever damage was inflicted was swiftly mitigated by his extraordinary regenerative abilities. How infuriating. Gohan clenched his fists, having reached the limits of his endurance. If he could not devise a strategy, defeat was merely a matter of time, and Earth would likely face obliteration. As he gazed upon Majin Buu's sinister grin, his thoughts drifted to his father. "Dad, why haven't you returned yet?" He lamented, feeling inadequate in the face of such an adversary. The Supreme Kai of the West, watching the battlefield with a grim expression, felt beads of sweat forming in his palms. Upon learning of Majin Buu's impending resurrection, he hurried to Earth, hoping to intervene but arrived too late. Reluctantly, he chose to confront the threat head-on. Gohan had encountered Majin Buu during his battle, and after a brief discussion about the creature, they resolved to face him together. The outcome was disastrous, leading to their retreat to the Supreme Kai's realm. At his suggestion, Gohan drew the sword embedded in the Supreme Kai's domain, which not only freed the previous Supreme Kai but also imparted wisdom that significantly enhanced his strength. He had hoped to rival Majin Buu and eliminate the monster, thus he had come to observe the fight while the old Supreme Kai remained behind. Regrettably, aspirations were met with harsh reality. Initially, Gohan suppressed Majin Buu, leaving him without a counter. Yet, as time wore on, Gohan's stamina dwindled, and his injuries multiplied, allowing Majin Buu to regain the upper hand. What to do? What to do? The Supreme Kai stood anxiously, akin to an ant on a hot pan. The situation had become irreversible. Should Gohan perish, the next target would be him. Although he could temporarily seek refuge in the Supreme Kai's realm, it was merely a delay. Eventually, he too would meet his demise. In the midst of his distress, a chilling voice interrupted, "Kid, are you here to seek death?" The Supreme Kai turned in shock to see a diminutive, gaunt creature with a feline visage staring at him with an indifferent gaze. This creature was none other than Beerus, the god of destruction, accompanied by Whis, who bore a serene smile. So this is Majin Buu? He doesn't appear too formidable, the Supreme Kai thought. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a dismissive voice floated up from below. Turning once more, he was taken aback by the sight of 5 muscular men, arms crossed, surrounding Majin Buu. Each bore an air of calm, devoid of any anxiety, casually critiquing the creature. These were Goku and his companions, who had arrived alongside Beerus. The earlier remark had originated from Frieza. Majin Buu, bewildered by the encirclement, hesitated to act, sensing that these formidable figures were not to be trifled with. "It's Dad." Gohan, standing nearby, felt a spark of hope reignite within him. Yet, moments later, astonishment washed over him as he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "Am I seeing this correctly? Frieza? Cell, standing with Dad and Vegeta?" In the skies above, the Supreme Kai swallowed hard, regardless of the true strength of these individuals. Their audacity to confront Majin Buu was commendable. "Who are you?" The Supreme Kai inquired softly, turning to Beerus, taken aback by the question. Beerus's expression shifted to one of irritation. "You don't know who I am?" he exclaimed, gripping the Supreme Kai's collar. If an ordinary person failed to recognize him, it could be forgiven, but someone of Frieza's or Cooler's stature certainly would. Yet, for a Supreme Kai to be unaware of the god of destruction was simply unacceptable. The Supreme Kai, feeling his collar grasped, was taken aback and retorted, "Why should I know who you are? Do you even know who I am?" After all, he was a deity, accustomed to reverence wherever he went, yet here he was, being questioned while restrained. "You are merely the Supreme Kai? Otherwise, I would have already struck you down," Beerus replied in frustration. The Supreme Kai of Universe 7 not recognizing him, a god of destruction, would become fodder for ridicule among the other universes. Upon hearing Beerus's words, the Supreme Kai paused, registering the gravity of the situation. Did this being, who knew his identity, truly have such audacity? Was the Supreme Kai's status now so diminished? Chapter 92. Beerus takes action, annihilating Majin Buu in the realm of the Supreme Kai. The old Supreme Kai, previously subdued by Beerus, sat before a crystal ball. Initially, he felt a surge of panic as he witnessed Son Gohan nearing his breaking point. However, upon seeing the familiar visage of Beerus suddenly appear, he momentarily froze, only to be engulfed by a wave of anger. After a brief interval, a slight smirk began to creep across his face. This time, he felt assured. The old Supreme Kai's lecherous countenance bore a hint of a smile. While Majin Buu was indeed formidable, he paled in comparison to the god of destruction. With Beerus present, the Supreme Kai was certain that he would not stand idly by as his counterpart faced annihilation. On Earth, the Supreme Kai, knowing his identity, urged, "Let me go at once." He struggled fiercely against his bonds, though his efforts proved futile. He felt compelled to resist, for Beerus's expression had darkened to an ominous degree. It seemed that at any moment, he could unleash his wrath upon him. Is the Supreme Kai truly remarkable? Beerus's gaze bore into him as he spoke in a low, ominous tone. It appears you must learn who I am. With that, he clenched his fist and raised it high, seemingly disinterested in further dialogue. Preparing to teach this individual a lesson, the Supreme Kai swallowed hard, refraining from further attempts to escape, and tremulously inquired, What do you intend to do? Humph, Beerus scoffed. Suddenly, his clenched hand opened, and an orb of destructive energy coalesced within his palm. The Supreme Kai, sensing the overwhelming force of annihilation, was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He could vividly perceive that should this entity strike him, it would surely spell his demise. Below, the assembled warriors surrounding Majin Buu deliberated on who should engage. Goku and Vegeta were the most proactive, as Earth was their home. Any foe appearing on their territory must be vanquished by their hands. Frieza and Cooler were eager to join in as well, intrigued by the fearsome reputation of Majin Buu. Having heard tales of him since their inception, they felt it a pity not to test their mettle in combat. In contrast, Cell regarded the situation with indifference, deeming the opponent too weak to warrant his interest. Meanwhile, Majin Buu stood trembling at the center of the gathering. If it were feasible, he would have eagerly shouted, Brothers, why not let me leave first? You can take your time deliberating, and when you reach a conclusion, come find me, all right? Of course, if granted the opportunity, he would flee without hesitation, leaving the possibility of being found later in question. All of you, stand aside. Just as the discussions continued, a thunderous sound resonated from the sky. Goku and the others looked up to see the energy sphere that Beerus had conjured hurtling forth. They immediately sensed the terrifying destructive energy, their expressions shifting drastically. No longer concerned with who would strike first, they swiftly vanished from their positions, leaving behind a bewildered Majin Buu, who stood frozen in confusion. He did notice the energy sphere launched by Beerus, but perceived it merely as a commonplace energy blast, dismissing any need for concern. However, within the span of a heartbeat, Majin Buu began to regret his nonchalance. As the energy sphere approached, he felt its destructive power. Yet, even if he chose to flee now, it was already too late. A sense of fatal pressure rendered him immobile. When the energy sphere collided with his body, it emitted no sound. Then, his seemingly indestructible form began to contort instantaneously. No. Majin Buu emitted a piercing and agonizing scream. In merely 2 or 3 seconds, the sound gradually faded. His body disintegrated into swirling purple motes of light, which scattered into the air with a gust of wind. Phew, that was close, thankfully. I dodged in time. Goku wiped the sweat from his brow. Frieza and Cooler were equally astonished. Was this the might of the god of destruction, Beerus? The energy just unleashed could have obliterated any of them had it struck. Nearby, Son Gohan stood in a state of disbelief. He ended the battle in a single move? He had anticipated a grueling struggle, envisioning his father teaming up with others to battle Majin Buu. He had even begun to gather his energy, preparing for combat. Instead of a fierce battle, he witnessed an instantaneous annihilation. In the heavens above, the Supreme Kai turned to gaze below, his mouth agape in astonishment. When he turned back to Beerus, his eyes brimmed with terror. The once formidable Majin Buu had fallen in a single strike at the hands of this individual. Now, do you comprehend who I am? Beerus gripped his collar, speaking with a calm demeanor. The Supreme Kai was at a loss for words. He wished to acknowledge his recognition, yet the truth was he did not truly understand. He nodded rapidly, then slowly shook his head. Whis, observing the exchange, chuckled softly and explained, Esteemed Supreme Kai, this is Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. God of destruction? The Supreme Kai's heart raced, and he exclaimed loudly. Indeed, Beerus replied nonchalantly, internally shaking his head at the apparent ignorance of this newly appointed Supreme Kai, who, like his predecessor, had an affinity for wandering into perilous situations. It seemed he would need to consider whether this young one required subduing as well. While the Supreme Kai was merely momentarily startled, confusion soon clouded his gaze as he scratched his head and asked, What exactly is a god of destruction? Beerus's expression froze, morphing into one of exasperation. Whis stifled a laugh at the side. Frustrated, Beerus gritted his teeth, finally understanding why his universe ranked so low. The Supreme Kai bore at least 95% of the blame. Frankly, it might be prudent to summon the enforcers to properly address this ignorant fellow. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei had arrived at the palace of the Omni King. His purpose was to report back. The task assigned by the Omni King was nearly complete. Next, he would prepare for the competition that would serve as a test. Once he passed, he would finally be free. Little fool, I have returned. Jiang Fei murmured with a smile as he entered the temple, traversing the serene and expansive corridors step by step. Chapter 93, Insulting Him on Earth. At this moment, the Supreme Kai had been thoroughly beaten by Beerus, his face bruised and battered. None of the onlookers dared to intervene. Son Gohan initially contemplated stepping in to stop the Supreme Kai's predicament, but was decisively restrained by Son Goku, who did not wish for his son to provoke the irate Beerus. It was utterly unforgivable for Beerus to be unaware of my existence. Flames of rage erupted in Beerus's eyes. As the Supreme Kai saw his opponent preparing to strike again, he hastily shielded his face, internally lamenting his unfortunate situation. In truth, the Supreme Kai's ignorance of Beerus could not be entirely blamed on him. Long ago, Beerus had sealed the old Supreme Kai away, and shortly thereafter, a new Supreme Kai emerged in the 7th universe. This new Supreme Kai, known as the Grand Supreme Kai, took on 4 disciples, the 4 Kai from the East, West, South, and North, who were mere apprentice Kai. Before the Grand Supreme Kai could share any significant details about the realm of gods, the incident involving Majin Buu erupted. The Grand Supreme Kai and the other 3 Kai perished, leaving only the East Supreme Kai, who was promoted from apprentice to official Supreme Kai, while maintaining a life connection with Beerus. Stay calm, young one. The East Supreme Kai, startled and on edge, suddenly heard a voice in his mind. Ancestral spirit? The Supreme Kai was momentarily taken aback, then frantically called out in his heart, Ancestor, please save me. This destructive god wants to kill me. The voice he heard was indeed that of the old Supreme Kai, who sat cross-legged, observing the scene within a crystal ball, a mischievous smile gracing his face. Rest assured, Beerus would not dare to kill you. Have you not realized? The Supreme Kai furrowed his brows slightly as he contemplated this. It seemed to be true. This destructive god could eliminate Buu with a single blow, indicating his formidable strength. If he truly desired the Supreme Kai's demise, it would be exceedingly simple. Yet, from the beginning until now, it appeared he had only received 2 hits. Bang! Just as he was lost in thought, Beerus's fist collided with his eye socket. Ouch! The Supreme Kai cried out in pain, quickly covering the injured eye. Beerus scolded him without mercy. What are you scheming with those wandering eyes of yours? As the Supreme Kai attempted to gesture an apology, the old Supreme Kai's voice echoed in his mind once more. Listen. Beerus is the type who bullies the weak and fears the strong. If you assert yourself a bit more, he will not dare to strike you again. Upon hearing this, the Supreme Kai fell silent, his heart racing with inquiries. Then, what should I do? The old Supreme Kai's smile widened as he watched Beerus through the crystal ball, radiating joy akin to a blossoming chrysanthemum. After sealing him for so many years, there's no chance of rectifying it. Why not let that young one on earth vent some frustration at this fellow? Insult him. The old Supreme Kai chuckled wickedly. Use your most venomous, wicked, and vile words to berate him, and you shall be safe. The East Supreme Kai was momentarily stunned, then skeptically asked, Huh? Can that really work? Absolutely. The old Supreme Kai assured him with fervor, already envisioning Beerus's furious expression. The Supreme Kai took a moment to calm his racing heart, a spark of determination igniting within him. He then bellowed, Beerus. Huh? Beerus paused in surprise. This fellow, who had been so listless, suddenly seemed invigorated. All the onlookers were captivated, for witnessing deities clash was a spectacle they had never encountered. Yes, that's it. Rain down insults upon him. Let us see how he responds. The old Supreme Kai exclaimed excitedly, fixating on the crystal ball, his anticipation bubbling over. Whis was equally curious, eager to see what the Supreme Kai would do next. Beerus. You big fool, you vile villain, you utter simpleton, I detest you. The Supreme Kai declared, his gaze unwavering as he shouted defiantly, his face imbued with a fierce determination, as if battling against malevolent forces. Silence. As his words echoed, the surroundings fell into an eerie stillness, punctuated only by the distant calls of birds. Beerus was momentarily stunned, as was Whis. Below, Goku and the others were equally bewildered. The old Supreme Kai, upon hearing the voice from the crystal ball, was instantly petrified, mentally screaming. Is that truly the most venomous, wicked, and vile thing you could say? It seems to have enraged Beerus, but you're the one about to explode. On Earth. Beerus observed the Supreme Kai's unwavering gaze, unable to suppress a gulp. He gradually loosened his grip on the Supreme Kai's collar and took a few steps back. Supreme Kai. What is the meaning of this? Whis asked, wiping the sweat from his brow, unsure of how to respond. As the Supreme Kai noticed Beerus releasing him, a wave of joy surged through him, and he began to secretly admire the old Supreme Kai. Truly, he was a wise ancestor, capable of resolving matters with just a few words. Yet, he remained oblivious to Beerus's disdainful glare directed towards him. The onlookers, after a brief moment of shock, slowly regained their composure. So this is what a battle between deities looks like. Goku, still in a state of confusion, remarked. He had just heard Gohan mention that this Supreme Kai was seemingly a powerful deity. although his combat prowess might not match that of Majin Buu or even his own. He was indeed a noteworthy figure among deities. It was utterly unexpected that their conflict would be resolved in such harmony. In the Omni King's palace, Jiang Fei stood beside the throne, opposite the Grand Priest. Fei, are you certain you won't play with me for a while? The Omni King, seated in the center, gazed at Jiang Fei with eager eyes. Over the years, he had longed for this moment. Since Jiang Fei's departure, he had struggled to eat, sleep, and play. Now that he had returned, it felt as if something essential had been lost. Jiang Fei smiled helplessly. Your Majesty, I have come to report on my duties. Having roamed freely across the universe for so long, he had grown accustomed to a life of liberty. In the past, it had been a matter of necessity. Now, he could no longer engage in such trivial games. Ah, very well, the Omni King expressed disappointment, regretful for having granted Jiang Fei the position of enforcer. He began to ponder whether he should revoke that position. At that moment, the Grand Priest approached with a beaming smile. Your Majesty, there are still competition tests ahead, which should prove quite entertaining. Chapter 94. I shall depart first. Upon hearing that there would be another competition, the Omni King felt a slight lift in his spirits. Jiang Fei cast a grateful glance towards the High Priest. It was not that he truly wished to avoid playing with the Omni King. Rather, he feared that once they began, there would be no end to it. The thought of remaining in this cursed place for another decade or two was enough to make him despair. Well then, lawgiver, how about I select the universe for the test? The Omni King inquired with a smile. At that moment, Jiang Fei dared not refuse, promptly nodding in agreement. I'll leave it entirely to your discretion. The Omni King scratched his face, pondering briefly before a mysterious smile spread across his features. He slowly addressed Jiang Fei. What do you think of the first universe? The first universe? Jiang Fei's voice rose sharply in disbelief as he scrutinized the Omni King. He had never anticipated that after a few years apart, this simpleton would suddenly demonstrate a marked increase in intellect, attempting to challenge him. The first universe, bearing its name, was not only the first in title but also in power. To pit the seventh universe against the first was akin to jesting. Just teasing you. The Omni King chuckled mischievously. Jiang Fei exhaled slowly, feeling a sense of relief. However, before he could fully compose himself, the Omni King continued, how about the 12th universe? Coughing twice? Jiang Fei's expression soured. This fool was becoming increasingly adept at pulling pranks. The 12th universe, after all, was the counterpart to the first universe. If the first ranked first, then the 12th held the second position, its strength formidable enough that the 7th universe would likely stand no chance. Your Highness, my stay in the 7th universe should not extend for too long, right? Jiang Fei quietly reminded him, the implication clear, in such a brief span. Presenting him with such a formidable contender seemed a blatant attempt to thwart his progress. The Omni King chuckled helplessly, deciding not to press further. He turned to the High Priest and asked, what do you think? It is best to find a universe of comparable strength, the High Priest replied with a smile. Glancing at Jiang Fei before suggesting, then let it be the 6th universe. Hearing this, a smile gradually emerged on Jiang Fei's face. He silently acknowledged the High Priest's reliability. Lawgiver, what is your stance? The Omni King queried. Jiang Fei responded with a calm smile, no problem. This aligned perfectly with his expectations. As long as it was not one of the top 4 universes, the 7th universe should not face any significant threat. Even the 11th universe, with Jiren, could be contested. Once confirmed, the Omni King's gaze shifted back to the High Priest. The High Priest continued, let the competition be scheduled for 1 week from now. I will discuss the specific rules with the Omni King and notify you in advance. Understood, Jiang Fei replied, casting a glance at the Omni King's eager expression. Sensing that the situation was becoming precarious, he hastily added, I shall have the 7th universe prepare. I take my leave. With that, he departed without allowing the Omni King or the High Priest a moment to respond, seeking out a source of energy and using instant transmission to exit the premises. That was rather swift, the Omni King remarked, blinking his wise eyes in surprise. The High Priest could not help but twitch at the corner of his mouth, pondering whether this young man was truly in such a hurry. Fortunately, only the Omni King's intellect could be fooled by him. Had it been anyone else, they likely would have been enraged. Observing the spot where Jiang Fei had vanished, the Omni King contemplated, do you think the 7th universe can prevail? I find it unlikely. The High Priest replied without hesitation. Upon seeing the Omni King's puzzled expression, he began recounting an incident from 6 years prior when Jiang Fei had led the strongest warrior of the 7th universe to disrupt a competition. That so-called strongest warrior had not only been bested by Zamasu but had also faced defeat at the hands of a warrior from the 6th universe. This tale had been relayed to him by Beerus later on. Even if the 7th universe had improved over the past 6 years, the 6th universe would not have remained stagnant. Thus, it was highly probable that the 6th universe would emerge victorious. The Omni King murmured thoughtfully, "Is that so?" Perhaps due to his less than brilliant intellect, he found himself conflicted upon seeing Jiang Fei again. He wished for the 7th universe to triumph, allowing Jiang Fei to become a cornerstone of his realm. Yet he also hoped for their defeat so that Jiang Fei might linger in the divine realm for a few more years to keep him company. Unbeknownst to him, these two desires were not mutually exclusive, for Jiang Fei's duties were not as burdensome as he imagined. Meanwhile, upon instantaneously arriving on an uncharted planet, Jiang Fei soared into the sky, making his way towards the 7th universe. As he flew, he exhaled slowly, silently praying that the simpleton would not take offense. Assuring himself that all of this was for the grand revival of the universe, he then quickened his pace, arriving at the edge of the 7th universe in a mere 3 to 4 minutes. On Earth, Beerus had yet to depart, remaining in place as he pondered how to deal with the foolish Kaioshin. Should he seal him away like that old man? Ancestor. This destroyer god has been thoroughly intimidated. It has been nearly 20 minutes. What should I do next? The Kaioshin thought silently. The old Kaioshin, now completely disinterested in the situation, was not only unaffected by Beerus's presence but was also quite incensed by it. The old Kaioshin felt utterly humiliated by this young man's antics. "Greetings, lawgiver." Suddenly, a voice emerged from the crystal ball, capturing the old Kaioshin's attention and prompting him to exclaim, "What?" The lawgiver. Although he had never encountered the lawgiver nor knew who had assumed the role, he was well aware of its significance. Before him in the crystal ball, the once high-flying Beerus had descended, now prostrating himself on the ground with his forehead pressed deeply into the earth. Whis lowered his head, his expression one of utmost respect. Before them stood Jiang Fei, who had just hurried from the Omni King's palace. "My goodness, it truly is the lawgiver," the old Kaioshin thought, suddenly startled. Although he had never met the lawgiver, he recognized that only the Omni King and the High Priest commanded such reverence from Beerus. The old Kaioshin quickly tidied himself, preparing to pay his respects to the lawgiver. However, he soon noticed the earthly Kaioshin still foolishly hovering in the air, which sent him into a furious rage. "You imbecile! What are you doing just standing there? Hurry and kneel." Chapter 95. Mediocre strength. Upon concluding his words, the old Kai swiftly transported Jebet to Earth. Meanwhile, Kaioshin found himself utterly perplexed, unable to grasp the situation. Who was he to kneel before anyone? He was a Kaioshin. Who would dare demand such a thing from him? However, just as he remained in a daze, Jebet had already arrived with the old Kai. "Foolish creature, why are you still standing there in a stupor?" the old Kai exclaimed in anger. Jiang Fei had already noticed the Kaioshin above, but to his surprise, the old Kai had also made an appearance. With a casual gesture towards Beerus, he indicated that no formalities were necessary. The old Kai seemed to sense Jiang Fei's gaze and involuntarily trembled. He then reached out, seizing the tufts of hair atop Kaioshin's head, and with a forceful tug, hurled him heavily to the ground, right at Jiang Fei's feet. "Hiss, great ancestor. What are you doing?" Kaioshin grimaced, feeling as though his body had been shattered. The old Kai paid him no heed and knelt beside him, fervently reciting, "Old God pays respects to the Grand Judge." Observing the old Kai's submission, Jebet did not hesitate to follow suit and fell to his knees. Kaioshin was left utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Yet, witnessing his ancestor's prostration, he dared not remain lying down. He quickly flipped over and crawled on the ground. Mimicking the old Kai's words, "I pay my respects to the Grand Judge." However, he began to ponder silently. Who exactly was this Grand Judge that instilled such fear in the great ancestor? "Please, rise," Jiang Fei spoke calmly to the 3 prostrated figures. Upon seeing the old Kai, Beerus shot him a sharp glare. To his astonishment, the old fellow was still alive and had seemingly been released from his seal. "Thank you, Grand Judge," the old Kai said, bowing his head as he gradually stood. The other 2 followed suit, expressing their gratitude as they rose. Before Jiang Fei could utter another word, Beerus approached, his gaze fixed on the old Kai, a sardonic smile plastered on his face. "Old man, I never expected you to still be alive." "Humph." The old Kai merely snorted in response, ignoring him entirely, while Kaioshin remained in a state of confusion, as if he were the only one oblivious to the circumstances. Furthermore, he was astounded by the sight of his ancestor bowing, and the fact that even the god of destruction would kneel before this young man. What kind of individual could command such reverence from both of them? "Enough," Jiang Fei interjected, furrowing his brows and speaking in a low tone. The entire scene fell silent. Not only the old Kai and Beerus, But even Sun Wukong and the others became cautious. Glancing at the gathered crowd, Jiang Fei continued. The Omni King has prepared a competition for us. Upon hearing the title of the Omni King, the expressions of Beerus and the old Kai grew serious. Their ears perked up, eager to absorb the forthcoming words. Strong warriors from your 7th universe will battle against those from the 6th universe. The event will take place 3 days from now. The Great Priest will notify you of the location and rules in advance. Jiang Fei briefly outlined the competition. Upon learning that a battle with the 6th universe was imminent, Beerus became intrigued, his face lighting up with excitement, though his tone remained dismissive. How could that universe, led by that panic kid, possibly be our match? Whis also appeared taken aback, uncertain as to why a competition was suddenly being organized. However, he recognized that it was not his place to inquire further. With the likes of Sun Wukong and Vegeta participating, and Frieza and Gula possessing comparable strength, and considering Cell's astonishing prowess, Jiang Fei believed victory should not be unattainable. Do not underestimate them, Jiang Fei cautioned, shaking his head helplessly. This warning was primarily directed at Beerus, who seemed so dismissive. If those individuals were to develop normally, defeating the 6th universe would almost be an impossible feat. The old Kai and Kaioshin found themselves somewhat adrift, unsure of how to react. Kaioshin tugged at the sleeve of the old Kai, inquiring ancestor. What are the 7th and 6th universes? The old Kai shot him an exasperated glare, not because he lacked knowledge, but because the Grand Judge had not permitted them to speak. Who would dare to engage in reckless discussion here? As anticipated, the moment Kaioshin spoke, Jiang Fei's attention shifted to him. The old Kai promptly lowered his head. Beerus, noticing this, adopted a look of malicious glee. The old man already harbored a grudge against him, otherwise he would not have sealed him away. And this young fellow, who did not even recognize him, was truly unforgivable. Since Jiang Fei was present, it seemed an opportune moment to teach them a lesson. This is the newly appointed Grand Judge of the Divine Realm. You both have just paid your respects to him, Beerus explained nonchalantly to the two. He then turned to Jiang Fei, continuing, Grand Judge, these two are Kaioshins, the young one is the current one, and the old one is his predecessor. He proceeded to accuse the old Kai of negligence in his duties, while criticizing the new Kaioshin for his lack of familiarity with the job, particularly for not recognizing the key figures. The two of them listened with their heads lowered, their expressions a mix of embarrassment and astonishment. On the other hand, Sun Wukong suddenly perked up, engaging in lively discussion. Did you hear that? Jiang Fei said we're going to compete against other universes. We're not deaf, Kakarot. Of course. We heard, came the retort. Well, Frieza also seemed intrigued, astonished that there were other universes at play. I wonder what those other universes are like. I'm quite curious. Gula stroked his chin thoughtfully, pondering the matter. TCH, Cell scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the four. His gaze was as if he were looking at a group of simpletons. These individuals seemed to have squandered their years, unlike himself, who, at a young age, had already gained considerable experience. Seeing that the others were still chattering away, Cell stepped forward and remarked nonchalantly, as for the 6th universe, it's passable. I faced their god of destruction, Champa, and his strength is rather mediocre. At this revelation, all eyes turned to him, wide with incredulity and shock. Was this the advantage of being a dog? He had actually visited the 6th universe and battled its god of destruction? Moreover, he deemed that strength to be merely mediocre? Just how formidable was Cell, then? Little did they know, Cell's comment regarding mediocre strength did not pertain to Champa. Chapter 96. The eve of the competition. On this eve, Beerus was incessantly rambling. However, Jiang Fei paid no heed to his words. Instead, he listened to the boasting of Shala nearby, who was regaling the crowd with grand tales. Sun Wukong and his companions were left in awe. Even the initially disdainful Vegeta and Frieza could not help but be impressed. At first, they were skeptical, but as Shala spoke with such conviction, they found their disbelief wavering. In essence, we inhabit the 7th universe, Shala declared, crossing his arms and regarding the assembly with a nonchalant demeanor. After a brief pause, he continued, asserting that if powerful warriors were to be dispatched to battle, it would undoubtedly be the likes of us. Yet, the 6th universe is teeming with formidable individuals. Those of your caliber likely stand little chance. At this point, Shala slightly shook his head. He was unaware that the 6th universe had yet to reveal other formidable talents. However, even a single hit was enough to pose significant challenges. Although these individuals were considerably stronger than he had been in his prime, facing hit would likely spell their doom. Their only hope rested with themselves. Vegeta huffed in defiance, while Frieza and Gula sneered. They acknowledged Shala's remarkable strength but were unwilling to be underestimated. It seemed none present would yield to his arrogance. Only Sun Wukong wore an eager expression, his heart racing at the prospect of battling warriors from other universes, a thought that filled him with joy. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei found himself enduring Beerus's incessant chatter. He waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I understand." At this, Beerus's voice trailed off, replaced by a smug smile. He despised the Kais, both the old and the new, for their ignorance of his existence. Such negligence warranted a formal complaint. A Kai who lacked proficiency in their duties was indeed guilty of grave misconduct, particularly one who failed to recognize the Grand Priest, a transgression deserving of severe reprimand. "You two may depart," Jiang Fei said nonchalantly. Beerus raised his head haughtily, proclaiming, "Did you hear that? The Grand Priest has commanded you." "Wait. Grand Priest, you are not holding them accountable?" Beerus exclaimed incredulously. Jiang Fei nodded, arching an eyebrow. "Is there a problem?" "None at all," Beerus hastily replied, his mind racing with thoughts of injustice. He had sought Jiang Fei only to be met with disdain upon his delayed arrival. Now, the Kai, oblivious to his presence, seemed to escape unscathed. Was it not said that the Grand Priest upheld the law impartially? Why then, did it appear skewed in this instance? "Thank you, Grand Priest." The old Kai exhaled in relief. Jiang Fei glanced at the visibly frustrated Beerus, shaking his head slightly before turning his attention back to the old Kai, stating, "The current Kai situation is rather unique. I am aware of this. You may return now and discuss matters regarding the Divine Realm and the various universes with him." He gestured to the Kai Shin beside him. The old Kai nodded earnestly. "In 3 days, the 7th universe will compete against the 6th. You are welcome to join us at the God of Destruction's realm," Jiang Fei continued calmly. Without hesitation, the old Kai nodded, his agreement immediate and resolute. "You may leave." Jiang Fei waved his hand. The old Kai bowed humbly, "I take my leave." With that, he gave a light slap to the head of the Kai Shin beside him, who finally registered the situation and quickly bowed, declaring, "I take my leave." He then instructed Jebet to use instant transmission to depart from the premises. Beerus watched as his scheme unraveled, a sense of disappointment washing over him, coupled with feelings of unfairness regarding his fate. The following day, at the 6th universe's God of Destruction realm, the Grand Priest promptly informed Bardos of the competition. Upon receiving the news, Bardos immediately relayed it to the God of Destruction. "Champa, competing against the 7th universe?" Champa pondered for a moment. After receiving Bardos's affirmative nod, a disdainful smirk crept onto his face. "What audacity does the 7th universe possess to challenge us?" To be candid, he vividly remembered how their so-called strongest warrior had been utterly outmatched by one of his own. That image lingered in his mind. It had been years since their last encounter. Could Beerus truly have improved? "Lord Champa, do not underestimate them," Bardos cautioned. Though her thoughts were elsewhere, her mind drifting to Jiang Fei in the 7th universe, a smile unconsciously blossoming on her face. The Grand Priest had informed her that this competition was essentially organized for the Grand Priest's sake, although the specifics remained undisclosed. "Let it be," Champa retorted. "The 7th universe is hardly worthy of being our adversary." He felt confident, for the last encounter between Shalu and Hit had solidified his belief. Despite having the inclination to take the competition seriously, he felt no need to worry, given their overwhelming strength. "Very well, we shall need to prepare 5 strong warriors." "Lord Champa, do you have any candidates in mind?" Bardos inquired. Champa shrugged nonchalantly, "Summon that one named Hit. As for the rest, choose whomever you wish." Champa was not entirely aware of the strong contenders among the 6th universe's ranks, but with Hit on their side, he believed they would easily triumph. The warriors of the 7th universe were no match for Hit's prowess. "I understand," Bardos replied calmly, then began gathering personnel to prepare for the forthcoming competition. On the other side, the Grand Priest similarly informed Beerus and others of the need for 5 participants. The location was set at the Nameless Star, mirroring the original story. The specific rules of the competition would be announced upon arrival. Notably, this competition would invite all gods of destruction, Kais, and angels to spectate. Upon learning this, both Beerus and Champa regarded the competition with heightened seriousness. Though they believed in their victory, they feared the potential for embarrassment in front of so many witnesses. Failure would indeed be a tremendous disgrace. Chapter 97, The Nameless Star. 3 days later, everyone gathered in the realm of destruction. The participants included Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Frieza, Cooler, and Cell. These 5 warriors represent the pinnacle of strength in the 7th universe. Their participation was undoubtedly uncontroversial. Additionally, a group of individuals from Earth also arrived to witness the battle, including some who had recently been revived by the Dragon Balls. The 2 gods of destruction from the Kaioshin realm had also arrived. After 3 days of instruction, Kaishin Shin had gained a clearer understanding of the relationship between himself and the gods of destruction, as well as the connections between the divine realm and the various universes. He was profoundly astonished by Jiang Fei's identity. Reflecting on his previous behavior, he realized how disrespectful he had been. However, after clarifying these relationships, he no longer felt the same fear when he saw Beerus. Facing Beerus, Kaishin wore a calm expression, his eyes seemingly conveying a challenge. What are you going to do about it? Is Jiang Fei not here? Bulma inquired, glancing around. This time, she had accompanied Vegeta, alongside the recently revived Trunks. Whis replied with a gentle smile, stating that the enforcer had already departed and they would meet him shortly. Oh, I see. Bulma nodded slightly, casting a look at Trunks and then at Vegeta not far away. With a resigned sigh, she thought there was no point in worrying too much. After all, she merely wished to see that person from her past once more. Yet, Vegeta sensed something amiss. Why had they begun discussing Jiang Fei? An inexplicable sense of unease stirred within him, though he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort. Observing that everyone had arrived, Whis proposed, Lord Beerus, shall we depart? Yes, let us set forth, Beerus replied indifferently. Whis waved his staff, and a vast transparent chamber materialized before them. Including Beerus and Kaishin, everyone entered the chamber. Whis ascended to the top of the transparent room and waved his staff, causing them to vanish from the realm of destruction. In the next moment, they appeared in the pitch-black cosmos, the nameless star. On the dark red planet, a colossal arena had been erected, surrounded by luxurious and comfortable viewing platforms. The current arrangement starkly contrasted with the desolation of the planet. Above, several massive Dragon Balls hovered in the sky, their size identical to that of the dark red planet. Just as in the original narrative, in addition to assessing the strength of the seventh universe, the Omni King had prepared a special gift for the victor. This gift was none other than the enormous Dragon Balls suspended in the sky. Before the arena, a grand throne floated in mid-air, flanked by two tall, slender guards. Jiang Fei and the Grand Minister stood on either side of the throne, suspended in the void. Ah, I can hardly wait. Why has the seventh universe arrived yet? The Omni King sat in his seat, appearing somewhat bored. Truthfully, he was quite eager for the match, as it had been a long time since the entire universe had experienced such excitement. Aside from the absent seventh universe, the remaining 11 universes had already gathered. The Grand Minister shook his head with a smile, then turned his gaze to Jiang Fei. It seems the enforcer has great confidence in the seventh universe. Jiang Fei, maintaining his composure, replied, it's average. After saying this, he turned to the Grand Minister and returned a smile, although he claimed to feel indifferent. Jiang Fei was certain of victory in this competition. After all, the warriors of the seventh universe were those he had handpicked and trained. He hadn't even pushed them to their limits, otherwise, he could have selected even more formidable opponents. At that point, they would not merely be competing against the sixth universe. Even the first universe would pose no threat. However, Jiang Fei refrained from doing so, as he needed to leave himself some leeway. Oh dear. Why are they still not here? Grand Minister, could you urge Beerus and the others to hasten? The Omni King pouted, expressing his discontent. He had anticipated that once they arrived, the thrilling match would commence, yet they had been waiting for an extended period. Yes, my lord, the Grand Minister replied with a gentle smile, then began communicating telepathically with Whis, urging them to speed up. Meanwhile, the delay of the seventh universe was not only displeasing to the Omni King. All the universes present shared his dissatisfaction. The Omni King had summoned them to witness this event, and they had not dared to be tardy, arriving well in advance. Now, all the spectators were present, while the protagonists of the match had yet to arrive. Their already strained relations with Beerus had soured further, leading to their mounting frustration. Could it be that the seventh universe is too afraid to show up? Mocked Quitella, the god of destruction from the fourth universe. Beerus had poor relations with all the gods of destruction, but none were as antagonistic as Quitella, who harbored a strong grudge against him. Perhaps it had something to do with his resemblance to a yellow mouse, but the exact reasons remained a mystery. Angel Conic smiled amiably. Do not be impatient, Lord Quitella. With the Omni King present, do you think the seventh universe would dare to abstain? Quitella continued to sneer, remaining silent, yet in his heart he plotted to relish the sight of Beerus's defeat in front of so many witnesses, an opportunity to humiliate the detestable figure. In the sixth universe, all the participants sat obediently in their seats. Champa, noticing that Beerus had not yet arrived, lounged comfortably, crossing his legs. He nonchalantly remarked, knowing full well they will lose yet still feeling compelled to participate, how agonizing. Oh, are you referring to the seventh universe, Lord Champa? Asked Vados, raising an eyebrow and smiling. Champa glanced at her, replying coolly, "If not them, then who else could it be?" After speaking, Champa briefly indulged in his thoughts, feeling that his previous words held a certain flair, before bursting into a raucous laugh that echoed throughout the venue. Chapter 98. Everyone is present on the viewing platform of the 10th universe. The god of destruction, Lam-Z, swung his long nose, listening to the boisterous laughter of Champa. Feeling a wave of annoyance wash over him, his gaze fell upon the vacant spectator area of the 7th universe, further aggravating his irritation. That fellow Beerus should just surrender outright, Lam-Z remarked darkly. He despised tardiness above all else. Were it not for the presence of the Omni King, the Grand Priest, and the justice officials, he would have stormed off long ago rather than endure this wait. A petite angel with a youthful visage, named Kess, approached him slowly. With a smile, she reassured, "Lord Lam-Z, do not be anxious. The upcoming match should be quite spectacular." Lam-Z responded with disdain, "Spectacular? The 7th universe stands no chance against the 6th universe." He recalled that Champa had previously boasted that the 7th universe's top fighter had suffered a crushing defeat to their own. It was rumored that the 7th universe, under the guidance of the justice official, had grown significantly stronger. Kess smiled as her gaze drifted towards a figure beside the throne. She was genuinely eager to see whether the 7th universe's strength would indeed experience a qualitative leap under the leadership of this young justice official. Upon hearing the term justice official, Lam-Z's expression momentarily stiffened before returning to normal. He acknowledged the prowess of the justice official but doubted that he could elevate the 7th universe to new heights within such a short span. He recalled that the justice official had only recently emerged from obscurity and had not yet passed several years. If centuries had elapsed, he might have believed that the 7th universe could contend with the 6th, but now, no one present would share that belief. "Let us wait and see, Lord Lam-Z," Kess said with a calm smile, her eyes dancing over to Jiang Fei. She had complete confidence in her sources of information and was curious to see what heights this legendary justice official would bring the 7th universe to. On the viewing platform of the 11th universe, Wei Mei and Makalitas sat comfortably. Unlike others, they did not underestimate the 7th universe. In fact, they believed that victory was almost assured for them. This confidence stemmed from the report brought back by Topo, the candidate for God of Destruction. After he had observed that after Jiang Fei had taken away Cell had acquired the strength to battle Jiren. Initially dismissive, they were now astonished to learn of Cell's capabilities. If all went well, the 7th universe would secure a decisive victory solely on Cell's merit. "It seems the general perception of the 7th universe is quite low," Makalita remarked with a gentle smile. In truth, the information Kess had just received was disseminated by her, and she had shared it with most other universes, though many remained skeptical. "Humph," Wei Mei scoffed. "To think that anyone could hold Beerus in high regard is ludicrous. The 7th universe ranks second to last for a reason." However, she paused, lifting her gaze to Jiang Fei beside the throne, and continued. "They are fortunate to have encountered a justice official. This match should be a sure win." Makalita nodded in agreement. As other platforms buzzed with speculation about Beerus' tardiness, they inevitably circled back to Jiang Fei. Yet, when discussing the 7th universe's confrontation with the 6th universe, many remained skeptical. While they had no doubts about Jiang Fei's personal strength, they felt that defeating the 6th universe in just a few years was unrealistic. Strengthening one's abilities was a gradual process, particularly between universes, which required years of accumulation. At that moment, the representatives of the 7th universe finally arrived, their massive transparent vessel gently descending onto the Crimson Planet. "Ah, they have finally arrived," Champa remarked with a mocking expression, drawing the attention of the powerful beings from the 6th universe. The Saiyan, Kaba, gazed upwards and murmured, "Is this our opponent? They certainly seem formidable." Frost, resembling Frieza almost exactly, stroked his chin contemplatively, while Hit remained expressionless, showing no change upon seeing Cell. The god of destruction of the 2nd universe, Hellas, observed and murmured, "Regardless of their strength, the 7th universe certainly exudes a higher prestige than the 6th. As the members of the 7th universe, led by Cell, descended, they silently surveyed the arena. Only Goku appeared somewhat excited, while the other four emanated an aura of confidence and intimidation. Quite impressive," Champa noted, sensing the overwhelming presence of the 7th universe's contestants, each exuding an air of villainy. In contrast, aside from Hit, he felt his own team lacked the same stature. However, the tension in his brows eased slightly as he thought, "So what? Let us see how it handles this." No orders were given. Wiz took the initiative to lead them to the 7th universe's designated platform. Surrounding gods of destruction cast hostile glares, but this animosity was directed solely at Beerus. Unfazed, Beerus casually picked his nose. Lord Beerus, it seems these individuals harbor ill will towards you, Goku remarked, scratching his head. Even he could sense the hostility. Beerus replied nonchalantly. It matters not, such is the burden of the strong. Even if the world stands against me, so what? With a resigned sigh. He seemed accustomed to the weight of scrutiny. Chapter 99. Friendship first, competition second. A few individuals had already settled into the viewing stands. When was heard Beerus's remark, he nearly erupted into laughter. It was as if others harbored jealousy towards them, fostering animosity. In truth, it was merely a result of their lack of social connections. Indeed, that was precisely the case. Although the inhabitants of the various universes felt a moment of intrigue upon seeing Cell and his companions, the majority still regarded the situation with a sense of amusement. After all, high prestige does not necessarily equate to formidable strength. Humph. So these are the denizens of Universe 7? They hardly seem impressive. What gives them the right to be ranked above us? A disdainful voice from Universe 9 remarked. However, this comment did not emanate from their god of destruction, Sidra, but rather from the Kaioshin of their universe. Despite Sidra's rugged appearance, his demeanor starkly contrasted, especially upon hearing the Kaioshin's words, prompting him to lower his head in silence, as if disassociating himself from the matter entirely. This divergence of character between the Kaioshin and the god of destruction in Universe 9 ultimately led them to languish in the position of last place. Sighing helplessly, Angel Mojito wore an expression of deep concern, appearing utterly fatigued. In the stands of Universe 4, Quitella gazed at the viewing area of Universe 7, his face adorned with a mocking smirk. He had already devised a plan to taunt Beerus thoroughly after Universe 7's inevitable defeat, hoping to ensure that Beerus would never again hold his head high in the presence of others. As the gods continued their raucous laughter, the Omni King, seated upon his throne, suddenly levitated into the air. All present fell silent. In unison, the god of destruction bowed at a 90-degree angle towards the Omni King, while the angels nodded respectfully beside them. Once the Omni King confirmed that all were present, he turned to the Grand Priest and inquired if they could commence. Of course, the Grand Priest replied with a smile. With the confirmation, the Omni King resumed his seat, and the gods of destruction straightened their posture. The Grand Priest surveyed the assembly and stated, "The rules of the competition are quite simple. Each side shall send forth 5 participants." Though he addressed the entire assembly, his words were primarily directed towards Universe 6 and Universe 7. Jiang Fei nodded silently, noting that the rules were consistent with the typical narrative. Even the rewards for victory would mirror those of previous contests. After succinctly outlining the rules, the Grand Priest glanced at Beerus and Champa, as if to inquire whether they had any questions. Both nodded in unison, displaying confident smiles that indicated their acquiescence. Very well. I would now like to invite the law enforcement officer to address us, the Grand Priest said with a gentle smile. After casting a glance at Jiang Fei, he gradually retreated. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fei momentarily paused, feeling the collective gaze of the audience upon him. After a brief moment of composure, he stepped forward and, with a neutral expression, proclaimed, "I extend my gratitude to all universes for their participation and support in this competition. I hope that Universe 7 and Universe 6 will uphold the principle of friendship first, competition second, and showcase their style and skill." After a brief pause, he added solemnly, "If there are no objections, we may officially commence the competition." Following his statement, Jiang Fei calmly surveyed the crowd before quietly stepping back. Fortunately, in his previous life, he had participated in numerous such competitions. Speaking grandiloquently was second nature to him. The gods of destruction, upon hearing his words, exchanged knowing smiles. As for the notions of showcasing style and skill, they paid little heed. However, the phrase friendship first, competition second resonated clearly with them. They were well aware of the strained relationship between Beerus and Champa, which was akin to a fade of brotherhood. How could they possibly maintain a spirit of friendship? Was this not a jest? Champa chuckled dismissively, then turned to Beerus, remarking, "Look how gracious the law enforcement officer is to you, Beerus. He has already prepared an excuse." However, despite his words, he secretly believed Jiang Fei was merely crafting justifications for himself, considering that the entire universe was aware of his association with Universe 7. If they were to suffer a humiliating defeat, it would be quite the embarrassment. By stating this, even in the event of a crushing loss, he could offer some semblance of explanation. "My Lord Champa, I suggest a touch of humility would serve you well," Bato said with a resigned shake of her head. Makarita had also mentioned to her the training of Cell within their universe. Nevertheless, she had not given it much thought, as even with exceptional talent, it was inconceivable that Cell could triumph over Hit, who possessed the power of time manipulation. Such abilities were not easily overcome through mere enhancement. Champa nodded, conceding, "Very well. Let us grant the law enforcement officer some courtesy." He then gestured towards a massive yellow bear beside him, stating, "You there. Your name is Berta, correct?" The yellow bear nodded earnestly. "Then you shall be the first to compete," Champa declared nonchalantly. Vados had gathered these individuals, and aside from it, he knew little of their capabilities. However, judging by appearances, he surmised that this yellow bear was likely not formidable. Upon receiving the order, Berta nodded and, with a powerful leap, descended from the stands to the arena, surveying the opposing platform. Many entertained similar thoughts. The majority of the gods of destruction shared this sentiment, for it would reflect poorly on the high-ranking law enforcement officer if Universe 7 were to suffer a devastating defeat under his leadership. While they may not dare to openly mock, behind closed doors, discussions would surely abound. Preparing excuses to salvage their pride was an unspoken understanding among them. On the viewing platform of Universe 7, Beerus cast a disdainful glance at Champa, perceiving his confidence as unwarranted. With his legs crossed casually and one hand resting on the back of his chair, he appeared remarkably composed. He glanced around the assembly without designating a specific challenger, instead asking languidly, "Who among you intends to take the first step?" A chuckle echoed in response. Son Goku sprang forward without hesitation, leaping onto the arena without so much as a greeting. Vegeta furrowed his brow, originally intending to seize the opportunity for himself, but it appeared that he would have to concede the first move to Son Goku. Chapter 100, the unsightly contest in contrast to the usual narrative. There exists a notable divergence in this chapter. For instance, during this match, the referee, who typically wields a microphone, is conspicuously absent. Once both parties enter the arena, the contest commences in earnest, allowing for immediate engagement. "Who is this? They appear rather unimpressive," remarked Champa, peering down at the arena, his nostrils flaring. In his eyes, the only formidable contender from Universe 7 was Cell, dismissing all others as inconsequential. Setting aside the impending clash, simply considering their physiques, his own yellow-skinned bear was already a clear victor. Furthermore, the individual who had just stepped onto the stage seemed to be the least distinguished among the competitors from Universe 7. As the others entered with crossed arms and stoic expressions, exuding an air of confidence, this particular fighter exhibited none of their calm demeanor. "It appears Beerus has fielded the weakest of them all," Champa muttered to himself. On the arena floor, Goku's fervor was palpable as he gazed at his opponent. Just as he was about to greet them, the yellow-skinned bear launched an offensive. With legs that seemed coiled like springs, he propelled his massive frame towards Goku with astonishing speed, his fist swinging wildly through the air. Caught off guard, Goku hastily evaded the bear's powerful strikes, relying on his agility to dodge the onslaught. Soon enough, he regained his composure and faced the attacks with increasing poise. The sound of thuds echoed as the bear's fist pounded against the arena floor, stirring up clouds of dust and causing the platform to tremble. The large and small fighters danced an intricate ballet of attack and evasion, showing no signs of reaching a conclusion anytime soon. In the stands of Universe 7, Cell and his companions watched the battle unfold with disinterest. They had anticipated a thrilling contest, but were instead treated to a tedious game of cat and mouse. "How slow can that fool Kakarot be?" Vegeta scoffed. Though he relished battles where he did not have to exert his full strength, that was only against formidable foes, seeking to unearth their hidden abilities. Against an opponent so weak, there was no need for such hesitation. It was simply uninteresting. Beerus shook his head, not appearing overly anxious. He turned to Whis and remarked, "This habit of his is troubling. It could very well lead to an unexpected downfall." Whis nodded in silent agreement, having long recognized this flaw in Goku's character. Fortunately, he assessed that the opponent's strength was not formidable, and Goku should be able to manage even in his base form. Meanwhile, Champa frowned and shouted towards the ring, "Bardock, what are you doing? Hurry up and end this battle." He had expected the weakest opponent to be swiftly dispatched, rather than witnessing what seemed like a game of cat and mouse. If this continued, it could drag on indefinitely. The other gods of destruction observed this scene with disdain, smirking at the lackluster display. Truly, this battle between the second-to-last and third-to-last universes is quite enlightening, quipped Quitella, the god of destruction from Universe 4, deriding Champa in the process. One would expect a cataclysmic display, yet what we have here resembles children playing pretend. Indeed, the fighting styles of these two universes are rather unexpected, Hellas remarked mockingly. She had envisioned a more dramatic scene but never anticipated it would devolve into such farce. Turning to her angel, Sava, she commented, "Is this the caliber of warriors trained by the Grand Minister? Quite the revelation." She concluded with a light chuckle, her eyes filled with contempt. "Sava, Hearing his goddess disparaging remarks about the Grand Minister, was visibly alarmed. "My Lord Hellas, please reconsider your words," he cautioned, glancing at the Grand Minister who was observing from above. Unfazed, Hellas merely nodded. The battle raged on. Following Champa's cue, the yellow-skinned bear unleashed his full potential, his body becoming as elastic as rubber. He abandoned his cumbersome fist strikes and began to bounce across the ground, launching himself towards Goku's position. Yet, despite this, Goku remained unchanged, neither transforming into Super Saiyan Blue nor even Super Saiyan, continuing to evade in his base form. In Universe 11, Vado shook her head in resignation, pondering why they did not allow Cell to fight instead, as he could have finished this match swiftly. After all, anyone capable of contending with Jiren should find battling Universe 6 a trivial task, she mused. "Let us observe," Makarita replied with a serene smile. In the stands of Universe 10, Lam-Z sneered, "What an unsightly match this is. Do you see this, Kusu?" Kusu furrowed her brow, admitting that the contest lacked excitement. It was a gross misallocation of the presence of so many gods of destruction. Even with the guidance of the Grand Minister, Universe 7 remains unchanged, Lam-Z continued. Realizing his words might be inappropriate, he added, "Of course, I am not implying that the Grand Minister's abilities are lacking, but rather that the fighters of Universe 7 are." His gaze returned to the arena. Above, the Omni King was transfixed by the unfolding battle. Unlike the other gods of destruction, he found the contest exhilarating, his delight manifesting in animated gestures and exclamations, as if it had thoroughly captured his interest. Observing this, the Grand Minister smiled softly and turned to Jiang Fei, inquiring, "It appears that the Grand Minister has complete faith in Universe 7, does he not?" He discerned that although the battle was not intensely fierce, victory seemed assured for Universe 7. Through his observations, he noted that Goku was managing the situation with remarkable composure, making victory merely a matter of time. However, he cautioned, such a strategy would not suffice for the long run. "Indeed," Jiang Fei replied with a smile. "While the match may appear childish and lacking the ferocity one expects from powerful beings, Goku's capabilities extend far beyond what is currently displayed. His victory is all but guaranteed." As expected, approximately 10 minutes later, Goku executed a smooth slide, seizing the yellow-skinned bear's leg and flinging him off the platform with considerable force. The first match concluded with Goku emerging victorious. Despite his win, the observing deities shook their heads slightly, clearly dissatisfied with the match's overall excitement. Chapter 101 Frosta. Truly marvelous. The king of all sat in his seat, exuberantly waving his hands and exclaiming excitedly. Clearly, the recent match had greatly delighted him. The high priest chuckled softly and shook his head. He then turned to say, "It appears that His Majesty the King of all is quite satisfied." Indeed, the king nodded earnestly. He now realized that this competition was genuinely captivating. It seems that in the future, if possible, they must host such events more frequently. He turned to the law enforcer and remarked, "You certainly possess remarkable skills." Jiang Fei smiled helplessly, responding, "As long as His Majesty enjoys it." However, inwardly, he began to criticize the absurdity of it all. Surely, the world of the foolish is beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. On the arena, the victorious Sun Wukong raised one hand joyfully, gesturing towards the surrounding audience. However, the spectators now appeared somewhat subdued. Some even shook their heads in disdain, offering not a single applause. To be frank, were it not for the presence of the King of all, many among the gods would likely have already departed. After all, watching such a tedious contest was far less appealing than relaxing comfortably at home, even in their own universes. Finding a few individuals to spar with would be far more entertaining. In the stands of Universe 7, Beerus, still reclining with his legs crossed, commented indifferently, "Well done, Wukong." To be honest, given the caliber of the opponent sent forth, victory had been anticipated, thus he did not exhibit much excitement. Vegeta and the others also responded to Wukong's triumph with notable indifference, their faces displaying a distinct air of disdain. Spending so much time dealing with such a foe was hardly praiseworthy. Conversely, the atmosphere was quite different on the stands of Universe 6. Champa was fuming, shouting angrily at the combatants below, "Incompetent fools. You are utterly worthless. Get up here." Initially, he had intended to send a slightly weaker opponent, hoping that, even in defeat, they could save face. Yet, he had not anticipated that in the very first match, they would not only lose but be thrown off the stage so disgracefully. The yellow-skinned bear lowered his head, gently bouncing up to the stands, unwilling to meet Champa's gaze, and took a seat. "Lord Champa, we should send out our second contestant," Vados quietly suggested from the side. "I am aware," Champa replied in a somber tone, briefly scanning their lineup before fixing his gaze on one individual. He pointed and declared, Frost, you shall go. Yes, Lord Champa, Frost responded as he stood. Just as he was about to leap down, Champa warned once more. This time, you must win. No losses, or else. Understood. Frost's spirit lifted as he jumped down from the stands, his mind already calculating whether to employ some underhanded tactics. After all, if his opponent had just unleashed their full strength, there was little to fear. However, if there remained a significant reserve of power, the situation could become precarious. Losing the match would be trivial compared to losing his life. Upon landing on the stage, Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. Frost. The Frost before him bore an uncanny resemblance to the first form of Frieza. Not only was Wukong astonished, but the spectators of Universe 7, with the exception of Beerus and Whis, were also taken aback. There is someone who looks just like Frieza, Gula remarked. The world is indeed vast and full of wonders. Frieza himself was intrigued, for anyone would feel a tinge of curiosity when encountering someone who mirrored their own appearance. Cell, however, was unfazed. Don't speak of someone resembling Frieza. Have you not seen the man across from us who looks just like me? He then directed his gaze toward it, his fighting spirit unwavering since the beginning. Yet, the latter remained with his eyes tightly shut, completely ignoring their presence. Vegeta scoffed, glancing down at the stage and stating coolly, if he looks like Frieza, his strength must be lacking. What did you say, you bastard? Frieza shouted angrily, appearing ready to confront Vegeta. Enough, Beerus said with a furrowed brow, quelling the dispute between the two. He was indifferent to their potential brawl later on. They could fight as they pleased once they returned. However, at present, they were in the midst of a competition. Especially before the King of All and the Assembly of Gods. It would be quite embarrassing if a quarrel broke out in their stands before the match even commenced. Upon hearing Beerus's reprimand, Vegeta offered a mocking smirk but fell silent. Frieza coldly chuckled, his gaze shifting back to the arena. Greetings, I am Frost. If it pleases you, I shall make the first move. Frost introduced himself politely, a warm smile gracing his face. Sun Wukong, taken aback by this demeanor, nodded slowly. He had expected his opponent to be a malevolent figure akin to Frieza, yet he was pleasantly surprised to find Frost so courteous. While Frieza could also be polite, his manner often bore an unsettling edge. In contrast, Frost exuded warmth and approachability. As Sun Wukong pondered this, Frost's fist surged forward, propelled by a fierce gust. Whoosh! Sun Wukong deftly evaded, laughing as he dodged. I suggest you transform into your final form right away. What? Frost gasped in shock at the suggestion. Before he could respond, he felt a resounding impact as Sun Wukong's fist connected with his abdomen. Wah! Frost was sent reeling, expelling a significant amount of bile. Staggering back several paces, the observing gods, witnessing this scene, began to muster some enthusiasm, for this resembled a true battle, albeit lacking the desired intensity. Wiping his mouth, Frost exclaimed in astonishment, How did you know I could transform? He, Sun Wukong chuckled, pointing toward his own stance. Because we have someone who looks just like you here. Frost quickly turned to look, indeed spotting a person who bore an identical appearance, staring intently at him. He nodded silently, murmuring, I see. With that, his expression sharpened, and a purple glow enveloped him. A formidable aura began to rise within the arena, drawing the attention of all around. Chapter 102. Underhanded tactics. With a brilliant flash, Frost transformed into his ultimate form, resembling Frieza to perfection. Sun Wukong nodded in satisfaction before swiftly charging forward. Bang! 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 The two engaged in a series of powerful exchanges, echoing with thunderous sounds. They danced around each other, battling from the arena into the sky. The flickering afterimages in the air created an illusion akin to a genuine competition, prompting the observing gods to nod slightly, alleviating their earlier boredom. Nonetheless, their interest in such a fight remained lukewarm. They viewed it merely as an exhibition of additional techniques, albeit with a hint of spectacle. Yet, the might displayed left much to be desired. Bang! Frost delivered a forceful punch, sending Sun Wukong hurtling through the air. Before Wukong could regain his footing, Frost lunged forward. Both hands aimed at him, gathering a massive wave of energy. Boom! A violet energy wave erupted, causing a colossal explosion that shrouded the arena in dust, obscuring the scene within. Hovering in the sky, Frost wore a confident smile, believing that this move would surely defeat his opponent. Although he acknowledged Wukong's formidable strength, he felt that his form's power surpassed Wukong's by a slight margin. It's over. Champa sneered, casting a boastful glance at Beerus, who simply chewed his lip in boredom. He didn't believe that Sun Wukong would fall so easily. Dismissing Champa's arrogance, he thought, he thinks he is so strong. Vegeta crossed his arms, a smirk of disdain lingering at the corners of his mouth. Gula silently shook his head, his eyes reflecting disinterest. Cell's gaze remained fixed on his counterpart, oblivious to the commotion below. Frieza sighed softly, lamenting the squandered potential of such a promising figure, realizing that Frost's strength was rather lacking. Of course, their remarks were directed not at the battered Sun Wukong, but at Frost, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Frieza. Though their skirmish had been brief, the spectators discerned that this Frieza lookalike was not particularly impressive. In the next moment, as the spectators continued their musings, a golden light erupted from the arena, dispersing the surrounding dust. Sun Wukong's figure gradually emerged, radiating with a golden aura. His presence had transformed dramatically compared to before. "Ah, this is intriguing." The god of destruction, Hellas, raised an eyebrow. The god of destruction from Universe 8, Legel, glanced over, his previously silent demeanor shifting slightly as Wukong's newfound energy piqued his interest. The gods, witnessing this transformation, began to show a flicker of enthusiasm. Originally, they had assumed that the fighter from Universe 7 was merely average, but this unexpected surge of power suggested that the forthcoming battle would be quite captivating. "Humph. He can still improve, but it seems rather trivial," Quitella remarked, pursing his lips as he observed the arena. The fighter from Universe 7 certainly exhibited a marked increase in strength, yet it was still insufficient to capture his admiration. In their universe, such prowess was commonplace. Sigh. Beside him, the angel Konik let out a resigned breath. In Universe 6, Champa felt a stir of unease upon witnessing Wukong's newfound energy. This is reminiscent of that time. He glanced at his counterpart, Cell, recognizing the familiar aura and state. To his surprise, this seemingly unremarkable individual had also achieved such a transformation. Shut-eyed, it seemed to sense a familiar essence, gradually opening his eyes to survey the arena. His expression remained unchanged, and he promptly closed his eyes again. Bardoss spoke calmly, "Lord Champa, it appears Frost may not be able to contend with this individual." She could clearly perceive that Wukong's energy had vastly surpassed Frost's. The impending battle seemed destined for Frost's defeat. "Ah, damn it," Champa angrily gestured, feeling the weight of the situation. Without Bardoss' warning, he sensed the shift in momentum. He simply couldn't fathom how things had escalated to this point. What should have been an easy victory now threatened to result in the downfall of two of his strongest fighters. On the arena, Sun Wukong gazed up at Frost, smiling as he warned, "You should be careful now." Before Frost could react, Wukong flashed above him. Bang! The sound of collision echoed as Wukong's fist struck Frost's head, sending him plummeting toward the ground like an arrow. Wukong, moving with incredible speed, was already waiting below before Frost could touch down. Bang! 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 His fists fell like a torrential downpour, relentlessly pummeling Frost. The latter felt as though his body were on the verge of breaking apart, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. But this is infuriating. The calm demeanor he once held began to dissipate, replaced by a growing fury that spurred his counterattacks. However, each of his strikes was deftly evaded by Wukong, while Wukong's assaults grew increasingly ferocious, landing with devastating force. Boom! Frost, unable to withstand the onslaught, raised his hand and unleashed a ki blast that struck Wukong squarely, allowing him a momentary reprieve as he distanced himself. His body was now battered and bruised. Huff! Frost gasped for breath, his expression grim. "Am I about to lose?" Recalling Champa's earlier warning, a heavy dread settled over him. It seemed that he would have to resort to some underhanded tactics. Suddenly, a fine, sharp spike protruded from his arm. Ha! On the other side, Sun Wukong unleashed a burst of energy, clearing the smoke around him. Aside from his tattered clothing, his body bore no significant injuries. Observing Frost at his limit, he decided against prolonging the battle. With a smile, he said, "I'm sorry, Frost, but it looks like victory is mine." With that, he dashed forward, his fist poised to strike. Frost, witnessing the oncoming attack, allowed a cold smirk to surface. Internally, he vowed, "Apologies, but the victor shall be me." Chapter 103, Vegeta. You step up. Frost nimbly evaded the impending assault. Upon witnessing the miss, Goku swiftly recalibrated his stance and launched another arm toward his opponent. Seizing the opportunity, Frost delivered a straight punch that met Goku's palm with a resounding thud. The impact reverberated, propelling Frost several meters away, forcing him to stagger back to regain his balance. Goku furrowed his brow slightly, sensing a sudden, sharp pain radiating from his palm. Nonetheless, he dismissed it and readied himself for another offensive, intent on concluding the match. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Goku felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his vision blurring, and his body became unresponsive, teetering on the brink of collapse. Excellent, Frost thought, a triumphant smile gracing his features. In a flash, he surged towards Goku, delivering a swift kick without a moment's hesitation. In his dazed state, Goku recognized the motion but was powerless to react. With a resounding thud, Goku was sent flying off the ring, resulting in an abrupt and bewildering conclusion to the second match, with the sixth universe emerging victorious. Gasping, Goku touched his aching body, now devoid of his Super Saiyan form. Simultaneously, the dizziness and paralysis dissipated, leaving him perplexed about the events that had just transpired, having been knocked off the stage in a haze of confusion. "Well done, Frost. It seems my judgment of you was not misplaced," exclaimed Champa from the sixth universe's stands, astonished by the unexpected victory. Battles observed Frost intently, pondering the unexpected turn of the match. "Damn it, how could we lose?" Beerus roared, unable to mask his fury. He had anticipated an easy win, only to be confronted with this unforeseen twist. Vegeta, Frieza, and the others were equally astonished, as they did not perceive Frost's prowess as particularly formidable. How could Goku have lost so suddenly? Goku, scratching his head, ascended slowly, sheepishly glancing at those around him. The observing deities were equally bewildered. The match's abrupt end had taken them by surprise. Initially, they had held the seventh universe in high regard, expecting their representative to triumph over two formidable opponents. However, it seemed their assumptions were misguided. "How formidable did I think I was?" Quitella scoffed, seizing the opportunity to belittle the seventh universe. Although the gods were unsure of what had transpired, they recognized that the seventh universe had indeed fallen short of their expectations. Yet, the angels seemed to have caught on to something amiss, their gazes fixated on the Grand Minister and the law enforcement officer. The Grand Minister keenly observed the events that unfolded on the stage. Turning to Jiang Fei beside him, he inquired with a gentle smile, "Law enforcement officer, shall I intervene?" "No need." Jiang Fei waved dismissively, stating, "Let the match proceed normally." He was well aware of Frost's tactics, but unlike the usual narrative, these maneuvers were not explicitly forbidden by the rules. To press the issue would likely invite ridicule from the other universes. Besides, he had confidence in the strength of the other participants from the seventh universe. Perhaps this was merely a lesson for Goku. "Very well," the Grand Minister replied, maintaining his smile, and refrained from taking further action. The Omni King, although intrigued, wore a smile as he remarked, "Ah, law enforcement officer, the seventh universe has lost." Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow at this remark, sensing an air of schadenfreude from the young deity. He simply nodded in acknowledgement and shifted his gaze back to the arena. The assembled angels, observing the lack of commentary from the Grand Minister and the law enforcement officer, began to piece together the situation. Whis shook his head in resignation, realizing that this matter would likely go unaddressed. Meanwhile, Beerus continued to berate Goku for his overconfidence. "You could have ended the battle swiftly. Why linger so long, leading to this inexplicable defeat?" "My Lord Beerus, it's time to send out the next contestant," was quietly reminded. Beerus halted his tirade but remained visibly irate, scanning the crowd to select the next fighter. Frieza, Cooler, and Vegeta were eager to test their mettle against the next opponent. "Vegeta, you step up," Beerus commanded, eyeing the trio before casting a glance at the provocatively smirking Champa, unleashing his pin-up fury. Just as Vegeta prepared to descend with confidence, Beerus bellowed, "Make that brat pay for his insolence." Taken aback, Vegeta nodded slightly before leaping down into the arena. The observing deities, though finding the match tedious, had no choice but to continue watching. On the stage, the two contenders readied themselves. With an air of arrogance, Vegeta regarded his opponent. Frost, brimming with overconfidence, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction but soon donned a friendly smile, preparing to greet him. Just then, an overwhelming aura erupted from Vegeta, enveloping him in a golden blaze. Not this transformation again, Frost thought, a knot tightening in his stomach. Realizing he would need to resort to underhanded tactics, he prepared to unleash his poisonous spikes. Yet before he could fully execute his strategy, Vegeta suddenly appeared before him. Boom! With a powerful punch, he struck Frost squarely in the abdomen. Ugh! Frost spat blood as he was further met with a swift kick that sent him crashing down from the stage. In less than a second, the victor was determined. Observing the now empty arena, Vegeta crossed his arms and shook his head nonchalantly. It appeared that, in times of crisis, it was once again up to him, the Prince of the Saiyans, to restore the dignity of his team. Chapter 104. The attention of the gods excellent. Witnessing this scene, Beerus stood up in excitement. In truth, his reaction was unnecessary, primarily because Son Goku had lost the previous match in a rather disheartening manner. Frieza and Cooler displayed a facade of indifference. Upon seeing this, Goku felt an even deeper sense of shame. What? Champa leaped up in disbelief. He had not anticipated that the third match would conclude so swiftly, leaving him unprepared for the spectacle, only to witness defeat. Frost, in pain, struggled to rise. He glanced at Vegeta, who looked down at him with an air of pride. Although Vegeta was unaware of how his opponent had overcome Goku, he understood that in the face of absolute power, any schemes were futile. As long as he denied the opponent any opportunity, all trickery would amount to nothing. Vegeta turned his gaze away from Frost and directed it towards the audience of Universe 6. With arms crossed and an expression of utter indifference, he declared, "Next." Though his voice was not loud, it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Upon hearing this, Frost's heart boiled with anger, yet it was of no consequence. He could only stagger back to the stands, dragging his injured form. Champa, ignoring the defeated Frost, was thoroughly incensed by Vegeta's words. His eyes seemed to blaze with fire. "This is outrageous. How arrogant." Champa clenched his fists, wishing he could personally descend and crush that insolent brat. The other gods of destruction furrowed their brows slightly. Simultaneously, their perception of Universe 7 began to shift. To defeat a participant from Universe 6 with a single blow, and to do so with such audacity, indeed suggested a measure of skill. Jiang Fei observed the audacious Vegeta below with a hint of a smile. While this braggart often elicited disdain today, he was oddly pleasing to the eye. The Grand Priest maintained his serene smile, offering no commentary on the outcome. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Beerus was nearly beside himself with joy. He shouted downwards, "What a lad! Truly a powerhouse of Universe 7, so brazen." With this, he cast a disdainful glance at the other gods of destruction, lingering longest on Universe 6, as if to flaunt and mock. "Damn it! This infuriates me." Champa seethed, pacing restlessly. His gaze briefly lingered on a metallic robot before moving to a weaker young man nearby. After a second or two, Champa shook his head, dissatisfied with both, believing neither could rival the one below. His attention then fixed on the silent hit. He resolved to curb the arrogance of Universe 7 promptly and ensure that the impudent young man below paid dearly for his hubris. "Hit." Champa called out loudly. Upon hearing his name, Hit immediately opened his eyes. Without hesitation, he leaped down from the stands. Beerus nodded slightly, believing that this match was about to conclude. On the stands of Universe 7, Hit Cell's pupils constricted sharply as he spoke in a low tone. "It seems it's time for me to intervene." With that, he began to stretch slightly, as if he anticipated Vegeta's inevitable defeat. Frieza and Cooler exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom how the newly arrived fighter had garnered such high praise from Cell. Yet, upon closer inspection, they sensed that this newcomer did not radiate overwhelming power. At this moment, Beerus grew more cautious. He had witnessed Cell's strength, deeming him the most formidable in Universe 7. The fact that he was taking this opponent seriously spoke volumes. Above, the Omni King watched with great interest. Jiang Fei's expression shifted slightly, surprised that the highly anticipated Hit was entering the fray so soon. It seemed Vegeta was in grave peril. On the arena, Hit wasted no time with idle chatter. He assumed a somewhat constrained stance. Vegeta, snorting in disdain, decided not to engage in needless banter. With a sudden surge of energy, a golden aura erupted around him. In an instant, he appeared beside Hit, his massive fist aimed directly at his opponent's face. However, just as his attack was about to land, the situation took a remarkable turn. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Vegeta found himself on the receiving end of a punch. His chest indented deeply where Hit's fist had struck. Vegeta's expression twisted into a grimace. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth as he staggered several steps backward, pain radiating through his chest, causing cold sweat to bead on his brow. Yet, what truly astonished him was that he had not perceived Hit's move at all. It felt as if that fist had materialized out of thin air. On Universe 7's side, aside from Beerus, Whis, and Cell, everyone else wore expressions of bewilderment. Even the onlookers were puzzled, knowing only that Vegeta had been struck, yet completely unaware of how that punch had been delivered, as they had failed to catch any trace of the attack. Time. Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, uttering the word in unison. They finally comprehended why Cell regarded this opponent with such gravity. To wield control over time made vanquishing an opponent a trivial task. Not only them, but even those from other universes were astonished, echoing the notion of time. As deities, they were acutely aware of time's significance. The revelation that someone from Universe 6 could manipulate time was indeed remarkable. Delicious. One remarked, furrowing his brow. It appears the match is nearing its conclusion. Keitra observed the arena with a cold, sinister smile. Impressive. It seems there will be no need for further viewing. Ramses shrugged, speaking nonchalantly. What a pity. I wonder how Universe 7 will respond. Hellish chuckled softly. The other universes voiced their opinions, all unanimously skeptical of Universe 7. setting aside the disparity in strength. The mere ability to manipulate time rendered the situation nearly insurmountable. Unless the fighter below could somehow elevate his strength to forcibly transcend the constraints of time. Champa surveyed the scene with a sense of triumph, his expression beaming like a blossoming chrysanthemum. Chapter 105. A re-evaluation of the law enforcer with a resigned slap to his forehead. Jiang Fei lamented the misfortune of Vegeta, aptly nicknamed Tragedy Tower. Indeed. Just as he attempted to showcase his prowess, he was swiftly met with a harsh reality. The Grand Priest observed Jiang Fei's reaction, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Though his thoughts remained inscrutable. On the arena, Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression somewhat grim. Fortunately, his injuries were not severe, allowing him to continue the battle. Roaring with fury, Vegeta unleashed a surge of energy, the golden aura surrounding him flaring dramatically. A tempestuous force saturated the environment. Oh, he is actually powered up, Champa remarked, a hint of surprise in his voice. He was not alone. Many of the gods of destruction nearby shared his astonishment. Beginning to reassess the seventh universe. With another thunderous shout, Vegeta's golden aura transformed, a magnificent blue energy enveloping him from bottom to top. His hair and brow shifted to a striking blue, his power magnified exponentially, rendering him almost unrecognizable. Even more astonishing was the divine quality that accompanied this newfound energy. Vegeta sneered at Hit, declaring, "No matter how you attacked me before, in this state, all your techniques will be futile." With this transformation, the pain from his earlier injury seemed to lessen, his confidence visibly restored. The observing gods of destruction stood in awe, unable to fathom the extent of Vegeta's newfound might. This aura alone surpassed that of most beings in the universe. Is it possible that the seventh universe harbors such strength? Rumshi from Universe 10 uttered in disbelief. The atmosphere crackled with potent energy. Isn't this to be expected, Lord Rumshi? Kes remarked, her gaze directed towards Jiang Fei above. It appeared that this law enforcer indeed possessed formidable skills, capable of nurturing such a powerful warrior in the seventh universe. Rumshi, absorbing her words, frowned deeply as he regarded Jiang Fei. It seemed his initial assumptions had been misguided. Lord Quitella, who would have thought the seventh universe was so concealed in its strength? Konik stated to his fellow god of destruction, his calm demeanor belied by his astonishment. Humph! Quitella scoffed, clearly unconvinced. To him, the seventh universe should not have such formidable warriors. Reluctantly, he conceded, it's merely due to the law enforcer's guidance. Initially skeptical of Jiang Fei's potential impact, he could no longer deny the significant change that had indeed occurred. This level of combat prowess would place them at the pinnacle of the fourth universe. Konik chuckled wryly, recalling Quitella's earlier assertions, which now seemed utterly contradicted. Impossible. This is simply impossible. Champa leaped up once more from the sixth universe's stands, astonished that the fighter on the arena could unleash such overwhelming energy. This was entirely contrary to the information he had gathered. 6 years ago, the so-called strongest of the seventh universe, Cell, had not even approached this level. Now, out of nowhere, another contender emerged with such exaggerated power. Makarita nodded slightly, reflecting, it appears we have gravely underestimated the law enforcer's capabilities. In Universe 11, the duo of Vados and Makarita shared a similar surprise. They had presumed that aside from Cell, the seventh universe held no other formidable figures. Yet, the fighter on the stage exhibited extraordinary prowess. However, their astonishment was fleeting, and their expressions soon returned to indifference. While Vegeta's energy was indeed remarkable, in the 10th universe, there were still many who could match him, with several far exceeding his strength. Thus, relative to other universes, their composure remained intact. The gods of destruction and Kaioshians of universes 1, 12, 5, and 8 showed only slight reactions before regaining their composure. These 4 universes ranked among the strongest in the cosmos. On the stands of the 7th universe, Beerus did not bask in the awe of the other universes. Instead, he stood, gazing down with a keen eye. He understood that the astonishment directed at Vegeta's strength was but a fraction of the true surprise regarding Jiang Fei's capabilities. After observing for a brief moment, Beerus sighed, acknowledging that this power was still insufficient to break that individual's temporal constraints. Indeed, Whis agreed with a faint smile. Though this power appeared insurmountable, without further enhancement, Vegeta's outcome would likely mirror his previous attempts. High above, the Grand Priest regarded Vegeta's unleashed energy with a nod of approval, casting a glance at the composed Jiang Fei. It seemed he had underestimated the young man. On the arena, enveloped in blue energy, Vegeta fixed his gaze ahead. It maintained a seemingly indifferent stance, unfazed by the overwhelming aura that emanated from Vegeta. Frustration bubbled within Vegeta as he met Hid's calm gaze. After a tense exchange that lasted several moments, Vegeta could no longer contain himself and dashed forward. His fist poised to rend the very fabric of space itself. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to Hit, who continued to observe with unwavering composure, as if the unfolding events bore no significance to him. Chapter 106. Go ahead. Just as Vegeta believed he was on the verge of victory, a smirk crept across Hit's lips. In that fleeting moment, Vegeta felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. His movements came to an abrupt halt, his fist suspended in midair. Ugh! Vegeta spat out a mouthful of blood. Hit's fist had struck him squarely in the stomach. Blood trickled from the corner of Vegeta's mouth, his eyes wide with disbelief. He could not fathom how his opponent had managed to strike him. He saw no trace of an attack trajectory. It felt as if the blow had come from thin air. Well done. Bravo! Champa exclaimed, almost as if he were on a high. Initially, he had believed that Hit's significant power boost would spell doom for him, but it seemed that no matter how much he improved, the outcome remained unchanged. Bardoss shook her head helplessly. Lord Champa, do mind your image. After her reminder, her gaze shifted to the high perch where Jiren was observing the unfolding events, his expression betraying no particular emotion, as if everything transpired according to his expectations. Indeed, it appears my judgment was not mistaken, Beerus remarked, his brow furrowing. Vegeta's current strength was still insufficient to break free from the grip of time. However, when his gaze drifted to Cell, the furrow in his brow eased somewhat. After all, he still had an ace up his sleeve, so there was no need for excessive worry. What on earth? How can that guy's movements be so swift? Goku scratched his head, confusion evident in his eyes. He was utterly incapable of discerning how Vegeta had been attacked. If given the chance, he would have relished the opportunity to step into the ring himself. Alas, he had already been eliminated, and there was no prospect of re-entering. Frieza and Cooler shared similar expressions of bewilderment. The opponent's techniques were utterly inscrutable, leaving them perplexed. It seemed that many enigmatic and formidable warriors existed across the cosmos. Damn it! What is happening? Vegeta exclaimed in frustration. He felt as if he possessed immense power, yet found himself unable to unleash it. It remained expressionless. Yet this time he rarely spoke, declaring, "Yield. You are no match for me." He had no ulterior motives. He had come to the tournament primarily for the promise of a hefty reward. He did not wish to waste excessive time on a single opponent, especially with 3 more adversaries awaiting him. How dare you look down on me? Vegeta was instantly consumed by rage upon hearing those words. He had initially been filled with confidence, only for it to be shattered by this unexpected turn of events. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward recklessly. It shook his head in resignation, narrowing his eyes as he activated his time-skip technique. Time froze, and Vegeta's body was immobilized in place, his fist still poised in the air. With a resounding thud, its blow landed squarely on Vegeta's face. As the time-skip concluded, Vegeta was sent reeling, his face bruised and battered, tumbling across the ring before coming to a halt after several rotations. Damn! Vegeta slowly rose to his feet, blood streaming down his face. Hit's strikes were not particularly forceful, perhaps limited by his own strength, yet that made them all the more torturous, akin to being slowly dispatched with a dull knife. This time, Hit chose not to waste words and instead launched a direct assault. His figure lunged forward with sudden speed. Vegeta hastily raised his arm in a defensive gesture, but alas, the time skip activated once more. His arm remained suspended in midair, the action incomplete. Hit's fist struck him directly in the throat. While his attack did not possess an air of invincibility, he was adept at targeting vital areas. With a dull thud, the sound resonated as the time skip ended. Cough, cough. Vegeta clutched his throat, coughing violently. The blood he expelled was not saliva but rather crimson droplets. Yet, the onslaught was far from over. Hit's time skip activated yet again. Thud, thud, thud. A series of strikes landed on Vegeta's body. After delivering the final blow, Hit ceased his assault and casually slipped his hands into his pockets. The fiery aura surrounding Vegeta dissipated, his hair returning to its normal hue. He stood rigidly for a second before collapsing onto the arena floor, utterly devoid of combat capability. Vegeta, Bulma and the others cried out in alarm upon witnessing the scene. Whis shook his head slightly, his staff gently touching the ground. A soft white light enveloped Vegeta's fallen form, lifting him gently into the air toward their section of the stands. Hit, meanwhile, calmly regarded the 7th universe as spectators, uttering the same words Vegeta had before him. Next. Hit was generally a man of few words, but this time he was indeed pressed for time. He had already accepted several assassination contracts before Bardoss had found him. Even if Champa had not dispatched him, he would have volunteered for battle, as one must honor their commitments in the realm of work. Damn it. This guy is insufferably arrogant. He must be taught a lesson. Before Beerus could interject, Frieza could no longer contain his fury. This was not merely a matter of Vegeta. It was an affront to them all, including the mighty Emperor of the universe, Frieza himself. However, after his outburst, he made no further move. Remaining on the sidelines with a furious glare directed at Hit, Beerus arched an eyebrow at him. Don't just shout. Why don't you step up? No one is stopping you. Frieza felt a tinge of embarrassment at Beerus's words. Though he was furious, he was not foolish. His strength was comparable to Vegeta's. If Vegeta had been so thoroughly defeated, he would likely fare no better. His earlier outburst was merely a means of venting his frustrations. Go on, Beerus suddenly commanded. Startling Frieza. He glanced at Cell beside him and quickly added, Mr. Cell just indicated he was ready to fight, so I shall refrain from stealing the spotlight. Cell's gaze was fixed intently on it. After hearing Frieza's comment, he cast a brief glance at him and then replied coolly, Then I shall leave this opportunity to you. Dear King Frieza. Chapter 107. The gods are shocked upon the utterance of this statement by Sharu. All gazes converged upon Frieza. Embarrassed, Frieza chuckled awkwardly, instinctively retreating a step. However, before he could distance himself significantly, Beerus slowly approached and gave a slight nod in his direction. Frieza, cautious and wary, kept his eyes on him. Suddenly, with a loud thud, Beerus delivered a swift kick that sent Frieza tumbling off the platform. Muttering to himself, he remarked how he had long found Frieza irksome, and that he shouldn't attempt to act superior. Frieza crashed heavily onto the arena floor. Dazed and bewildered, he looked up at Hit, who now exuded an aura far removed from the one he had displayed on the platform. Another one here to meet his demise, Champa remarked with a smug expression. Following the previous battle, he felt exceptionally confident. If even a formidable opponent like Vegeta could be handled with such ease, dealing with the individual on the platform would surely be a trivial matter. Moreover, this individual bore a striking resemblance to Frost from their universe, suggesting that his power would not be greatly inferior either. What a pity, Quitella said with a grin, a hint of schadenfreude flickering in his eyes. Without this fellow, the seventh universe might have truly secured victory. Hela shook his head in disappointment. As a god of destruction, he was acutely aware of the power Vegeta had just displayed. If he could be easily defeated, it was reasonable to expect that the ensuing battles would be similarly effortless. It seemed that the sixth universe was indeed harboring hidden talents. With a furrowed brow, Vados nodded, a fleeting shadow of concern crossing her features. However, upon reflecting on the formidable warriors in her own universe, her worries dissipated instantly. On the arena, Hit stood with his hands in his pockets, regarding Frieza with a nonchalant air. I recall you mentioning that you would teach me a lesson? And no. Frieza hastily waved his hands. He had initially believed he wouldn't have to fight, thus resorting to verbal bravado. Now, having been unceremoniously kicked down, he could only hurriedly deny his earlier claims. After all, he was on par with Vegeta, and if Vegeta had been easily dealt with, then his own fate would likely not be much better. Unfortunately for him, it did not afford him the luxury of an explanation. He was eager to conclude the fight swiftly, claim his due reward, and proceed with his next tasks. In the blink of an eye, Hit appeared before Frieza. With a resounding thud, he unleashed a punch that struck Frieza squarely in the abdomen. An agonizing pain coursed through Frieza's body, and he gaped in shock. Saliva slowly dripping from his mouth, his eyes wide in disbelief, almost popping out of their sockets. It hesitated momentarily, sensing that his attack had not yielded the desired effect. Thud, thud, thud. He continued to rain down punches upon Frieza, who endured them all. In no time, numerous wounds marred his body. Although he yearned to retaliate, he found himself utterly incapable of mounting any effective counterattack. At that moment, he finally grasped the torment that Vegeta had endured. What is happening? Hit murmured, his brow furrowed. He was aware that his attacks were not particularly powerful, yet he believed they should strike true. When he had landed the first punch on Vegeta, the latter had begun to cough up blood. Yet, this individual, having received so many blows, merely bore superficial wounds without showing signs of serious internal damage. Unwilling to be deterred, Hit activated his instant transmission and launched a fierce barrage of attacks. Thud, thud, thud. The arena reverberated with the sound of strikes. As he treated Frieza like a mere punching bag, the observing gods of destruction could only shake their heads in resignation. As anticipated, this battle was devoid of suspense. You insufferable wretch! Frieza exploded with rage, evading momentarily to create distance. Gritting his teeth, he bellowed, do not become too complacent. As he spoke, a tremendous energy began to coalesce around him, causing the surrounding space to tremble. In the blink of an eye, a golden aura enveloped him as he transformed from his first form into his final form. But that was not the end. The radiant golden light intensified, and in a mere breath, his white skin shimmered with a golden sheen. The atmosphere around him exuded a pressure that threatened to surpass that of the recently defeated Vegeta. How was this possible? The gods were left astounded by the spectacle. They had initially believed that Vegeta, upon entering the arena, was the strongest contender. Now, another individual had emerged, radiating an aura that was equally formidable. It was unexpected that the 7th universe, which had previously ranked second to last, had unveiled two top-tier warriors. Whether it was the earlier Vegeta or the current Frieza, both were undoubtedly among the elite fighters in any of their universes. Is this the work of the Enforcers? Vados pondered, gazing incredulously skyward. She understood that these power levels were still inferior to those of the 11th universe. However, the rapid emergence of two top-tier warriors, coupled with Sheru, suggested that if Jiang Fei continued to linger in the 7th universe, surpassing the 11th universe would merely be a matter of time. With that thought, a myriad of reflections flooded Vados' mind. No, the Enforcers must not be allowed to remain in the 7th universe any longer. Why are there so many powerful figures emerging? Champa found himself incredulous. He recognized that even now, it remained no match for the new Frieza. Yet, he was taken aback by the continuous emergence of strong warriors from the 7th universe. He even questioned himself, is this truly the 7th universe I once knew? Truly. The work of the Enforcers, Vados observed, her gaze fixed on Jiang Fei, her eyes sparkling like stars, a joyful smile adorning her face. She understood that the appearance of two top-tier warriors in the 7th universe was not attributable to Beerus or Whis. Had they possessed such prowess, they would not have remained in the second-to-last position for so long. It was evident that this was the result of the man's efforts. Quitella's expression darkened at this moment. Why? Why does the 7th universe continue to produce so many formidable characters? He had always been at odds with Beerus. And now that his rival possessed two such powerful allies, he feared being overshadowed. Lord Quitella, once this is over, should we seek an audience with the Enforcers? Konik suggested quietly, approaching him. Like Vados, he believed that the recent emergence of so many strong warriors in the 7th universe was undoubtedly linked to the Enforcers. Chapter 108. Frieza's might contact. We must make contact, Quitella declared with unwavering determination. He had entirely relinquished his previous bias against Jiang Fei. This legendary enforcer not only possessed formidable strength but also excelled in training powerful warriors. It seemed he had indeed underestimated the situation, regardless of the circumstances. It was imperative to invite the enforcer over. Otherwise, in a few years, Lord Beerus would surely be riding him like a burden. Many deities and angels shared similar thoughts. In Universe 10, Ramses began advising Chris, I was wrong about the enforcer. We must retain him within our universe. Chris nodded with a faint smile. The universes were in a constant state of competition. Should the 7th universe continue to thrive unchecked, their own universes would be in peril. They had to secure the enforcer. The 7th universe must not monopolize his talents. Hellas gazed upward, his tone resolute. Their perspectives had drastically shifted, and they now understood the meaning of looking down on others. Not only the lesser universes, but even the 4 higher universes began to strategize silently, as they increasingly sensed that their own status was under threat. Beerus, however, paid little heed to the surrounding dynamics, preoccupied with witnessing Frieza's impending humiliation and the anticipated victory of Cell in the forthcoming match. Whis, on the other hand, observed the diverse expressions of the gods with a resigned shake of his head, musing that his peers were still too naive. The Grand Minister watched Frieza's transformation with mild astonishment. It appeared he had underestimated Jiang Fei as well. In terms of capability, this individual truly had substance, managing to rectify the chaos of the 7th universe so effectively. Yet, how would he handle the ensuing challenges? Or would the 7th universe unveil even more formidable characters? On the arena, Frieza, now clad in golden skin, found no relief in his mood. Rather, it grew heavier. At this juncture, there was no room for cowardice. He had to confront the situation head-on. Ha! Frieza bellowed, charging forward. Just a few paces away from it, he suddenly halted, conjuring a sphere of energy that he hurled at his opponent. If close combat proved ineffective, perhaps a ranged attack would yield better results. It shook his head. Just as the energy wave approached, he activated his instant transmission once more. In the next moment, his fist struck Frieza's abdomen. As the instant transmission concluded, Frieza stared in disbelief, for his energy wave had not even reached its original position. Boom! The energy blast soared into the distance, colliding with a mountain and resulting in a tremendous explosion. Without a word, it commenced a new round of relentless assault. Frieza resembled a punching bag, being tossed about. Though unlike Vegeta, he seemed to sustain only minor injuries. Thud, thud, thud. The muffled sounds echoed as Hit's punches grew increasingly ferocious, targeting Frieza's neck, heart, and head. Yet, after half an hour of such punishment, Frieza remained on his feet. Well, it appears Frieza is quite resilient, Beerus remarked, stroking his chin with a smirk. He had initially expected Frieza to be an easy target but was astonished by his endurance. Would he tire Hit out instead? Not only Beerus but also the other gods of destruction were equally astonished, pondering how Frieza could withstand such onslaught without succumbing. Champa was left dumbfounded, thinking, "Don't let this turn into a disaster." Of course, a disaster was unlikely. Hit's expression began to show signs of fatigue, beads of sweat forming at his temples, revealing how arduous it was to subdue Frieza. He felt this was the most challenging battle he had faced since his debut. Although Frieza was utterly defenseless, the mere fact that he could exhaust Hit was commendable. As Frieza noticed the slowing of Hit's attack, he took a deep breath, wincing in pain from his injuries. His once resplendent golden skin had lost its luster. He felt utterly powerless against Hit and even contemplated surrendering. After all, he had endured for quite some time. And compared to Vegeta, he certainly wouldn't be deemed shameful. Just as he pondered this, Cell leaped down from the stands. Frieza was momentarily taken aback. Unsure of the situation, was Cell intending to join him in the fight? Cell cast a dispassionate glance at Frieza before unceremoniously kicking him off the arena, casually muttering, "Useless waste, you've wasted enough time." He then glanced at Hit, indicating that his words were not solely directed at Frieza but also at him. Initially, it was expected that dealing with someone like Frieza would yield a swift resolution, yet Hit had struggled to subdue him, revealing Frieza's unexpected resilience. Damn it, Frieza cursed angrily. However, he lacked the courage to return to the arena, as this aligned with his plan. Still, the insult stung, and he shot a furious glare at Cell before sulking back to the stands. Meanwhile, Hit wore a grim expression as he regarded Cell. He discerned the underlying meaning in Cell's words. After a moment of adjustment, he regained his composure. Despite the considerable energy expended in battling Frieza, that was merely the toll of combat. As long as he could still utilize instant transmission, he remained in prime condition. "Do you truly believe your outcome will be any better than his?" Hit remarked, a rare cold smirk gracing his lips. He was quite familiar with Cell, having faced him previously in Universe 6. He held a psychological edge over him. Cell, expressionless, replied, "Is that so?" The spectators remained perplexed, unsure of the unfolding circumstances. Hadn't he the fighter from the 7th universe yet to lose? Why then had he been unceremoniously ejected by his own ally? Yet, Cell and Hit were unconcerned with the thoughts of those around them. At that moment, an invisible tension crackled in the air as the two forces clashed. The match had concluded, as stated by the serene voice of the 11th universe Esmai Mei. Chapter 109. Will you depart on your own? Or shall I kindly assist you? As the words of Wei Mei fell, a stirring commenced from the arena, where Shala began to make his move. A radiant golden light abruptly enveloped him, casting a lustrous sheen over his green skin, reminiscent of the earlier Frieza, now adorned with a gilded exterior. The atmosphere was thick with an ominous aura, rivaling and perhaps surpassing that of Frieza himself. The gathered deities were left in a state of shock, their eyes fixated on the stage. The emergence of formidable beings from Universe 7 left them at a loss for words. The appearance of one might be deemed coincidental. Two could still be brushed off as mere happenstance. However, the arrival of three was a phenomenon that could not be ignored. And it was impossible not to attribute this to Jiang Fei's influence. At this juncture, the outcome of the competition seemed trivial in comparison to the pressing concern of how to persuade the Lawmaster to align with their universe. Korin, seek an opportunity to engage the Lawmaster. We must ensure he does not remain in Universe 7 any longer, remarked the god of destruction, Leisure, to the angel beside him. He had sensed a profound threat emanating from Universe 7, realizing that in just a few short years, such formidable figures had emerged. If given more time, the consequences could be dire. The angel Korin nodded solemnly in agreement. Indeed, Lord Leisure, in the stands of Universe 3, the god of destruction, Iraq, wore a visage of deep concern, his already peculiar features becoming even more fearsome. He turned to his companion and urged, "We must devise a strategy, Quitella, to sway the Lawmaster to our side." "I shall make an attempt, Lord Iraq," Quitella replied, furrowing his brow as he nodded. Both Universe 1 and Universe 12, as high-ranking universes, echoed a similar sentiment. Their focus extended beyond merely Universe 7, encompassing all other universes. The rise of another universe posed a significant threat to their own standing. "Good heavens, it's astonishing how much this lad has progressed in just a few years," remarked Champa, gazing at the arena and shaking his head in disbelief. He was unsure of the thoughts circulating in the minds of other universes. But as a participant in the contest, he recognized the importance of winning alongside the necessity of winning over the Lawmaster. Yet, he felt ambivalent about the latter. He was one of the few who had genuinely interacted with Jiang Fei and understood his temperament. If he were to secure the Lawmaster's allegiance, it might very well cost him his position as a god of destruction before his universe could achieve any elevation. On the stage, it seemed to have regained his composure. Observing the golden Shalu, a smirk graced his lips, tinged with a hint of disdain as he remarked, "I expected something more novel from you. After waiting for so long, it turns out this is all you have to offer." He sensed that Shalu's form was evidently stronger than Frieza's. Yet for one with the ability to manipulate time, such strength held little impact. "I'm afraid I shall disappoint you," Shalu replied nonchalantly, unleashing a formidable aura that surged forth once more. A deep blue flame erupted, causing the very planet to tremble. The seemingly indestructible arena now bore a minuscule crack, with the blue flames enveloping Shalu, emanating an overwhelming presence that astounded all. Indeed, this was the case. Aside from Weimei, who had anticipated this, and Beerus, who was already privy to the situation, nearly all the gods of destruction rose in astonishment, their gazes fixed upon the stage. This energy is simply astounding," Champa exclaimed incredulously. He could hardly fathom how a mere mortal could possess such formidable power. Quitella shook his head repeatedly, his expression fraught with complexity. This must be a deception. The divine assembly found themselves at a loss for words, their emotions swirling in the wake of this display of might. Possessing such strength, not only among the myriad universes but even within the realm of the gods, would render some of the lesser gods of destruction incapable of standing against him. Had they managed to maintain their composure until now, their eyes now burned with fervor. Were it not for the presence of the Omni King and the Grand Priest, they might have rushed forward to kneel before Jiang Fei, eager to have him guide their universe. This Shalu's remarkable achievement could be attributed in part to his innate talent, yet it was undeniable that Jiang Fei's contributions were substantial. The Grand Priest exhibited little overt astonishment, merely narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Shalu on the stage. Then, regaining his composure, he turned to inquire, "Lawmaster, have you nurtured these powerful beings from Universe 7? At this point, the strength of Universe 7 had vastly surpassed the Grand Priest's expectations. While it did not reach the level of astonishment, he was nonetheless taken aback by Jiang Fei's capabilities, considering the previous state of Universe 7, which he was well aware of. After all, it had languished in a position of near insignificance. "Ah," Jiang Fei replied with a calm smile, not concealing anything. "Nurturing may not be the correct term. I merely played a role in their discovery. Whether it be Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Frieza, or Cooler, and even now Shalu. I have not intentionally trained or taught them, for that is not my forte. I simply provided a slight push in their advancement. Their accomplishments stem entirely from their innate talents. The Lawmaster's aptitude is indeed commendable," the Grand Priest acknowledged with a nod. To uncover so many beings of potential speaks volumes of Jiang Fei's discerning eye. Moreover, cultivating powerful beings within the universe does not fall within the realm of his responsibilities. His duty is to supervise and enforce the law, ensuring the universe's greater elevation. Judging by the current performance of Universe 7, Jiang Fei has undoubtedly excelled in his role. "Your praise is unwarranted," Jiang Fei responded with a gentle smile. On the stage, Hit found himself momentarily dumbfounded by the unfolding scene. The calm demeanor he once maintained crumbled as he was enveloped by an unprecedented sense of oppression emanating from the atmosphere, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. "Will you depart on your own, or shall I kindly assist you?" Shala regarded him with a cool demeanor, uttering the words with an air of indifference. Chapter 110. No, I did not fall to Beerus upon hearing this. Hit furrowed his brow, a flicker of indignation stirring within him. It was the first time someone dared to speak so boldly in his presence. In a low, resonant voice, he remarked, "Allow me to escort you off the stage." With that, he transformed into a streak of purple light, charging towards Cell. Cell smirked disdainfully, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on him. Just as Hit was about to reach Cell, the time-skip technique activated instantaneously. The energy surrounding them ceased abruptly, and the cacophony of sound fell silent in that fleeting moment. Cell's form became rigid, his smile frozen in time. Hit steadied his breath, emanating a violet aura. Summoning every ounce of his strength, he delivered an unrivaled punch. However, just as his fist was about to connect with Cell, the latter's mouth curled into an even more exaggerated grin. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as time resumed its flow, and the energies in the atmosphere began to swirl restlessly. Yet, this punch did not land as Hit had envisioned. Instead, it was firmly caught by Cell's outstretched hand. Blocked. A stir erupted among the spectators from Universe 7, particularly from Vegeta and Frieza. who had suffered immensely from Hit's time skip, unable to grasp their opponent's movements and relegated to a passive stance. To witness Cell directly countering such an elusive technique was nothing short of astonishing. Truly remarkable to effortlessly neutralize such a phantasmal maneuver. Cell had indeed proven to be a worthy prodigy cultivated by Jiang Fei. Goku watched intently from the sidelines, captivated by the clash between these two formidable warriors. Feeling an itch to join the fray, he regretted being eliminated so early. Had he unleashed his full power from the outset, perhaps he would now be the one facing Hit. But now, it was too late. While the others were taken aback, the gods of destruction remained eerily calm, as if they had anticipated this scenario. Indeed, Beerus nodded subtly, hands clasped behind his back. Given Cell's strength, breaking this brief temporal constraint should be quite effortless. His earlier anxiety had dissipated, replaced by a serene demeanor. If all went as expected, the individual wielding time on the stage would likely be the strongest from Universe 6. The remaining two opponents appeared to pose little threat, and victory was all but assured. In stark contrast to his composed expression was Champa, who, after initially sensing Cell's full power, had foreseen disaster. Though a sliver of hope lingered in his heart, it was utterly extinguished following that brief exchange. Champa sank into his seat, his eyes devoid of life, murmuring, "It's over. Universe 6 has lost completely." Sighing, Vado shook her head, somewhat taken aback by the current turn of events. After all, the two universes had clashed 6 years prior. Although only two warriors represented their respective universes, they embodied their utmost strength. Who could have imagined that, after 6 years, everything would change so drastically? Universe 7 had surged ahead, unveiling numerous powerful contenders. However, this only accentuated the significance of the enforcer Jiang Fei. On the stage, Cell firmly grasped Hit's fist, sneering, "What a pity, over the past 6 years. You haven't improved one bit." With that, he unleashed a powerful blow. Hit's pupils dilated in shock as he activated the time skip once more. Time halted, and the air stilled. Yet, the only constant was Cell's relentless punch. Bang! A dull thud resonated as Cell's fist struck Hit's abdomen with tremendous force. After facing two opponents, Hit finally experienced the sensation of being hit. Time resumed its normal flow, and Cell released his grip on Hit's fist. Gasping, Hit expelled a copious amount of blood, his footing faltering as he staggered backward. Cell's punch had been so devastating that it nearly robbed him of his fighting spirit. Nevertheless, he refused to concede. Hit activated the time skip again, dashing forward, but the outcome mirrored the previous encounter. Cell repelled him with a single punch, causing him to spew blood anew. "Fear not. I shan't be as sluggish as you," Cell remarked nonchalantly. His gaze sharpened, his energy coalescing around him. Then he lunged forward, reaching Hit in an instant. Despite Hit's continued use of the time skip, Cell's power vastly outmatched his own, rendering the time manipulation ineffective. Bang! Cell appeared beside Hit, a faint smile gracing his lips. Then, with a swift knee strike, he drove it into Hit's chest. Crack! The sound of breaking bones was unmistakable. Hit, overwhelmed by the impact, succumbed to darkness, collapsing onto the arena floor. At last, Cell had avenged the slight from 6 years past. Jiang Fei, hovering high above, exhaled slowly, his gaze filled with admiration for Cell. It was his first time witnessing this individual in battle, and he was taken aback by the efficiency and decisiveness of his movements. Had he lingered longer in the fight, Hit might have honed his time skip to new heights. While he would still have posed no significant threat, it would not have been as effortless as it was now. It was essential to recognize that Hit was a prodigious talent. Given adequate combat training, his time skip bore considerable potential for improvement. "It's over. It's over. I have ultimately lost." Champa's face turned ashen. Losing to any opponent would have been bearable, but to fall to Beerus was a bitter pill to swallow. The Saiyan cab, prudently listening to Champa's lament, dared not rebut or utter words of encouragement. After all, he had witnessed the battle and knew that entering the fray would only lead to his demise. After a moment of silence, Champa's eyes suddenly brightened as though an idea struck him. With newfound determination, he declared, "Wait. No, I may have lost. But I did not fall to that scoundrel Beerus. I lost to the esteemed enforcer." Chapter 111, Lord Zeno. I refuse to accept in the 6th universe. The Saiyan Gabe gazed at the ever-changing expression of Champa, nervously rubbing his hands, seemingly at a loss. After contemplating for a moment, he cautiously approached and spoke in a tentative tone, "Lord Destroyer, may I and Magida take the stage?" He was acutely aware that he stood no chance against the formidable Cell in the arena, yet he hesitated to voice his desire to forfeit. On the other side, Magadas, the colossal metallic robot, exhibited no distinct expression. His eyes flickered with a strange light, akin to a short circuit, revealing his own inner turmoil and unease. "Very well." Champa replied softly. After attributing the defeat to Jiang Fei, his spirits lifted considerably. He waved dismissively and said, "Go on, go on." Gabe nodded and leapt from the stands to the arena. In truth, Champa's assessment was partially correct. Without Jiang Fei's intervention, with only the likes of Goku and the others, they would have barely reached Super Saiyan 3. The prospect of competing with the 6th universe seemed improbable. A single hit could easily dispatch everyone from the 7th universe. However, unbeknownst to him, had Jiang Fei not appeared, the competition between the two universes would not have commenced so prematurely. Following the normal timeline, their confrontation would have occurred several years later, by which time the 7th universe would still prevail, albeit not as effortlessly as now. Jiang Fei merely bore the brunt of this predicament. The battle in the arena commenced swiftly. Champa did not harbor any expectations that the remaining two entrants could secure victory. Cell, disinterested, barely glanced at Gabe, who had just entered. With a casual flick of his fist, a tremendous force surged forth, sending Gabe flying off the platform before he could even introduce himself or prepare for combat. In the blink of an eye, Cell claimed another victory with ease. Your turn. Let us conclude this quickly. Champa directed his gaze towards the metallic robot once more. Megiddo scratched his head and leapt down from the stands. Like Gabe before him, Cell showed no interest. In his eyes, the remaining competitors were mere trifles following Hit's effortless defeat. With a swift motion, Cell appeared before Megiddo. Bang! A powerful punch struck the metallic figure. Just like the previous opponent, Megiddo failed to react and was sent hurtling off the arena, crashing heavily beneath. Thus, all participants from the 6th universe were eliminated, and the 7th universe emerged victorious. Splendid! Beerus couldn't contain his excitement, cheering at this moment. Overcoming the 6th universe was a testament for the 7th universe, showcasing their formidable strength and dispelling the notion of false rankings. He eagerly anticipated who would dare to flaunt their prowess before him, Beerus, in the future. We won. We won. This is marvelous. We finally triumphed. The Earthlings and Kaioshin of the 7th universe erupted in joy. Even though they hadn't participated, the inter-universal competition brought them exhilaration at their universe's victory. However, the leading competitors felt little joy. Goku, pouting and scratching his head, felt utterly frustrated at being eliminated without putting forth his best effort. Similarly, Vegeta and Frieza could not muster any enthusiasm, having endured the most severe beatings throughout the match. The most disheartened was undoubtedly Gula, who had played the role of an outsider from the beginning, while the others had at least participated in the battle and showcased their transformations. He had merely come to spectate. Not only were they discontented, but even Cell, still on the stage, felt no sense of elation. With his arms crossed, he shook his head and remarked, "This victory was far too easy. It's utterly dull." High above, Zeno observed the conclusion of the match, nodding with a smile. Although the subsequent matches were quite brief, he still found enjoyment in the proceedings. Licking his lips, as if savoring something delightful, the Grand Priest stepped forward and announced, "The competition has officially concluded, with the 7th universe claiming victory." Despite the outcome differing from his expectations, he displayed no excessive surprise on his face. He continued, "As per the rules, the 7th universe will receive the Super Dragon Balls as a reward." With that, he slowly stepped aside. At this moment, Zeno rose from his seat, flanked by two attendants, and floated to the forefront. As the gods beheld Zeno's presence, they all stood in unison, directing their gaze toward him. As the king of all gods, it was appropriate for him to say a few words at this juncture. The competition between the two universes was quite clear. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Zeno proclaimed with a smile, his voice resonating in everyone's ears, especially Champa and Beerus, who, regardless of their feelings of joy or disappointment, lowered their heads in reverence upon hearing Zeno mention their universes. They had not anticipated that they would emerge victorious. Zeno continued with a gentle smile, "I never expected that the 7th universe would win." Beerus, bowing his head, involuntarily twitched his mouth at those words. What did it mean to not expect? How could their victory be so astonishing? Naturally, he confined these thoughts to his mind, refraining from voicing any protests. Instead, he feigned politeness, expressing gratitude for Zeno's recognition, assuring that the 7th universe would continue to strive for excellence. Indeed, satisfied with this response, Zeno nodded. However, at that moment, an untimely voice erupted. "Lord Zeno, I refuse to accept this. The 7th universe possesses no true merit. They merely bask in the glory of the enforcers." Champa raised his head and shouted, beads of sweat cascading down his face, indicating the immense courage it took to utter those words. Chapter 112. Who would actually do that? Upon hearing these words, Beerus was slightly taken aback, then gradually composed himself, feeling a sense of admiration for Champa's audacity. Not just him, but all the deities present were equally astonished. They wondered, had Champa consumed the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard to dare question the Omni King? Though they had tacitly acknowledged that the victory of Universe 7 was largely due to the efforts of the Grand Minister, openly stating it still reeked of an inability to accept defeat. Oh, the Omni King, however, did not appear angered. He smiled at Jiang Fei before turning his gaze back to Champa, inquiring, what do you mean by that? Champa lowered his head once more. He recognized his defeat and bore no ill will. Had he lost to another universe, even the last-ranked Universe 9, he would have accepted it. But to lose to Universe 7 was somewhat difficult to swallow. Moreover, he stubbornly believed that the achievements of Universe 7 were solely attributable to Jiang Fei. If true fairness had prevailed, even in defeat, he would have found no grounds for complaint. Your Majesty, you must be well aware of the caliber of Universe 7. Our defeat this time was entirely due to the guidance of the Grand Minister. Had the Grand Minister been in our universe, the outcome would have been entirely different. Champa expressed his true feelings. Whether it was an excuse or a means of deflection, losing to Beerus left him uneasy, especially given the assistance they had received from the Grand Minister. This sentiment fortified his resolve as he spoke. Jiang Fei listened attentively but chose to remain silent. After all, his mission was accomplished, and he felt indifferent to how others chose to interpret it. Furthermore, he did not believe his contributions to Universe 7 were monumental, at most. He had merely nudged them along. Even without his involvement, their current achievements would have been well-deserved. However, while he held this belief, the other deities had a differing perspective. Both the gods of destruction and angels largely concurred with Champa's assertions. They were acutely aware of Universe 7's capabilities. To claim that the Grand Minister's involvement was inconsequential was simply preposterous. Oh, is that so? The Omni King continued to exhibit little reaction, glancing back at Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei shrugged nonchalantly, unwilling to provide explanations, as he remained immersed in the joy of newfound freedom. As for what others said, he felt no loss. So they could express whatever they wished. Nonetheless, his reluctance to speak did not prevent others from harboring their own thoughts. Beerus's expression darkened upon hearing Champa's words. He raised his head, leaping to the edge of the arena, pointing an accusatory finger at Champa and bellowing, "Nonsense. Stop your frivolous talk. A loss is a loss. How can you fabricate so many excuses?" Beerus was genuinely furious. After finally winning a round and gaining face in front of so many gods of destruction, Champa insisted on undermining this victory. Although Jiang Fei had indeed provided substantial assistance, the triumph ultimately stemmed from their own efforts. Were it not for withholding him back, he would have confronted Champa directly. "Humph, do you dare claim this victory is not due to the Grand Minister's efforts?" Champa retorted with a scoff, his demeanor brimming with arrogance. He could hardly believe that someone of Beerus's caliber could cultivate such formidable warriors. Ultimately, he struggled to accept the reality of his defeat to Universe 7. Meanwhile, Vados tugged at Champa, preventing him from charging forward in anger. Beerus licked his lips and, gritting his teeth, continued to argue, "The Grand Minister indeed aided us, but it was our inherent strength that secured this achievement. Had you been in our position, you likely wouldn't have even managed to stand up." TCH, Champa scoffed at this statement. Not only he but the other gods of destruction shared the same sentiment. They outright disbelieved Beerus's claims and questioned whether Universe 7 had any notable strengths. They merely observed the exchange with amusement, eager for the confrontation to escalate. Quitella even silently urged, "Fight. Fight. Teach that brat Beerus a lesson." The argument persisted. Thanks to the intervention of their respective angels, the two could only continue their verbal sparring. The Omni King watched with interest, his eyes sparkling with a peculiar light, as if he had discovered a source of entertainment surpassing the match itself. The Grand Priest surveyed the chaotic scene with exasperation, shaking his head. After glancing at Jiang Fei, who showed no intention of explaining, he slowly descended to the forefront. Addressing the bickering duo, he intoned gravely, "Silence." At his command, both Beerus and Champa ceased their voices abruptly. The other gods of destruction, who had contemplated fanning the flames, also reined in their thoughts. All gazes converged on the high heavens. Sighing, the Grand Priest observed the Omni King, who remained thoroughly entertained, and then spoke with a sharp gaze and a low voice. "The match has concluded. Regardless of who emerged victorious or defeated, there should be no further pointless disputes." He then shifted his focus to Jiang Fei, who had been aloof. With a slight smile, he continued softly, "Since the crux of the debate pertains to the Grand Minister, perhaps he could share a few words." Jiang Fei, suddenly the center of attention, felt bewildered. Hadn't he already completed his task? Wasn't the evaluation already satisfactory? Why had the discussion circled back to him? As the deities turned their eyes towards him, even the Omni King shifted his gaze. Then, Grand Minister, please enlighten us on how you guided Universe 7, so that other universes might learn from your wisdom. Moreover, your own cultivation talents are remarkable and your strength unfathomable. Perhaps you could share some insights into your training methods. The Grand Priest remarked, looking at Jiang Fei with a gentle smile. He perceived no significant issue in this request. While it might not entirely assuage Champa's grievances, it would certainly redirect the conversation. After all, with so many universes present, curiosity about Jiang Fei's training methodology was only natural. Indeed, upon hearing this, the deities exhibited expressions of eager anticipation. Even Champa perked up, ears attuned. Although he had lost, gaining insights into Jiang Fei's experiences could serve him well in the future, allowing him to reclaim his honor. Nevertheless, while the Grand Priest and the other deities viewed this as a trivial matter, Jiang Fei was already contemplating a way to silence the Grand Priest. Why divert the conversation towards him? His pre-match speech had already encompassed his entire life as learning. Now, to be asked for insights again? Who would actually do that? Chapter 113. My indifference to power, however, the arrow is on the string and must be released. Under the gaze of so many, Jiang Fei could only maintain a facade of calmness as he stepped forward slowly, observing the eager expressions of the gods. He cleared his throat slightly and began to speak. The victory of the seventh universe is entirely attributed to its inherent foundation. I merely offered a slight nudge, and my involvement is not of great significance. Upon hearing this explanation, the gods revealed expressions of disappointment. This statement was virtually equivalent to saying nothing at all. The seventh universe's inherent foundation? What foundation could they possibly possess? Jiang Fei noticed their skeptical expressions and felt a tinge of helplessness. He was merely speaking the truth. Without his participation, the seventh universe would not have achieved its current accomplishments, but it certainly would not have fallen drastically short either. Beerus, on the other hand, surveyed his surroundings with a smug demeanor, his eyes seemingly radiating pride. He had just asserted something that these individuals failed to believe. Yet now the enforcer had personally confirmed it. Was it not the excellence of his universe that brought about such achievements? The enforcer's praise is a testament to your diligent guidance, which has led us to where we are today, Beerus complimented Jiang Fei. Whis, standing nearby, smiled wryly. Knowing the hardships endured that no one else could fathom, it was indeed true that one must suffer before basking in glory. Beerus had put in a few years of earnest effort at the beginning, but he had not a single moment of idleness. Whether it was Sun Wukong or Vegeta, both were products of his tutelage. Frieza and Cooler had also made progress at Jiang Fei's behest, and as for Cell, he was merely a faithful lackey of the latter. Although Beerus's compliments were somewhat self-deprecating, they were indeed accurate. The current successes of the seventh universe seemed rather detached from the role of this destruction god. The gathering of destruction gods, upon hearing Beerus's words, exchanged glances of disdain. They recognized that this fellow was a typical example of one who reaps benefits while feigning modesty. After a few words of flattery from the enforcer, he had begun to bask in the glow of it. Jiang Fei, hovering in the air, waved his hand slightly and continued, as for insights into cultivation, that is even more difficult to discuss. With that, he began to ponder his next words, casting a glance at the Omni King behind him, and recalled a classic saying. To be honest, since my birth, I have never truly engaged in cultivation, not even for a single day, Jiang Fei remarked, addressing the gods below. At that moment, the entire venue fell into an absolute silence, with not a soul daring to utter a sound. Even the Grand Minister looked on with curiosity, as he too was eager to understand how Jiang Fei had raised his power level so significantly each time they met. Jiang Fei continued. I have never seriously sought to enhance my strength. I'm indifferent to power. This declaration left the entire assembly, including the Grand Minister, in a state of astonishment. They had never anticipated receiving such a revelation from the enforcer. Even some destruction gods could be heard murmuring, could this be the difference in realms? My greatest joy is simply having arrived at the Omni King's palace as an ordinary person, enjoying playful moments with His Majesty. In doing so, I find my own happiness, and His Majesty's joy mirrors mine. There is no need to fret over the pursuit of power, Jiang Fei continued, addressing the bewildered gods. In that moment, he appeared to radiate an aura of greatness and stature. Upon hearing this, the Omni King rose from his seat, his eyes glistening with emotion, nearly on the verge of tears. A collective gasp escaped the many destruction gods, with one murmuring to himself, now I understand why the enforcer possesses such terrifying strength at such a young age. It all makes sense now. There truly exists a disparity in realms between individuals. Makarita, reflecting on Jiang Fei's words, nodded in agreement. Many destruction gods shared similar sentiments. silently contemplating the weight of his statements. Yet, amidst the crowd, there were still those who voiced differing opinions. Beerus leaned toward Whis and whispered, "I find it hard to believe what this guy is saying." Whis shot him a sidelong glance and replied coolly, "Don't say you disbelieve it." "I find it hard to accept as well," though they possessed no evidence to validate Jiang Fei's claims. Their long acquaintance led them to believe that he was not the type to act with noble intentions. Naturally, they refrained from openly contradicting Jiang Fei's assertions. After all, this was a public setting, and even in private, they would not dare to. Another individual, upon hearing Jiang Fei's words, could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This was the Grand Minister. He scrutinized Jiang Fei's calm yet sincere expression and found himself questioning. When did this guy attain such enlightenment? According to his understanding, this lad had always preferred to distance himself from the Omni King. How could he now speak so grandiosely? Jiang Fei, observing the gods lost in contemplation, felt a bit embarrassed. Had he merely quoted a classic from his past life? How had it suddenly transformed into this? His words bore no profound significance. If he had truly grasped something, it was purely coincidental. Clearing his throat, Jiang Fei resumed, "In summary, my friends, do not be overly impetuous. The path of cultivation must not be rushed." Upon hearing this, many destruction gods nodded earnestly and bowed deeply to him. Just then, the enforcer's heartfelt words moved the Omni King, who gracefully floated before him and warmly invited, "Why don't we return to my place and continue our conversation?" Jiang Fei was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had dug himself into a pit. His initial intention was merely to impress. But now it seemed he had inadvertently opened a door for this Navi one. However, after a moment's thought, Jiang Fei regained his composure and smiled gently. "No, Your Majesty. As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. I wish to dedicate all that I am to the vast, boundless universe." As these words left his lips, the audience was shaken. All eyes widened, mouths agape, and some even lowered their heads in shame. After living for so long, they finally understood what it meant to be a true god. In comparison to Jiang Fei, they realized the gap was indeed vast. No wonder he was the enforcer. Chapter 114. The announcement of the great tournament of power. What a pity, the Omni King remarked, shaking his head with a hint of regret on his face. However, since Jiang Fei had already fulfilled his task and expressed himself so eloquently, it would be unwise to press the matter further. "Thank you for your understanding, Your Majesty." Jiang Fei responded with a nod and a smile. The Omni King shook his head again, his gaze shifting to the multitude of deities who were still awestruck. Suddenly, his demeanor brightened, and he proclaimed with a radiant smile, "Today's competition was splendid. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Next time, let us gather all the universes for a grand showdown. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, the admiration on the deities' faces transformed into expressions of astonishment, though it lasted only a brief moment before they quickly regained their composure. They nodded in agreement, praising the Omni King's proposal, affirming, "Your Majesty's suggestion is excellent. I am in favor. Indeed, I have long wished for a gathering of this sort." Another added, "It is truly remarkable, splendid indeed. We have no objections to your esteemed proposal." The destruction gods smiled in unison as they voiced their agreement. Yet beneath their smiles lay an unmistakable hint of bitterness. In truth, they were reluctant to acquiesce to the Omni King's suggestion. They feigned joy only out of fear of displeasing him. After all, a tournament organized by the Omni King was no trivial matter. Competitions between a few universes were manageable. But if all were to participate, victory would be preferable. Otherwise, the consequences of defeat were uncertain. As the situation stood, they could not change what had been set in motion and could only begin to contemplate their strategies in silence. Moreover, many had begun to turn their thoughts toward Jiang Fei, although he had just stated that the rise of the seventh universe had little to do with him. Numerous individuals remained steadfast in their belief that his influence was intricately tied to the seventh universe's ascendance. Since there are no objections, I shall discuss it with the Grand Priest, and we will inform you when the tournament is set to commence, the Omni King declared with palpable excitement. The anticipation of witnessing another thrilling competition among the universes was irresistible, and he couldn't help but wave his tiny hand in enthusiasm. "Yes," the 12 destruction gods replied in unison, bowing their heads, particularly among the seventh universe. Goku and his companions felt a surge of exhilaration at the prospect of competing against all the universes. They had not truly relished the previous matches, as all the glory had gone to sell. Now, they had another chance, and they were determined to seize it. Meanwhile, Goku, gazing up at the Omni King, pointed curiously and asked, "Lord Beerus, is that little fellow powerful?" Having jumped straight into the competition, they were unaware of many details, and no one had taken the time to explain. Now that the match had concluded and they were relaxed, their interest peaked regarding the figure issuing commands to the gods. Not only Goku, but also Vegeta, Frieza, and Cell shared the same curiosity. Upon hearing this, Beerus nearly bit his own tongue in disbelief. He quickly grabbed Goku by the neck and pressed him down to the ground. After ensuring no one was watching, he sternly warned, "Shut your mouth. Do you want to get me killed?" With a sharp glare at the others nearby, he conveyed the message, "Ask what you must, but do not overstep. Why pry into matters that do not concern you? Is it really that serious?" Goku questioned, rubbing his neck in confusion. Whis, shaking his head in resignation, grew unusually solemn and began to explain, "The Omni King is the king of all, the most powerful being in the divine realm." At this revelation, the members of the seventh universe gasped in astonishment. They had not anticipated that this unassuming little figure held such immense authority. No wonder the destruction gods treated him with such reverence. Initially baffled, they now felt enlightened. Just how powerful is he? Goku asked, swallowing hard, his curiosity insatiable. Beerus, taking over from Whis, replied with a hint of irritation, "He is the supreme ruler of the 12 universes, the master of all existence, capable of annihilating every universe in an instant." As he spoke, a shiver of fear coursed through him. In truth, there had originally been 18 universes, but 6 had been eradicated with a mere wave of the Omni King's hand due to his displeasure. Is he really that formidable? Goku gasped, his mouth agape. It wasn't just him. Vegeta and the others were equally astonished. Not only were they to compete in a cosmic tournament, but they were also gaining profound insights. Humph. Beerus scoffed, glancing at the figure in the sky. Naturally. Have you not seen how even the enforcers of the law must stand by? The others looked skyward at Jiang Fei and nodded in agreement. Indeed, from the beginning until now, Jiang Fei had remained at the side of that diminutive figure. This only served to underscore Jiang Fei's formidable nature. He could engage in light-hearted conversation with one capable of obliterating the universe with a single gesture. Such a person possessed both strength and presence. It was a remarkable fortune for them to have crossed paths with him. Vegeta, recalling his past provocations toward Jiang Fei, couldn't he help but chuckle at his own folly. On another note, the Omni King, sensing that their discussions had run their course, prepared to depart for his palace. As he left, he cast a lingering glance at Jiang Fei and gently remarked, "Enforcer, I will leave the supervision of these universes to you." Jiang Fei nodded with a calm smile. Subsequently, the Omni King extended his hand, assisted by 2 attendants, and descended into the sky. The Grand Priest smiled at Jiang Fei before vanishing in a flash of light. Once they had departed, Jiang Fei could no longer conceal the triumphant grin on his face. He had awaited this day for a long time. He could now truly claim his freedom. As for supervising the various universes, that could wait until he had relished the moment. The Omni King's departure not only relieved Jiang Fei, but also allowed the assembled deities to gradually relax their taut nerves. However, before they could fully unwind, they soon realized that their colleagues had shifted their focus onto Jiang Fei, with some destruction gods seemingly ready to pounce. Chapter 115. The enticement among the gods of destruction. Jiang Fei observed the scene below with a furrowed brow. "Why aren't you all returning? Why are you staring at me?" To be honest, he felt somewhat unnerved under the intense gaze of these deities of destruction, especially since a few of them emitted an eerie green light from their eyes. Heh, chuckled Quitella from the 4th universe, who then swiftly appeared before Jiang Fei in midair. With a hint of deference, he said, "Respected enforcer, please visit the 4th universe. We require your guidance." Jiang Fei was taken aback, not expecting such a request from the god of destruction before him. Before he could respond, the other gods of destruction, witnessing Quitella's action, cursed him inwardly for his cunning, and rushed forward in unison. "Esteemed enforcer, we of the 10th universe also seek your presence," exclaimed Ramses, waving his long nose in an attempt to display a friendly smile. Beside him, the diminutive angel, Kes, nodded sincerely, expressing a warm welcome. Wei-Mei, not to be outdone, pushed to the forefront, declaring, "Count me in too. Enforcer, we are old acquaintances. Ever since you departed the 11th universe, I have missed you dearly. Please come to my realm for a reunion, so we may rekindle our bond." In truth, he was quite confident in his own universe. However, he feared that if Jiang Fei visited other universes, it might lead to significant improvements in those realms, thereby diminishing the advantages of the 11th universe. Thus, it was imperative to keep Jiang Fei within their universe, even if it meant serving him in every possible way. "Humph. What sort of rekindling can there be with a man like you?" scoffed Hellas from the 2nd universe. Then, winking at Jiang Fei, she urged, "Enforcer, come to my universe. The strong among us are all exquisite beauties. It would be a delightful experience to guide you." Jiang Fei felt a shiver run down his spine as he looked at the only female god of destruction in the vicinity winking at him. It wasn't that Hellas was particularly unattractive. She simply did not conform to conventional standards of beauty, especially his own. As for the claim of the second universe having numerous beautiful beings, that was indeed true. However, Jiang Fei never seemed to have considered such aspects. At that moment, a short creature covered in dark fur cleared his throat. He was Ewan, the god of destruction from the first universe, who rarely made appearances or spoke. As their universe was the mightiest among the 12 and had little need for excessive interaction with others. Nevertheless, despite his face being obscured by dark fur, one could still sense his radiant smile. In a gentle and humble tone, Ewan remarked, "I presume the Enforcer has yet to visit the first universe? It would be a pleasure to host you." As the strongest entity among the 12 universes, he was not concerned about the tournament spoken of by the King of all. Yet, he understood the importance of being prepared for any eventuality, given the Enforcer's evident capabilities. No one wished to suffer a disastrous setback. Not only Ewan, but the other 3 high-ranking universes also extended invitations to Jiang Fei. However, they were unaware that, barring any deviations from the narrative, their 4 universes were actually not required to participate in the competition. Unfortunately, they were oblivious to this fact, and held on to the belief that talent should not be left to others. However, not all gods of destruction gathered before Jiang Fei. The 7th and 6th universes refrained from approaching him as participants in the tournament. "Lord Beerus, won't you go and persuade the Enforcer to stay?" Whis inquired curiously. Although their display of strength was impressive, it did not guarantee victory, as the other universes also possessed considerable potential. If Jiang Fei were to discover something during his visits, the 7th universe might return to square one. Beerus glanced at him and replied flatly, "Do you wish for me to persuade him?" Whis was momentarily taken aback, opening his mouth to respond but ultimately refraining, realizing the validity of Beerus's words. Had he derived pleasure from being bested? Why would he suggest that Beerus retain the Enforcer? The memories of his previous encounters with Jiang Fei sent chills down his spine. "I understand," Lord Beerus was nodded earnestly. He had come to terms with the fact that the competition was simply that, a competition. The consequences of losing would not significantly impact his role as an angel. If even the god of destruction was unconcerned, what was left for him to worry about? Since the other gods of destruction were so intent on having Jiang Fei guide them, let it be so. Sighing, Beerus shook his head in resignation. Although the 7th universe had reached unprecedented strength, he was not arrogant enough to assume victory in the forthcoming tournament. He simply did not wish for Jiang Fei to remain in his vicinity any longer. The thought of Jiang Fei potentially arriving at his domain was enough to rob him of his appetite and sleep. Regardless of the outcomes of the tournament, he would not forcibly retain Jiang Fei. Even if it meant letting him go, it was imperative that he enjoyed a period of tranquility. On the 6th universe's side, Champa stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the assembly above with a troubled expression. He, too, wished to intervene, yet he felt intimidated by Jiang Fei's demeanor. "Vados, should I go over?" Champa inquired, seeking guidance from his angel. Vados initially felt a twinge of concern when she saw Champa's indecision, fearing he might abandon the matter altogether and return to the realm of destruction. However, upon witnessing him seek her counsel, she felt a sense of relief. With a gentle smile, she encouraged, "One must endure hardship to rise above, Lord Champa. Do you wish to suffer another defeat at Lord Beerus's hands?" As an angel, she understood the reasons behind Champa's hesitance and what mattered most to him. True to her expectation, upon hearing her words, Champa was invigorated, his eyes brimming with determination. "No. Absolutely not. I must reclaim my honor." Chapter 116. At ease if it meant he could defeat Beerus, what harm would it be to suffer a few minor injuries? Subsequently, Champa also joined the ranks of those inviting Jiang Fei. The sky became a lively spectacle, with numerous destroyers eagerly extolling the virtues of their respective universes. Some even went so far as to assert that should Jiang Fei come, they would treat him as their own grandfather. Jiang Fei could only smile helplessly at the scene before him, unsure of how to respond. As an enforcer, he found some solace in witnessing the ambition of the destroyers. However, having just gained his freedom, he was keen to relish it, with no immediate plans to resume work. "I understand your sentiments, as the enforcer. I will certainly visit each of your universes in due time to provide guidance," Jiang Fei replied with a gentle smile. Internally, he chastised Beerus, pondering how the disparity between these destroyers and him could be so vast. Yet, upon hearing his words, the deities displayed no signs of joy. Rather, they appeared somewhat disappointed. They had hoped for Jiang Fei to offer individual guidance for their universes, rather than a one-size-fits-all approach. "Enforcer, there is no need for guidance in the other universes. It would be best if you remain in our fourth universe, Quitella remarked with a beaming smile. Champa, leaning against his rotund form, shoved Quitella aside and earnestly stated, Enforcer. Disregard this fellow's words. What does he mean by no need for guidance in other universes? He shot Quitella a disapproving glare. Despite their lack of animosity, it was wise to clarify matters of significance. Enforcer, I have the utmost admiration for you. Please grant me the opportunity to visit the sixth universe, so I may revere you for a few years, Champa said, his gaze fixed on Jiang Fei, his chubby hands fidgeting with eagerness. The other destroyers, unwilling to yield, shifted from jovial competition to fierce confrontation. Enough of your nonsense, Champa. Is that truly admiration? I'd be embarrassed to point it out. Hellas retorted with sharp sarcasm. With the situation escalating, there was no need for pretense anymore. The goal was to secure Jiang Fei's attention, and they would settle their differences later. Enough with the petty squabbling. In the presence of the enforcer, it would be wise to maintain decorum, said Wei Mei, observing the tension among the gathered deities. However, the fervor of their dispute showed no signs of abating. The once mighty destroyers were now hurling insults at one another, their behavior akin to that of petty street thugs. Well, it seems they've resorted to insults. Beerus observed from below, a bemused expression on his face, his eyes glinting with anticipation for a potential brawl. He had no desire to engage in their quarrel. He was indifferent to Jiang Fei's retention, and he understood that should he intervene, he might become a target for their collective ire. Watching the spectacle from below was far more appealing. As Jiang Fei surveyed the unfolding chaos, his brows furrowed and his countenance darkened. It became evident to him that these destroyers were not driven by ambition but rather a desire to prevent him from exploring other universes, fearing the emergence of rivals. Enough. All of you, leave. Jiang Fei's sudden roar silenced the clamor, and the destroyers regarded him with wary eyes. Narrowing his gaze, he swept his eyes around the assembly and calmly declared, I will fulfill my duties. As I have said before, I shall visit all universes, so prepare for my arrival. With that, Jiang Fei transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight as he sped into the distance. The deities exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Their earlier behavior seemed to have been rather disrespectful, possibly inciting the enforcer's displeasure. It appeared they would have to rely on themselves moving forward, though they had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. After Jiang Fei departed, Beerus and the others also prepared to leave, intending to utilize the hovering Super Dragon Balls. Jiang Fei, however, did not venture elsewhere. He made his way to Earth, a place he felt familiar with, as it offered a sense of home. The recent squabble among the destroyers had left him somewhat vexed. Having finally attained his freedom, he found their incessant clamoring tiresome. He regretted having allowed Whis to dispel the rumors about him, as a bit of fear might have inspired some respect. Now, apart from Beerus and Champa, the others seemed to regard him with little deference. It seemed necessary to restore the enforcer's dignity.